Chapter 358. Xia Dou grunted coldly when he heard Duan Lingtan, then said with a gloomy face, "I don't care why you killed my son. I only know that no matter who it is, if you dare kill my son, then you must be prepared to pay with blood. Even if the Heavenly Emperor kills my son, I, Xia Dou, will tear him apart. Even if your son was in the wrong, even if your son aroused killing intent first. You don't care? Don't you think that you didn't teach your son well?" Duan Lingtian looked at Xia Dou with a gaze that went slightly colder. Cold lights flickered within Xia Dou's eyes as he said with a grim voice, "Even if my son commits all sorts of crimes, no one can touch him. Because he's the son of I, Xia Dou, the son of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's vice president." Ha! Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh loudly when he heard Xia Dou. As expected, like son like father. He's the son of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's vice president. Could it be that his life is more precious than the lives of others? Of course, in my eyes, my son's life is priceless. As for others, at least you, Duan Lingtian's life, in the eyes of I, Xia Dou, is no different than lowly grass. Xia Dou's voice contained traces of ruthlessness mixed within. No different than lowly grass? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light. If he had the strength to kill Xia Dou now, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to kill Xia Dou. Do you really think that the life of your son is precious, but the lives of others aren't? No different than lowly grass. Zhang Shouyong looked at Xia Dou and shouted coldly. Presently, the eyes of this young man with a calm expression had an additional trace of rage. "Who do you think you are to dare be presumptuous before Lord Xia Dou?" The Shi clan's patriarch, Shi Li's face sank. He, who intended to show off in front of Xia Dou, pushed off from his horse and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed towards Zhang Shouyong. At the same time that Shi Li flashed out, 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air in the sky. Half-step void stage. When they saw Shi Li shout out explosively before charging towards Zhang Shouyong, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Li Fei was stunned as well. In their opinion, Shi Li was simply courting death. A half-step void realm expert was considered strong in their eyes, but in Big Brother Zhang's eyes, he was no different from an ant. After all, even a first-level void initiation stage expert like Withered Old Man was killed by Zhang Shouyong in the blink of an eye. A mere half-step void stage martial artist that hadn't even stepped into the void prying stage was utterly not worth mentioning before Zhang Shouyong. Like a bolt of lightning, a spiritual saber suddenly appeared in Shi Li's hand. Saber light swirled around it, resplendent and gorgeous. For a time, another 400-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Shi Li. A 7th-grade spirit saber. Shi Li's hand trembled. In the blink of an eye. The grade 7 spirit saber in Shi Li's hand instantly transformed into saber rays that filled the sky, forming a saber net that swept toward Zhang Shouyong in an imposing manner. Wang Qiong, who was in front of Zhang Shouyong, had become his first target. If he wanted to injure Zhang Shouyong, then he must first deal with Wang Qiong, this obstacle. Although Wang Qiong's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the body tempering stage and didn't possess the slightest origin energy, she didn't have the slightest trace of fear when facing the saber net that was formed from saber lights that filled the sky that accompanied Shi Li. Her expression was calm, as if she utterly didn't take the scene before her seriously, because she knew that she had a formidable backer by her side. So long as this backer was here, she would be fine. This Shi Li is dead for sure. When he saw Shi Li make a move against Wang Qiong, Duan Lingtian had already sentenced Shi Li to death in his heart, just like how Li Fei was his reverse scale. Wang Qiong was similarly Zhang Shouyong's reverse scale. This Shi Li actually dared make a move against Wang Qiong? He was simply courting death. As if it was reflecting Duan Lingtian's thoughts, Zhang Shouyong, who sat behind Wang Qiong, had a gloomy expression at the instant Shi Li made a move and executed saber lights that filled the sky that swept towards Wang Qiong. "You're courting death." Zhang Shouyong's cold voice carried a long, frightening, killing intent as it entered into the ears of everyone present. and it caused everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. In the next moment, swoosh, everyone only heard an ear-piercing howl of the wind, and it was accompanied by a string of explosions that were like thunderclaps. At practically the exact same moment, bang, everyone clearly saw that the body of Shirley, who charged over menacingly, stopped in midair, and in the blink of an eye, it exploded, causing blood and flesh to fly out in all directions, and not a single complete piece of his body could be seen. Obviously, he'd been struck by an extremely terrifying force. Silence. The scene was deathly silent. At this moment, including the Magnolia Trading Company's vice president, Xia Dou, the group of people that surrounded Duan Lingtian's group of 4 seemed as if their throats were tightly gripped by someone, and their faces flushed red. Numerous pairs of eyes contained a sheen of extreme astonishment mixed within. An existence at the half-step void stage was directly blasted to death in an instant before they had the time to react. Duan Lingtian looked at this scene calmly, and he wasn't surprised in the slightest. What a joke! This big brother Zhang was a formidable existence at the second level of the void initiation stage. A mere half-step void stage martial artist dared be presumptuous before big brother Zhang. He was simply courting death. Li Fei's beautiful face was slightly pale, and she was terrified by Zhang Shouyong's ability. Although she didn't clearly see how Zhang Shouyong attacked, she saw the scene of Shirley's body being blasted apart by the terrifying force. Shirley didn't even have the time to let out a shrill cry when he was killed. Everything happened too quickly. Quickly to the point it caused one to be shocked. Father! Shi Yan looked at the incomplete corpses that covered the ground, and her body lightly trembled as her triangular eyes flickered with despair and astonishment, and she had an expression of disbelief. Her father died just like that? Impossible. For a time, Shi Yan was slightly dazed, whereas the others were jolted awake by Shi Yan now. This. Numerous sounds of cold air being inhaled rose and fell, and it set off the atmosphere at the scene to be slightly oppressive. Even Xia Dou, the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company and an existence at the 6th level of the void prying stage, had traces of fear in his eyes when he looked at Zhang Shouyong now. He was utterly unable to clearly see how this young man attacked earlier. Too swift. Swift to the point his eyes were unable to catch sight of it. Xia Dou understood that this was a dangerous figure. Xia Dou's heart sank, and he looked at Zhang Shouyong and cupped his hands. Sir, I'm the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, Xia Dou. Today is a personal enmity between me and this Duan Lingtian, so I hope that you don't interfere. Xia Dou, and even the entire Jade Magnolia Trading Company owe you a favor. Now, Xia Dou used the Jade Magnolia Trading Company to pressure Zhang Shouyong, and he wanted to make Zhang Shouyong have misgivings and retreat in the face of difficulties. As far as Xia Dou was concerned, the Jade Magnolia Trading Company still had a certain degree of pressure in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. But unfortunately, Xia Dou was bound to be disappointed. Jade Magnolia Trading Company? Duan Lingtian knew Xia Dou's intentions when he heard Xia Dou, and he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Could it be that Xia Dou thinks that big brother Zhang would be afraid of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company behind him? Over, Xia. Duan Lingtian looked at Xia Dou, and the corners of his mouth held a ridiculing smile. A vice president like you dares to threaten to represent the entire Jade Magnolia Trading Company? Laughable. You! Xia Dou's face sank as cold lights shot out from his eyes, and he wished for nothing more than to directly kill Duan Lingtian. However, the young man that caused him to be extremely fearful had yet to state his position. No matter how much he hated Duan Lingtian, he could only grit his teeth and endure it, not daring to make a move. The young man's strength was too terrifying. According to his estimations, the young man was at least at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above. It was far from something he could compare to. Finally, Zhang Shouyong gave Xia Dou a reply, and he grunted coldly. Right when Xia Dou didn't know what Zhang Shouyong meant, he saw Zhang Shouyong move, vanishing on the Fergana horse into thin air. In the next moment, an ear-piercing and awe-inspiring howl of the wind swept out in all directions. He was able to vaguely see that there were 3 enormous silhouettes flying and moving in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, they made a circle in the sky. When these 3 enormous silhouettes entered into Zhang Shouyang's eyes, it caused his face to become exceedingly ghastly pale. Second level of the Void Initiation Stage. As a 6th level Void Prying Stage martial artist, he was able to clearly sense that this young man hadn't exerted his concept, and he'd only purely utilized his origin energy to mobilize his strength, the strength of 3 ancient horned dragons. This was the symbol of a 2nd level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. This young man was a Void Initiation Stage martial artist. It was like a gust of wind blew past, and in the blink of an eye, Zhang Shouyang appeared before Xiado. Whereas now, besides Xiado and Shi Yan, not a single one of the other 10+ people were still alive. All of them were killed by Zhang Shouyang. From the moment Zhang Shouyang made a move until he appeared before the old man, it only took the time of a single breath. In the time of a single breath, he swept out in all directions and killed over 10 people. Zhang Shouyang used his actions to illustrate how terrifying a Void Initiation Stage martial artist was. So strong. Duan Lingtun took a deep breath, and his eyes contained slight yearning mixed within, yearning towards the Void Initiation Stage. No. Meanwhile, the nearby Shi Yan, who was dumbstruck, finally recovered from her shock, and as she looked at the corpses that covered the ground, her face went ghastly pale as her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. Her triangular eyes flickered with boundless astonishment and despair. The reason she'd appeared here today was because she wanted to see Duan Lingtian being killed with her own 2 eyes. She'd even decided in her heart that once Duan Lingtian was killed by the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, she would tear Duan Lingtian's corpse into pieces, as only in this way would she be able to vent the hatred in her heart. But now, all of this was bound to become her fantasy. But why is it like this? Why does this Duan Lingtian have such a formidable backer by his side? Why? The heavens are unfair, the heavens are unfair. Shi Yan clenched her fists tightly, and her triangular eyes flickered with unwillingness. Her twisted and sinister facial features were now completely twisted together. You said you wanted to kill my brother earlier? Zhang Shouyang's gaze descended onto Xiado as he asked with a calm tone. Chapter 359. Who exactly are you? Xiado took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Shouyang as he asked. Subsequently, he suppressed the terror in his heart and slowly said, perhaps, the clan or sect you're from has some relationship with our Jade Magnolia Trading Company. His words had an additional intention of admitting defeat. Jade Magnolia Trading Company? The corners of Zhang Shouyang's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain as he said indifferently, sorry, I've never heard of it. Never heard of it? Xiaodo's face instantly flushed red as if someone had choked him. He naturally thought that Zhang Shouyang said this intentionally. Although the Jade Magnolia Trading Company couldn't be considered to be the top trading company in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it was renowned far and wide. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised. According to his knowledge, although Zhang Shouyang had stayed in the ancient city of Everlast for a few years, besides having some understanding of the 7 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zhang Shouyang hadn't paid attention to the other powers. Suddenly, in the sky above Zhang Shouyang, 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared once more, spiraling down as they bared their fangs and brandished their claws, and they brought an extremely oppressive feeling to others. Xiaodo's face went ghastly pale when he saw this scene, and his eyes emitted terror. Since you said repeatedly that you want to kill my brother, then I'll send you on your way first, and remove any worries for my brother. Zhang Shouyang spoke word by word, and every word he spat out seemed to have transformed into a heavy hammer that smashed onto Xiaodo's chest, causing Xiaodo's face to go even more ghastly pale. In the end, it completely shattered Xiaodo's will. Thump. Xiaodo's body crashed down and actually knelt on the ground. Then he lowered his noble head and said with a slightly trembling voice, Sir, spare me. I was only joking earlier. That unfilial son of mine actually dared offend Sir, your brother. He deserves to die 100 times. Sir, it's I who didn't teach my son well, it's I who didn't teach my son well. The current Xiado didn't have the arrogance of a 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist as the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. The current him was like a dog that wagged its tail and begged for mercy. Before death, he'd completely abandoned his dignity. Just for the sake of surviving. Vice President Xiado, you didn't say that earlier? A wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and he looked down upon Xiado from the bottom of his heart. A dignified 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist, the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, for the sake of survival, had given up the dignity a martial artist ought to possess as a person. Such a person was pathetic. Brother Duan, I was just joking with you, Really. When Xiado heard Duan Lingtian's words, he suppressed the flames of rage that were on the verge of bursting out from the depths of his heart and spoke hurriedly. Joking. Duan Lingtian's gaze was slightly cold. Soon after, he strangely smiled. Since Vice President Xiado likes to joke so much? Big Brother Zhang, I think you can joke with Vice President Xiado. I think Vice President Xiado won't mind. Vice President Xiado, right? Xiado hurriedly nodded. At this moment, how could he dare say no? When Zhang Shouyong heard Duan Lingtian's words, he understood Duan Lingtian's intentions, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Vice President Xiado, right? Zhang Shouyong asked indifferently. My lord, just call me Xiado, just call me Xiado. Xiado had an expression of panic and lost composure. You like to joke, right? Zhang Shouyong asked again. I do. Xiado hurriedly nodded and didn't dare hesitate. Very good. Zhang Shouyong nodded, then he raised his hand and pressed it down on Xiado's head. At the same time that Xiado's body shivered, Zhang Shouyong slowly said, Then I'll joke with you. See if I can make your head explode by slightly urging my origin energy. Xiado was already trembling with fear, and when he heard Zhang Shouyong, he lost his composure and directly fell limp on the ground. Then he said with a trembling voice, Spare me, my lord, spare me. I can't take this joke, I can't take it. Zhang Shouyong's gaze went cold and he lost the intention to continue teasing Xiado, and the origin energy on his right hand skyrocketed. Xiado's gaze was sharp and just happened to see this scene, causing his face to go grim. His limbs pushed off from the ground as his figure shook, and he seemed to have transformed into an eagle that flashed out with the intention of fleeing. In the sky, 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out along with him. But would he be able to flee? Want to flee? The corners of Zhang Shouyong's mouth curled into a cold smile, and in practically an instant, a layer of earthen yellow light barrier appeared on the surface of his body. In the sky above him, 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes competed to dance as they appeared. Swoosh! In the eyes of Duan Lingtian, Zhang Shouyong's entire body had instantly fused into one with the earth and vanished on the spot. At the same time that Zhang Shouyong, who'd utilized his 3rd-level earth concept, vanished before the eyes of Duan Lingtian, he'd appeared over 10 meters away and easily obstructed Xiado, who intended to flee. Bang! Zhang Shouyong's palm descended, his origin energy skyrocketed, and the edges of his origin energy faintly contained traces of an earthen yellow glow. Obviously, Zhang Shouyong had utilized his 3rd-level earth concept in this palm strike. Bang! The palm strike that contained the strength of 6 ancient horned dragons descended onto Xiado's chest, and it emitted an enormous bang. Instantly, Xiado followed in the footsteps of the Shi clan's patriarch, Shi Li, and his body exploded apart to transform into incomplete corpses that covered the sky and scattered everywhere. He was deader than dead. Shi Yan. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard a delicate shout sound out by his ears, and subsequently, Li Fei, who sat before him, flashed out. Only now did Duan Lingtian notice that Shi Yan actually wanted to flee as well. Swish! Li Fei's figure flashed out gracefully and caught up to Shi Yan in the blink of an eye, and the 3-foot-long blade in her hand pierced through Shi Yan's back and passed through her body. Li Fei's gaze was extremely calm when she saw Shi Yan die before her eyes. Shi Yan deserved death. The 10+ people that came menacingly earlier were now scattered all over the place, and all of them were dead. I just happened to return that Fergana horse to all of you. Zhang Shouyong spoke as he pulled over the 2 Fergana horses that were his spoils of the battle, and he and Wang Qiong each sat on one. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei rode on the 2 Fergana horses as well. The 4 of them headed towards the 7-star sword sect together. The incident that occurred earlier didn't affect the mood of Duan Lingtian's group of 4, and the 4 of them chatted and laughed all along the way as they rode the Fergana horses forward slowly. But unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. Unknowingly, the 4 of them had arrived at the foot of the 7-star sword sect's main peak, Dubby Peak. Outside the 7-star sword sect. Brother Ling Tian, sister-in-law, we'll meet again someday. Zhang Shouyong lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian and Li Fei as he bid his farewells. We'll meet again someday. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Big sister Wang Qiong, if you and big brother Zhang are free in the future, you must come see me. Li Fei looked at Wang Qiong with a reluctant expression. Of course. Wang Qiong lightly nodded, and her eyes contained reluctance mixed within. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei withdrew their gazes when they saw Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong's figures vanish before them, then they turned their horses around and headed towards the stable behind the sect. The 2 of them had only just entered the stable when they saw a young man come over to greet them. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, senior sister Li Fei. It was precisely Mou. After not seeing him for a year, Mou had matured quite a bit. Mou, you've broken through to the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage? Duan Lingtian glanced at Mou with a surprised expression. I remember that you were only at the 1st level of the Origin Core stage a year ago. How did you improve so quickly? Senior brother Duan Lingtian, you're able to discern my cultivation? Mou was dumbstruck. Senior brother Duan Lingtian was covered in dust and had obviously just returned from outside, so it was impossible for him to know his current cultivation beforehand. In other words, senior brother Duan Lingtian was able to discern it. Duan Lingtian gave Mou a mysterious smile, then descended from the horse and helped Li Fei down, then he said to Mou, I'll leave our horses to you. Take this, it's a small token of my appreciation. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he withdrew a large stack of silver. An entire 1 million silver was passed over to Mou. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I can't accept this. Mou shook his head and laughed foolishly. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Mou, then asked curiously, Aren't you taking care of the horses here and acting as a coachman for the sake of getting a little more salary? This money is sufficient to cover your salary for many years of working here. Why don't you want it? Mou rubbed the back of his head. My mother told me that I have to rely on my own hard work to earn money. I don't accept a reward that's not deserved. Take it, just treat it as your salary for helping us take care of the Fergana horses. Duan Lingtian continued. Seeing that Mou still didn't accept it, he immediately glared. If you don't accept it, then you're looking down on me. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had spoken to this extent, Mou could only accept it with a face full of gratitude. Thank you, senior brother Duan Lingtian. Your talent is not bad, work hard. I hope to see the day when you shine. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Mou, then he held Li Fei's hand and left the stable, following the mountain path towards Dubby Peak. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I definitely won't let you down. Grasping the silver in his hand, Mou's face was solemn, and his gaze was firm as iron. Little Fei, let's go back. I've abducted you for over a year. Elder Bai is surely anxious. You've been on the road for half a day, and you're tired, have a good rest. Duan Lingtian sent Li Fei to the side of the chain bridge that led to Alcade Peak, then helped Li Fei comb her beautiful hair as he spoke gently. Li Fei nodded meekly, then stepped onto the chain bridge and slowly left. Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze when he saw Li Fei's figure vanishing before his eyes. He didn't return to Migres Peak, but instead headed towards the peak of Dubby Peak. Some things had to be faced sooner or later. Lu Shige. A wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. After arriving at the trade hall at the peak of Dubby Peak, Duan Lingtian didn't notice Lu Shige's whereabouts, so he walked towards an inner court disciple and asked, Senior brother, do you know where Lu Shiji's place of cultivation is? This inner court disciple turned around, and his pupils constricted when he saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. He obviously recognized Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. The inner court disciple took a deep breath. When Duan Lingtian was heavily injured and knocked unconscious by Lu Shige, he was present as well. Now, after Duan Lingtian vanished without a trace for a year, he took the initiative to look for Lu Shige. His goal was obvious: to take revenge on Lu Shige. Chapter 360. Duan Ling Yu. The inner court disciple hadn't finished speaking when his pupils abruptly constricted, and his gaze descended behind Duan Lingtian, as if he'd seen something that caused him to be terrified. Subsequently, he didn't wait for Duan Lingtian to react and hurriedly walked away. It was as if staying by Duan Lingtian's side for a moment longer would cause him to suffer some sort of calamity. The inner court disciple's actions caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned, and then he turned around. When his gaze moved to the distance, he noticed two people were ascending the peak of Dubhe Peak side by side. Lu Shige, I really didn't waste any effort. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. The people that appeared before him now were precisely Lu Shige and Fan Jian. Meanwhile, Lu Shige and Fan Jian noticed Duan Lingtian as well, and after they approached, Lu Shiji's eyes emitted piercingly cold lights as he said with a cold and indifferent voice, Duan Lingtian. In this past year, he hadn't heard any news related to Duan Lingtian, and knew that Duan Lingtian was still outside and hadn't returned to the Seven-Star Sword sect. The more it was like this, the more uneasy he felt in his heart. He was worried that Duan Lingtian had stayed outside for too long, and when he returned, Duan Lingtian's cultivation would have far surpassed his. After all, Duan Lingtian's natural talent was there for all to see. After another 2 or 3 years, Duan Lingtian would have matured, and it would be impossible for him to be a match for Duan Lingtian. Now, when he saw Duan Lingtian had returned, at the same time that he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, killing intent towards Duan Lingtian arose once more, as far as he was concerned. Only by killing Duan Lingtian would he be able to have no worries. Lu Shige. When faced with Lu Shiji's provocation, Duan Lingtian wasn't outdone, and his eyes emitted a frightening cold light. He'd ascended the peak of Dubhe Peak today precisely for the sake of looking for Lu Shige now. Lu Shige had walked right into his trap and allowed him to save some effort. Humph. Duan Lingtian, you were seriously injured and knocked unconscious by my big brother Lu last time. How dare you be so arrogant in front of my big brother Lu today? Fan Jian sneered, pretending to be someone else. Fan Jian. Duan Lingtian calmly swept a glance at Fan Jian, a mischievous smile dancing in his eyes. Do you think that with this Lu Shige around, I can't do anything to you? Fan Jian's expression changed slightly. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back, afraid that Duan Lingtian would suddenly attack him. Duan Lingtian was about to make fun of Fan Jian. His sensitive psychic powers suddenly trembled. He discovered that Lu Shige had once again launched a sneak attack on him. Lu Shiji's entire person seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind, sweeping over. Duan Lingtian's gaze turned slightly cold. His face sank, and his legs trembled as he barely dodged Lu Shiji's palm. Whoosh! Lu Shiji's palm practically brushed past Duan Lingtian's clothes as it flashed past. Duan Lingtian, your natural talent is indeed not bad. It's only been a year, yet you've actually already broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. A wisp of a strange smile appeared on the corners of Lu Shiji's mouth as he gazed at the 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared above Duan Lingtian. His sneak attack from before was only for the sake of probing Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to dodge. Do you think everyone is like you, not improving in the slightest after a year has passed? Duan Lingtian said in disdain. 9th level of the Origin Core stage. The commotion caused by the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Lu Shige was great. In next to no time, the crowd of 7-Star Sword Sect inner court disciples near the trade hall at the peak of Dubhe Peak all gathered around to watch the show. It's that Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian has vanished without a trace for a year, and he's finally come out. This Duan Lingtian has actually broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. His natural talent is truly monstrous. Yeah, with such natural talent, it wouldn't be difficult for him to surpass senior brother Lu Shige in another year or two. Looks like senior brother Lu Shige has really brought great trouble upon himself. The crowd of inner court disciples whispered in discussion. As far as they were concerned, so long as Duan Lingtian didn't ascend the life and death arena and properly cultivated for another year or two, at that time, he would absolutely be able to easily crush Lu Shige now. He was still slightly lacking. When the inner court disciples' words entered into Lu Shige's ears, it caused Lu Shige's face to sink, and his eyes had cold lights that were awe-inspiring. What he was most worried about was this. Duan Lingtian. Lu Shige's ghastly gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and he said in a low voice, "I've long since heard that your ability to defeat someone stronger than you is not bad. Now that you've broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage, I presume you wouldn't even be afraid of a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist, right?" When he heard Lu Shige, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "A first-level nascent soul stage martial artist. I don't know about others, but I'm naturally not afraid of you, Lu Shige." Good. Lu Shige started laughing arrogantly and willfully. "Since it's like this, then do you, Duan Lingtian, dare to ascend the life and death arena and fight to the death with me, Lu Shige?" Life and death arena? As soon as Lu Shige said this, the surrounding crowd of inner court disciples burst into an uproar. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. "Why do I have to ascend the life and death arena with you?" Lu Shige frowned, then took a step forward and provoked coldly. "What? You, Duan Lingtian, the renowned genius in the martial Dao of our 7-star sword sect, the genius in the martial Dao that's able to defeat someone stronger than you. Now that you've broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage, you still don't dare ascend the life and death arena to battle me, a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist? Earlier, who was it that said he wasn't afraid of me, a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist? What? Now that you heard I'm inviting you to ascend the life and death arena to battle, you're afraid?" As he looked at Duan Lingtian, whose expression became even more unsightly, the mocking smile on the corners of Lu Shige's mouth grew even wider. Looks like some people are only formidable with their mouths. At the critical moment, they're instead terrified. Big Brother Lu, besides being formidable with his mouth, what else is formidable about this Duan Lingtian? What rare genius in the martial Dao of the 7-star sword sect? As far as I'm concerned, he's utterly trash that isn't worth mentioning. Fan Jian cooperated with Lu Shige in a timely manner and trampled on Duan Lingtian's dignity. "Fan Jian." Duan Lingtian's eyes seemed as if they could emit flames as he looked at Fan Jian and said in a cold voice, "You said I'm only formidable with my mouth? But I, Duan Lingtian, the trash in your eyes, invite you to ascend the life and death arena to battle. Do you dare?" Duan Lingtian's words caused the inner court disciples present to look at Fan Jian with strange expressions. "You, Fan Jian, said that Duan Lingtian is only formidable with his mouth, but is incapable in other aspects and is trash. Now, Duan Lingtian invites you to ascend the life and death arena to battle. Do you dare?" Duan Lingtian's words caused Fan Jian to be stunned. Not to mention that Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage now. Even if it was Duan Lingtian who hadn't broken through a year ago, Fan Jian knew that he wasn't a match for Duan Lingtian. How could he dare accept Duan Lingtian's life and death arena agreement? "What? You don't dare?" The gaze Duan Lingtian looked at Fan Jian had an additional sense of disdain and contempt. "You, Fan Jian, keep saying that besides having a formidable mouth, I'm incapable in other aspects, and even said that I, Duan Lingtian, am trash. Now, you don't even dare accept the life and death arena agreement of this trash. Are you telling everyone present that you, Fan Jian, are inferior to even trash? You, Fan Jian, are inferior to even trash." When Duan Lingtian's words entered into Fan Jian's ears, it caused Fan Jian's face to flush red, and he gnashed his teeth. He wished for nothing more than to directly accept Duan Lingtian's life and death arena agreement and ascend the life and death arena to battle Duan Lingtian. In the end, his reason still prevailed over his impulse. When he noticed the gazes of the surrounding crowd of inner court disciples that became stranger and stranger, Fan Jian sneered. Duan Lingtian, don't change the topic? Today, it was Big Brother Lu who first invited you to ascend the life and death arena to battle. If you dare accept Big Brother Lu's life and death arena agreement, then so what if I, Fan Jian, accept your life and death arena agreement? As expected, Fan Jian's words drew a wave of disdain from the crowd. Fan Jian is too shameless. He clearly knows that it's impossible for Duan Lingtian to be a match for senior brother Lu Shige, yet he's still instigating Duan Lingtian to accept senior brother Lu Shige's life and death arena agreement. Exactly, once Duan Lingtian agrees to senior brother Lu Shige's life and death arena agreement, the one that dies will surely be Duan Lingtian. Even if he agrees to Duan Lingtian's life and death arena agreement, but at that time, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive. In the end, he utterly doesn't have to ascend the life and death arena to battle Duan Lingtian. If I was Duan Lingtian, I'd request to ascend the life and death arena to battle Fan Jian before battling Lu Shige. Let's see if Fan Jian dares. The crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples discussed animatedly. What? Duan Lingtian, weren't you extremely arrogant and conceited earlier? You don't dare? Fan Jian disregarded the discussions in the surroundings and used a mocking gaze to stare at Duan Lingtian as he provoked. Fan Jian. Duan Lingtian sneered. I can agree to your request. But I heard an inner court senior brother's suggestion earlier, and it's not bad. So long as you agree to my life and death arena agreement, I can agree to Lu Shige's life and death arena agreement. But I, Duan Lingtian, want to ascend the life and death arena to battle you, Fan Jian. After our battle, I'll ascend the life and death arena to battle Lu Shige. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Fan Jian. Fan Jian's face sank as he glared at the inner court disciple that gave the suggestion, then his gaze once again descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, don't forget, it's Big Brother Lu that invited you to ascend the life and death arena to battle today. As they say, first come first serve. I, Fan Jian, won't compete with Big Brother Lu. Ha, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh loudly. Fan Jian, I, Duan Lingtian, have seen many shameless people in my entire life, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Before you, they aren't even worthy to carry your shoes. Duan Lingtian's words that seemed to be praise instead caused Fan Jian to feel it to be incomparably ear-piercing when it entered Fan Jian's ears. The surrounding crowd of inner court disciples couldn't help but emit a wave of laughter. They deeply agreed with what Duan Lingtian said now. If you don't dare, then you don't dare. You're still speaking in such a dignified manner. Do you, Fan Jian, really think that the senior brothers present are unable to discern your cowardice and weakness? Laughable. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a mocking smile, and his words were sharp. Duan Lingtian, looks like you don't dare accept Big Brother Lu's life and death arena agreement. Chapter 361. Lu Shige, who watched coldly from the sidelines for a while, spoke out once more, as if he was cooperating with Fan Jian. Duan Lingtian, even if you don't ascend the life and death arena, even if I can't kill you, I, Lu Shige, won't let you have an easy time. I'll slowly torture you and even... Although Lu Shige hadn't finished speaking. But the gloomy gaze that descended onto Duan Lingtian's dantian undoubtedly told everyone what he wanted to say, yet didn't. He would cripple Duan Lingtian's danton. For a time, many inner court disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that contained a sense of pity. Although the 7-star sword sect prohibited disciples from killing each other in private and even crippling each other's dantians, but accidents couldn't be avoided when martial artists fought. Even if Lu Shige really crippled Duan Lingtian's dantian, he could say it was an accident. At that time, the 7-star sword sect would at most give Lu Shige some insignificant punishment. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian would be destroyed. Right at this moment, a cold voice abruptly sounded out. Lu Shige, If you dare have any ideas about Duan Lingtian's Danton, I'll surely cripple you. Along with this voice sounding out, the gazes of everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shot towards the source of the voice. A young man with a cold expression was slowly stepping onto the peak of Dupi Peak, and his cold gaze stared at Lu Shigu. It's senior brother Jing Song. It was senior brother Jing Song that took away the unconscious Duan Lingtian the other day. Looks like he has a good relationship with Duan Lingtian. Nonsense. If it wasn't for their relationship being good, would senior brother Jing Song stand up for Duan Lingtian? Supposedly, senior brother Jing Song's cultivation had already broken through to the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage last month. As expected of the son of the Mizar Peak's master. He's inherited the outstanding natural talent in the martial Dao of the Peak Master Zheng Fan. The gazes the numerous 7-star sword sect inner court disciples looked at Jing Song were filled with reverence. Reverence towards the strong. Senior brother Jing Song. Seeing Jing Song's arrival, Duan Lingtian smiled brightly and greeted him. Junior brother Duan Lingtian. Jing Song replied with a smile. Where was the cold look from before? Jing Song. Lu Shigu looked at Jing Song, his expression as ugly as it could be. Jing Song spoiled his plans time and time again and had long made him hate him to the bone. But unfortunately, no matter if it was his background or strength, he was inferior to Jing Song, so he could only bury this hatred in the depths of his heart. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, if this Lu Shigu dares to touch you in the future, just let me know and I'll make him suffer. When Jing Song looked at Duan Lingtian, he had a smile on his face. But when his gaze landed on Lu Shigu, it became incomparably cold, as if he was a completely different person. His words were filled with dominance. The crowd was in an uproar. The inner court disciples present were clearly aware that since senior brother Zheng Song said this, it also meant that he would become Duan Lingtian's backing in the inner court in the future. For a time, many inner court disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes filled with envy. After all, within the 7-star sword sect's inner court, only inner court disciples below the age of 30 that stayed behind to guard the sect. Practically all the inner court disciples above the age of 30 were sent to the various properties of the 7-star sword sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Presently, Jing Song's cultivation had stepped into the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. In terms of strength, amongst the group of inner court disciples that stayed behind to guard the 7-star sword sect, it was sufficient to be ranked in the top 5. Most importantly, Jing Song still had a layer of honorable identity. The son of the Mizar Peak's master. It could be imagined that with Jing Song's care now, there wouldn't be many inner court disciples that dare defend Duan Lingtian in the inner court in the future. Jing Song, this is a personal enmity between us and Duan Lingtian. I hope you don't interfere. Lu Shigu took a deep breath, as he was unwilling to let Duan Lingtian off just like this. Lu Shigu, did you not hear what I said or what? Zheng Song's face sank, and his gaze was like a sword that flashed straight at Lu Shigu as he said in a low voice, if there's something wrong with your ears, then I don't mind cutting off your ears to help you examine them properly. If there's nothing wrong with them, then shut your mouth. Zheng Song's threat caused Lu Shigu's face to flush red, and his gaze was vicious. But he just happened to not dare flare up, and he could only clench his fists tightly as his body trembled to express the intense dissatisfaction in his heart. In the end, Lu Shigu looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a low voice, Duan Lingtian, if you're a man, then fight me openly on the life and death arena, and fight to the death. Otherwise, you're a coward, a piece of trash. Hearing Lu Shigu's words, Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change, and he said indifferently, Lu Shigu, do you think that your little bit of provocation will work on me? Seeing that his thoughts were seen through, Lu Shigu's expression turned ugly, but he didn't forget to mock Duan Lingtian. Coward, piece of trash. Didn't you say that you're not afraid of me? Now, you don't even have the courage to fight me on the life and death arena? You really want to fight me on the life and death arena? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Lu Shigu, as if he wanted to confirm it further. Of course, let's see if you have the guts to accept the challenge. Lu Shigu's face revealed disdain and contempt as he said with a cold smile. I can promise you that I'll fight you on the life and death arena. Just when everyone thought that Duan Lingtian wouldn't agree, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, and it was out of everyone's expectations. Junior brother Duan Lington. Jing Song's face went grim. You don't have to pay attention to this Lu Shige. How old are you and how old is he? Even if you don't dare accept his life and death arena agreement, it's fine, it's not shameful. Zheng Song, what does Duan Lingtian's agreement to my life and death arena agreement have to do with you? Lu Shige was slightly enraged from embarrassment when he saw Zheng Song interfering once again. What? You have objections? Zheng Song glanced coldly at Lu Shige, and his tone was terrifyingly calm. If you have objections, I'll give you a chance. You and I will fight on the life and death arena. If I'm unable to kill you in a single move, then I'll draw my sword and cut my own throat. How about it? Zheng Song's words could be said to be domineering, and it caused the crowd of inner court disciples present to feel their blood boil. Lu Shiji's face sank. He was only at the first level of the nascent soul stage, whereas Zheng Song was at the third level of the nascent soul stage. In terms of strength, Zheng Song was twice as strong as him. Killing him in a single move wasn't difficult. It was naturally impossible for him to agree to Zheng Song's life and death arena agreement. If you don't dare, then shut your mouth. How could Zheng Song not know what Lu Shige was thinking when he saw Lu Shiji's face flushed red? Yet he didn't dare reply after a long time, and he spoke with a disdainful expression. He once again looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly shook his head. As far as he was concerned, even though Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao was strong to the point that even he felt inferior, but Duan Lingtian hadn't matured after all, and it wasn't very likely for him to be a match for Lu Shige, so he wanted to stop Duan Lingtian's impulsiveness. Impulsiveness was the devil, and sometimes it would even cause one's death. He wanted to make Duan Lingtian wake up. But in next to no time, he was stunned. Don't worry, senior brother Zheng Song, I'm confident. Duan Lingtian's voice transmission entered into Zheng Song's ears. You've broken through to the nascent soul stage? Zheng Song replied via voice transmission, and his tone contained slight astonishment mixed within. No, I'm at the 9th level of the origin core stage now. Duan Lingtian replied, then he didn't wait for Zheng Song to reply before turning around to look at Lu Shige and said indifferently, Lu Shige, I can agree to your life and death arena agreement. But you must agree to a condition of mine. If you're willing to agree, then I can ascend the life and death arena with you right now. If you're unwilling to agree, then take it as I've never agreed to your life and death arena agreement. What condition? The gaze of Lu Shige, who originally thought he didn't have the chance to kill Duan Lingtian, abruptly lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he seemed as if he'd taken stimulants and was extremely excited. Presently, the gazes of the crowd of inner court disciples present, including Zheng Song and Fan Jian, had descended onto Duan Lingtian. They were all curious. What condition did Duan Lingtian want Lu Shige to agree to? Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Fan Jian. This caused Fan Jian's face to go grim as a bad premonition arose within his heart. If you want me to agree to ascend the life and death arena to battle you, then it's not impossible. But you have to ask Fan Jian to ascend the life and death arena with you and battle me. I'll battle the two of you by myself. Duan Lingtian finally spoke. His words caused the atmosphere at the scene to become slightly strange. Duan Lingtian wants Fan Jian to ascend the life and death arena to battle him as well? He wants to fight the two of them by himself? Could it be that this Duan Lingtian has gone mad? Does he really think he can kill senior brother Lu Shige and Fan Jian? Madman! Practically not a single inner court disciple looked favorably upon Duan Lingtian. Even though Duan Lingtian had defeated a strong opponent many times in the past and created miracles. But today, the person Duan Lingtian was going to face was a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. Although the 9th level of the origin core stage and the first level of the nascent soul stage were only a single level apart, the difference was like 1,000 miles. The difference in strength between the two was almost double. Zheng Song was stunned. Lu Shige was stunned as well. Lu Shige secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Lingtian raise this condition. He'd practically guessed Duan Lingtian's plan at the first possible moment. It was none other than Duan Lingtian wanting to fight to the death and kill Fan Jian right under his nose. Perhaps I can make Fan Jian become bait and draw him up to the life and death arena. At that time, with me making a move, it would be utterly impossible for him to have the chance to touch Fan Jian. Lu Shirgu thought in his heart, and a perfect idea appeared in his heart. He didn't think that Duan Lingtian had the strength to defeat him. Only a 9th-level origin core stage martial artist. Earlier, the reason he probed Duan Lingtian was because he wanted to see if Duan Lingtian had broken through to the nascent soul stage. Once Duan Lingtian had broken through to the nascent soul stage, then no matter how unwilling he was, he could only dispel the thought of going against Duan Lingtian. Even to the extent that he decided to leave the 7-star sword sect and avoid Duan Lingtian's revenge, he could imagine that even if Duan Lingtian, who possessed the ability to defeat a strong opponent, had just broken through to the first level of the nascent soul stage, he would surely be able to easily kill him. After he confirmed that Duan Lingtian was a 9th-level origin core stage martial artist, he knew that this was his chance to kill Duan Lingtian. And also his last chance. So long as he was able to provoke Duan Lingtian to battle on the life and death arena and kill Duan Lingtian, he would have no more worries. Lu Shirji's gaze descended onto Fan Jian. Chapter 362. Big Brother Lu, don't listen to this Duan Lingtian. At the same time that Fan Jian's face went pale, he was slightly flustered. Because he noticed that Lu Shirgu seemed to have already made up his mind to let him ascend the life and death arena to battle with the Duan Lingtian. He knew his own limits. He was far from being a match for the Duan Lingtian. If the Duan Lingtian wanted to kill him, a single sword strike would be sufficient. But before Fan Jian could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Lu Shirgu. Fan Jian, don't worry. With me, Lu Shirgu here, I guarantee that you won't lose a single hair. Lu Shirji's words were filled with strong confidence, the confidence of a nascent soul martial artist. What? You don't believe me? Seeing Fan Jian's expression still unsightly and not replying to him for a long time, Lu Shirgu was slightly embarrassed and his face couldn't help but sink. Big Brother Lu, Fan Jian had a bitter expression. He wanted to tell Lu Shirgu that since the Duan Lingtian wanted him to ascend the life and death arena together, he surely had confidence. But in the end, he didn't continue speaking, because he saw the determination in Lu Shirji's eyes. He and Lu Shirgu had known each other since long ago, and he knew Lu Shirji's character. He knew clearly in his heart that once Lu Shirgu made up his mind to do something, no one could stop him. No matter what he said, it was useless. Don't worry, the reason I made a move against this Duan Lingtian earlier was to probe his depths and see the progress of his cultivation in this year. Since he hasn't broken through to the nascent soul stage, I'm naturally not afraid of him. Right at this moment, Lu Shirji's voice transmission entered Fan Jian's ears, causing Fan Jian's heart to settle. So it turned out that the reason Big Brother Lu made a move earlier was to probe Duan Lingtian's depths. Seeing Lu Shirgu so confident, the worry in Fan Jian's heart lessened. Suddenly, Fan Jian looked at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, Duan Ling and I, Fan Jian, can agree to your conditions. I'll ascend the life and death arena with Big Brother Lu and battle you. When Duan Lingtian heard Fan Jian, his expression froze and a wisp of astonishment appeared on his face. It was as if he found it hard to believe that Fan Jian would agree to this condition. However, when his expression landed in the eyes of Lu Shirgu and Fan Jian, it made the latter feel that he was lacking in confidence, causing the latter's confidence to greatly increase. Fan Jian, you're such a coward. You actually dare to challenge me to the life and death arena. What a surprise. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I hope you keep your word. Otherwise, you, Duan Lingtian, are bound to become an untrustworthy person in the future, and it will be difficult for you to gain a foothold in the 7-star sword sect. Fan Jian sneered with a smug expression on his face. Seeing Duan Lingtian behaving like this, he naturally thought that Duan Lingtian had purposely said that he wanted him to join him on the life and death arena in order to make him back off. At that time, this Duan Lingtian would be able to righteously reject Brother Lu's challenge to the life and death arena. At this moment, Fan Jian felt that he was so smart. Humph! Duan Lingtian coldly swept Fan Jian with his gaze, and his mouth slightly moved as he sent a voice transmission that broke through Fan Jian's eardrums. Fan Jian, even if I'm not a match for Lu Shirgo, I'll still kill you before he makes a move against me. After that, I'll leap off the life and death arena. At that time, with senior brother Xianxia's protection, Lu Shirgo is bound to be unable to kill me. Fan Jian's face went slightly grim when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, yet he didn't give in. Then let's see if you kill me first or brother Lu kills you first. Subsequently, Fan Jian passed on what Duan Lingtian had said to him via voice transmission to Lu Shirgo, and it caused Lu Shirji's eyes to be unable to refrain from squinting. Fan Jian, you can be at ease. With me here, he won't be able to kill you. Lu Shirgu replied to Fan Jian via voice transmission, and his tone was filled with strong confidence. I believe in brother Lu. Fan Jian hurriedly replied. Presently, Lu Shirgu and Fan Jian didn't doubt Duan Lingtian's agreement to the life and death arena this time any longer. Duan Lingtian wasn't really confident. Instead, he wanted to fish in troubled waters. Ascending the life and death arena to battle the two of them was fake. Wanting to kill Fan Jian and then flee was the real truth. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, do you want to reconsider? Zheng Song frowned and wanted to take a step further to restrain Duan Lingtian. Zheng Song's actions caused Lu Shirgu and Fan Jian's expressions to be slightly unsightly. At this moment, they were truly worried that this matter would be spoiled by Zheng Song. Senior brother Zheng Song, there are things one can do and things one can't do in one's lifetime. Today, since I, Duan Lingtian, have spoken, then I'll naturally keep my word. Duan Lingtian shook his head and refused Zheng Song's good intentions. The surroundings were in an uproar. This Duan Lingtian really wants to ascend the life and death arena to battle Lu Shirgu and Fan Jian? He's simply gone mad. A 9th-level origin core stage martial artist wants to go against a 1st-level nascent soul stage martial artist? What a fantasy! None of the surrounding 7-star sword sect inner court disciples looked favorably upon Duan Lingtian. Let's go to the life and death arena. Lu Shirgu glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian, then called out to Fan Jian before heading towards the other side of the peak. The life and death arena of the 7-star sword sect's main peak, W Peak, was situated at the side of a precipice at the peak of W Peak, and it was covered in floor tiles that seemed to be dyed with blood. When they arrived at the life and death arena, Lu Shirgu and Fan Jian flashed out and were the first to ascend the arena. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Zheng Song walked side by side, and behind them was a group of inner court disciples as they slowly walked towards the life and death arena in a formidable array. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, are you really confident? Although Duan Lingtian's voice transmission revealed strong confidence, Zheng Song couldn't help but be slightly worried. He'd always been extremely grateful to Duan Lingtian. It was Duan Lingtian that allowed his father to break through to the void initiation stage in one go. This was an enormous favor. It was difficult to return. Senior brother Zheng Song, it isn't the first time I've ascended the 7-star sword sect's life and death arena, but those that have died on the life and death arena have always been my opponents. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression, as if his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Zheng Song nodded and didn't say anything further. He chose to believe Duan Lingtian. Based on Duan Lingtian's past deeds, Duan Lingtian wasn't an impulsive person. Every time he ascended the life and death arena, no one looked favorably upon him, but every time he was able to exceed everyone's expectations and kill his opponents one by one. Duan Lingtian had created too many miracles. But unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to see it with his own 2 eyes. This time, he finally had the chance. He really looked forward to it. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived before the life and death arena. The surroundings of the life and death arena were filled with people. So long as it was someone at the peak of W Peak, no matter if it was an inner court disciple or an inner court elder, all of them had gathered over to watch the show. What's happened? Some of the inner court disciples that had just arrived couldn't help but ask curiously. In next to no time, along with the explanations of the other inner court disciples, they came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that Duan Lingtian wanted to ascend the life and death arena to battle Lu Shirgu and Fan Jian. 1 against 2. Duan Lingtian has broken through to the nascent soul stage? This was their first thought when they heard of this matter, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Some inner court disciples that knew the situation shook their heads. Duan Lingtian hasn't broken through to the nascent soul stage, and is only at the 9th level of the origin core stage. The reason he was willing to ascend the life and death arena was mostly because of Fan Jian. Exactly, the conflict between him and senior brother Lu Shirgu was ultimately because of the culprit Fan Jian. Perhaps he wants to seize this opportunity to kill Fan Jian. Kill Fan Jian? With senior brother Lu Shirgu present, it's extremely difficult for him to kill Fan Jian. It's indeed extremely difficult. No matter how the group of inner court disciples discussed, the agreement on the life and death arena had already been set and was difficult to change. On the life and death arena, Lu Shirgu stood there, and the inner court disciple attire on his body fluttered with the wind, causing him to look graceful and elegant. Whereas Fan Jian was now standing behind Lu Shirgu, as if only by hiding behind Lu Shirgu would he be able to obtain a sense of security. Duan Lingtian. Lu Shirji's fierce gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it was filled with ruthlessness and bloodthirstiness. Duan Lingtian nodded to Zheng Song, then his figure flashed out, seeming to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he lightly descended onto the life and death arena to stand in confrontation with Lu Shirgu. Fan Jian, you plan to always hide behind Lu Shirgu? After ascending the life and death arena, Duan Lingtian didn't look at Lu Shirgu, but instead looked at Fan Jian, who was behind Lu Shirgu, as he asked indifferently. Fan Jian's face flickered between a livid and ashen expression when he heard Duan Lingtian. This Fan Jian is truly cowardly. It's not strange. Although Fan Jian has recently broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage, when facing Duan Lingtian, who had the strength to cripple the 9th level origin core stage senior brother Wu Yongqian's arm 1 year ago, he's still not enough. Yeah, 1 year ago, Duan Lingtian was only at the 8th level of the origin core stage, yet he was even able to cripple the arm of a 9th level origin core stage inner court disciple. Now that he's broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage, sweeping through all the martial artists in the origin core stage is nothing difficult for him, and he can be called the number 1 person below the nascent soul stage. At the same time that the crowd of inner court disciples around the life and death arena ridiculed Fan Jian, they weren't stingy with their praise of Duan Lingtian in the slightest. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian is still too impulsive. Yeah, if another 2 years passed, he might not be unable to surpass senior brother Lu Shirgu. He's too impatient. In next to no time, some inner court disciples couldn't help but sigh, and they felt pity for Duan Lingtian. As far as they were concerned, even if Duan Lingtian was able to kill Fan Jian today, it would be extremely difficult for him to survive. After all, besides Fan Jian, Duan Lingtian still had to face Lu Shirgu, who was an inner court disciple at the nascent soul stage. A wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of Lu Shirji's mouth when he saw Duan Lingtian ascending the life and death arena. Duan Lingtian, you're quite bold to actually dare ascend the life and death arena. Today I, Lu Shirgu, will send you on your way. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Lu Shirgu, then paid no further attention to him, and his gaze instead descended onto Fan Jian, who was behind Lu Shirgu. As far as the bystanders were concerned, Duan Lingtian's target wasn't Lu Shirgu, but Fan Jian. Fan Jian's face went grim when he noticed Duan Lingtian's burning gaze, and he felt oppressed in his heart. Before Duan Lingtian, who was similarly at the 9th level of the origin core stage, he felt that his cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage was completely useless. Fan Jian, out of respect for Elder Lu Qiu that day, I intended to bury the hatchet with you, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it properly. Today, I won't show mercy. Chapter 363. Everyone present was able to deeply feel the rage within Duan Lingtian's words. Fan Jian's face went grim as he hurriedly hid behind Lu Shirgu, as he was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would suddenly kill him. Umph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly, then instantly moved, his entire body tearing through the sky as he flashed out. Everywhere he passed, dust suffused the air. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he flashed directly towards Fan Jian, and Lu Shige, who was before Fan Jian, was directly disregarded by him. Instantly, a narrow sword appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's hand. As soon as this narrow sword appeared, 45 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly appeared beside the 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian, the strength of 165 ancient mammoths. Grade 6 Spirit Sword. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell continuously in the surroundings of the life and death arena. They were all shocked by the narrow sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. This narrow sword provided an amplification of close to 40%. It was obviously a grade 6 spirit sword. This Duan Lingtian had a grade 6 spirit sword? Where did junior brother Duan Lingtian get a grade 6 spirit sword? Zheng Song had an astonished expression. This grade 6 spirit sword was left behind by the withered old man Zhang Shouyong killed at the ancient city of Everlast's Eternal Jade Restaurant. Zhang Shouyong gave this grade 6 spirit sword, which was his spoils of battle, to Duan Lingtian, and it had become the strongest weapon in Duan Lingtian's possession. Big brother Lu, save me. Although he was hiding behind Lu Shige, Fan Jian didn't have the slightest feeling of safety. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian withdraw a grade 6 spirit sword and display the strength of 165 ancient mammoths, he was completely terrified. He was utterly unable to arouse the thought of resisting in his heart. Sword-drawing arts. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, his body was like a spirit serpent as he went around Lu Shige, and the sword in his hand was like a bolt of lightning as it struck straight towards Fan Jian's throat. He intended to kill Fan Jian with a single strike. You're courting death. In the beginning, Lu Shige was also attracted by the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Now that he reacted, the grade 7 spirit sword appeared in his hand, transforming into a bone-like sword light that directly swept towards the narrow sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. He wanted to shake off the narrow sword in Duan Lingtian's hand and save Fan Jian. Yunfeng Sword Art. The sword light in Lu Shige's hand was fast to the extreme. As it swept out, it seemed to carry the power to split mountains. At the same time, more than 250 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above Lu Shige. The strength of Lu Shige's sword was stronger than the strength of Duan Lingtian's sword by an entire 90+ ancient mammoths. When the sword flashed out, it was like a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds and smashed down with a loud bang. It was precisely the profoundness of the cloud peak sword technique. When Duan Lingtian was chasing after Fan Jian, he seemed to be ignoring Lu Shige, but his thoughts were completely on Lu Shige. Therefore, when Lu Shige drew his sword, he discovered it at the first possible moment. When he discovered that the grade 7 spirit sword in Lu Shige's hand was heading towards his sword, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile that contained traces of a scheme that had succeeded. Just when the gazes of everyone in the surroundings of the life and death arena slightly congealed and fell on Duan Lingtian, wanting to see if Duan Lingtian was able to disperse Lu Shige's sword strike. Come at me! Duan Lingtian suddenly lightly shouted. In the next moment, everyone saw that Duan Lingtian's figure that was flashing towards Fan Jian suddenly trembled. Like an agile spirit serpent, he made a turn and faced Lu Shige, who was attacking him. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. Sword-drawing arts. The grade 6 spirit sword suddenly changed direction and transformed into an even swifter bolt of lightning, as if it had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Not good. Lu Shige was originally brimming with confidence, but when he saw Duan Lingtian suddenly change direction and a sword flashing straight towards him, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. There were only two possibilities for Duan Lingtian daring to do this. Firstly, Duan Lingtian was confident. Secondly, Duan Lingtian was courting death. Obviously, Duan Lingtian didn't seem to be the type of person who would court death, However, the current situation was critical. Even if Lu Shirgu felt uneasy in his heart and realized that the situation had changed, he could only brace himself and go forward. Cloud Peak Sword Technique. A sword strike that was as heavy as the peak of a cloud welcomed Duan Lingtian's tarsal bone sword that followed like a shadow. The strength of over 250 ancient mammoths completely exploded. Die! Lu Shirji's gaze revealed a fierce expression as the sword in his hand fiercely descended. He didn't think that Duan Lingtian's method of defeating the strong as the weak would be able to bridge the gap of over 90 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian's expression was calm, and his heart moved. Quake energy. Instantly, the origin energy on the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand raged and started to tremble, and the frequency of the trembling grew faster and faster. It welcomed Lu Shirji's sword strike that was as heavy as the peak of a cloud. Clang. Instantly, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand collided with the sword in Lu Shirji's hand. At this instant, time seemed to have completely frozen. The crowd of inner court disciples and elders around the life and death arena stared wide-eyed and held their breaths as they stared blankly at this scene. The strength of this sword strike from Duan Lingtian was comparable to the strength of 165 ancient mammoths. The strength of this sword strike from Lu Shirgu was comparable to the strength of 250 ancient mammoths. If it was any other time, they would think that Lu Shirgu was capable of easily obtaining victory with such an obvious difference in strength, but today the person Lu Shirgu encountered was Duan Lingtian, the legendary disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect. The legendary disciple that had once defeated the strong as the weak and killed existences that were stronger than him many times. They were curious in their hearts. Today, would Lu Shirgu use a formidable strength to suppress Duan Lingtian and even kill Duan Lingtian? Or would Duan Lingtian create another miracle and defeat the strong as the weak and turn defeat into victory and kill Lu Shirgu? Everyone's eyes were glued to this scene. They knew that the result would be out very soon. Of course, more than 90% of the people amongst them didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be able to create another miracle. After all, the difference was too great. A difference of over 90 ancient mammoths was a gap that was practically impossible to surmount. Clang. No matter what the crowd of people around the life and death arena thought, the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand collided with the grade 7 spirit sword in Lu Shirji's hand in the end. The two terrifying forces fiercely collided in practically an instant. Origin energy shook as a formidable aura spread out and transformed into a gust of wind that swept through the life and death arena, causing dust to suffuse the air. The trembling of origin energy on the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand skyrocketed to the limit. Tremor energy raised to the limit. Strangle out. Suddenly, a shrill and miserable cry tore through the sky, and it was accompanied by the sound of iron falling to the ground. Right when the crowd of people around the life and death arena didn't have the time to react, everyone clearly saw Duan Lingtian's figure tremble as he instantly shot towards Lu Shirgu, who was blasted back. Swish! The sword that trembled with origin energy entered Lu Shirji's chest like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Fresh blood violently sprayed out as if it had condensed into numerous dazzling red roses. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and withdrew his sword. Lu Shirji's body swayed a few times, and his eyes stared wide open as he fell to the ground with everlasting regret. Lu Shirgu. Duan Lingtian stood beside Lu Shirji's corpse without moving like a mountain, as if he'd transformed into an undefeatable god of war. Outside the life and death arena, after a period of deathly silence, it completely boiled over. Senior brother Lu Shirgu is dead? Oh my god! The strength of that sword strike of his was comparable to the strength of over 250 ancient mammoths, yet it was actually crushed by Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian's sword strike seems to only have the strength of 165 ancient mammoths, right? He's actually still able to defeat someone stronger than him with a difference of over 90 ancient mammoths. Abnormal. He's too abnormal. The crowd of inner court disciples were all astounded. Even those inner court elders were looking at Duan Lingtian with a hint of astonishment in their eyes. Even though they'd heard of the deeds of Duan Lingtian in the past, but hearing and seeing with their own eyes were two completely different concepts. A difference of the strength of 90 ancient mammoths? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight arc when he heard the astounded voices of the crowd of inner court disciples. Since he'd cultivated the third form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the WRM Python form, to the mastery stage, his tremor energy had risen to the limit. The scope of its effect was within the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. In other words, so long as the strength of Duan Lingtian's opponent didn't exceed the strength of 100 ancient mammoths, then his tremor energy would be able to take effect. When Lu Shirgu exerted his full strength, it was indeed very strong, comparable to the strength of over 250 ancient mammoths. However, it still wasn't able to pull open a gap of over the strength of 100 ancient mammoths with Duan Lingtian's strength, so, once Duan Lingtian's tremor energy was utilized, he still died. Moreover, even if Duan Lingtian relied on a grade 6 spirit sword to exert the strength of 165 ancient mammoths, that was because he'd held back. After all, the basic strength Duan Lingtian was able to exert now wasn't the strength of 120 ancient mammoths that an ordinary 9th-level origin core stage martial artist possessed. Instead, it was the strength of 131 ancient mammoths. From the beginning until the end, when he attacked Lu Shirgu, he'd still held back the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. If this strength of 11 ancient mammoths was amplified by a grade 6 spirit sword, then it would be the strength of 15 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian had held back the strength of an entire 15 ancient mammoths. But even then, Lu Shirgu was still killed by him. A clean sword strike that directly killed Lu Shirgu. After killing Lu Shirgu, the knot in Duan Lingtian's heart was completely undone. He used his own strength to make Lu Shirgu pay the price for what he'd done that day, the price of his life. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard a gust of wind sound out by his ears. When he glanced over, he noticed that Fan Jian, who was dumbstruck earlier, had recovered from his shock and intended to flash down the life and death arena to flee. Want to flee? A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and his figure flashed out, as if transforming into the wind. The origin energy beneath his feet lightly trembled, and the frequency grew faster and faster. Duan Lingtian stepped on the tremor energy, and his speed was more than 50% faster than usual. In the blink of an eye, he'd caught up to Fan Jian and blocked in front of Fan Jian. Chapter 364. Duan Lingtian's gaze was exceedingly calm when faced with Fan Jian's begging for mercy. Fan Jian, I've said it before. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it properly. Since it's like this, then go with Lu Shirgu. When he realized that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to let him go, Fan Jian's face revealed a savage expression as he shouted out explosively, and the origin energy beneath his feet skyrocketed as he charged towards the other side with the intention of fleeing. Pig-headed, Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as he once again stepped on quake energy to rush out. His speed was so swift that it was even slightly swifter than an ordinary first-level nascent soul stage martial artist. In the blink of an eye, he'd caught up to Fan Jian. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and the hand that held the narrow sword lightly trembled. Sword-drawing arts. A sword strike that was swift like a bolt of lightning easily swept past Fan Jian's throat, and fresh blood sprayed out to cover the sky. Fan Jian's body that was charging forward stopped halfway, then he was brought out by inertia and fiercely fell out, and after he fell to the ground, he brushed past the ground and brought out a long bloody mark on the ground. Silence. The scene was deathly silent. The gazes of everyone couldn't help but descend onto the young man on the life and death arena. This young man had once again created a miracle. Using a cultivation at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage to kill a 1st-level Nascent Soul stage martial artist and a 9th-level Origin Core stage martial artist in a head-on battle, it was simply inconceivable. Duan Lingtian searched the corpses of Lu Shirgu and Fan Jian for a while before taking away their spatial rings and spirit weapons. Then he walked down the life and death arena with a satisfied expression and descended beside Zheng Song. Meanwhile, Zheng Song reacted to what had happened, and his face was filled with a bitter smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, you really amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Duan Lingtian smiled. Senior brother Zheng Song, is the peak master in Mizar Hall? I was just about to ask for a cup of tea from him. Let's go. Zheng Song nodded with a smile, then called out to Duan Lingtian before leaving the life and death arena. Wherever he passed, a group of inner court disciples respectfully opened up a path for him. Only when Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared from sight did the deathly silent life and death arena regain its liveliness. Most people's gazes fell on the two corpses on the life and death arena. Lu Shirgu and Fan Jian are really unlucky. They actually provoked that malefic. According to what I know, the disciples that provoked that malefic didn't seem to be able to survive. I truly never imagined that after Duan Lingtian broke through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage, he was even able to kill a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Yeah, it's really unbelievable. Even more shocking is that he actually possesses a grade 6 spirit sword in his possession. After all, even our 7-star sword sect doesn't have many grade 6 spirit weapons, and all of them are in the possession of the various peak masters and guardian elders. In the past, Duan Lingtian only made a name for himself in the outer sect. From today onwards, his name is destined to spread throughout the inner sect. All the inner disciples were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. On the way to Mizar Hall, Zheng Song asked Duan Lingtian, Junior brother Duan Lingtian, when did you return? Duan Lingtian smiled. I just returned. Just returned? Zheng Song couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. You just returned and went to look for Lu Shirgu? Duan Lingtian nodded. Looks like you really aren't willing to wait for even a moment. But your improvement is too shocking. 1 year ago, you didn't have the slightest strength to fight back before Lu Shirgu. 1 year later, on the life and death arena, you killed him in a single move. As he finished speaking, Zheng Song, this 3rd-level nascent soul stage martial artist, couldn't help but reveal slight fear in his eyes. Duan Lingtian's methods were truly too strange. It was difficult to fathom. Duan Lingtian smiled. It's all right, I barely made a slight improvement. Barely? A slight improvement? The corners of Zheng Song's mouth twitched when he heard this. This junior brother Duan Lingtian really won't stop until he's shocked to death. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and Zheng Song arrived at Mizar Hall together. In the pavilion of Mizar Hall. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he greeted the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. Amongst all the higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect, only Zheng Fan was the closest to him. Kid, when did you return? Zheng Fan laughed heartily. I just returned today and came to ask for a cup of tea from the Peak Master. Duan Lingtian laughed slyly. Zheng Fan's brows raised, then he started fiddling with the tea set, and he asked curiously as he busied himself. Where did you go this year? The ancient city of Everlast. Duan Lingtian didn't conceal it and spoke bluntly. The ancient city of Everlast? Zheng Fan was surprised. You actually went to such a distant place. That place is extremely chaotic. Kid, you're too bold to even dare go there. Zheng Fan didn't know that Duan Lingtian had the protection of a 7th-level void-prying stage martial artist when he went there, and when he returned, he even had the protection of a void initiation stage expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't make such a fuss over nothing. In the past year or so, your cultivation has increased again, right? Zheng Fan poured a cup of tea for Duan Lingtian, then glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian as he asked. Duan Lingtian hadn't spoken yet. Father, junior brother Duan Lingtian is already a 9th-level Origin Core stage martial artist now. Not only that, he ascended the life and death arena as soon as he returned today and killed Lu Shirgu. Meanwhile, Zheng Song had walked into the pavilion and sat by Duan Lingtian's side as he spoke with a smile. Zheng Fan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Zheng Song. Zheng Fan looked at Duan Lingtian with an astounded expression. Your current cultivation at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage is sufficient to kill a 1st-level nascent soul stage martial artist? Duan Lingtian smiled. I was just lucky. Luck? As the peak master of the 7-star sword sect's Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan naturally knew that it was impossible for this to be luck. Duan Lingtian, you're too modest. Even though I know of your ability to defeat a strong opponent as the weak, I never imagined that you'd actually be able to kill a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist. A 9th-level origin core stage martial artist killing a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist. If it was in the past, he would utterly not dare believe it. But now, all this had happened to Duan Lingtian, and he wasn't surprised in the slightest, as he'd experienced Duan Lingtian's mysteriousness since long ago. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, then held up his teacup and tasted the fragrant tea. After a short moment, Zheng Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and slowly said, Duan Lingtian, what conflict actually exists between you and Zhao Lin? Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, then he asked in a low voice. Peakmaster, when I left 1 year ago, could it be that Zhao Lin really followed me? Zheng Fan nodded. Exactly. However, he was stopped by me at the critical moment, and in the end, he could only obediently return to the 7-star sword sect. From his appearance at that time, it seemed as if he wouldn't stop until he killed you. Cold lights flickered within Duan Lingtian's eyes. Zhao Lin. He was really stubborn. Zheng Fan continued. Duan Lingtian, if you have something that's difficult to say about the matter between you and Zhao Lin, then don't speak of it. However, I still have to remind you, this Zhao Lin isn't to be trifled with. As he spoke up to hear, Zheng Fan's tone contained slight fear. Isn't he only an outer court elder of Migra's Peak? Duan Lingtian frowned, and was slightly puzzled. How could it be so simple? Zheng Fan shook his head. Do you think that a mere outer court elder of Migra's Peak has the ability to make the outer court martial competition I presided over turn into a life and death battle? Duan Lingtian was stunned. That outer court martial competition changing into a life and death battle was related to Zhao Lin? Zheng Fan nodded. He still has such great ability? Duan Lingtian frowned as he recalled that outer court martial competition, and he recalled that Zhao Lin was indeed present at that time. Zhao Lin had come with Shi Hao. Zhao Lin only left when Shi Hao was killed. Looks like that time, Zhao Lin ought to have colluded with Shi Hao and reached some sort of agreement with Shi Hao to go against me. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian guessed many things. Some of the doubts of the past were completely solved. Zheng Fan shook his head. If that Zhao Lin was only an outer court elder, then he naturally wouldn't have such great ability. But the existence behind him isn't simple. Duan Lingtian was able to notice that when Zheng Fan spoke up to hear, his expression had become serious. Could it be that the sect leader is behind him? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and asked. Within the 7-star sword sect, there weren't many people that were able to make Zheng Fan fear them. It isn't the sect leader. Zheng Fan shook his head, and at the same time that Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, he continued. But that existence isn't much different from the sect leader. Duan Lingtian's mood that had eased up once again surged up and down, and he laughed bitterly. Peakmaster, don't keep me in suspense, speak frankly. I'm not keeping you in suspense, I only want to let you understand the existence behind Zhao Lin. As Zheng Fan finished speaking, he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. But I wonder if you've heard of the 2 guardian elders of our 7-star sword sect? Guardian elders? Instantly, Duan Lingtian's gaze focused and his face sank. Peakmaster, you wouldn't be thinking of telling me that Zhao Lin is related to the guardian elders, right? Duan Lingtian had heard Lu Qiu mention the 2 guardian elders of the 7-star sword sect that day. Although he didn't know much about the guardian elders, he knew that the cultivation grounds of the 2 guardian elders each occupied one of the 9 great spirit points in the 7-star sword sect. Not only that, the guardian elders had a special status in the 7-star sword sect, and to a certain extent, they were able to stand on equal footing with the sect leader. Moreover, because of their high seniority, even the 7-star sword sect's leader had to respectfully call them martial uncle. Exactly. Zheng Fan nodded. Zhao Lin is precisely one of the 2 guardian elders of our 7-star sword sect, the grandson of Elder Ming. Elder Ming lost a son when he was young, and he especially dotes on his only grandson. Just like the sudden change in the rules of the outer court martial competition the other time, it was precisely Zhao Lin who went to look for Elder Ming. Of course, he didn't tell Elder Ming that he wanted to go against you, and only said that he hoped the outer court martial competition would be able to arouse the potential and will to live of the outer court disciples because of this. Arouse the potential and will to live of the outer court disciples? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer when he heard Zhao Lin's excuse. Zhao Lin's excuse was rather dignified. I never imagined that Zhao Lin had such a background. I thought he was only an ordinary outer court elder. Chapter 365. After bidding farewell to Zheng Fan and Zheng Song, Duan Lingtian left Mizar Hall. His mood was slightly heavy. Zhao Lin's background caused fear to arise in his heart. But in next to no time, he seemed to have thought of something and heaved a sigh of relief. Me too, why think so much? It's fine if that Zhao Lin doesn't come provoke me, but if he dares to take the initiative to cause trouble, then I, Duan Lingen, am not someone to be trifled with. A strand of cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. Presently, his spiritual force had already advanced to the critical point between the nascent soul stage and the void-prying stage, and he was only a step away from advancing to the void-prying stage. Once his spiritual force broke through to the void-prying stage, he would be able to inscribe even stronger inscriptions. Inscriptions that were sufficient to deal with void-prying stage martial artists. Since he'd thought it through, Duan Lingtian's mood was carefree, and he walked towards Migres Peak with large strides. Today, killing Lu Shirgu and Fan Jian could be considered to have settled one of the matters in his heart. Today, when Lu Shirgu launched a surprise attack on him, he'd guessed Lu Shirji's intentions and knew that Lu Shirgu was probing him. After Lu Shirgu probed him, he noticed the killing intent in Lu Shirji's eyes. He knew clearly in his heart that Lu Shirgu had aroused killing intent towards him. In this way, Duan Lingtian took advantage of the situation and not only tricked Lu Shirgu onto the life and death arena, he even tricked the instigator, Fan Jian, into the life and death arena. When Lu Shirgu and Fan Jian ascended onto the life and death arena, their outcome was already decided. Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't show mercy towards two people that wanted to kill him, and he killed them one by one, completely cutting off the weeds and eliminating the roots. Migres Peak, I, Duan Lingtian, have returned. Duan Lingtian stepped onto the chain bridge that led to Migres Peak, and his brows raised as his gaze descended onto Migres Peak that shot into the sky and was concealed within the clouds and mist. Duan Lingtian passed through the chain bridge and stepped onto the high platform of Migres Peak. Senior brother Duan Lingen. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Everywhere he passed, the Migres Peak disciples bowed respectfully to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian returned each and every one of them with a smile and walked into Migres Peak. The group of Migres Peak disciples couldn't help but sigh with emotion as they looked at Duan Lingtian's figure. I haven't seen senior brother Duan Lingtian for over a year. I feel that his cultivation seems to have improved again. You can even tell? Actually, this isn't difficult to guess. With senior brother Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the Wu Dao, even if he didn't break through to the nascent soul stage after a year has passed, he would surely have broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. You're right. Just as the group of Migres Peak disciples were discussing animatedly. Big news, big news. A voice that was like a thunderclap that contained origin energy spread throughout the surroundings of the entire Migres Peak trade hall. Immediately, everyone looked in the direction of the voice. A Migres Peak disciple had an excited expression as he left the chain bridge and stepped onto Migres Peak. Today, not long ago, senior brother Duan Lingtian killed the 9th level origin core stage inner court disciple, Fan Jian, and the 1st level nascent soul stage inner court disciple, Lu Shirgu, on the Dubhe Peak's life and death arena with a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage. After this Migres Peak disciple successfully attracted the gazes of everyone, he released shocking news. Instantly, the surroundings of the trade hall were deathly silent. They weren't surprised that Duan Lingtian killed the 9th level origin core stage Fan Jian. But that Lu Shirgu, what? Senior brother Duan Lingtian killed Lu Shirgu? I heard long ago that 1 year ago, Lu Shirgu launched 2 sneak attacks on senior brother Duan Lingtian, and even heavily injured senior brother Duan Lingtian and knocked him unconscious. But I never imagined that 1 year later, senior brother Duan Lingtian would take revenge and directly kill him. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is too strong. Even if a year has passed, senior brother Duan Lingtian would at most be 21 years old, right? Killing a nascent soul stage martial artist at the age of 21. Not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, such a monster hasn't appeared even in the Darkstone Empire, right? For a time, Duan Lingtian's reputation in the Migres Peak was like the sun in the midday sky. Presently, perhaps there were some Migres Peak disciples that didn't know the name of the Peak Master, Wu Dao. But Duan Lingtian's name was known by everyone. Presently, his spiritual force had broken through to the verge of stepping into the void-prying stage, and Duan Lingtian was already able to easily detect the aura of void-prying stage martial artists. Even if there was a void-prying stage martial artist following him, he would similarly be able to notice it. So, when he returned to the stalactite cave at the peak of Migres Peak now, he didn't have to be as careful as before and walk around for half a day. After his spiritual force extended out and noticed that no one was following him, Duan Lingtian returned to the stalactite cave. Within the stalactite cave, there were another 2 drops of 10,000-year stalactite milk within the pool. 2 drops a year. Wanting to gather enough for another bottle is easier said than done. Duan Lingtian shook the pill bottle in his hand, then shook his head and smiled. Not long after, Duan Lingtian sat on the stone platform and slowly closed his eyes. He didn't cultivate. Presently, the 3rd form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the WRM Python form, had already been cultivated to perfection by him. If he wanted to continue cultivating, he must first familiarize himself with the records of the 4th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique in Emperor Wu's memories. The 4th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was the Wind WRM form. Now, Duan Lingtian was seriously comprehending the Wind WRM form mental cultivation method. The Wind WRM form carried a high-grade Earth rank movement technique. Whirlwind. When Duan Lingtian completely understood the 4th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wind WRM form, he couldn't help but be stunned. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, once he started cultivating the Wind WRM form, he could start cultivating the high-grade Earth rank movement technique, Whirlwind. It was even to the extent that he could rely on Whirlwind to comprehend force. Generally speaking, only void-prying stage martial artists that have overcome 6-9 heavenly tribulation or above are able to start coming into contact with force. Earth rank martial skills are only able to display their might after comprehending force, and are able to be controlled like an arm. Generally speaking, only void-prying stage martial artists are able to cultivate Earth rank martial skills. The memories of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind. But, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, if he cultivated according to the 4th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique he created himself, the Wind WRM form, he could cultivate the high-grade Earth rank movement technique, Whirlwind, and rely on it to comprehend wind force. Wind force belonged to the force of nature. It was similarly divided into elementary force, half-step advanced force, and advanced force. Once one comprehended advanced wind force, the next step was to comprehend wind concept. Wind concept and the earth concept Zhang Shou-Yong comprehended were both concepts of nature. I truly never imagined. After being stunned for a moment, Duan Lingtian revealed a smile. As expected of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that Samsara Emperor Wu created after experiencing 2 lifetimes, a super cultivation technique that surpasses numerous top cultivation techniques. It's actually able to allow one to start comprehending force at the nascent soul stage. It's simply unbelievable. Duan Lingtian was extremely clear about what comprehending force at the nascent soul stage meant. Just like when he was at the first level of the nascent soul stage, once he comprehended wind force, then once he executed elementary wind force, he would be able to gain an additional strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Once he comprehended half-step advanced wind force, His strength would gain an additional strength of 500 ancient mammoths. Once he comprehended advanced wind force, his strength would gain an additional strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. The strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. What concept was that? After all, even if it was a 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, if not amplified by a spirit weapon, his strength would only be comparable to the strength of 1,200 ancient mammoths. If I'm able to comprehend advanced wind force at the first level of the nascent soul stage, no one below the void prying stage would be a match for me. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled as he thought to himself. Of course, he knew that all this was only his imagination. Comprehending force was an extremely long process. Besides requiring extremely high comprehension ability, it also required extremely strong willpower and even unremitting hard work. At that time, the greatest characteristic of the first form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Spirit Serpent form, was to temper the flexibility of my body. The greatest characteristic of the second form, the Raging Python form, was to temper my body and allow my body to possess the strength of a raging python. The greatest characteristic of the third form, the WRM Python form, was to bestow upon me quake energy and fuse it with origin energy, allowing me to defeat someone stronger than me. Duan Lingtian recalled the cultivation he'd walked all along the way and lightly pondered. Presently, the greatest characteristic of the fourth form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wind WRM form, is to allow me to cultivate whirlwind and comprehend wind force, allowing me to possess the speed of a wind WM. Duan Lingtian's mood surged and was unable to calm down for a long time. The wind WM form gave him too great of a shock. A nascent soul stage martial artist comprehending wind force. I truly look forward to it. Duan Lingtian slowly calmed down his restless mood, and after he calmed his heart, he started cultivating. 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, Wind WM form. When Duan Lingtian was cultivating in meditation, he didn't know that the matter of him killing the first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple, Lu Shige, had practically spread throughout the entire 7-star sword sect. W. Peak, Merak Hall. That Duan Lingtian's natural talent is indeed not bad. In only a year, he killed Lu Shige and took revenge for the enmity from a year ago. A blue-clothed middle-aged man looked at a white-clothed young man. Xue Feng, I know you don't get along with him, but in the future, don't offend this Duan Lingtian. Master, you said he killed Lu Shige? Hu Xuefeng's face went grim and he had a face full of disbelief. He naturally knew who Lu Shige was. He was an extremely famous inner court disciple in the 7-star sword sect's inner court, and his cultivation had stepped into the first level of the nascent soul stage. He could be considered to be one of the top figures amongst the 7-star sword sect's inner court disciples below the age of 30. But now, he was killed by the Duan Lingtian that he hated to the bone? He wasn't willing to believe it. The blue-clothed middle-aged man was precisely the peak master of Merak Peak, and he nodded indifferently. This Duan Lingtian's natural talent is extraordinary. I'm afraid it won't be long before the sect leader will take him as a personal disciple. Remember, don't offend him. Sect leader? Hu Xuefeng's face went grim and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. But he knew that he had no other choice now. Duan Lingtian was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Chapter 366. Did you hear what I said? When he saw Hu Xuefeng not reacting after a long time, the Merak Peak's master's tone became slightly low. Yes, master. Although Hu Xuefeng was unwilling in his heart, he could only agree, and he silently said in his heart, Duan Ling, since my master doesn't allow me to touch you, then I'll spare your lowly life for now. Presently, Hu Xuefeng seemed to have completely forgotten. He had never been a match for Duan Lingtian. Not in the past and not now. Alcade Hall. The cultivation place of the Alcade Peak's master. Kerr. A graceful and luxurious figure soared into the sky and descended into the pavilion, then looked at the young woman that was leaning on the side of the pavilion and looking at the horizon with infatuation, and lightly called out. His voice was filled with doting. Master! The young woman returned to her senses, then looked at the beautiful woman that suddenly appeared in the pavilion and bowed respectfully. Kerr, the Duan Lingtian you're constantly thinking about has returned. The beautiful woman lightly smiled. Master, you said the young master has returned? The young woman's delicate figure lightly trembled when she heard the beautiful woman, then her beautiful autumn eyes lit up, and a wisp of unexpected joy appeared on her drop-dead gorgeous face. This young woman was precisely Kerr. Since she returned 3 months ago and found out that Duan Lingtian and Li Fei had left the Seven-Star Sword sect, she'd always been waiting for Duan Lingtian to return. She hadn't seen the man that she yearned for day and night for almost 2 years, and she missed him extremely in her heart. As for the beautiful woman that stood before Kerr, her identity was obvious. The Alcade Peaks Master, one of the vice sect leaders of the Seven-Star Sword sect. That Duan Lingtian is extraordinary as well. He's just returned today and already ascended the life and death arena to kill a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. The Alcade Peaks Master sighed with emotion, and her eyes revealed slight astonishment. It's difficult to imagine that his age is actually the same as yours. The natural talent in the martial Tao of this personal disciple of hers had already caused her to be extremely shocked. Only 21 years old, 8th level of the Origin Core stage. In the history of the Seven-Star Sword sect, such a monster had practically never appeared. But now that Duan Lingtian, the sweetheart of her personal disciple, was similarly only 21 years old, yet was already a 9th level Origin Core stage martial artist. He even had the ability to kill a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. Such a battle record was simply appalling. Master, is young master all right? As for who Duan Lingtian had killed, Kerr did not care. What she was most concerned about was whether Duan Lingtian was all right. When she noticed Kerr's worry and anxiousness, the Alcade Peaks Peak Master shook her head. Don't worry, he's unharmed. Supposedly, that first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple was killed by him in a single move. This is simply inconceivable. As she finished speaking, the Alcade Peaks Peak Master looked at Kerr and asked, Kerr, do you know what method he relied on to defeat someone stronger? Kerr shook her head, and a wisp of a smile of adoration appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face. Young Master has always been very formidable. No matter how hard Kerr works, I'm unable to catch up to him. Not only did Kerr's words not have the slightest trace of jealousy, she was instead happy for Duan Lingtian. This caused the Alcade Peaks Peak Master to be unable to help but sigh in her heart. This disciple of hers had really completely given her heart to that Duan Lingtian. Now, I'm interested in meeting him. The Alcade Peaks Peak Master lightly smiled as she spoke to Kerr, and her words were filled with interest towards Duan Lingtian. Master, I want to go look for young master. Kerr lightly bit her lower lip and had a delicate and pitiful appearance as she spoke in a light voice. Go on. The Alcade Peaks Peak Master lightly smiled as she nodded. You little girl, you've been longing for him these past 3 months, and even your cultivation has fallen behind by quite a bit. You've caused Master to be anxious, and Master wants to personally go capture him. Master, you're making fun of me again. Kerr was embarrassed to the point her entire face flushed red, and she fled in panic. After leaving Alcade Hall, Kerr recalled that she didn't know where the young master's place of cultivation was. Yes, I'll go look for Big Sister Fei first. Since young master has returned, she's surely returned as well. When she thought up to here, Kerr headed towards Alcade Peak. All along the way, Kerr's beautiful figure and peerless appearance drew the gazes of many lascivious men. So beautiful! She seems to be the personal disciple that the Alcade Peaks Peak Master took over a year ago. Looks like not only does this young woman have a drop-dead gorgeous appearance, her natural talent in the martial Tao is extremely high as well. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone as strong as the Alcade Peaks Peak Master to take her as a personal disciple. Yeah, the Alcade Peaks Peak Master is one of the few experts in our Seven-Star Sword sect. Besides the sect leader and the 2 guardian elders, her strength is the strongest amongst the peak masters of the other 6 great outer court sword peaks. The group of inner court disciples couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and they only reluctantly withdrew their gazes when the beautiful figure vanished before their eyes. Migres Peak's Peak, Stalactite Cave. Duan Lingtian didn't know how long he'd cultivated for, and only when he felt his cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage was unable to advance any further did he open his eyes and spit out a mouthful of foul air. From the 9th level of the origin core stage to the 1st level of the nascent soul stage is a great gap. Even with my current natural talent, it would be difficult to break through without a few months of bitter cultivation. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. No matter what, I must break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with slight persistence. Of course, although Duan Lingtian hoped that he would be able to break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible, he knew as well that once there was a stagnation in the process of cultivation, he must stop cultivating and calm his mind. Otherwise, it would only produce the opposite of the desired result, and be harmful without any benefit. So hungry. Rubbing his dry and flat stomach, Duan Lingtian withdrew fresh meat from his spatial ring and started roasting it. After he ate his fill, he walked out of the stalactite cave. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out to leave the cave passageway, and he stood on the tilted tree. Sunlight passed through the clouds and mist above him and sprinkled onto Duan Lingtian's body like specks of stars, causing Duan Lingtian to feel traces of warmth. I wonder if Kerr has returned or not. I'll go look for little Fei first. His spiritual force stretched out, and after confirming that there was no one on the peak of Migres Peak, Duan Lingtian borrowed strength from the tilted tree to leap up to the peak, then headed down the mountain. In next to no time, he arrived nearby the trade hall. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian heard a familiar voice sound out, and he raised his head to look over before nodding with a smile to the Migres Peak disciple that came towards him. This Migres Peak disciple was none other than Yi Xiaobei. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, can I have a word with you? Yi Xiaobei looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted a trace of a burning sheen. Duan Lingtian nodded, then walked to an empty space nearby the trade hall with Yi Xiaobei, and went straight to the point. What's the matter? Yi Xiaobei looked at Duan Lingtian and slowly said, Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I'm the grandson of the president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. I want to invite senior brother to join our Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Of course, the Jade Magnolia Trading Company won't restrict senior brother's freedom. Senior brother only needs to have a name in our Jade Magnolia Trading Company and be an honorary elder of our Jade Magnolia Trading Company. So long as senior brother is willing, then in the future, the Jade Magnolia Trading Company will give senior brother a salary of 10 million gold every year. As he finished speaking, Yi Xiaobei looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze, and he waited for Duan Lingtian's reply. 10 million gold a year. He believed that Duan Lingtian ought to not refuse such a great temptation. Yi Xiaobei's recruitment had exceeded Duan Lingtian's expectations. Only becoming an honorary elder in name would allow one to obtain a salary of 10 million gold every year? Sounds pretty good. Jade Magnolia Trading Company? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall. Jade Magnolia Trading Company, wasn't it the trading company that Xia Dou and his son were in? Xia Dou, the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. A few days ago, he wanted to kill Zhang Shouyong to take revenge for his son, Xia Guang. In the end, he was killed by Zhang Shouyong. This Yi Xiaobei is the grandson of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's president? Duan Lingtian glanced at Yi Xiaobei in surprise. No wonder Yi Xiaobei was able to casually take out 10 million gold to throw at the Migres Peak disciple that day. Moreover, based on his words, it seemed as if the gold he carried with him wasn't just 10 million gold. At that time, he felt that Yi Xiaobei's identity wasn't simple. Now it would seem that his guess wasn't wrong in the slightest. Even Xia Dou was only the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, whereas Yi Xiaobei's grandfather was the president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, the true controller of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. A salary of 10 million gold every year. Your Jade Magnolia Trading Company is really generous, willing to spend so much money to support an idle person like me. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Yi Xiaobei as he spoke slowly. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Our Jade Magnolia Trading Company has taken a fancy to senior brother's potential. Perhaps, senior brother isn't worth this price now, but it will be far more than this price in the future. Yi Xiaobei went straight to the point and spoke magnanimously. He spoke extremely bluntly. The Jade Magnolia Trading Company didn't take a fancy to the current Duan Lingtian, but the Duan Lingtian that would grow up in the future. Now, the Jade Magnolia Trading Company seemed to be at a disadvantage. But once Duan Lingtian grew up, not only would the Jade Magnolia Trading Company be able to recover its costs, it would even be able to make a huge profit. Moreover, it would be able to get on good terms with Duan Lingtian in advance. To the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, this was extremely beneficial. You're rather direct. Yi Xiaobei's directness left a rather good impression on Duan Lingtian, but Duan Lingtian still shook his head. However, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I'm not interested in becoming an honorary elder of your Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Yi Xiaobei was stunned. He didn't expect Duan Lingtian to reject him so decisively. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, won't you reconsider? If you're willing, our Jade Magnolia Trading Company can even give you 10 years' salary in advance. 10 years' salary in advance. 10 million gold every year. 10 years, that would be 100 million gold. One had to admit that this condition was tempting, or at least, it tempted Duan Lingtian. The total amount of gold and silver he had was less than half of 100 million taels of gold. I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian still shook his head and rejected Yi Xiaobei. Although he had a conflict with the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, Xiaodou, and his son, he didn't have any ill feelings towards the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Chapter 367. Although Yi Xiaobei said that there was no need for Duan Lingtian to do anything for the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. But as the saying goes, after taking advantage of others, one's mouth would soften. Once he took the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's money and became an honorary elder of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, then with his character, he would absolutely not stand idly by if the Jade Magnolia Trading Company encountered any trouble in the future. So, Duan Lingtian chose to refuse. He knew clearly in his heart. Once he agreed to Yi Xiaobei, then he would undoubtedly have to bear a responsibility. He didn't want to bear such a responsibility for money. Not to mention that he wasn't short of money for now. Even if he was short of money, he had ways to earn money. Looks like our Jade Magnolia Trading Company doesn't have this fortune. When he realized Duan Lingtian's resoluteness, Yi Xiaobei sighed, and at the same time, he thought in his heart. Before 100 million gold, Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change and even directly refused his invitation. This senior brother Duan Lingtian was really not an ordinary person. In next to no time, a smile once again hung on Yi Xiaobei's face. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, as the saying goes, even if business doesn't come to an agreement. In the future, if you have anything you need help with, so long as it's within my ability, I'll surely not refuse. Thank you. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded, then he walked away and stepped onto the chain bridge to head towards Arcade Peak. Looks like grandfather is going to be disappointed. As he watched Duan Lingtian's figure vanish before his eyes, a bitter smile appeared on Yi Xiaobei's face as he sighed in his heart. After Duan Lingtian arrived at Arcade Peak, he went to Elder Bai's residence. As soon as he entered the gorge, Duan Lingtian saw two beautiful women that were sitting together and chatting happily. The women were engrossed in their conversation and didn't notice him. When Duan Lingtian saw one of the women, his gaze abruptly lit up, and his breathing became slightly hurried. The heavy sound of his breathing alarmed the two women. The two women looked over at the same time. Scoundrel! One of the women stood up. She had an angelic face, a devilish figure, and a pleasantly surprised smile hung on her face. It was precisely Li Fei. Young master! Another woman let out a low cry, losing her composure. Her graceful body came forward to welcome him. Duan Lingtian opened his arms and welcomed the woman into his embrace. He hugged her tightly as if he was afraid that she would leave. "Young master, I miss you so much." Ker's voice was agitated as she slowly raised her head. Her beautiful face was covered in tears. "Silly girl, I missed you too. Why are you crying? You should be happy." Duan Lingtan helped Ker wipe away the tears on her face. His face was full of love, but at the same time he felt a little heartache. "Young master, I'm just happy." As Ker spoke, she hugged Duan Lingtian tightly, as if she was unwilling to let go for the rest of her life. "Silly girl." Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a smile, his eyes filled with tenderness. Li Fei stood in the distance and watched this scene quietly. A smile appeared on her face, but she did not disturb them. "Young master, why are you only here now?" "I've already stayed at Sister Fei's place for 2 days. Ker hugged Duan Lingtian tightly and muttered. "Scoundrel, Ker came looking for us the day we came back. We didn't know where you cultivated, so she stayed at my place temporarily." Li Fei explained. Duan Lingtian nodded and hugged Ker even tighter. "Silly girl, aren't I here now?" "Young master, you didn't look for me when you came back. Did you not want to care about Ker anymore?" Ker raised her head. Her watery eyes were covered with a layer of mist as tears welled up in them. Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly. "Silly girl, don't think too much." Ker nodded gently and hugged Duan Lingtian tightly, enjoying this moment of peace. However, this peace did not last for long. This was because in the next moment, a hurried voice was heard and broke the peaceful atmosphere. "Junior sister, your man is in trouble." Accompanied by a hurried voice, a lively and beautiful figure swept into the canyon. Duan Lingtian, Ker, and Li Fei immediately looked at the person who came. The scene in front of her stunned Wuxia, and she stood there in a daze. "Senior sister, you said that scoundrel is in trouble? Did you make a mistake? Isn't scoundrel here?" Li Fei was puzzled and confused. Duan Lingtian also looked at Wuxia curiously. Why didn't he know that something had happened to him? As for Ker, after Wuxia appeared, she was embarrassed to the point of temporarily leaving Duan Lingtian's embrace. A rosy blush appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face, causing one to be unable to refrain from going forward to kiss her. Wuxia finally recovered from her shock, then looked at Duan Lingtian and laughed bitterly. "Why are you still here? If I'm not here, then where am I?" Wuxia's words caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned. "Senior sister, did something happen?" He was able to discern that Wuxia's breathing was slightly hurried, and she'd obviously run all the way back. "You really don't know?" Wuxia frowned when she saw Duan Lingtian's appearance. "Wait, that Wu Yongqian clearly said that you caused the death of the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao. Could it be that he's slandering you?" When Wuxia's words entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, it caused Duan Lingtian to be dumbstruck. "I caused the death of the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao? And it was Wu Yongqian who said it? The Migres Peak's master is dead?" Li Fei couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. The rosy color on Ker's face gradually dispersed, and she was slightly moved, and her eyes revealed astonishment. "I heard Master say that although the cultivation of the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, was inferior to her, he was still a top figure amongst 9th-level void prying stage martial artists. How could he have died? Most absurd of all, that Wu Yongqian actually said that scoundrel caused the death of the Migres Peak's master." Li Fei's face was covered in a layer of frost. That Wu Yongqian obviously had the intention of framing scoundrel. How could scoundrel possibly kill the Migres Peak's master? Finally, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. The news that Wuxia brought back was too shocking. "Senior sister's Wuxia, what actually happened?" Duan Lingtian looked at Wuxia and asked curiously. Now, he urgently wanted to know the ins and outs of the matter. He faintly realized that this matter wasn't so simple. Wuxia caught her breath and said, "Earlier, I originally intended to go to the trade hall at the peak of W Peak to buy some medicinal pills, but right when I just ascended the peak and arrived nearby the trade hall, When she spoke up to hear, Zhuoqing paused, then took a deep breath and continued. I saw that Wu Yongqian carried the corpse of his foster father, the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, and arrived at the peak. He put down Wu Dao's corpse, then knelt at the side of the corpse. After that, he kept on saying that you caused the death of his foster father, and he wanted the sect leader to seek justice for his foster father. Zhuoqing finished speaking in a single breath. A wisp of shock appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he heard this. The Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, is really dead? Suddenly, an absurd thought arose within the depths of his heart. Could it be? For the sake of confirming this thought of his, Duan Lingtan looked at Zhuoqing and asked, Senior sister, did you see Wu Dao's corpse? Zhuoqing nodded. I saw it. If it wasn't for me recognizing him, I wouldn't dare confirm that he's dead. He's the peak master of our 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak after all, a formidable existence at the 9th level of the void prying stage. He was killed by someone? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Zhuoqing recalled as she said, there were no obvious injuries on Wu Dao's body. His face was almost black, and he bled from all 7 apertures, and it was more like he was poisoned to death. Poisoned? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted imperceptibly. I've really guessed correctly? Could it be that Wu Dao really found the soul-shattering fruit in the primeval forest? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched, and his mind surged. He only felt that all this was like a dream. At that time, the peak master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao, summoned him and asked him about his method of utilizing origin energy to defeat a stronger opponent. At that time, for the sake of foiling Wu Dao, he casually found an excuse. He said his origin energy underwent a mutation because he consumed a spirit fruit from the primeval forest. Later on, for the sake of convincing Wu Dao, he casually spoke of the characteristics of the soul-shattering fruit. At that time, as far as he was concerned, the soul-shattering fruit was extremely rare even in the foreign lands. It was impossible for it to appear in the primeval forest. But today, Wu Dao was poisoned to death, and Wu Yongqian kept on saying that it was he who caused Wu Dao's death. All this was too much of a coincidence. Could it be that there's really a soul-shattering fruit in the primeval forest, and it was even found by Wu Dao? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think. If it was really like this, then Wu Dao was too unlucky, right? The soul-shattering fruit was an extremely special type of highly poisonous spirit fruit. Even the most knowledgeable alchemist in the foreign lands, including the former Emperor Wu of Samsara, was only able to recognize the soul-shattering fruit from its appearance. If it was a person that couldn't recognize the soul-shattering fruit, then there was only one way to test if the soul-shattering fruit was poisonous. Make a person or beast test the poison with their own body. Otherwise, no one was able to use other methods to test the toxicity of the soul-shattering fruit. Even after the Emperor Wu of Samsara became a royal-grade alchemist all those years ago, he was unable to use other methods to test the toxicity of the soul-shattering fruit. It could be imagined how deeply the soul-shattering fruit concealed its poison. If that Wu Dao really died from consuming the soul-shattering fruit, then he can only blame himself for being unlucky. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. How rare was the soul-shattering fruit? Even the Emperor Wu of Samsara from all those years ago only had the fortune to see it twice. Since Wu Dao was able to obtain the soul-shattering fruit, it could only be said that he and the soul-shattering fruit were fated. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, why would Wu Yongqian say that you caused the death of the Migres Peak's master? Zhuoqing looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously. At that time, she saw Wu Yongqian's hysterical appearance clearly, and it didn't seem to be fake. Li Fei and Ke looked at Duan Lingtian as well. As far as they were concerned, no matter if Wu Dao's death was related to Duan Lingtian or not, they didn't care. Even if Wu Dao was really killed by Duan Lingtian, they would only feel that Wu Dao deserved death. Duan Lingtian was their sky, their everything. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to speak, it was as if a gust of wind blew past, and a figure flashed into the gorge and looked at Duan Lingnan. Duan Lingtian, the sect leader has summoned you to the peak of Dubhe Peak. The person that had appeared now was precisely the Alcade Peak's outer court elder, Elder Bai. Chapter 368. The appearance of Elder Bai was slightly out of Duan Lingtian's expectations. Sect leader? Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he heard Elder Bai. Looks like this matter has already alarmed the 7-star sword sect's sect leader. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. The Migres Peak's master that died this time was a great figure of the 7-star sword sect after all. As the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, it was impossible for him to stand idly by and do nothing, and he would surely investigate this matter deeply. Master, this matter surely isn't related to scoundrel. Li Fei hurriedly said to Elder Bai with an anxious expression, deeply afraid that something would happen to Duan Lingtian because of this. Elder Bai looked at Li Fei and her eyes emitted a doting expression as she lightly smiled. Fei, don't worry. The sect leader only asked Duan Lingtian to go over and didn't want to do anything to Duan Lingtian. Exactly what happened to this matter isn't something that Wu Yongqian alone can decide. Exactly, Elder Bai is right. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Duan Lingtian noticed that the two little girls had worried expressions now, and he couldn't help but console them. Duan Lingnan, I heard from some Alcade Peak disciples that you've come to Alcade Peak, and only then did I guess that you're here. Since the sect leader has summoned you, then make a trip. I'll go with you. Elder Bai's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as she slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian nodded. He couldn't avoid this matter. I'll go as well. The two little girls, Li Fei and Kerr, spoke in unison. In the end, Duan Lingtian went with the 4 girls to step onto the chain bridge that led from Alcade Peak to Dubhe Peak, and head towards the peak of Dubhe Peak to see the 7-star sword sect's sect leader. Presently, there was practically not a single Alcade Peak disciple in the vicinity of the Alcade Peak's trade hall. Looks like those Alcade Peak disciples have all gone to the peak of Dubhe Peak to watch the show. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he faintly guessed the reason. Wu Dao was the peak master of Migres Peak, and his death was sufficient to cause a great earthquake in the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian believed him. At this moment, so long as it was a 7-star sword sect member that knew of this news, they ought to have gathered at the peak of Heavenly Pivot Peak. It was human nature to watch the show. On the road, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly narrowed. At this moment, a voice transmission entered his ears, causing his eardrums to tremble slightly. Duan Lingtian, I don't care if the death of the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, is related to you or not. You must remember, you must flatly deny that Wu Dao's death is related to you, and completely disassociate yourself from the relationship. It was Elder Bai's voice transmission. Elder Bai's words warmed Duan Lingtian's heart, and he replied via voice transmission, Thank you for your concern, Elder Bai. I know what to do. Elder Bai nodded, and only then did she relax. In her eyes, Duan Lingtian was the man of the disciple she doted on the most, and he could be considered to be half a disciple of hers. Even if it was only for the sake of her disciple, she didn't want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian and the 4 women arrived at the peak of Heavenly Pivot Peak together, although Duan Lingtian was prepared since long ago, he was still shocked. Presently, the peak of Heavenly Pivot Peak was filled with a dense crowd, and heads were moving about, causing it to be extremely bustling. Most of these people were 7-star sword sect outer court disciples, and although there were many inner court disciples, they were completely drowned out by the outer court disciples. Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he noticed with a glance that a few tens of figures were standing high in the sky in the distance. Obviously, they were all void stage experts. These people were led by a middle-aged man that wore an azure robe with gold inlaid on it. The middle-aged man stood there with his eyes closed, unmoving like a mountain, and imperceptibly, he gave others an unfathomable feeling. He's the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect? Instantly, Duan Lingtian guessed the identity of this middle-aged man, the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Linghu Jinhong. It's Duan Linggan. Duan Lingtian has come. Suddenly, the surging crowd was in an uproar, and there were indeed some people that stood at the edge of the crowd that noticed Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with fear. According to what Wu Yongqian, the foster son of Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, said, Wu Dao was precisely killed by Duan Lingtian. A mere 7-star sword sect inner court disciple caused the death of the peak master of Migres Peak. This Duan Lingtian's ability caused them to feel fear and terror that came from the bottom of their hearts. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he continued walking forward with the 4 women. Everywhere they passed, the surging crowd automatically opened up a wide path for them. Duan Lingtian was able to see it. Presently, when the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples that opened up a path for him focused their gazes on him, their eyes emitted traces of a sheen of terror, as if he wasn't a human, but a dreadful beast. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to this, and he directly arrived at the empty space in the middle of the crowd. On the empty space, Wu Yongqian knelt there. Beside Wu Yongqian lay a corpse silently. The corpse's face was black, and the blood on the 7 apertures of the corpse hadn't completely dried up, and it seemed to be incomparably dazzling. Wu Dao. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized that the person that lay on the ground and bled to death was precisely the peak master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao. The Wu Dao that was overbearing in front of him in the past and intended to seize his method of utilizing origin energy had now become a corpse. At the same time, Duan Lingtian recognized the signs of Wu Dao being poisoned. It really is the poison of the soul-severing fruit. This Wu Dao's luck is really good. He actually really found the soul-severing fruit in the primeval forest. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. This Wu Dao is really misfortunate to the extreme. No matter how rare the soul-severing fruit was, he was actually able to find it. He deserved to die. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Wu Yongqian, who knelt on the ground, abruptly raised his head, and his scarlet-red eyes flickered with a gaze of hatred as it converged onto Duan Lingtian. It's you, it's you. It's you that caused the death of my foster father. It's you that caused the death of my foster father. I want to take revenge for foster father. I want to take revenge for foster father. Amidst his roars, Wu Yongqian stomped on the ground and rose up, and he seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty fierce beast as he flashed out to pounce towards Duan Lingtian. Accompanying Wu Yongqian's flashing out was the 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared out of thin air. Swish! Instantly, the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, appeared in Wu Yongqian's left hand, and his origin energy raged as he flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian. In the sky, beside the 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes were another 40-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes. The strength of 160-plus ancient mammoths all exploded out. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, but he didn't make a move. Because someone had made a move before him. Swoosh! An ear-piercing sound of the air being torn apart abruptly sounded out, and the sound of air exploding echoed out in succession. Duan Lingtian only felt a gust of wind blow past him, and with a bang, Wu Yongqian flew out like an arrow that left the bowstring, fiercely falling onto the ground in an extremely sorry state. How can you be presumptuous before the sect leader? Elder Bai withdrew her hand and stood at the side of Duan Lingtian, and her cold gaze swept Wu Yongqian as she spoke with a cold voice. Subsequently, Elder Bai soared up into the sky and descended by the side of a graceful and luxurious beautiful woman high in the sky. Duan Lingtian. Wu Yongqian lay on the ground as he stared at Duan Lingtian, and a sheen of hatred flickered within his eyes. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to him, and he raised his head to look at the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, who stood in the sky with his eyes closed. Linghu Jinhong looked to be no different from an ordinary person, but Duan Lingtian was instead able to feel that he was unfathomable. Duan Lingtian believed. This Linghu Jinhong's strength was absolutely not inferior to Zhang Shouyong. Sect leader. Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Jinhong and greeted him. Even when facing the 7-star sword sect's leader, Duan Lingtian still stood ramrod straight, and he didn't have the slightest intention of bowing. Presumptuous. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded out. It was a middle-aged man that stood behind Duan Lingtian, and he stepped out into the sky. His cold eyes looked down at Duan Lingtian as he said in a low voice, "Duan Ling, why aren't you bowing when you see the sect leader? Looks like you don't take the sect leader seriously." As he spoke, he put the crime of not respecting the sect leader on Duan Lingtian. Not taking the sect leader seriously? Duan Lingtan glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man, as the middle-aged man was an old acquaintance of his. Elder Zhao Lin, which eye of yours saw that I don't take the sect leader seriously? The middle-aged man was precisely the Migres Peak Outer Court elder, Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin grunted coldly. You actually dare not bow when you see the sect leader. Isn't this not taking the sect leader seriously? Zhao Lin stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was like a blade, and he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian on the spot. Seize Duan Lingtian's spatial ring in one go and obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Although there were many people on the peak of Dubby Peak, it was instead deathly silent at this moment. Zhao Lin's words entered into the ears of everyone present. Everyone was curious how Duan Lingtian would respond. After all, within the 7-Star Sword sect, being disrespectful to the sect leader was a not small crime. Of course, there were also many people that were worried about Duan Lingtian. Not only does this kid not bow before me, he actually still does as he pleases before the sect leader. The corners of Zheng Fan's mouth curled into a helpless bitter smile. Instead, it was the graceful and luxurious beautiful woman that stood by Elder Bai's side that sized up Duan Lingtan with interest, and the sexy corners of her mouth that curled into an arc had a slight mischievous smile mixed within. He's the man that Kerr yearns for day and night? Even until now, he seems to not have the slightest fear, and has a carefree expression as if he has a card up his sleeve. I wonder how he'll deal with Zhao Lin's difficulties. The beautiful woman's heart was filled with curiosity. As for the person involved, the 7-Star Sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, still had his eyes closed as he stood there in the air, as if he didn't know anything about his surroundings. Ha! Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtan laughed loudly, and his laughter spread out to every corner of the peak of Dubhi Peak. It caused the group of 7-Star Sword sect disciples to feel their scalps go numb. What's this Duan Lingtian doing? He dares be so presumptuous before the sect leader? Elder Zhao Lin. Chapter 369. I really don't think highly of the sect leader. Duan Lingtian's words were like a thunderclap that abruptly exploded out on the peak of Dubhi Peak, and it entered into the ears of everyone present. As soon as these words were spoken, the air at the scene seemed to be jerked. It was deathly silent. Although there were many people on the peak of Dubby Peak, all of them held their breaths now, and it was terrifyingly silent, as if the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard. After a short moment, high above in the sky, besides the 7-Star Sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, who still had his eyes closed as he stood in midair with a calm expression, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. The remaining 7-Star Sword sect higher-ups all went pale. This kid is too willful. The peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, frowned, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian contained slight worry mixed within. The beautiful woman's beautiful brows slightly trembled, and her pair of beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtan, as if wanting to discern something from Duan Lingtan. Elder Bai, who stood by the beautiful woman's side, had a worried expression. Never had she imagined that Duan Lingtian's courage would be so great to actually dare say in public that he didn't think highly of the sect leader. Suddenly, a wave of gasping sounds rose and fell, and it spread throughout the entire peak of Dubhi Peak. It was the crowd of 7-Star Sword sect disciples on Dubhi Peak that had finally recovered from their shock. Duan Lingtan has gone mad. This Duan Lingtian is simply a madman, saying he doesn't think highly of the sect leader in front of the sect leader. Isn't he courting death? Does he really think that because he possesses extraordinary natural talent in the martial Tao, the sect leader won't blame him? He's simply indulging in fantasy. This Duan Lingtian is surely going to suffer great misfortune today. The group of 7-Star Sword sect disciples whispered. At this moment, some of the 7-Star Sword sect disciples that stood near Duan Lingtian and could see Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes as if they were looking at a dead person. In front of the 7-Star Sword sect's sect leader and all the higher-ups, saying that he didn't put the sect leader in his eyes? In the entire 7-star sword sect, probably only this Duan Lingtian was able to say something like this, and only he dared to say it. Of course, saying such words also meant that he had to pay a great price. Bastard! Young master! Li Fei and Kerr, who were following behind Duan Lingtian, exclaimed softly. A trace of worry appeared on their beautiful faces. While they were worried, they also had some doubts. Logically speaking, the Duan Lingan they knew wasn't such an impulsive person. Zhou Qing stood by Li Fei's side with a dumbstruck expression as well, and her eyes emitted slight worry as she looked at Duan Lingtian's figure. Does this Duan Lingtian not want to live anymore? Yi Xiaobei, He Dong, and the other 7-star sword sect disciples that had a good relationship with Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Of course, there were also people that took pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune. For example, Wu Yongqian and Hu Shuefeng. Duan Lingtian, let me see how you deal with this today. Wu Yongqian struggled to stand up, then he wiped off the bloodstains on the corners of his mouth and stared coldly at Duan Lingan. This Duan Lingtian actually dares to say that he didn't put the sect leader in his eyes in front of the sect leader? Hu Shuefeng's face revealed a mad smile. Presumptuous. High above in the sky, Zhao Lin, who looked down at Duan Lingtian, abruptly shouted out coldly. Duan Lingtian, you actually dare say that you didn't put the sect leader in your eyes? This is great disrespect to the sect leader. According to the rules of the 7-star sword sect, you ought to be crippled of your cultivation. As Zhao Lin spoke, the origin energy on his body roiled. Above him, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, and their imposing auras shot into the sky and were on the verge of erupting. His icy cold eyes stared at Duan Lingtian, and a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. To him, this was a good opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. Right when Zhao Lin was about to make a move, Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Elder Zhao Lin, you keep saying that I was disrespectful to the sect leader. But I wonder when I was disrespectful to the sect leader? Please enlighten me, Elder Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian naturally felt the killing intent in Zhao Lin's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. This Zhao Lin is really chattering without end. Duan Lingtian's words caused everyone present to be speechless. Earlier, this Duan Lingtian had clearly said that he didn't take the sect leader seriously. It's only been a short while, and he's already playing dumb? Right when most people revealed astounded expressions from Duan Lingtian's words. High above in the sky, the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, who'd always had his eyes closed, finally opened his eyes. At this moment, Linghu Jinhong looked at Duan Lingtian with interest. Although he hadn't seen Duan Lingtian, he wasn't unfamiliar with Duan Lingtian. This rare genius in the martial Tao of the 7-star sword sect had long since caused his reputation to reverberate like thunder, and he'd always wanted to meet Duan Lingtian. What does this little fellow have in mind? Linghu Jinhong looked at the scene before him, and his heart slightly jerked as he was filled with curiosity. Zhao Lin stood in the sky. The origin energy on his body was like flames that coiled and suffused his entire body, and he grunted coldly. Duan Lingtian, as the saying goes, spilled water can't be taken back. Everyone present has heard what you said earlier. It's impossible for you to take it back if you want to. Duan Lingtian smiled. Then I want to ask Elder Zhao Lin, what did I say that caused you to think that I was greatly disrespectful to the sect leader? Zhao Lin said in a low voice. Earlier, you said you didn't take the sect leader seriously. Could it be that this isn't greatly disrespectful to the sect leader? You still want to deny it? So it's these words. Duan Lingtian nodded and had an expression of sudden understanding, then he looked at Zhao Lin and asked with a smile. Elder Zhao Lin, according to what you said, I said I didn't take the sect leader seriously, and I was greatly disrespectful? Of course. Zhao Lin's brows raised as the origin energy in his hand condensed and skyrocketed. Duan Lingtian, you were greatly disrespectful to the sect leader and committed a great taboo of the sect. Today, I'll cripple an arrogant disciple like you on behalf of the sect. As Zhao Lin spoke, His figure shook and intended to envelop Duan Lingtian and attack Duan Lingtian. However, instantly, Zhao Lin's face went grim. He noticed that at this moment, there were two formidable auras stretching over and tightly locking onto him, causing him to not dare make any rash movements. The Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan. The Alcade Peak's master, Qin Xiang. He knew clearly in his heart. Now, with these two people protecting Duan Lingtian, unless the sect leader personally gave the order, otherwise, it was impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian. He regretted it. If he knew earlier, he should have directly made a move and killed Duan Lingtian after Duan Lingtian spoke those greatly disrespectful words earlier. At that time, Zheng Fan and Qin Xiang hadn't targeted him yet. He'd missed the best opportunity. Shi's Ker's master? The Alcade Peak's master? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the beautiful woman that floated by Elder Bai's side, and he thought in his heart. The beautiful woman was graceful and luxurious with an extraordinary bearing. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman, the Alcade Peak's master, Qin Xiang, was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, then she replied via voice transmission. Why are you thanking me? If it wasn't for you and Peak Master Zheng Fan, this mad dog, Zhao Lin, would probably have already made a move against me. Duan Lingtian continued via voice transmission. Mad dog? The corners of Qin Xiang's mouth twitched slightly, and she glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. You must give the sect leader an explanation for today's matter. Even though the sect leader thinks highly of your natural talent, it doesn't mean that you can act recklessly. Yes. Duan Lingtian replied, then once again looked at Zhao Lin and asked indifferently. Elder Zhao Lin, you said earlier that I don't take the sect leader seriously, and that is greatly disrespectful to the sect leader. I wonder if you take the sect leader seriously? Of course. Zhao Lin didn't hesitate in the slightest as he spoke with certainty. So in this way, Elder Zhao Lin, you take the sect leader seriously, and you don't take him seriously in your heart? Duan Lingtian started laughing. When he saw Zhao Lin's face go grim and want to refute, he'd already looked at the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong. Sect leader, I think that if you want to see if a 7-star sword sect disciple respects you, it doesn't depend on whether the etiquette is considerate or not. Just like me, although I don't take you seriously, I still take you seriously in my heart and respect you from the bottom of my heart. Unlike some people, they say one thing, yet think another thing in their hearts. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he glanced at Zhao Lin and pointed out something. Duan Lingtian, don't make slanderous accusations. Zhao Lin's face went grim, and he almost roared. At this moment, if it wasn't for Zheng Fan and Qin Xiang staring at him, he wished for nothing more than to directly make a move and tear Duan Lingtian into pieces, then burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Enough. A calm voice suddenly sounded out, and it suppressed Zhao Lin's hysterical voice. Linghu Jinhong glanced indifferently at Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin, you ought to properly cultivate your character. You ought to change this impatient temper of yours. Yes, sect leader. Zhao Lin took a deep breath and nodded. But the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with contained frightening coldness mixed within, and he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. Linghu Jinhong looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes were calm and without the slightest ripple. The hearts of everyone present couldn't help but rise. All of them wanted to know. Would the sect leader punish Duan Lingtian? After all, what Duan Lingtian said earlier was too far-fetched. Finally, Linghu Jinhong slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian entered the 7-star sword sect for less than 2 years, and he successively defeated a strong opponent on the life and death arena and killed 4 outer court disciples. He left the sect for a year, and on the day he returned, he used a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage to kill a 1st-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. Linghu Jinhong's tone was calm, and although his voice wasn't loud, it entered into the ears of everyone present. These deeds of Duan Lingtian were familiar to everyone present. But when it was spoken out, it instead caused some 7-star sword sect disciples to be greatly surprised. Looks like the sect leader has always been paying attention to Duan Lingtian. This isn't strange. Duan Lingtian is a rare genius in the martial Tao of our 7-star sword sect after all. Once he matures, his accomplishments wouldn't be inferior to the 5 great young masters. Exactly, with Duan Lingtian's natural talent, it's sufficient to obtain the sect leader's attention. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples whispered in discussion. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Chapter 370. Duan Lingtian. You very good. The 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, looked at Duan Lingtian, and his face that was tranquil from the beginning until the end revealed a trace of a rare smile. I won't pursue the matter from before, let's drop it here. Let's drop it here. Since Linghu Jinhong said this, he obviously didn't plan to fuss about what had happened earlier with Duan Lingtian. Sect leader. Zhao Lin's gaze went slightly cold, and he had an unwilling expression. This Duan Lingen. Zhao Lin hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Linghu Jinhong. Zhao Lin, are you questioning my decision? Linghu Jinhong's voice was calm, and it contained coldness mixed within, causing Zhao Lin to shudder, and he shook his head in panic. Zhao Lin doesn't dare. Meanwhile, the peak of Dubhe Peak was once again in an uproar. The sect leader really thinks highly of Duan Lingtian, and he's letting it go just like that? Looks like those with strong natural talent in the martial Tao do indeed have special privileges. Some 7-star sword sect disciples were extremely envious of Duan Lingtian from their words. Presently, the group of people that were concerned about Duan Lingtian, like Li Fei, Ke, and the others, all heaved a sigh of relief. As for the people that wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian, like Wu Yongqian and Lu Shige, their expressions were gloomy. I never imagined that this little bastard would be able to escape calamity. Hu Shuifeng glanced at Li Fei and Ke who were following behind Duan Lingtian, and he gnashed his teeth. What did this Duan Lingtian rely on to obtain the favor of so many beauties? First was Li Fei. Now, there was another young woman whose beauty wasn't inferior to Li Fei. Moreover, she was the personal disciple of the Monarch Peak's master. For a time, the flames of jealousy that filled Hu Shuifeng's heart arose, and it seemed as if it could burn everything. Thank you, sect leader. Duan Lingtian thanked Linghu Jinhong in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Linghu Jinhong looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded with praise, and thought in his heart, Duan Lingtian is different from the other 7-star sword sect disciples. When the other disciples stood before me, they were all respectful and reverent, and didn't even dare breathe loudly. But what Linghu Jinhong didn't know, because of his casual attitude at this time, it made Linghu Jinhong look at him a bit higher. Sect leader, you have to give back my justice Lingen. Suddenly, Wu Yongqian's voice sounded out, and like a fuse, it completely ignited the atmosphere at the peak of Migres Peak. Lingtian, Lingtian, Lingtian. They remembered the reason why they were gathered here today. Lingtian, 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 Lingtian of Lingtian, 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 Lingtian. Impossible. The Peak Master of Migres Peak has a cultivation at the 9th level of the Void Prying stage. How could Duan Lingtian possibly kill him? That's not necessarily true. Don't forget the miracles Duan Lingtian has created in the past. Yeah, no matter what kind of miracle it is, as long as it happens to Duan Lingtian, I won't be surprised. If the Migres Peak's Peak Master was really killed by Duan Lingtian, then no matter how much the sect leader values Duan Lingtian today, Duan Lingtian will probably be unable to escape death. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples started whispering in discussion. At this moment, the gaze Linghu Jinhong shot at Duan Lingtian abruptly became fierce, and he asked with a deep voice. Duan Lingtian, Wu Yongqian said it was you who killed the Peak Master of Migres Peak. Do you know your crime? Wu Yongqian looked at Duan Lingtian in a timely manner, and his eyes were crimson red as if he'd transformed into a bloodthirsty fierce beast that lay dormant at the side as he spied on Duan Lingen. Ready to pounce at any moment. Sect leader, Peak Master Wu Dao's death isn't related to me. What crime have I committed? Duan Lingtian shook his head and denied it flatly. even though Wu Dao died because of consuming the soul destruction fruit. But as far as he was concerned, Wu Dao's death wasn't related to him in the slightest. If it wasn't for Wu Dao spying on his method of utilizing origin energy, he wouldn't have casually described the characteristics of the soul destruction fruit. Wu Dao finding the soul destruction fruit and consuming it to death was simply his own misfortune, and he only had himself to blame. Duan Lingying, you're talking nonsense. Wu Yongqian's face went ghastly pale when he heard Duan Lingtian's denial, and he almost roared. If it wasn't for you misleading my foster father to look for that poisonous fruit, he wouldn't have consumed the poisonous fruit and died from the poison. It's all your fault. It's you who deceived my foster father and made him mistakenly think that it was a spirit fruit that was capable of causing origin energy to mutate. What the heck is going on? Linghu Jinhong's sword-shaped brows twitched, and his fierce gaze seemed to have transformed into a sword that flashed straight towards Wu Yongqian, causing Wu Yongqian's body to tremble for no reason, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Wu Yongqian hadn't mentioned all this before. He only said that Duan Lingtian caused the death of the Migres Peak's master. Let me say it. Duan Lingtian spoke first, then looked at Linghu Jinhong and said, "Sect leader, that day, after Peak Master Wu Dao saw through my secret, he wanted to obtain the method of utilizing origin energy from me that allowed the weak to defeat the strong." As he spoke up to here, Duan Lingtian paused. Method of utilizing origin energy? Linghu Jinhong's sword-shaped brows raised, and he was slightly surprised. Sect leader, the reason I was able to defeat the strong as the weak was because my origin energy was able to execute an extremely profound method. Peak Master Wu Dao precisely saw through my method, so he summoned me. He wanted to obtain that method from me and take it for himself. Duan Lingtian spoke bluntly. Wu Yongqian snorted coldly. Duan Lingtian, on that day, my foster father wanted to obtain your method of utilizing origin energy because he wanted to contribute it to the sect. Don't make slanderous accusations and slander my foster father. Slander? Duan Lingtian laughed, then said indifferently, Wu Yongqian, I'm extremely curious. Do you believe the words you're saying now? If Peak Master Wu Dao really wanted me to contribute that method of utilizing origin energy to the sect, why didn't he report it to the sect leader first before making a decision? It can be seen from this that he did it for his own selfish desires. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he spoke bluntly without holding back in the slightest. You! Wu Yongqian's expression was unsightly. At this moment, he was able to feel the doubtful gazes that swept over from the surroundings. Obviously, no one believed what he said. Duan Lingtian continued. Later on, I told Peak Master Wu Dao about the secret of my method of utilizing origin energy. When Duan Lingtian spoke up to hear, besides Wu Yongqian, the gazes of practically everyone present descended onto him. No matter if it was the crowd of 7-Star Sword Sect higher-ups or the crowd of 7-Star Sword Sect disciples. At this moment, they were filled with interest towards the secret of Duan Lingtian's method of utilizing origin energy. Only because that was the method Duan Lingtian used to defeat the strong as the weak. It was Duan Lingtian's trump card. Duan Lingtian relied on that method of utilizing origin energy to kill a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple with a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage? Probably. Some 7-Star Sword Sect disciples whispered in discussion, and their eyes shone as they stared at Duan Lingtian. They could imagine. If they were able to grasp that method, their strength would surely obtain an extremely great increase. They didn't even think about it. Even if he really possessed that miraculous and profound method, would Duan Lingtian share it? Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian spoke once more. I told Peak Master Wu Dao about the secret of my method of utilizing origin energy. My origin energy underwent a mutation precisely because of a spirit fruit I encountered in the primeval forest. At that time, after I consumed that spirit fruit, my origin energy underwent a mutation, and thus I possessed the method of defeating the strong as the weak. Duan Lingtian's words caused a wave of sighs. So it turns out that Duan Lingtian consumed a spirit fruit, and that's why he possessed that strange method. Spirit fruits, especially such a miraculous spirit fruit, are an extremely rare fortuitous encounter, and it's difficult for others to replicate. Some 7-star sword sect disciples couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Duan Lingtian continued. Later on, I described the characteristics of that spirit fruit to Peak Master Wu Dao. Since that time I left Migra's Peak, I've never seen Peak Master Wu Dao again. As he spoke up to hear, Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Yongqian and said indifferently, as for why he slandered me for causing the death of his foster father, I don't know. Perhaps it's because I crippled his right arm that day, so he thought of using this slandering method to take revenge on me. Or perhaps the death of Peak Master Wu Dao was caused by him. He did this only for the sake of slandering me, for the sake of obtaining Peak Master Wu Dao's grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water. As Duan Lingtan finished speaking, a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. You're talking nonsense. Wu Yongqian's face went gloomy when he heard Duan Lingtian, and the origin energy on his body roiled as his figure flashed out, as if transforming into a brutal fierce beast that pounced towards Duan Lingtian. In Wu Yongqian's hand, the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, appeared once more, the strength of over 160 ancient mammoths, fully exploding out. When faced with Wu Yongqian, who approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm as he abruptly raised his hand, and a narrow sword appeared out of thin air. It was a grade 6 spirit sword as well. Instantly, Duan Lingtian attacked. Sword drawing arts. Clang. The two grade 6 spirit swords collided, and Duan Lingtian's quake energy shook, forcing Wu Yongqian to abandon his sword. At the instant the sword in Wu Yongqian's hand fell to the ground. Swoosh! Duan Lingtan kicked out, kicking Wu Yongqian flying, and the latter fiercely fell to the ground in an extremely sorry state. I'll kill you! Wu Yongqian struggled to stand up, and once again pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Pig-headed! Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and killing intent was aroused in his eyes. Right at this moment, a cold snort that seemed to have come from within an ice cave caused the air to slightly condense. Instantly, Wu Yongqian, who flashed swiftly towards Duan Lingtan, strangely stopped halfway, his body stiffened, and he didn't move for a long time, and his forehead broke out in cold sweat. So strong! Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and his heart trembled. At the instant Linghu Jinhong's imposing aura condensed and descended onto Wu Yongqian, his acute spiritual force clearly sensed it. Linghu Jinhong only used his imposing aura to cause Wu Yongqian to be unable to move in the slightest. As expected of the 7-star sword sect's leader, a void initiation stage expert. Only when Linghu Jinhong withdrew his imposing aura did Wu Yongqian recover his composure, and his face flushed red as he said agitatedly, "Sect leader, don't listen to Duan Lingtian's nonsense. My foster father ate the spirit fruit that he described, and then died from the poison. He surely did it on purpose, he surely did it on purpose." As he finished speaking, Wu Yongqian was slightly hysterical. Meanwhile, everyone present came to a sudden understanding. Chapter 371. Intentionally? Duan Lingtian couldn't refrain from laughing when faced with Wu Yongqian's hysteria. You said I intentionally caused the death of Peak Master Wu Dao? Exactly, it was you that caused the death of my foster father. Wu Yongqian's eyes were crimson red and suffused with bloodthirsty killing intent, and he was about to swallow his target. After glancing at Wu Yongqian as if he was looking at an idiot, Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Jinhong. Sect leader, the characteristics of the spirit fruit I described before Peak Master Wu Dao was indeed no different than the spirit fruit I consumed that day. As for the spirit fruit Peak Master Wu Dao found, according to my guess, it ought to only have similar characteristics to the spirit fruit I consumed. But I'm extremely curious. Even I know how to use a silver needle to first test if the spirit fruit is poisonous before daring to consume it. Could it be that Peak Master Wu Dao didn't test the spirit fruit he obtained and directly consumed it? Duan Lingtian's tone was filled with bewilderment. Peak Master Wu Dao tested that spirit fruit. Right at this moment, a white-haired old man walked out from the group of 7-star sword sect higher-ups. The old man had a benevolent expression, and after lightly smiling and nodding to Duan Lingtian, he said, Peak Master Wu Dao used a silver needle to test the spirit fruit he obtained, but didn't find any toxicity. Later on, he was still worried, so he looked for me and the other alchemy elders to help him. When he spoke up to hear, the old man paused for a moment before continuing. But according to our tests, that spirit fruit indeed didn't have any toxicity. Now it would seem that the toxicity within that spirit fruit is extremely secretive and utterly impossible to test. In my entire lifetime, it's still the first time that I, Guanzhong, know that such a spirit fruit actually exists in the world. When he spoke up to hear, the old man sighed. Guanzhong. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted. According to his knowledge, the one and only grade 6 alchemist in the 7-star sword sect was called Guanzhong. He was also the alchemy elder that controlled the 7-star sword sect's alchemy hall. The sound of people sucking in cold air rose and fell one after another. It caused the atmosphere on the peak of Dubhe Peak to become slightly oppressive. Even Elder Guanzhong is unable to test the toxicity of that spirit fruit. The peak master of Migres Peak, his luck is truly. It seems that even if we get some kind of spirit fruit in the future, we can't eat it directly. It's best to cut out a small piece and feed it to the ferocious beasts. If the ferocious beasts don't die, then we can eat it. If Peak Master Wu Dao knew how to use this method to test for poison, he wouldn't have been poisoned to death. Perhaps even Peak Master Wu Dao himself didn't expect that the poison of the spirit fruit couldn't be detected by normal means. The group of 7-star sword sect disciples couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and they all felt that the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, had died unjustly and died with grievance. Duan Lingtan, you must recognize that kind of spirit fruit, so you deliberately let my master look for it, right? Wu Yongqian glared at Duan Lingtian and questioned sternly. Idiot! Duan Lingtian coldly glanced at Wu Yongqian and calmly said, Didn't you hear what Elder Guanzhong said? Even he has never seen or heard of such a spirit fruit. Don't tell me you think my knowledge is better than Elder Guanzhong's? Moreover, according to my knowledge, there are many spirit fruits that have similar characteristics, but their medicinal strengths aren't the same. Duan Lingtian looked at Guanzhong and slowly asked, Elder Guanzhong, is it so? Guanzhong nodded. It's indeed so. There are countless types of spirit fruits in Cloud Continent, but their medicinal strengths aren't the same. According to my knowledge, there are many types of spirit fruits that have similar characteristics to other spirit fruits, and they can practically pass off as genuine. As soon as Guanzhong finished speaking, it caused a stir on the peak of Dubhe Peak as expected. Looks like Peak Master Wu Dao ought to have just found a spirit fruit with similar characteristics. But, although the spirit fruit he found has similar characteristics to the spirit fruit Duan Lingtian consumed, its medicinal strength is at two extremes. Exactly. The spirit fruit Duan Lingtian consumed gave him an extremely great benefit, causing others to be envious. But the spirit fruit Peak Master Wu Dao consumed was a type of spirit fruit that even Elder Guanzhong was unable to test the toxicity of. This type of spirit fruit is unheard of. I'm afraid only by allowing a person or beast to personally test the poison would one be able to test the toxicity of this type of spirit fruit. But, when an ordinary person obtains a spirit fruit, would they share it with another person or beast? Peak Master Wu Dao will become the Peak Master of Migres Peak that died the most aggrieved death in the history of our 7-star sword sect. The whispers of these 7-star sword sect disciples entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian, and it caused the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth to be unable to refrain from twitching. That Wu Dao was indeed unfortunate and died aggrieved. He was even able to encounter the soul-severing fruit. This fact still caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly unable to recover from his shock, and he felt as if he was dreaming. At that time, he casually fabricated the toxicity of the soul-severing fruit for the sake of brushing off Wu Dao. But he never imagined that Wu Dao really went to the primeval forest to look for the soul-severing fruit. Even more unexpected was that Wu Dao actually really found the soul-severing fruit. Perhaps, at the moment Wu Dao found the soul-severing fruit, his fate was already decided. Sect leader, you already know the sequence of events. If Peak Master Wu Dao really died because of that poisonous fruit, then it can only be said to be a freak combination of factors. I never imagined that there was another type of poisonous fruit within the primeval forest that had characteristics similar to the spirit fruit I consumed, and it was even found by Peak Master Wu Dao. Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Jinhong as he slowly spoke. Linghu Jinhong raised his hand and his origin energy roiled before enveloping down and sweeping up the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, on the ground. After a short moment, this grade 6 spirit sword that originally belonged to the Peak Master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao, fell into Linghu Jinhong's hand. The Peak Master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao, mistakenly consumed a poisonous fruit and died, and it's unrelated to anyone else. The grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, will be temporarily safeguarded by me, and will be left to the next Peak Master of Migres Peak. As Linghu Jinhong spoke up to hear, his eyes squinted as he abruptly looked at Wu Yongqian, who was about to speak once more. The fierce gaze caused Wu Yongqian to shudder, and he tightly shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. Disperse. As Linghu Jinhong's voice sounded out, he announced the end of today's farce. In the next moment, in the eyes of all the 7-Star Sword sect disciples, Linghu Jinhong's figure gradually faded, and he first transformed into a phantom before vanishing without a trace. Duan Lingtian, arrive at Dubhe Hall in 3 days. At the same time, a warm voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was able to discern it. This was precisely the voice of the 7-Star Sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong. I'm not resigned, I'm not resigned. After Linghu Jinhong left, Wu Yongqian roared as he carried Wu Dao's body and dashed madly down Dubhe Peak. Everywhere he passed, the 7-Star Sword sect disciples moved aside. I originally thought that Wu Yongqian had some ironclad evidence that could prove that it was Duan Lingtian that caused the death of Peak Master Wu Dao. Never had I imagined that in the end, all of this was actually a farce. However, we finally found out the secret of Duan Lingtian defeating a stronger opponent. Not only is Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao formidable, his luck is excessively good as well, causing others to be envious. Amidst the waves of bustling discussion, the 7-Star Sword sect disciples gradually dispersed. Hu Shuefeng glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian, then gritted his teeth before turning around and leaving with an unwilling expression. High above in the sky, the group of 7-Star Sword sect higher-ups gradually dispersed as well. Duan Lingtian, I'll obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll sooner or later. Zhao Lin took a deep breath before flying off into the distance. The peak of Dubhe Peak that was bustling with noise and excitement a moment ago had gone silent for a moment. Only some inner court disciples that stood near the trade hall and Duan Lingtian's group remained. Bush. 2 figures flashed down from the sky. The Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, and the Alcade Peak's master, Xianxia. Just as they landed beside Duan Lingtian and the others, a voice rang out. A wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind sounded out from behind the clouds and mist in the distance at the peak of Dubhe Peak. The howls of the wind grew closer and closer. Xianxia's beautiful brows frowned slightly as she focused her gaze towards the source of the sound and muttered, "It's a demon beast." For a moment, Duan Lingtian, Zheng Fan, and the others looked over as well. In the distant sky, the clouds and mist roiled, and an incomparably swift black figure was passing through the clouds and mist to flash over. Everywhere it passed, it pulled out a long airflow, and its imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow. After a short moment, that black figure approached the peak of Dubhe Peak. So long as it passed through a few more layers of clouds and mist, it would appear before the eyes of everyone. First-level Void Prying Stage Demon Beast. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force faintly detected the background of this black figure. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force shook, and his face went serious. This demon beast is carrying a person. It seems to be a 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Finally, an enormous black figure passed through the clouds and mist before Duan Lingtian's group, and it appeared to float high in the sky. What's that? It seems to be a demon beast. What demon beast is so audacious to actually dare trespass into our 7-star sword sect? At the peak of Dubhe Peak, the inner court disciples nearby the trade hall all surrounded over, and they looked up at the enormous black figure in the sky. Presently, Duan Lingtian's gaze had descended onto the black figure as well. This was a bird-type demon beast that seemed like an eagle yet wasn't an eagle. Its entire body was covered in shiny black-colored feathers, and when its wings were spread open, it was like a cloud that covered the sky. The feathers on the tip of its wings were even like sharp blades that flickered with a frightening sheen under the thin sunlight. It caused one's hair to stand on end. Dark Rock? In next to no time, some inner court disciples exclaimed in shock. Dark Rock? Duan Lingtian started to search the memories of Emperor Wu when he heard this. After a short moment, he obtained what he wanted to know. Dark Rock, a void-prying stage demon beast, and when it matured to the limit, its strength was comparable to a third-level void-prying stage martial artist. Dark Rock was the product of the union between a rock-type demon beast and an eagle-type demon beast. Dark Rock possesses the speed of a rock-type demon beast and the attack of an eagle-type demon beast. It's an extremely terrifying demon beast. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. At this moment, he was most curious about the person that sat behind the Dark Rock. Suddenly, the Dark Rock descended from the sky, and the figure that sat cross-legged behind it with a zither on its lap entered into Duan Lingtian's eyes. All of a sudden, clang. Chapter 372. The sound of a zither abruptly sounded out, and it was like a high mountain and flowing water, causing one to feel relaxed and happy. Duan Lingtian glanced over. He saw the wings of the Dark Rock spread open, its back was flat like the ground, and a young man in a silver robe sat cross-legged there, and he was concentrating on playing the zither. Every time his hand descended, a beautiful sound of the zither would follow. It was like the clear sound of an empty valley that lingered in the air without end. The young man was around 26 or 27 years old, and he had a graceful bearing and extraordinary bearing. 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist at the age of 26 or 27? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled when he saw the young man's appearance clearly. After all, even the most outstanding inner court disciple in the 7-star sword sect's younger generation that he knew, Xianxia, was only at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage at the age of 28 this year. This young man was even younger than Xianxia, but his strength far surpassed Xianxia. Who the heck is he? Zither, young master. Suddenly, an exclaim of surprise sounded out. It was precisely Xianxia, who stood nearby Duan Lingtian, who looked at the white-robed young man and spoke. Zither, young master? One of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian was stunned. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian heard waves of exclamations enter into his ears. He's Zither, young master? Zither, young master, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, ranked 3rd. Supposedly, this Zither young master had already broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage a few months ago. He seems to be only 26 years old. 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist at the age of 26. Simply monstrous. In our 7-star sword sect, in terms of natural talent in the martial Dao, I'm afraid only Duan Lingtian is able to compare to him. Exactly. With Duan Lingtian's natural talent, so long as he can maintain it, it's even possible for him to step into the 9th level of the nascent soul stage at the age of 26. The crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples discussed animatedly. Right at this moment, Zither young master who sat cross-legged on the Dark Rock and played the zither obviously heard the discussions of the crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples, and his eyes squinted as the movements of his hands slowed down. The sound of the zither reverberated throughout the peak of Dubhe Peak and gradually disappeared. Zither young master's figure moved and floated down, and his gaze descended onto Qin Xiang and Zheng Fan. Zishang greets the two peak masters. Obviously, this zither young master, Zishang, recognized the peak masters of Alcade Peak and Mizar Peak. Zither Prince. Zheng Fan lightly smiled as he didn't dare be disrespectful when facing this outstanding talent in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Rather, it was Qin Xiang who nodded her head lightly. A strand of cold light flashed imperceptibly within Zishang's eyes towards Qin Xiang's casualness, and it flashed before vanishing. Even so, Duan Lingtian still managed to capture it. Duan Lingtian was alarmed. This zither young master, one of the 5 great young masters, was absolutely not a good person. Very quickly, when he noticed zither young master's gaze, Duan Lingtian frowned. Presently, zither young master's burning gaze had descended onto Kerr, who was by his side. "Kerr, we meet again." Zither young master faintly smiled at Kerr, refined and courteous. At this moment, it was as if Kerr was the only one left in his world. Yes. Kerr obviously didn't have a good impression of this zither young master, and she replied indifferently. This is... In next to no time, zither young master's gaze reluctantly left Kerr and descended onto Li Fei, who stood on the other side of Duan Lingtun, and his eyes emitted a trace of shock. In the end, his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. So long as it was a normal man, the young man that stood by the side of 2 drop-dead gorgeous women would arouse jealousy in his heart. Duan Lingtian noticed that when zither young master looked at him, traces of warning were mixed within the depths of his gaze. It was as if he was warning him of something. Peak Master Qin Xiang. Suddenly, zither young master looked at the peak master of Alcade Peak, Qin Xiang, and he slightly bowed. "I've come this time mainly because I want to propose marriage to peak master Qin Xiang." Propose marriage? As soon as zither young master said this, it caused everyone present to be astounded. Right when everyone hadn't recovered from their shock, zither young master continued. "Last time, peak master Qin Xiang passed by the imperial city and stopped at my Z clan. Since that time, I've fallen in love with your disciple at first sight. I heard recently that peak master Qin Xiang and your disciple have already returned to the 7-star sword sect, so I rushed over impatiently. I hope peak master Qin Xiang can fulfill my wish and betroth your disciple, Kerr, to me." As soon as zither young master said this, Qin Xiang's beautiful brows raised. The expressions of Duan Lingtian and the people by his side that knew of the relationship between him and Kerr went grim. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold. Earlier, he'd noticed that the gaze zither young master looked at Kerr was unusual, yet he never imagined that zither young master had come to the 7-star sword sect this time for the sake of proposing marriage to peak master Qin Xiang. He actually wanted to marry Kerr. "I hope peak master Qin Xiang can fulfill my wish." Zither young master looked at Qin Xiang and said a step further. "If peak master Qin Xiang is willing to fulfill my wish, then Zishang is willing to ask master to bestow a grade 5 spirit sword as the betrothal gift." Zither young master's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It caused the crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples present to be dumbstruck. Grade 5 spirit sword? Even our 7-star sword sect seems to only have a grade 5 spirit sword. This zither young master said repeatedly that he wants his master to bestow a grade 5 spirit sword to him? Who exactly is his master? I heard long ago that zither young master took an expert from the Imperial Kingdom as his master. Now it would seem that all this is true. Grade 5 spirit sword? My God, what extravagance! The 7-star sword sect inner court disciples were in an uproar, and they were all shocked. To them, a grade 5 spirit sword was an existence that was difficult for them to attain in their entire lifetimes. Zither young master. Right at this moment, a delicate shout sounded out. It was Kerr who stood by Duan Lingtian's side. Bang! The sword light that was condensed from origin energy exploded, destroying the zither string that zither young master played. Zither young master's face flushed red, and he felt something sweet in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His gaze descended onto the person that attacked, and he said in a low voice, "Peak Master Xianxia, I only wanted to test the ability of the man that Kerr took a fancy to. Could it be that you don't feel it's beneath your dignity to attack me?" Xianxia said indifferently, "Kerr is my personal disciple, and her man is someone that I want to protect." Her words were filled with the intention of protecting her own. Zither Young Master's expression was gloomy, and he abruptly looked at Duan Lingtian as he shouted coldly, "Kid, if you still think you're a man, then bring out the spirit of a man and fight with me, Duan Lingtian. The victor will obtain Kerr. The loser will forever vanish before Kerr. Do you dare?" Zither Young Master's tone contained traces of coldness mixed within. "Zishang, you're shameless." Kerr's beautiful face went grim. At the instant Zither Young Master attacked Duan Lingtian, she'd taken Zither Young Master to be an enemy. Now, when she heard Zither Young Master issue such a bet with Duan Lingtian, she was instantly exasperated. "Kerr, only a strong man is able to protect you. A coward doesn't have the qualifications to possess you." Zither Young Master refused to let go, and his pair of cold and fierce eyes stared at Duan Lingtian. "Ha!" Whereas Duan Lingtian suddenly started laughing loudly instead, and he looked at Zither Young Master as if he was looking at a clown. "What are you laughing at?" Chapter 373. What are you laughing at? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face gradually vanished as he said indifferently, "I'm laughing at your ignorance." "Ignorance?" Zither Young Master's face sank. "Who do you think you are? Using my fiancé as a wager? Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your head?" The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile, and he didn't hold back in the slightest. As soon as these words were spoken, the peak of Dubhe Peak was in an uproar. Duan Lingtian is too awesome. He actually dares directly scold Zither Young Master. As expected of the #1 genius in the history of our 7-star sword sect, he doesn't care in the slightest when facing an outstanding talent like Zither Young Master in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If I had half of Duan Lingtian's natural talent, it wouldn't be to the extent that I still haven't broken through to the nascent soul stage. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples were filled with adoration towards Duan Lingtian as they spoke. "This kid," Jing Fan shook his head and smiled. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian's current actions caused him to feel a wave of delight in his heart. This Zither Young Master was indeed too arrogant. This wasn't the Z clan. No wonder Kerr is determined to follow him. A rare wisp of a gratified smile appeared on Xianxia's face when she saw this scene. She was extremely satisfied with this prospective disciple. Satisfying. Zheng Song felt a wave of excitement in his heart. Presently, the person that stood before Duan Lingtian was Zither Young Master, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Although he was an outstanding inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect, and was even the son of the Mizar Peaks Master, causing him to possess an extraordinary status in the 7-star sword sect. But it was only like this in the 7-star sword sect. After leaving the 7-star sword sect, he was nothing, and was unable to compare to one of the 5 great young masters, Zither Young Master. Now, when he saw Zither Young Master being humiliated, he was just like his father, and he felt delighted in his heart. Zuoqing's beautiful eyes squinted as she glanced at Kerr with envy. In the past, she was slightly puzzled. Why would outstanding women like Kerr and Li Fei be willing to follow the same man? Now, she seemed to slightly understand. This man had too much charm. At the very least, in his eyes, his woman was his reverse scale. He would not allow anyone to blaspheme or humiliate her. Zither Young Master regained his senses. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in disbelief, "What did you just call me?" He thought he had misheard. Duan Lingtian's gaze was ice cold as he swept a glance at Zither Young Master. Could it be that apart from having a problem with your brain, there's also a problem with your ears? This. Gasps could be heard all of a sudden. The group of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples felt their scalps go numb. This Duan Lingtian, Is there no end to it? One had to know that the person standing in front of him right now was not some kitten or puppy. Zither Young Master, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. His cultivation was at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage and was far from something the Duan Lingtian could compare to. At this moment, oh! An ear-piercing sound abruptly sounded out, and a black figure that was like a cloud that covered the sky instantly flashed out to envelop Duan Lingtian. Bastard! Duan Lingtian's face went gloomy. The demon beast, Dark Rock, that Zither Young Master rode over seemed to have felt Zither Young Master's rage and directly flashed towards Duan Lingtian, the instigator of all this, desiring to pounce and kill Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment. Accompanied by a sword light flashing out, Zheng Fan's voice sounded out. Fuck off! The sword light was like a shadow as it flashed directly towards the Dark Rock, terrifying the Dark Rock to the point it returned to where it came from, and its enormous body shivered. As a demon beast, it was naturally able to feel how formidable that sword light was. Along with the sword light being annihilated, the ancient horned dragon silhouette above Zheng Fan was annihilated along with it. Bastard, if you dare attack again, I'll surely kill you. Zheng Fan's voice revealed traces of coldness. It terrified the Dark Rock to the point it lowered its head like a human and emitted a wave of sorrowful cries. Peak Master Zheng Fan. Zither Young Master's expression was extremely unsightly when he saw Zheng Fan interfering. Zheng Fan glanced indifferently at Zither Young Master. He was friendly to Zither Young Master earlier because he felt Zither Young Master's potential was great, and Zither Young Master would sooner or later attain his current height. But now, Zither Young Master was going against Duan Lingtian. He naturally knew what was more important. Not to mention Duan Lingtian was a disciple of the 7-Star Sword sect. Just based on Duan Lingtian's unparalleled natural talent, it was already worthy of him going all out to protect him. Compared to Zither Young Master, he looked more favorably upon Duan Lingtian's future. Little bastard! Zither Young Master's gaze went slightly cold as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. If you have the balls, then don't rely on others and fight me openly. If you don't dare, then you're a coward, a piece of trash. You don't have the qualifications to possess Kerr, and you don't have the qualifications to protect Kerr. What number 1 genius of the 7-Star Sword sect? In my opinion, he's utterly a cowardly piece of trash. Presently, Zither Young Master had already found out about Duan Lingtian's identity from the whispers of the crowd of 7-Star Sword sect inner court disciples. This Duan Lingtian was the genius disciple that the crowd of 7-Star Sword sect inner court disciples spoke of when he just arrived, the genius disciple whose natural talent in the martial Dao far surpassed him. At that time, he was unconvinced in his heart. As far as he was concerned, in the younger generation of Cloud Moon Kingdom, only the first 2 people amongst the 5 great young masters were able to make him take them seriously. Even if it was the other 2 people that were ranked behind him, he wouldn't even spare a glance at them. Right when Kerr was angered to the point her beautiful face flushed red, and she was about to refute, Duan Lingtian spoke first, and he glanced indifferently at Zither Young Master. Zither Young Master, right? Whether I have the qualifications to possess Kerr or not seems to be something that isn't up to you to decide, right? One must know one's own limitations, one must know one's own ability. As for you asking me to have a fair and square battle with you, don't you think it's funny? You, Zither Young Master, how old are you this year? How old am I, Duan Lingtian, this year? You want to have a fair and square battle with me? Don't you feel ashamed? As he finished speaking, a wisp of ridicule appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. To him, killing this Zither Young Master was extremely simple. A single bone corrosion inscription would be able to send him to the afterlife. The reason he didn't do this now was because he knew that even if he utilized the bone corrosion inscription, he would still be stopped by Zheng Fan and Qin Xiang. As the peak masters of the 7-Star Sword sect, it was absolutely impossible for the 2 of them to allow Zither Young Master to die in the 7-Star Sword sect. Perhaps, in their eyes, Zither Young Master's crime didn't warrant death. Duan Lingtian's words caused Zither Young Master's face to sink. A coward is a coward. According to what you said, I, zither young master, am unable to fight you in this lifetime? So long as I fight you, it's me bullying the weak? Zither young master continued to ridicule, wanting to infuriate Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately he was bound to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as he said indifferently, if you really want to fight me, it's not impossible. 3 years from now, I'll have a fair and square battle with you. 3 years. Duan Lingtian's words were filled with strong confidence. Zither young master's eyes squinted and cold lights flickered within. He glanced at Xianxia and Zheng Fan who stood nearby, and he noticed that both of them had calm expressions, seeming to not be shocked by Duan Lingtian's words, and his heart couldn't help but sink. Meanwhile, 3 years? Duan Lingtian is really scheming. He's currently at the mere age of 21 and is already at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. With his natural talent, surpassing Zither young master in another 3 years isn't difficult. Duan Lingtian will surely be able to defeat Zither young master in 3 years. I'm confident. I'm confident as well. The crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. When the whispers of these inner court disciples entered into Zither young master's ears, it caused his face to sink. This Duan Lingtian is only 21 years old. A 21-year-old 9th level Origin Core stage martial artist. Such natural talent has indeed surpassed me. Even I haven't stepped into the 9th level of the Origin Core stage when I was 21 years old. 2 years? I'll give you 2 years of time. Zither young master looked at Duan Lingtian, and his words had the intention of bargaining as he said with a low voice, I hope that 2 years from now you, the number 1 genius of the 7-star sword sect, won't shrink back and rely on the strength of another. At that time, I'll defeat you and even kill you. I want to let Kerr know that only I, Zither young master, am the most suitable man for her. After he finished speaking, Zither young master's figure flashed to return to the back of the dark rock. When he left, he had an exasperated expression. He was like a completely different person from when he first arrived. 2 years? Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly flickered as he stared at the back of the dark rock that carried Zither young master away, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer as he muttered. As you wish. That Zither young master, Zishang, is too shameless. Zheng Song slightly felt indignant on behalf of Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, if there were 3 years of time, with Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao, surpassing Zither young master wouldn't be difficult. But 2 years of time, it was extremely difficult for Duan Lingtian to defeat Zither young master. Chapter 374. You're Ker's master, so you're my senior. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. Ker's judgment is very good. Xianxia nodded and smiled to Duan Lingtian, and the gaze she looked at Duan Lingtian with had the feeling of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Ker has no parents. In the future, this master of mine is like her parents. You have to treat her well, and if I find out that you've let her down, I'll absolutely not forgive you. As she finished speaking, Xianxia's eyes emitted a wisp of coldness. The imposing manner of a void initiation stage expert swept through Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to instantly seem as if he was at the center of a storm. Don't worry, Peak Master, in my eyes, Kerr is more important than my life. Duan Lingtian spoke sincerely. Xianxia nodded, then left with Elder Bai who was beside her. Zuoqing followed and left. Kid, 2 years of time? Are you really confident? Zheng Fan looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes squinted as he asked curiously. Peak Master, if you don't believe me, we can make a bet. How about we bet 10 million gold? Duan Lingtian's face revealed a fox-like smile. It caused Zheng Fan to be unable to refrain from having a vigilant expression, and he rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. Kid, you're obviously not one to suffer a loss. Only an idiot would bet with you. When they saw Zheng Fan and Duan Lingtian being so casual with each other, everyone present, other than Zheng Song and the 2 parties involved, was completely stunned. Most people couldn't help but doubt in their hearts. Was this middle-aged man that stood before them now and rolled his eyes at Duanlingan really the peak master of their 7-star sword sect's Mizar Peak? After Zheng Fan left with Zheng Song, Duanling Tian left Migres Peak with Ke and Li Fei to arrive at Migres Peak. Everywhere they passed, the Migres Peak disciples respectfully greeted them. Today, Duanling Tian's actions on the peak of Dubhe Peak had once again convinced them. To say that he didn't respect the sect leader in front of him, since the establishment of the 7-star sword sect, probably only Duanling Tian alone had such courage. Scoundrel, you're still cultivating at Migres Peak? Isn't Tianshu Peak's cultivation environment better? Li Fei asked curiously. Little Fei, you will know very soon. Duanling Tian smiled mysteriously as he held the hands of Ke and Li Fei, one in each hand, and entered Migres Peak under countless burning and envious gazes. Senior brother Duanling Tian's luck with women is truly enviable. Yeah, the two women by his side are absolutely the most beautiful female disciples I've seen in the 7-star sword sect. We're all humans, we're all men. Why is there such a huge difference? The group of Migres Peak disciples were extremely envious as they spoke. After Duanling Tian confirmed that no one was following him, he brought along Ke and Li Fei to follow along a remote mountain path to ascend the peak of Migres Peak. As they looked at the empty peak of Migres Peak, Li Fei asked curiously, "Scoundrel, why did you bring us here?" The peak of Migres Peak was coiled by clouds and mist, it was completely white, and there was nothing to see. Duanlingan brought Li Fei and Ke to the side of the cliff, then lightly smiled as he said, "Ke, little Fei, both of you stand here. When you go down later, your movements must be slow, I'll be watching you from below." Below? Duanling Tian's words caused Li Fei and Ke to have bewildered expressions. In the next moment, their faces went pale. Because they saw Duanling Tian actually leap down the cliff, their faces went pale, and for a moment, their minds were in chaos, and they practically forgot what Duanling Tian said to them earlier. "Young master." Ke stuck her head out, looked down the cliff, and called out with a voice that contained slight trembling mixed within. "All right, both of you come down." Suddenly, a voice sounded out from below, causing the gazes of Ke and Li Fei to light up. Only now did they realize that Duanling Tian's actions earlier wasn't courting death. Duanling Tian stood on the crooked tree, and his palm seemed to have transformed into a cattail leaf fan as it started fanning. For a moment, the clouds and mist above him gradually dispersed. Ke and Li Fei's beautiful eyes lit up when they saw Duanling Tian standing on the crooked tree, as they never imagined that there was actually such a crooked tree growing at the side of the peak of Migres Peak. Under Duanling Tian's call, Ke and Li Fei jumped down successively and landed on the crooked tree. At this moment, the clouds and mist converged together once more and blocked the crooked tree. Now, even if someone stuck their head out from the peak of Migres Peak, they wouldn't be able to discover the crooked tree. "Scoundrel, where is this place?" Li Fei asked curiously as they walked in the cave passageway. "You'll know in a moment." Duanling Tian kept them in suspense, and then brought the two girls into the stalactite cave. Looking at the stalactite above the cave, the two girls were shocked. "Young master, this wouldn't be the 10,000-year stalactite milk, right?" Ke took a deep breath and asked with slight disbelief. "That's right, this is the 10,000-year stalactite milk. The 10,000-year stalactite milk you drank before was found by me here." Duanling Tian nodded, and he couldn't help but sigh when he recalled the scene when he discovered this place. This could also be considered his fortuitous encounter. Ke and Li Fei came to a sudden realization. Squeak, squeak. Right at this moment, a clear cry sounded out, and a golden furry little head poked out from under Ke's sleeve. Little Gold. When Duanling Tian saw the baby jade-eyed heavenly mouse, he couldn't help but think of the two mutated little pythons. He sighed in his heart. I wonder how Little Black and Little White are doing after leaving with Xuanai. Xuanai dotes on them so much, they'll definitely be doing very well. Now, Duanling Tian had also gotten over it. In his opinion, as long as the two little pythons were doing well and could have a better future, even if he couldn't see them again in the future, he would still feel happy for them. Squeak! Suddenly, the little gold mouse flashed out from under Kerr's sleeve and directly pounced towards the cave wall at the side of the stalactite cave. Then, it borrowed the strength of the cave wall and jumped onto the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Next, a scene that caused Duan Lingtian's group of 3 to be astounded appeared. The little gold mouse lay on the 10,000-year stalactite milk and actually started to gnaw on the 10,000-year stalactite milk. It didn't leave the 10,000-year stalactite until its belly was bloated. It lay on the side of the stalactite cave, motionless. Its furry body now propped up its belly, making it look chubby and cute. Another foodie. Duan Lingtian was speechless, and he felt his heart ache as he glanced at the hole that was gnawed out of the 10,000-year stalactite milk. This little gold is really wasting natural resources recklessly. Young master, where's little black and little white? Suddenly, Kerr seemed to have thought of something, and she looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression full of anticipation. Yeah, scoundrel, we haven't seen little black and little white for a long time. Li Fei also looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian sighed. Although he knew that he would have to face this moment sooner or later, he didn't expect that it would be so soon. He didn't conceal anything when facing the 2 girls, and he spoke of the sequence of events. Little black and little white have left? After Kerr knew everything, a wisp of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes, and her beautiful face was filled with reluctance. She'd watched those 2 variant little pythons grow up with her own 2 eyes, and her feelings for them were extremely deep. Now that she knew they'd left, she felt a wave of sadness in her heart. Little sister Kerr will still have the chance to see little black and little white in the future. Didn't you hear what scoundrel said? Little black and little white are only cultivating with the demon beasts by the side of that mysterious young girl, and it's not like they're never coming back. Li Fei gently consoled Kerr. Although she was slightly sad as well, she couldn't compare to Kerr. Besides Duan Lingtian, the 2 little pythons had always been closest to Kerr. Perhaps it was because when they were just born and broke out of their shells, the first people they saw were Duan Lingtian and Kerr. They took Duan Lingtian and Kerr as their parents. Their feelings were extraordinary. That's right, Kerr. Little Fei, is right. Little black and little white will definitely come back. Our place is their home. Although Duan Lingtian wasn't confident in his heart, he still advised. He could understand Kerr's current feelings. Back then, when little black and little white had just left, he had the same feeling. It was as if a piece of his heart had been cut off. That feeling was very uncomfortable. Squeak squeak, seeming to have realized Kerr's disappointment, the little gold mouse that was originally lying lazily on the ground cried out twice, then leaped up once again and landed on Kerr's shoulder. Its little head rubbed against Kerr's face, and it comforted Kerr humanly. Little gold, I'm fine. Kerr held the little gold mouse in her hand and lightly smiled. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse nodded, and its jade green eyes flickered with a sheen of joy. Little Gold's cultivation. Earlier, Duan Lingtian didn't intentionally use his spiritual force to detect the little gold mouse's cultivation, but now that he'd slightly probed, he'd instead clearly witnessed the little gold mouse's current strength. The little gold mouse had actually broken through to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. He still remembered that the little gold mouse from over a year ago seemed to only be at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Looks like the 10,000-year stalactite milk has caused the little gold mouse to be reborn. The little gold mouse now possessed the natural talent of a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, and its potential ought to have been developed to the limit. Even if little gold didn't consume the 10,000-year stalactite milk, with the bloodline in its body, it would still be able to become a demon emperor sooner or later. Now, after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk, I wonder what kind of changes will occur. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and was filled with anticipation. Little Gold's current strength is obviously only a step away from the half-step void stage. It wouldn't be long before it would be able to break through once more. What would happen to a jade-eyed heavenly mouse after consuming a large amount of 10,000-year stalactite milk? Even in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there was no record of it. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian left the stalactite cave and Migres Peak according to the voice transmission of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, and headed to Dubhe Peak's Dubhe Hall. Dubhe Hall was precisely the cultivation place of the 7-star sword sect's leader. I wonder why the sect leader asked me to come look for him today. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and was filled with bewilderment. Chapter 375. As the cultivation place of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Dubhe Hall was slightly larger than Migres Hall and Mizar Hall. Duan Lingtian had only just arrived outside Dubhe Hall when he saw a gray-clothed young man walking towards him. The young man was around 25 or 26 years old, had an ordinary appearance and an expressionless face, and he held a sheathed sword in his hand as he slowly walked over. Looking at the symbol on the young man's clothes, he was obviously an inner court disciple. "You're Duan Lingtian?" The young man stood before Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted a bright light as he asked with a calm tone. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded and was secretly shocked in his heart. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime of experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to discern that although this young man's age was inferior to the son of the Mizar Peak's master, Xianxia, his cultivation was even more profound than Xianxia. If he didn't misjudge, this person's cultivation had already stepped into the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. His age feels to be even younger than Zither young master, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. "Master has been waiting for you for a long time." The young man called out to Duan Lingtian, then turned around and brought Duan Lingtian into Dubhe Hall. After the young man brought Duan Lingtian into the hall, he respectfully and reverently bowed to the middle-aged man in the hall, then turned around and left the hall to guard outside the hall. It was as if he'd transformed into a door god. "Sect leader." Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and lightly smiled, and it could be considered that he'd bowed. The middle-aged man was precisely the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong. That person from before is actually the sect leader's disciple. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Linghu Jinhong stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and besides shock, there was only shock in his heart towards this 7-star sword sect disciple that rose swiftly. The rise of this Duan Lingtian was simply a legend of the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Jinhong's stiff face revealed a slight smile. "I heard that Zither young master had descended to our 7-star sword sect 3 days ago. You made an agreement of 2 years with him?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded, and he wasn't surprised that Linghu Jinhong knew about this. What a joke! Linghu Jinhong was the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, and he had eyes and ears everywhere in the entire 7-star sword sect. As expected of the number 1 genius since the founding of our 7-star sword sect, Duan Lingtian, I really look forward to the scene of you fighting Zither young master in 2 years. Linghu Jinhong glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, then changed the topic. "Do you know why I asked you to come here this time?" Duan Lingtian shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. "Then do you know that besides our 7-star sword sect, there are another 4 top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom?" Linghu Jinhong asked again. "I've heard of them." Duan Lingtian nodded as he'd heard Xiongquan mention this. "Sect leader, could it be that you asked me to come because of those 4 great sects?" Linghu Jinhong was slightly surprised that Duan Lingtian hit the nail on the head, and he nodded. 1 year from now is the day of the martial competition of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great sects. I asked you to come here today mainly because I wanted to tell you about this. Martial competition? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he was slightly curious. The martial competition is a tradition passed down from our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great sects since many years ago. It's held once every 3 years. On the day of the martial competition, the younger generation disciples of the 5 great sects below the age of 30 will participate in a martial competition. As Linghu Jinhong spoke up to hear, he sighed. Our 7-star sword sect's younger generation hasn't produced any outstanding disciples in the recent years. During the martial competition 2 years ago and the one 5 years ago, not a single disciple of our 7-star sword sect that participated in the martial competition entered the top 3. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone. Martial competition? Seems to be slightly interesting. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was able to feel Linghu Jinhong's helplessness. The 7-star sword sect was the publicly acknowledged #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom at any rate, but in 2 martial competitions in succession, not a single 7-star sword sect disciple entered the top 3, and this undoubtedly showed that the 7-star sword sect's younger generation disciples were inferior. Presently, the 7-star sword sect's strength relied on the experts of the older generation. It could be imagined that when the experts of the older generation gradually retired, the 7-star sword sect would surely head towards decline if there were no outstanding juniors. The young disciples of the other sects are very strong? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Linghu Jinhong nodded. I presume you've heard of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. 2 of them are from the other 2 great sections. Besides that, there are a few figures in the 4 great sects whose natural talent is only inferior to the 5 great young masters. Sect leader's meaning is to let me participate in the martial competition of the younger generation of the 5 great sects 1 year from now. Duan Lingtian asked. Linghu Jinhong nodded, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Presently, besides my disciple Huangji, the disciple of the Fecta Peak's master, Meng Qiu, and the son of the Mizar Peak's master, Zhengsong, amongst the young disciples of our 7-star sword sect below the age of 30, there's only you. Although their strengths are stronger than you, their ages are far older than you. You're different from them, you have boundless potential. I don't have extravagant hopes that you'll be able to be ranked in the top 3 of the 5 great sects martial competition 1 year from now, and I mainly want you to go experience it. After another 4 years, I believe that it would undoubtedly be an extremely simple matter for you to obtain the glory of being the first in the martial competition. Linghu Jinhong spoke of his plans in one go. Experience it? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Looks like this 7-star sword sect's leader really didn't have confidence in him. With a quick thought, Chen Shi came to an understanding. Although he'd revealed formidable natural talent, he was only a 9th-level origin core stage martial artist after all. Not to mention comparing with the outstanding disciples of the 4 great sects, he was even far inferior to the 3 comparatively outstanding people in the 7-star sword sect's inner court. The sect leader's plan was extremely obvious. 1 year from now, he'd bring him to experience the martial competition of the 5 great sections. Only on the day of the martial competition 4 years from now, would the sect leader hope that Chen Shi would be able to bring honor to the 7-star sword sect and obtain the glory of being the first in the martial competition in one go. Duan Lingtian, in the following 4 years, the sect will spare no effort to foster you. From today onwards, you can stay in my Heavenly Pivot Hall to cultivate. My Heavenly Pivot Hall is the main spirit point of the 7-star sword sect's 9 great spirit points, and the cultivation environment here is the best in the 7-star sword sect. Linghu Jinhong looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke slowly. Obviously, he'd completely placed the hopes of the 7-star sword sect onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by Linghu Jinhong's words. After all, the current Linghu Jinhong was determined to allow him to obtain the glory of being the first in the martial competition 4 years from now. This glory had an extraordinary meaning to the 7-star sword sect, and it represented the rise of the 7-star sword sect's younger generation once again. The best cultivation environment? Although Duan Lingtian had noticed that the cultivation environment here surpassed the Migres Hall and Mizar Hall when he just arrived at Heavenly Pivot Hall. But compared to his stalactite cave, there was still a huge gap. Sect leader, I've already gotten used to my current place of cultivation. Duan Lingtian tactfully refused Linghu Jinhong's good intentions. In his eyes, the stalactite cave he'd noticed was truly worthy of being the best place of cultivation in the 7-star sword sect. Of course, he didn't speak of it. The stalactite cave was his secret. At least, it was his secret before he left the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian, Linghu Jinhong never imagined that Duan Lingtian would refuse his good intentions, and was stunned for a moment before continuing to persuade. Duan Lingtian, a good place of cultivation is able to increase your cultivation speed. The Heavenly Pivot Hall is your best choice. You can be at ease. I'm only asking you to cultivate in the Heavenly Pivot Hall, and I don't have the intention of taking you as a disciple. With your natural talent, I feel that I don't have the qualifications to be your master. As he finished speaking, Linghu Jinhong laughed in self-ridicule. Sect leader, you've misunderstood. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I'm a person that's used to a place, and I need at least 1 or 2 years to get used to it. Truthfully speaking, I've only barely gotten used to the place of cultivation on Migres Peak. You suddenly asked me to cultivate in the Heavenly Pivot Hall. I'm worried that the advancement of my cultivation would be even slower. Linghu Jinhong's magnanimity caused Duan Lingtian to feel reverence from the bottom of his heart. He was able to discern that this was a true gentleman. He was absolutely not someone that the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, could compare to. So that's how it is. Linghu Jinhong came to a sudden understanding, and he didn't doubt the truth of what Duan Lingtian said. As far as he was concerned, if it wasn't for this, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to be unwilling to cultivate in the Heavenly Pivot Hall. After all, the cultivation environment of the Heavenly Pivot Hall far surpassed the other places in the 7-star sword sect. Of course, the reason Linghu Jinhong would think like this was because he utterly didn't know of the existence of the stalactite cave. Otherwise, he wouldn't think like this. Since it's like this, then I won't force you. Within these 4 years, if you have any cultivation needs like medicinal pills, you can come look for me, and I'll do my best to help you. Linghu Jinhong promised Duan Lingtian. For the sake of allowing Duan Lingtian to be able to bring honor to the 7-star sword sect in the martial competition of the 5 great sects 4 years from now, he decided to spare no expense to foster Duan Lingtian. Only for the sake of allowing Duan Lingtian to obtain the honor of first place in the martial competition. Then I won't be courteous. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile and didn't refuse, and his eyes emitted a strand of bright light. Looks like I'll be able to save a great deal of money for my future cultivation. When he bid farewell to Linghu Jinhong and left, Duan Lingtian once again saw the young man that stood guard outside the audience hall. This young man ought to be the personal disciple that the sect leader Linghu Jinhong mentioned earlier, Huang Ji. This Huang Ji was younger than Zheng Song, yet was far stronger than Zheng Song. Presumably, the sect leader Linghu Jinhong had placed most of his hopes on Huang Ji during the martial competition of the 5 great sects 1 year from now. This Huang Ji is at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. If nothing unexpected happens, he ought to be able to break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage 1 year from now. Chapter 376. After obtaining Linghu Jinhong's promise, Duan Lingtian wasn't courteous in the slightest. So long as he needed any materials, he would directly go ask for them from Linghu Jinhong, and every time, Linghu Jinhong would be able to prepare all the materials for him within a day. The sect leader is really efficient. Duan Lingtian walked out of Dubhe Hall once more with a brilliant smile on his face. But when he arrived at Migres Peak, the smile on his face froze. With a glance, he saw the middle-aged man that was walking towards him from afar, and his face sank. It was precisely the Migres Peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin noticed Duan Lingtian as well, and cold lights flashed within his eyes. Duan Lingtian indifferently swept Zhao Lin with his gaze, then went around Zhao Lin and directly walked towards Migres Peak. Duan Lingtian, as long as you don't hand over the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, I won't let you off. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eardrums trembled. It was Zhao Lin's voice transmission. Duan Lingtian's body slightly paused, then he turned around and coldly looked Zhao Lin in the eye as he replied via voice transmission. Then please feel free to come at me, Elder Zhao Lin. I only hope that when the time comes, you won't regret it. Regret? Zhao Lin started laughing, then looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. Duan Lingtian, I know your natural talent in the martial Tao is strong, but if you want to surpass me, Zhao Lin, without 10 years of bitter cultivation, it's simply a fool's dream. I don't believe that I, Zhao Lin, won't be able to find a chance to kill you within these 10 years. Zhao Lin's voice transmission was filled with icy cold killing intent. Then I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian calmly swept Zhao Lin with his gaze, then entered Migres Peak. After confirming that Zhao Lin didn't follow him, Duan Lingtian directly returned to the stalactite cave, then withdrew a pile of materials and started refining a spirit weapon. What he wanted to refine now were 2 grade 7 spirit swords. These 2 grade 7 spirit swords were refined for Ke and Li Fei. For the sake of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Duan Lingtian held back when he refined the spirit weapon. But even then, the 2 grade 7 spirit swords were still bestowed the characteristic of amplifying strength by 30%. Grade 7 spirit swords that amplified strength. In the entire 7-star sword sect, besides the sword in Hu Shuifeng's possession, there was probably only these 2 swords. After he finished refining the spirit swords, Duan Lingtian started refining medicinal pills once more. The medicinal pill he wanted to refine was a grade 7 medicinal pill that reigned above the origin strengthening pill. This grade 7 spirit S to Lingtian's S Tian. The medicinal S Tilingen was to Duan to Lingtian to Lingtian's. A satisfied smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he looked at the 3 medicinal pills in his hand. 3 nascent break pills with a purity of 90% and above. Once it was taken out, it was sufficient to cause people to fight to the death for it. After sending the 2 grade 7 spirit swords to the hands of Ke and Li Fei, Duan Lingtian returned to the stalactite cave and sat on the stone platform as he pondered slightly. Although the sect leader has placed all his hopes on the martial competition 4 years from now, I might not still be in the 7-star sword sect 4 years from now. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He believed that with his natural talent and the resources he was able to utilize at the moment, he would surely be able to go even further 4 years from now. His goal. Step into the void stage 4 years from now. Once he stepped into the void stage, it would be completely useless for him to continue staying in the 7-star sword sect. The martial competition 1 year from now. I must give the sect leader an explanation. Duan Lingtian's gaze gradually became firm. Extremely strong confidence was emitted from his body. This confidence seemed to have transformed into a shapeless force that seemed to even dare pierce through the heavens. Cultivate. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and his mind was completely immersed. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, wind WM form. Within Duan Lingtian's body, the origin energy ceaselessly roiled as if it would never know exhaustion. The vast origin energy ceaselessly roiled before finally converging within Duan Lingtian's Dantian. The origin core within his Dantian had already condensed and strengthened to the limit. The nascent soul stage, as its name suggests. When the nascent soul is born from the origin core, that is the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian, who possessed the lifetime worth of memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, wasn't unfamiliar with the nascent soul stage. He knew. Presently, if he wanted to break through to the nascent soul stage, he must make his origin energy burst open the origin core within his Dantian and give birth to a nascent soul. Only in that way would he be able to truly step into the nascent soul stage. Swish, within Duan Lingtian's body, the origin energy ceaselessly roiled and flowed, as if transforming into a surging river that flowed without end. His origin energy was ceaselessly strengthening and transforming. All for the sake of that moment when the origin core breaks open and the nascent soul is born. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's entire body and mind were immersed in cultivation, and he had no distractions in his heart. He tried his best to dissolve the medicinal strength of the origin strengthening pill. After the medicinal strength of one origin strengthening pill was dissolved, he didn't even open his eyes as he directly swallowed another origin strengthening pill and continued cultivating. Cycle after cycle. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack in the sky. Duan Lingtian didn't know how long had passed, He only knew that he ceaselessly consumed origin-strengthening pills and ceaselessly condensed the origin energy within his body, all for the sake of charging into the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul stage was his goal. When hungry, he would open his eyes and roast meat to eat. Precisely speaking, he would eat. The words wolfing down food perfectly described the scenes of Duan Lingtian eating and drinking without restraint during this period of time. During this period of time, Kerr and Li Fei had come over a few times. But every time they came, what they saw was Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in cultivation. They didn't disturb him and silently watched Duan Lingtian for a while before leaving. No matter what their man did, they would unconditionally support him. Only because he was their life, their everything. On this day, I've arrived at the limit bottleneck. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. With a raise of his hand, 3 medicinal pills appeared in his hand. It was precisely the nascent break pill. After swallowing the 3 nascent break pills, Duan Lingtian continued cultivating, and the origin energy within his body became even more overbearing as it ceaselessly charged into the final bottleneck. The origin core within Duan Lingtian's dantian was ceaselessly expanding as well. It might burst open at any moment. One day, bang! Within the stalactite cave, a shapeless wave of air stretched out from the young man that sat cross-legged on the stone platform and spread out, causing the air to shake and transform into circle after circle of ripples. In the next moment, the young man opened his eyes, and his eyes were dazzling like an array of stars as they flickered with a bright light. After a short moment, the bright light gradually dispersed and transformed into tranquility. Finally, nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile, and he was indescribably excited. The nascent soul stage, he'd finally successfully broken through. Under Duan Lingtian's excitement, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. Instantly, numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him, and their imposing auras shot into the sky like rainbows. A total of 211 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Just like when I was at the origin core stage, the current me still possesses the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than martial artists with the same cultivation. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. The strength of 11 ancient mammoths is the strength of my fleshly body that was bestowed upon me by the spirit serpent form and raging python form. At that time, Duan Lingtian cultivated the first form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the spirit serpent form. When he was at the body tempering stage, his strength far surpassed martial artists with the same cultivation. When he was at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, his strength was even 2 ancient mammoths more than an ordinary 9th level body tempering stage martial artist. After breaking through to the core formation stage, the second form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the raging python form, bestowed upon Duan Lingtian the method of tempering his fleshly body with origin energy, and it even caused Duan Lingtian's fleshly body to be formidable to an abnormal extent. An ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist's strength was only comparable to the strength of 12 ancient mammoths. But when Duan Lingtian was at the 9th level of the core formation stage, his strength was comparable to the strength of 23 ancient mammoths. It was practically twice the strength of an ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist. This extra strength of 11 ancient mammoths had always followed Duan Lingtian until now. Coupled with the quake energy bestowed upon me by the 3rd form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the WM Python form. Relying on the grade 6 spirit sword that the withered old man left behind, so long as it isn't a 2nd level nascent soul stage martial artist that possesses a grade 6 spirit weapon or above, I'll be able to kill them all. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he had a preliminary judgment of his current strength. Of course, if it was a 2nd level nascent soul stage martial artist that possessed a grade 6 spirit weapon, then if Duan Lingtian were to go against Duan Lingtian would surely be surrounded by dangers. As time goes on, the extra strength of 11 ancient mammoths and quake energy will become less and less helpful to me. Duan Lingtian was deeply aware of this. In the future, relying on the extra strength of 11 ancient mammoths and quake energy, he might be able to dominate amongst martial artists of the same cultivation level. But once he encountered a martial artist with a higher cultivation than him, it would become more and more strenuous for him. Just like now, so long as that second-level nascent soul stage martial artist also possessed a grade 6 spirit weapon, unless Duan Lingtian was able to gain the initiative by striking first. Otherwise, if he were to meet force with force, then Duan Lingtian would lose for sure. Core breaks and nascent soul is born. Unconsciously, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and he started to look within himself. Presently, the origin core within his Dantian had already completely vanished. At the location where the origin core was, a ball of completely milky white infant-shaped gas sat there, lifelike. This ball of infant-shaped gas is completely formed from origin energy. Duan Lingtian knew this like the back of his hand through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. The pressing matter at hand is to increase my cultivation as soon as possible. Once my cultivation encounters a bottleneck, I'll immediately stop cultivating and rely on the high-grade earth rank movement technique, whirlwind, to comprehend wind force. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian withdrew a medicinal pill and swallowed it. This medicinal pill was a medicinal pill that Duan Lingtian had refined before he started cultivating, and it was called the Nascent Nurturing Pill. It was a medicinal pill used by nascent soul stage martial artists to cultivate. It was similar to the Origin Increasing Pill consumed by Core Formation Stage martial artists and the Origin Strengthening Pill consumed by Origin Core Stage martial artists. Continue cultivating. Now that his cultivation had broken through to the nascent soul stage, Duan Lingtian was able to feel that circulating the mental cultivation method of the fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wind WRM form, was even more smooth and easy. The origin energy within his body ceaselessly flowed as it charged towards the next stage. Chapter 377. As he cultivated, Duan Lingtian forgot the time. Spring left and winter came. In the blink of an eye, 11 months had passed just like that. Stalactite cave, on the stone platform. Duan Lingtian slowly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile as he let out a long sigh. This bottleneck is truly a headache. I wonder how much time has passed. I'll go out and have a look. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out to leave the stalactite cave and stand on the tilted tree. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was situated at the south of Cloud Continent, and it was extremely difficult to see snow during the winter here. But even then, Duan Lingtian was still able to feel traces of coldness. Of course, this bit of coldness was nothing to the current him. With his current cultivation, so long as his origin energy coiled around his body, he would be able to easily resist the cold. Unfortunately, even though my cultivation has broken through to the nascent soul stage, my spiritual force doesn't have the slightest sign of breaking through. Duan Lingtian heaved a long sigh of relief and was slightly disappointed. After his spiritual force probed the peak of Migres Peak for a while, and after confirming that there was no one, Duan Lingtian ascended the peak and headed down the mountain. When he arrived nearby the trade hall, Duan Lingtian slightly inquired about it, and only then did he find out that an entire 11 months had already passed since he entered into closed-door cultivation that day. 11 months. The sect leader said that the martial competition of the 5 great sects this time will depart half a month earlier. At the same time that Duan Lingtian stepped onto the chain bridge, he thought in his heart. In other words, there's still half a month before I have to leave. After leaving Migres Peak, Duan Lingtian first went to Alcade Peak to look for Li Fei, then went to Dupi Peak's Alcade Hall to look for Kerr. After not seeing them for almost a year, his heart was filled with concern for the 2 little girls. Only when he saw the 2 little girls did he know that it turned out that during this period of time that he was in closed-door cultivation, they had come to look for him more than once. This caused his heart to feel warm. He had to admit that it felt good to have someone care about him. After spending some time with the 2 girls, Duan Lingtian returned to the peak of Migres Peak. He stood on the crooked tree and felt the biting cold wind of winter. Duan Lingtian's 7-star sword sect inner court disciple attire fluttered, and the origin energy that appeared on its own to resist the bitter cold was withdrawn by him. In an instant, a cold wind blew, enveloping Duan Lingtian's entire body. The heart-wrenching cold spread throughout Duan Lingtian's body, causing Duan Lingtian to shiver involuntarily. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian gritted his teeth and endured. To comprehend the characteristics of the wind in such a vile environment, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, in order to comprehend wind force, one must have a certain understanding of wind before practicing the whirlwind. Wind was a combination of gentleness, brutality, coldness, and sharpness. It was boundlessly profound. Presently, the cold wind of winter that Duan Lingtian faced contained the three great characteristics of wind: brutality, coldness, and sharpness. As for gentleness, that was all the characteristics of the breeze. Duan Lingtian stood on the crooked tree for an entire day, and only when his face was cold to the point of going pale and he clenched his teeth tightly did he circulate his origin energy to completely disperse the coldness that invaded his body. His entire body recovered its warmth. Wind. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and silently recalled the cold wind that assaulted him for an entire day. The cold wind was brutal and merciless, cold and piercing to the bone, fierce and fierce. Duan Lingtian stood on the crooked tree just like that, and gradually entered a miraculous state, as if he'd transformed into a statue that didn't move in the slightest. The cold wind was still piercingly cold, but it was unable to penetrate through the origin energy that suffused the surface of Duan Lingtian's body. A day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. Until the 10th day, Duan Lingtian finally moved. Duan Lingtian's body slightly moved, and a strange aura accompanied his origin energy as it suffused out. So that's how it is. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, and the corners of his mouth bloomed into a brilliant smile. With a raise of his hand, a strand of an extremely fierce aura suffused out. This is wind force? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. At practically the exact same moment, over 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air above Duan Lingtian. Presently, Duan Lingtian didn't utilize the slightest bit of origin energy or the strength of his fleshly body. The strength of over 100 ancient mammoths? What's going on? Duan Lingtian was curious in his heart. According to his knowledge, even if it was the lowest level of wind force, elementary wind force, once executed, it was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Just when Duan Lingtian was puzzled, a voice suddenly rang out. The over 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him abruptly reduced to over 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Then it soared to over 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes. What's going on? The scene before him caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly dumbstruck, and he completely didn't know what had happened. I seem to have not comprehended wind force. But wind force seems to have already shown signs of being nurtured. Duan Lingtian's thoughts abruptly spun. Ordinarily speaking, it's impossible for nascent soul stage martial artists to comprehend force. Could it be that I'm suffering from this restriction now? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. However, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, the high-grade earth rank movement technique, whirlwind, that's attached to the 4th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wind WRM form, is sufficient to assist me in comprehending wind force. Perhaps. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian borrowed strength from the tilted tree to leap up and descend on the peak of Migres Peak. Presently, the peak of Migres Peak was completely empty. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's figure shook, as if he'd transformed into the wind, and he started to cultivate the new movement technique. Although it was said to be a new movement technique, it actually had a slight shadow of the spirit serpent movement technique, whirlwind. Upon stepping into the initial stage, one can comprehend elementary wind force. Upon stepping into the mastery stage, one can comprehend half-step advanced wind force. Upon stepping into the perfection stage, one can comprehend advanced wind force. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards this high-grade earth rank movement technique. Duan Lingtian's figure shook, as if transforming into a gale that swept through the clouds and mist that coiled around the peak of Migres Peak. His speed became faster and faster. Let's see if I'm able to fuse the incomplete wind force that I've comprehended into whirlwind. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and as the origin energy on his body roiled, traces of a strange aura appeared. This aura was precisely the incomplete wind force that Duan Lingtian exchanged for 10 days of sudden enlightenment, in an instant. Duan Lingtian's speed was almost twice as fast as before. Not only that, along with Duan Lingtian's proficiency towards the incomplete wind force, he even gradually fused it with the high-grade earth rank movement technique, whirlwind. For an entire day and night, Duan Lingtian didn't rest in the slightest. If a void-prying stage martial artist was here, the martial artist would surely be able to notice that along with the execution of whirlwind, the incomplete wind force on Duan Lingtian's body gradually completely fused with whirlwind. Until the next day, when dawn appeared in the horizon and Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, that unstable strange aura finally stabilized. At the same time, 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air above Duan Lingtian, who didn't use any origin energy to move his body. This was precisely the strength of elementary force. Elementary wind force. I've succeeded. After he noticed this, Duan Lingtian stopped moving, and he had an expression of wild joy. Right at this moment, gurgle, gurgle, Duan Lingtian heard a wave of light noises, yet he noticed that his stomach was rebelling. Only now did he realize that he seemed to have not eaten for a long time. How many days has it been? Duan Lingtian, who had a bewildered expression, started a fire at the peak of Migres Peak and started roasting meat, wolfing it down. At the same time that he gnawed on the roasted meat, Duan Lingtian didn't forget to recall his gains. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, in Cloud Continent, there are some people with extraordinary comprehension ability that are able to comprehend incomplete force at the nascent soul stage. Once people like that step into the void-prying stage, they're practically able to instantly comprehend elementary force. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. As for my situation, according to the knowledge of Samsara Emperor Wu, it ought to be a type of sudden comprehension. Sudden comprehension was something that could be chanced upon by luck and not sought after. Countless martial artists might not have even encountered a single moment of sudden comprehension in their entire lifetimes. Some people were able to ascend to the heavens with a single moment of sudden comprehension. Although people like Duan Lingtian that directly comprehended force through sudden comprehension were few in Cloud Continent, it wasn't like they didn't exist. It was even to the extent that some people that had just comprehended half-step advanced force directly comprehended advanced force because of a moment of sudden comprehension. Compared to the latter, Duan Lingtian could be considered to be inferior. Sudden comprehension. I truly never imagined that I would have such luck. Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he could realize how difficult it was to obtain sudden comprehension. Even if it was Samsara Emperor Wu that had experienced 2 lifetimes, the number of people that had obtained sudden comprehension didn't exceed 10. As for people that had experienced 2 instances of sudden comprehension, there was practically no one. Sudden comprehension is an extremely great fortuitous encounter that belongs to a person. Presently, I've comprehended elementary wind force through sudden comprehension. In the future, if I want to sink into that state of sudden comprehension once more, it's practically impossible. Flowing lights flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as he thought in his heart. Elementary wind force. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. Origin energy skyrocketed above his legs, and he didn't hold back in the slightest. Elementary wind force fused into his origin energy. Bang! Above Duan Lingtian, a few hundred ancient mammoth silhouettes with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like rainbows accompanied Duan Lingtian as he flashed out. Whirlwind! Instantly, Duan Lingtian's entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale that completely swept away the clouds and mist in the surroundings of the peak of Migres Peak. For a time, the clouds and mist on the peak of Migres Peak dispersed and vanished without a trace. Satisfying. At the same time that he dashed out, Duan Lingtian had a feeling as if he was racing with the wind, and it caused his mood to feel a wave of comfort. Presently, this high-grade Earth rank movement technique, Whirlwind, can be considered to have officially stepped into the initial stage. As expected of a high-grade Earth rank movement technique, it's far from something that high-grade profound rank movement technique can compare to. Chapter 378. Even Duan Lingtian himself never imagined that when he stood on the crooked tree that day and felt the piercingly cold winter wind, it would cause him to inexplicably enter that state of sudden enlightenment. He comprehended elementary wind force in a single moment of enlightenment. Shit! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils constricted as his face went ghastly pale. Whirlwind! Duan Lingtian's figure shook, as if transforming into a gale that flashed straight down Migres Peak, and his heart burned with anxiety. I wonder how long this sudden enlightenment took. If I missed the day of the martial competition of the 5 great sects, then I would truly be letting down the care the sect leader gave me. After Duan Lingtian left Migres Peak, he directly stepped onto the chain bridge and headed towards Dubi Peak. He didn't dare stay for even a moment. Before he entered into closed-door cultivation that day, the materials Duan Lingtian asked the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, to help him find were practically all materials that he didn't have in his possession. Those materials were all materials that were extremely difficult to come by and were priceless. Duan Lingtian remembered this favor in his heart. If he was unable to make it in time for the martial competition of the 5 great sects this time, then he would undoubtedly lose a chance to repay this favor. He didn't wish to lose this chance. Duan Lingtian's figure shook, giving rise to the wind and clouds along the way, and he directly headed to Dubi Peak's Dubi Hall. After arriving at Dubi Hall and seeing the sect leader's personal disciple, Huang Ji, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like I didn't miss it. Duan Lingtian, Master has been looking for you for a few days, yet no one in Migres Peak knows the location of your cultivation area? You're really cultivating on Migres Peak? Huang Ji's expression was still calm when he saw Duan Lingtian, but his brows slightly frowned. The sect leader is looking for me? Duan Lingtian was stunned, then under Huang Ji's lead he walked into Dubi Hall. Before long, the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, appeared. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Jinhong's calm face revealed a wisp of a smile when he saw Duan Lingtian. This scene made Huang Ji, who was standing at the side, look a little unnatural. He was Linghu Jinhong's personal disciple, but normally, in front of this master, he had never seen his master have such a smile towards him. Jealousy rose in his heart. Sect leader. Duan Lingtian nodded towards Linghu Jinhong with a slight smile. I've been cultivating all this time, but I didn't pay attention to the time. When are we leaving? We'll leave in 3 days. Linghu Jinhong raised his hand as he spoke. In his hand, a spirit fruit that shone with a dark green luster appeared out of thin air. The spirit fruit was crimson in color, but it shone with a dark green luster. With just a glance, one could tell that this spirit fruit was no ordinary item. Huang Ji's eyes suddenly brightened. Spirit fruits were treasures that could only be found by chance. Jade Yuan fruit. When Duan Lingtian saw the spirit fruit in Linghu Jinhong's hand, he immediately recognized it and couldn't help crying out in surprise. According to the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, the Jade Yuan fruit was a spirit fruit that was of an even higher grade than the profound origin fruit he consumed that day. When a martial artist below the 4th level of the nascent soul stage consumed it, it was sufficient to directly break through to the next level. When a martial artist at the 4th level, 5th level, and 6th level of the nascent soul stage consumed it, it would allow their cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. If a martial artist fell into a bottleneck, it was even sufficient to directly break through the bottleneck and break through to the next level. If a martial artist at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above consumed it, the effects would be greatly reduced. Duan Lingtian's breathing became hurried. If he was able to obtain this Jade Yuan fruit, then once he consumed it, he was confident that he would directly break through to the next level of cultivation. Jade Yuan fruit? At the beginning, although Huang Ji realized that the spirit fruit in Linghu Jinhong's hand wasn't simple, he wasn't able to recognize it. Now, when he heard what Duan Lingtian said, his gaze burned. His cultivation had broken through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage 3 months ago. If he was able to obtain this Jade Yuan fruit, then even if he was unable to break through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, it would be sufficient to allow his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, and it would be extremely helpful to his future cultivation. For a time, Huang Ji's gaze was filled with yearning as he looked at the Jade Yuan fruit. I never expected that you'd be able to recognize the Jade Yuan fruit. Linghu Jinhong glanced at Duan Lingtian in surprise. This young man was really becoming more and more mysterious. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, and his gaze never left the Jade Yuan fruit in Linghu Jinhong's hand. I've once seen it in an ancient book, and there's a special diagram explaining it in detail. Linghu Jinhong came to a sudden understanding. If it was like this, then it wasn't strange. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Jinhong glanced at Duan Lingtian, then his gaze descended onto the Jade Yuan fruit in his hand. This scene caused Huang Ji's face to go pale. Could it be that Master wants to bestow this Jade Yuan fruit to Duan Lingtian? No, absolutely not. Huang Ji's heart burned with anxiety, and his heart was filled with unwillingness. However, before his master, Linghu Jinhong, he didn't dare be the slightest bit presumptuous. Have you broken through to the nascent soul stage now? Linghu Jinhong slowly asked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. Could. Linghu Jinhong laughed heartily. You really didn't disappoint me. If I'm not wrong, you seem to be only 22 years old this year? Duan Lingtian nodded with a carefree expression. He didn't think that this achievement was very high. The mysterious yellow-clothed young girl from that day, Han Xuanai, was around 15 or 16 years old, and her cultivation was already at the void-prying stage. Compared to Han Xuanai, he was nothing. However, a 22-year-old nascent soul stage martial artist appearing within the territory of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was sufficient to cause people to be extremely shocked. He broke through to the nascent soul stage? Huang Ji looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of disbelief, and his eyes had a slight trace of coldness. He knew clearly in his heart. Now that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the nascent soul stage at such an age, with the character of his master who'd always loved talents as if they were his life, he would surely gift the Jade Origin fruit to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, his eyes seemed to be enveloped in a layer of ice. Duan Lingtian. As expected, Linghu Jinhong passed the spirit fruit in his hand to Duan Lingtian. After consuming this Jade Origin fruit, your cultivation ought to be sufficient to break through to the peak of the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. I believe that in another 3 years, you'll surely be able to win the greatest honor for our 7-star sword sect in the next martial competition of the 5 great sects. Sect leader, you want to gift this Jade Origin fruit to me? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Although he recognized that the spirit fruit in Linghu Jinhong's hand was a Jade Origin fruit, he'd never imagined that Linghu Jinhong would gift it to him. After all, Linghu Jinhong had a personal disciple at the nascent soul stage. For a moment, he couldn't help but glance at Huang Ji. But he noticed that when Huang Ji, who'd always been incomparably cold and indifferent to him, looked at him with an additional sheen of jealousy. Duan Lingtian was able to guess the reason. Of course it's for you. Linghu Jinhong nodded with an expression as if it was a matter of course. This Jade Origin fruit was something I obtained by accident when I went deep into the primeval forest half a month ago. A few days ago, I intended to look for you and gift this Jade Origin fruit to you, but I wasn't able to find you. Huang Ji's face sank. He never imagined that the reason his master looked for Duan Lingtian anxiously these past few days was actually for the sake of gifting this Jade Origin fruit to Duan Lingtian. After all, before today, even he didn't know of the existence of the Jade Origin fruit. For a moment, flames of jealousy burned in Huang Ji's heart. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he heard what Linghu Jinhong said. Only he and the two little girls by his side knew of his place of cultivation, the stalactite cave. Without his permission, the two little girls would absolutely not reveal the secret of the stalactite cave to anyone else, including their master. Thank you, sect leader. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse and extended his hand to receive the jade origin fruit. To the current him, this jade origin fruit had an extraordinary meaning, and it was sufficient to allow his cultivation to directly break through to the next level. At the same time that he received the jade origin fruit, Duan Lingtian could feel traces of heaviness. He knew clearly in his heart that at the same time that he received this jade origin fruit, it also meant that he shouldered a responsibility. During the martial competition this time, I'll let the sect leader know that giving this jade origin fruit to me was absolutely not a wrong choice. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. After consuming this jade origin fruit and breaking through to the second level of the nascent soul stage, don't cultivate anymore, so as to avoid missing the opportunity to go participate in the martial competition this time. Linghu Jinhong swept his hand horizontally and his sleeve fluttered as he spoke slowly. Second level of the nascent soul stage? Duan Lingtian neither agreed nor disagreed when he heard what Linghu Jinhong said. Does this sect leader really think that I'm only at the first level of the nascent soul stage now? But Duan Lingtian didn't explain any further, and he replied before turning around and leaving. When he left, Duan Lingtian was able to feel a burning gaze of jealousy flashing towards him from behind. He didn't need to turn around to be able to guess who it was. The owner of that gaze was precisely Huang Ji. After leaving Dubhe Hall, Duan Lingtian left Dubhe Peak and returned to Migres Peak. Jade Origin Fruit. With this Jade Origin Fruit, my cultivation will step into a new world. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a brilliant smile. Sect leader, it won't be long before I'll let you know how correct your decision to give the Jade Origin Fruit to me today was. Duan Lingtian silently thought in his heart. The sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, gave this Jade Origin Fruit to him and not to his personal disciple, Huang Ji. Obviously, he'd gone through a period of careful consideration. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that the reason Linghu Jinhong didn't give the Jade Origin Fruit to Huang Ji didn't mean that he wasn't good to Huang Ji. Conversely, since Huang Ji was his personal disciple, in terms of feelings, no one was able to compare to Huang Ji's position in his heart. Today, Linghu Jinhong making such a decision was undoubtedly abandoning his personal feelings, and everything was for the sake of the Seven-Star Sword sect. After all, besides being a master, he was also the sect leader. Every decision he made was likely to affect the entire sect. After returning to the stalactite cave and sitting on the stone platform, Duan Lingtian withdrew the Jade Origin Fruit and swallowed it in a few mouthfuls. The juice of the Jade Origin Fruit was icy cold when it entered his mouth, and it fused into Duan Lingtian's body before spreading out. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, wind WRM form. Chapter 379. Needless to say, the medicinal strength of the Jade Origin Fruit was extremely overbearing. After only spending a day and night, Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through. There were still 2 days before the day of departure. Duan Lingtian left the remaining time to the 2 little girls. Just like this, 2 days of time passed by in the blink of an eye. Dubhe Peak, Dubhe Hall. 7 figures were gathered together. 3 middle-aged men with extraordinary bearings and 4 Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciples. You're Duan Lingtian? The middle-aged man that wore a sky-blue robe had a piercing gaze that descended onto Duan Lingtian, and at the same time, a terrifying imposing aura enveloped down onto Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian remained unmoved. He stood there without moving like a mountain, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. As expected of the number 1 genius in the history of our 7-Star Sword sect, your reputation is well deserved. In next to no time, The blue-robed middle-aged man withdrew his imposing aura and praised. Duan Lington, this is the peak master of Fekta Peak, Kuzhen. The nearby peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, lightly smiled as he introduced to Duan Lingtian. Peak Master Kuzhen. Duan Lingtian greeted the blue-robed middle-aged man. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lington was vaguely able to discern that this peak master of Fekta Peak seemed to be an expert that had stepped into the second void stage, the void initiation stage. The void stage was divided into 4 great stages. The first void stage, the void prying stage. The second void stage, the void initiation stage. The third void stage, the void interpretation stage. The fourth void stage, the void transformation stage. Sect leader, you don't intend to take Duan Lingtian as your personal disciple? Kuzhen nodded and smiled to Duan Lingtian, then he looked at the nearby 7-star sword sect's sect leader, Linghu Jinhong. If sect leader has no intention of taking Duan Lingtian as a personal disciple, then I won't be courteous. Kuzhen's words made it clear that he wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. When did he become so popular? Before Linghu Jinhong even opened his mouth, Zheng Fan was already laughing. Kuzhen, sect master, and I don't have the qualifications to become Duan Lingtian's master. Could it be that you think you have the qualifications? If Duan Lingtian takes you as his teacher, what can you teach him? Kuzhen's expression froze when he heard this. That's right, if Duan Lingtian became his disciple, what could he teach Duan Lingtian? Force and concept were more dependent on one's comprehension, and it was difficult for others to interfere. As for sword skills and all kinds of combat skills. As an existence that was able to kill a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple with a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage, did he need to teach? When he thought up to here, Kuzhen shook his head and laughed in self-ridicule. I forgot about this. Indeed, not to mention our 7-star sword sect, even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Darkstone Empire, and Darkhan Dynasty, there might not be anyone that has the qualifications to be Duan Lingtian's master. A teacher passed down Dao, taught, and dispelled doubts. If one couldn't even do this, then how could one be a teacher? At this moment, Kuzhen was able to realize that the reason the sect leader didn't take Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple wasn't unintentional, but because the sect leader felt that Kuzhen didn't have the qualifications. Huang Ji stood at the side and glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian as he grunted in his heart. Kuzhen saying this was undoubtedly indirectly explaining. The intuition of demon beasts was innately sharper than humans. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was something even the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, was unable to notice, yet this void initiation stage demon beast had instead noticed it at the first possible moment. The enormous body of the rock crashed down to descend outside Dubhe Hall, and it gave rise to dust that covered the sky. Right at this moment, Elder Peng. Duan Lingtian saw that including the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, the 2 outer peak masters, and Zheng Song's group of 3, they were all respectfully bowing to the rock. Whereas the rock nodded like a human, and its eyes descended onto Duan Lingtian, then it looked at Linghu Jinhong, seeming to be asking something. Elder Peng, he's called Duan Lingtian, and he's the disciple with the strongest natural talent in the martial Dao in the history of our 7-star sword sect. He's only 22 now, and his cultivation has already stepped into the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. Linghu Jinhong respectfully introduced Duan Lingtian to the rock. Hearing this, the great rock's sharp eyes were filled with surprise. Obviously, it was shocked by Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao. 2nd level of the nascent soul stage? Linghu Jinhong's words didn't only shock the rock, even the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, and Fekta Peak's master, Kuzhen, couldn't help but be moved. Even though they knew that Duan Lingtian had already stepped into the 9th level of the origin core stage 1 year ago. But now, if Duan Lingtian was only at the 1st level of the nascent soul stage, they wouldn't find it strange. After all, Duan Lingtian's natural talent was there for all to see. However, Duan Lingtian had actually broken through to the second level of the nascent soul stage. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, you've broken through to the second level of the nascent soul stage? Zheng Song looked at Duan Lingtian with a surprised expression. Amongst the 7-star sword sect disciples present, only he was familiar with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly and didn't say yes or no. But Duan Lingtian's current attitude caused Zheng Song to firmly believe it without the slightest doubt. The other two people were respectively the personal disciple of the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, Huang Ji, and the personal disciple of the Fecta Peak's master, Ku Zhen, Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu was a young man with an ordinary appearance, and his age was slightly younger than Zheng Song. Presently, the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with shock. Second level of the nascent soul stage at the age of 22? Unbelievable! If it wasn't for Master giving him the Jade Origin Fruit, would he be able to break through to the second level of the nascent soul stage? Huang Ji's voice suddenly sounded out, and it contained traces of jealousy mixed within. For a time, the people present came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that Duan Lingtian had consumed the Jade Origin Fruit. The sect leader is really generous. He actually gave a spirit fruit like the Jade Origin Fruit to Duan Lingtian. Ku Zhen couldn't help but sigh. Ku Zhen couldn't help but sigh with emotion, as he could feel the high hopes that Linghu Jinhong placed on Duan Lingtian. Jade Origin Fruit. Zheng Fan and Zheng Song both had surprised expressions. Meng Qiu looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes contained traces of jealousy mixed within. If he was able to obtain the Jade Origin Fruit, then once he consumed it, he had the confidence to directly step into the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, Meng Qiu's natural talent in the martial Dao could be ranked second amongst the 7-star sword sect's younger generation inner court disciples below the age of 30. He was only below Huang Ji and surpassed Zheng Song. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian's appearance had completely thrown this ranking into disarray. The three of them were all crushed by Duan Lingtian's extraordinary natural talent, and could only be ranked behind Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was now the publicly acknowledged #1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's younger generation. It was even to the extent that in the long history of the 7-star sword sect since it was established, a monster like Duan Lingtian had never appeared. Duan Lingtian's natural talent could be considered to be unprecedented. Huang Ji suddenly interrupted, causing Linghu Jinhong to be slightly displeased, and he snorted coldly. Even if Duan Lingtian didn't consume the Jade Origin Fruit, even if Duan Lingtian is only at the 1st level of the nascent soul stage, do you think you can compare to him? What was your cultivation when you were at the same age as Duan Lingtian? His words contained a sense of exasperation that Huang Ji failed to meet his expectations. Huang Ji lowered his head after being lectured by Linghu Jinhong, and he had nothing to refute. Second level of the nascent soul stage? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. The sect leader and the others seemed to think that he'd barely broken through to the second level of the nascent soul stage after consuming the Jade Origin Fruit. Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Linghu Jinhong looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced the rock that stood there like a small mountain after putting away the wings that were like clouds that covered the sky. This is Elder Peng, the sect guarding revered elder of our 7-star sword sect. Elder Peng is the senior with the most seniority in our 7-star sword sect. The most seniority. Chapter 380. Sect Guarding Revered Elder. Just these 4 words were enough to show how powerful this great rock was. Elder Peng. Duan Lingtian looked at the rock and called out. The rock nodded to him, then it spread out its wings and lightly swept them. In that instant, whoosh! The air outside Dubhe Hall seemed to have been completely sucked dry, and dust that covered the sky shot out and suffused the air. Let's go! The 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, called out to Duan Lingtian and the others before being the first to leap onto the rock's wide back that was like flat ground. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and the others ascended the back of the rock one by one. After they descended onto the back of the rock, Duan Lingtian could guess what was going to happen next. This rock was the 7-star sword sects guarding revered Elder Peng, and it would carry their group to the demonic Lotus Blade sect. The martial competition of the 5 great sects this time would be held at the demonic Lotus Blade sect. The demonic Lotus Blade sect was similar to the 7-star sword sect, and was similarly one of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If it was said that over 90% of the 7-star sword sect disciples use swords, then over 90% of the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples used sabers instead. Right at this moment, the rock spread its wings that were like clouds that covered the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! The rock flapped its wings and its enormous body soared into the sky, and it brought along Duan Lingtian's group of 7 to leave the 7-star sword sect's main peak, W Peak. Whoosh! The rock's figure flashed as its speed suddenly sped up, and it seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that pierced through the clouds and mist as it flashed out. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian only heard the piercingly cold sound of strong winds enter into his ears, and the fierce strong winds assaulted his face and slapped his cheeks. However, Duan Lingtian remained unmoved. He stood there without moving like a mountain. Along with the rock's speed increasing, Xianxia was the first to be unable to endure the strong winds that assaulted him, and his face went pale as his body lightly trembled. Then it was Meng Qiu. Huang Ji, who had been clenching his teeth and persevering, glanced at the calm Duan Lingtian and clenched his teeth. Now, he was also on the verge of collapse. But when he saw Duan Lingtian facing the piercingly cold gale that assaulted him as if nothing had happened, he was unwilling to admit defeat. Duan Lingtian noticed Huang Ji's little action and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. If it was in the past, he might have been afraid of such a biting cold wind. But now he, who'd comprehended elementary wind force, didn't take such strong gales seriously at all. Elder Peng, please take care of this junior. Linghu Jinhong noticed Xianxia, Meng Qiu, and Huang Ji's unsightly expressions. When he saw Duan Lingtian's calm and collected expression, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch as he inwardly called out, "Monster," then immediately said to the rock, "3 useless little things." Right at this moment, a voice transmission entered into the ears of everyone present. It caused Linghu Jinhong, Zheng Fan, and Kuzhen to smile helplessly. They were naturally able to discern that Elder Peng was probing these juniors earlier. Now, the display of Huang Ji, Xianxia, and Meng Qiu was simply nothing when compared to Duan Lingtian's display. No wonder Elder Peng was so rude. The rock slowly slowed down, causing Huang Ji's group of 3 to heave a sigh of relief. After Huang Ji's group of 3 recovered, Xianxia had a bitter smile as he muttered, "How can we compare to junior brother Duan Lingtian? He's a freak." Unlike Xianxia's open-mindedness, Huang Ji and Meng Qiu's expressions were extremely unsightly. They were unable to accept the fact that they were trampled beneath the feet of a 22-year-old kid. Duan Lingtian was able to feel their fierce gazes, but he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them, and instead sized up the surroundings with interest, but unfortunately, all that entered his eyes was a boundless expanse, and he couldn't see anything. "Senior brother Xianxia, with Elder Peng bringing us along, we still need to spend half a month of time to arrive at the demonic Lotus Blade sect?" Duan Lingtian walked over to Xianxia's side and asked curiously. "Yes." Xianxia nodded. "This is something that can't be helped. If Elder Peng were to head to the demonic Lotus Blade sect by himself, he would arrive in half a day at most. But now, Elder Peng has to take care of us juniors, so he can only reduce his speed to an extent that we can endure." Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Elder Peng's speed was swift. But Xianxia, Huang Ji, and Meng Qiu were unable to withstand the swift and fierce gale that assaulted their faces as they swiftly flew, even if it was him, even though it wasn't strenuous earlier. But once Elder Peng's speed doubled again, he would surely be unable to endure it. Half a month. Only when Duan Lingtian found out about the location of the demonic Lotus Blade sect did he realize that even then, their speed this time could still be considered to be extremely swift. The distance between the Seven-Star Sword sect and the Demonic Lotus Blade sect was actually more than 3 times the distance between the Seven-Star Sword sect and the Solitary Peak. After all, when he left the Seven-Star Sword sect that day, even if he used a Fergana horse to travel at full speed, he still spent 4 or 5 months of time before arriving at the ancient city of Everlast that was nearby the Solitary Peak. But the speed of a Fergana horse is utterly unable to compare to Elder Peng's speed. Duan Lingtian was extremely clear about this. Even if Elder Peng intentionally slowed down now, in terms of speed, it still far surpassed a Fergana horse by a few tens of times, or even 100 times. All along the way, they were bored and idle, so Duan Lingtian and Zheng Song chatted about everything. Unknowingly, they started to chat about the Demonic Lotus Blade sect. A shockingly outstanding inner court disciple has appeared in the younger generation of the Demonic Lotus Blade sect, and he's ranked 5th among the 5 great young masters. He's called Saber Young Master. As he finished speaking, Zheng Song felt deep veneration. Saber Young Master? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. How is this Saber Young Master compared to Zither Young Master? In terms of strength, he's slightly inferior. In terms of natural talent, there's not much difference. Zheng Song continued. Saber Young Master is the youngest amongst the 5 great young masters, and he's only 26 years old this year. But, according to my father, that Saber Young Master's cultivation had already stepped into the 6th level of the nascent soul stage 1 year ago. Now, it's extremely likely that he's stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. 26 years old, 7th level of the nascent soul stage? Duan Lingtian nodded. Such natural talent was indeed not inferior to Zither Young Master, Zishang. Half a month's time passed very quickly. On this day, Duan Lingtian, who stood behind the rock, felt the ground beneath his feet tremble, and the rock suddenly slowed down before diving down. Within the scope of Duan Lingtian's field of vision, the clouds and mist that entered his eyes had completely dispersed. A boundlessly vast gorge appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian's group. Presently, Duan Lingtian stood on the back of the rock and looked down at the gorge, and he could see that the shape of the gorge was like an exceedingly strange lotus flower. Within this lotus flower-shaped gorge, every single petal was an independent gorge within a gorge. This is the location of the Demonic Lotus Blade sect, the Demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Linghu Jinhong looked down at the vast gorge below and said slowly, "This Demonic Lotus Blade Gorge seems to be a 9-petal demonic lotus. The location of those 9 petals is the cultivation grounds of the Demonic Lotus Blade sect's outer court disciples, and it's similar to the 6 great outer court sword peaks of our 7-star sword sect." Under Linghu Jinhong's introduction, Duan Lingtian and the others had a certain level of understanding of the Demonic Lotus Blade sect. "Elder Peng, let's go down," Linghu Jinhong said to the rock. The rock nodded and descended towards the central area of the Demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned. His acute spiritual force vaguely detected that a person had suddenly appeared ahead, and it was in existence at the 6th level of the void prying stage. Not long after, the rock paused and landed not far in front of that person. Duan Lingtian glanced over. Nearby, an azure-clothed old man stood in the sky, and he cupped his hands and bowed towards Linghu Jinhong, who stood on the back of the rock. "Sect leader Linghu." Linghu Jinhong hadn't spoken when the face of Kuzhen, who stood by Linghu Jinhong's side, sank, and the terrifying aura on his body stretched out to envelop the old man. "Our 7-star sword sect's sect leader has personally arrived, yet not a single one of your Demonic Lotus Blade sect's sect leader and 9 Valley Masters has come out to greet him?" The old man's face went slightly grim when he was enveloped by Kuzhen's aura, and he hurriedly explained. "Peak Master Kuzhen, a few of our sect leader and 9 Valley Masters are in closed-door cultivation. Besides the sect leader, only 3 Valley Masters aren't in closed-door cultivation, and they're currently entertaining the distinguished guests of the other 3 sections." A sect leader, 3 Valley Masters? What a Demonic Lotus Blade sect! Zheng Fan took a step forward, and a similarly terrifying aura enveloped the old man, causing the old man's already pale face to become ghastly pale. Peak Master Zheng Fan. You've actually broken through. He knew the 7-star sword sect's sect leader and 6 peak masters. According to his knowledge, the 7-star sword sect's Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, ought to be a 9th-level void-prying stage martial artist, yet he never imagined that Zheng Fan had actually broken through. Zheng Fan's breakthrough also meant that the 7-star sword sect had another void initiation stage expert. This wasn't good news to the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Zheng Fan, you've broken through? Ku Zhen was stunned. Zheng Fan smiled lightly, and his gaze imperceptibly flashed past Duan Lingyan. His breakthrough was all thanks to Duan Lingtian. Peak Master Zheng Fan really concealed himself deeply. Even the Peak Master of Fecta Peak doesn't know that he's already broken through? Duan Lingtian was similarly surprised when he saw this scene. After all, Zheng Fan had already broken through to the void initiation stage 2 years ago. Lead the way. Linghu Jinhong spoke out, and he seemed to not mind the demonic Lotus Blade sect's lack of manners. But Duan Lingtian was still able to notice the terrifying rage contained in the depths of Linghu Jinhong's eyes. The 7-star sword sect was the head of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom at any rate, yet now it was actually looked down upon by the demonic Lotus Blade sect like this. As the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, how could Linghu Jinhong not be enraged? Looks like the inability of the 7-star sword sect's younger generation to carry on has affected the dignity of the 7-star sword sect to a certain extent. Although Duan Lingtian was watching coldly from the sidelines, he was still able to notice a trace of an inkling. Just think about it. The current state of a sect was dependent on the experts of the older generation. But in the future, the experts of the older generation would retire or even die of old age, and they would rely on the younger generation that gradually matured. It was imaginable. But in terms of natural talent, it wasn't worth mentioning when compared to their demonic Lotus Blade sect's saber young master, Long Yun, who was ranked as one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After all, their demonic Lotus Blade sect's saber young master, Long Yun, had stepped into the 7th level of the Origin Core stage at the age of 20 and became an inner court disciple. As far as he was concerned, this young man was at most in existence at the 7th or 8th level of the Origin Core stage. Elder's judgment isn't bad. Linghu Jinhong replied indifferently. The demonic Lotus Blade sect elder felt disdain in his heart when he heard Linghu Jinhong, but he didn't show it on the surface. In next to no time, the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder brought Duan Lingtian's group to arrive at the center of the buildings in the inner valley. The demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples here were comparatively scarce. You come here. The demonic Lotus Blade sect elder stopped a demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple that passed by and instructed indifferently. You bring these 4 young geniuses of the 7-star sword sect to the martial competition courtyard. As he spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian, Zheng Song, Huang Ji, and Meng Qiu. Yes. The demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple hurriedly replied respectfully. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 didn't leave, and they all looked at the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong. The 4 of you, including our demonic Lotus Blade sect, the young geniuses of the 4 great sects, are already waiting at the martial competition courtyard. All of you can go over and rest first. Later, the higher-ups of the 5 great sects will head over together and announce the start of the martial competition. The demonic Lotus Blade sect elder lightly smiled as he spoke to Duan Lingtian's group of 4, then he looked at Linghu Jinhong and made a hand gesture. Sect leader Linghu, Peak Masters, our sect leader has already been waiting respectfully for a long time, please. Go on. Linghu Jinhong nodded to Duan Lingtian's group of 4, and then he left with Zheng Fan and Kuzhen to follow the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder. After obtaining Linghu Jinhong's permission, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 followed behind the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple and headed towards another direction. On the way, Duan Lingtian found out from Zheng Song. Not only did the demonic Lotus Blade sect have a martial competition courtyard within the inner gorge, even their 7-star sword sect's main peak, W Peak, had a martial competition courtyard. The martial competition courtyard was a place specially prepared for the martial competition of the 5 great sections. The martial competition of the 5 great sects was held once every 3 years, and it was held by the 5 great sects in rotation. Every sect would hold a martial competition every 18 years. This time, it was precisely the demonic Lotus Blade sect's turn. Through Zheng Song's introduction, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards the other 3 great sects of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The other 3 great sects were respectively the Origin Convergence sect, the Mountain Split sect, and the Snow Moon sect. In next to no time, the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple brought Duan Lingtian's group into a spacious courtyard. After entering the courtyard, what entered his eyes was a spacious and flat ground, and numerous pergolas stood in the surroundings of the flat ground. Presently, there were people sitting within 4 pergolas. The people sitting within were all young people, and the oldest amongst them wasn't over 30 years old. These people are the disciples of the other 4 great sects that are participating in the martial competition of the 5 great sects. Duan Lingtian casually swept these people with his gaze as he thought to himself, "Senior brothers, all of you casually find a pergola to rest for a moment. The martial competition will begin when the sect leader and the others arrive." After the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple bid his farewells to Duan Lingtian's group of 4, he directly left. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 walked towards a nearby pergola. The 7-star sword sect has arrived. In next to no time, some people with sharp gazes noticed Duan Lingtian's group of 4. Looks like the 7-star sword sect has really declined. For positions were actually occupied by a little kid that looks to be a little over 20. Someone couldn't help but sigh. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 sat down in the pergola, and many snacks and tea had been prepared in the pergola beforehand. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the other 4 pergolas one by one. Only now did he notice that within every pergola sat 4 young people that wore similar clothes. There was also a pergola that actually had a young woman sitting there. Most shocking of it all was that the 3 young men by the young woman's side seemed to be slightly reverent when facing the young woman. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned. That's the Snow Moon sect's genius disciple, Lu Yu, and a figure in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom with a natural talent in the martial Dao that's only inferior to the 5 great young masters. Although she's a woman, if she were to fight, she wouldn't be the slightest bit inferior to a man, and she's an extremely dangerous figure. Zheng Song noticed where Duan Lingtian's gaze was and explained in a low voice. Duan Lingtian nodded. This Lu Yu was around 27 or 28 years old, and although her appearance was ordinary, her strength was shocking. 6th level of the nascent soul stage. She's only a woman, yet she's actually even stronger than the personal disciple of my 7-star sword sect's leader, Huang Ji. Now, Duan Lingtian was able to understand the feelings of the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong. If the 7-star sword sect continued like this, it would sooner or later be destroyed at the hands of this generation of young people. That's the saber young master, Long Yun. Along with Zheng Song speaking, Duan Lingtian's gaze shot towards the distance. In a distant pergola, a young man around the age of 26 that held a sheathed broad saber silently sat there with his eyes closed, and he turned a deaf ear to everything in his surroundings. The other 3 young men by his side didn't dare breathe loudly, as they were deeply afraid of disturbing the former. Saber young master, Long Yun? Duan Lingtian nodded. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to detect the exact cultivation of this saber young master. He's only half a step away from breaking through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. This saber young master seems to have encountered a bottleneck that's difficult to break through. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian discerned the depth of the saber young master's cultivation. In the martial competition of the 5 great sects this time, the saber young master, Long Yun, and Lu Yu's strengths are the strongest. Zheng Song continued. Strongest? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Didn't they say that there was another person amongst the 5 great young masters that came from one of the 5 great sects? That person didn't come? Zheng Song smiled. Junior brother Duan Lington, you don't know. The person you're talking about is the person ranked 4th amongst the 5 great young masters, and he's called Sword Young Master. This Sword Young Master is a weirdo amongst weirdos. What do you mean? Duan Lingtian's interest was piqued. Sword Young Master is from the Origin Convergence sect, and he's fond of women. Supposedly, after Sword Young Master left the Origin Convergence sect 2 years ago, he spent his days in the largest dance hall in the Imperial City, and from then on, he was unable to recover from his setback and didn't pay attention to the affairs of the world anymore. He's really living up to the saying, the home of women is the grave of heroes. Zheng Song had a strange expression as he introduced Sword Young Master. This Sword Young Master has a true temperament. Duan Lingtian smiled as he was able to feel Sword Young Master's carefreeness. Right, since he's from the Origin Convergence sect, could it be that the members of the Origin Convergence sect don't care about him? The members of the Origin Convergence sect are utterly unable to care about him. Zheng Song shook his head and smiled. At the beginning, a few elders of the Origin Convergence sect wanted to capture him, but in the end, he directly said, if you dare touch this young master, then this young master will immediately announce to the world that I'll leave the Origin Convergence sect from today onwards. Chapter 382. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile when he heard Zheng Song. This Sword Young Master really had a character. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that the reason Sword Young Master was able to deter the elders of the Origin Convergence sect with those words was because of his status in the Origin Convergence sect. If it was any other ordinary Origin Convergence sect disciple, the disciple would probably have been directly expelled from the sect. Not to mention making the elders of the Origin Convergence sect personally invite the disciple. As one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, that Sword Young Master is actually so shameless. He's truly thrown away the face of the younger generation of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Meng Qiu, who sat nearby, grunted coldly when he heard Zheng Song, and he seemed to be extremely displeased with Sword Young Master's character. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Meng Qiu, as he didn't agree with Meng Qiu's view. As far as he was concerned, one only sought to have a clear conscience in one's life. Although he didn't know Sword Young Master, nor had he seen Sword Young Master, Sword Young Master's true character still caused him to feel admiration from the bottom of his heart. This Meng Qiu has caused trouble. When Meng Qiu finished speaking, Duan Lingtian noticed. In a nearby pergola, the faces of the 4 young men went grim when they heard Meng Qiu's voice that wasn't intentionally suppressed. In next to no time, one of the young men with a thin figure walked out of the pergola with large strides and stood on the spacious ground. For a time, besides the saber young master, Long Yun, who still held his saber and sat there with his eyes closed, the gazes of everyone else in the martial competition courtyard descended onto this young man. What does this Origin Convergence sect disciple want to do? Many people were bewildered in their hearts. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian was able to see the fierce gaze of the Origin Convergence sect disciples sweep towards the pergola they were in, and in the end, it descended onto Meng Qiu. Senior Brother Qin is the person I admire the most in my entire life. This person from the 7-Star Sword sect, since you dare go against Senior Brother Qin with your words, I presume your strength ought to be not bad. Even though the martial competition has yet to begin, we can still have a warm-up battle. What do you think? The Origin Convergence sect disciples spoke indifferently to Meng Qiu, and his words had no lack of provocation. I'm not afraid of you. In the face of the challenge from the Guiyuan sect disciples, Meng Qiu was not afraid at all. He flew out and confronted the Guiyuan sect disciples. Sword Prince's surname is Qin? Duan Lingtian raised his brows as he looked at the 2 people who were confronting each other with interest. Besides the saber young master, Long Yun, The others were just like Duan Lingtian, silently watching the scene before them. All of a sudden, the Gui Yuan sect disciple moved. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he shot out. On his right hand, along with the rising and roaring of origin energy, the spirit weapon gloves flickered with a dazzling brilliance. Whoosh! The Gui Yuan clan disciples' palm landed and condensed into 3 solid palm prints in the air. They whizzed down and enveloped Meng Qiu. In the sky above him, beside the 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes, another 170 ancient mammoth silhouettes had been added. This Origin Convergence sect disciple was obviously a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. As for the glove on his hand, it was a 7th-grade spirit artifact. The strength contained within this palm strike of his was comparable to the strength of around 770 ancient mammoths. Bring it on! Meng Qiu shouted out explosively as his feet moved, transforming into a gust of wind as he moved to intercept the palm strike. Meng Qiu's hand shook and a Grade 7 spirit sword appeared in his hand. The Grade 7 spirit sword flashed out and transformed into sword images that covered the sky like flying flowers and falling leaves as it moved to intercept the palm strike. In the sky, 770 ancient mammoth silhouettes similarly appeared. Meng Qiu was a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist as well. Their strengths are evenly matched. Many people exclaimed in surprise. In the blink of an eye, the Gui Yuan sect disciple had collided head-on with Meng Qiu. The 3 solid palm prints whistled down and collided with the sword images in Meng Qiu's hand. Bang! The terrifying collision of strength caused a shapeless force to stretch out and shake the air to the point a circle of ripples spread out, transforming into a gust of wind that blew towards the spectators in the pergolas in the surroundings. Bush, 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 bush. The Gui Yuan sect disciple and Meng Qiu's speeds were on par, and they passed by each other and collided a few more times. The draw. On the flat ground, dust that covered the sky suffused the air and practically enveloped the figures of the 2 people. Bush, 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 bush. The whistling sounds of palm winds rose and fell. Bush, 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 bush. Swift and fierce sword howls followed like a shadow. They're probably unable to determine a victor. Duan Lingtian's gaze never left the 2 people in battle. Relying on his acute spiritual force, he was able to notice. In terms of strength, the Gui Yuan sect disciple was on par with Meng Qiu. In terms of speed, the 2 of them were equally matched. Presently, even the consumption of their origin energy was practically exactly the same. This battle had been fought for half an hour, but the victor was still unable to be determined. This caused the spectators to lose their patience. Let's call it a draw. Continuing on is meaningless. Exactly. Both of your strengths and speeds are on par, and your utilization of martial skills and actual combat experience are on par. Continuing on will only exhaust your origin energy and affect the martial competition later on. Stop it. Many people persuaded out of goodwill. Kid, I'll let you off this time. But if you dare speak ill of Senior Brother Chen again, then even if I have to risk my life, I'll kill you. The figure of the Origin Convergence sect disciple flashed to the side as he coldly swept Meng Qiu with his gaze. For the sake of a Chun Shao Shui that's infatuated with brothels, you're even willing to give up your life? Meng Qiu's expression was extremely unsightly, and he didn't doubt the words of the Origin Convergence sect disciple. If this Origin Convergence sect disciple really intended to take him down with him, then it would indeed be difficult for him to escape death. No matter what Senior Brother Chen has become, I only know that he saved my life once. So long as he needs it, I can return this life to him at any time. The eyes of the Origin Convergence sect disciple were suffused with coldness, and his words contained killing intent mixed within. Everyone present was able to feel the resolution of this Origin Convergence sect disciple. Madman! Meng Qiu couldn't help but curse, yet he didn't dare speak ill of Sword Young Master again. If he spoke ill of Sword Young Master again, he didn't doubt in the slightest that Origin Convergence sect disciple would once again charge forward and risk his life against him. Sword Young Master was utterly a madman. When he saw the Origin Convergence sect disciple return to the pergola, Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed slight admiration. This Origin Convergence sect disciple knows how to repay kindness. He's a man. Subsequently, many people left the pergola and stepped onto the spacious flat ground at the center of the martial competition courtyard to spar with each other. Duan Lingtian lazily ate snacks, and after watching a few matches, he was slightly drowsy. Junior brother from the 7-star sword sect, how about we spar? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard a sharp voice sound out by his ears, and he just raised his head when he saw a young man with a wretched appearance and a figure that was thin like a monkey standing nearby, and the young man was looking at him with a smile. The young man's gaze contained slight ridicule mixed within. Duan Lingtian, don't pay attention to him. This mountain split sect disciple has already successively lost to me and the other 2 people earlier, and now he intends to find balance on you. Meanwhile, Zheng Song's voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Find balance on me? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that this was a person that was bashed 3 times, then saw that he was young and thought that he was easy to bully, and wanted to find balance on him and vent his resentment. Want to vent his resentment on me? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a faint smile that was difficult to notice. What? Junior brother from the 7-star sword sect? You wouldn't be afraid to spar with me, right? The mountain split sect disciple with a wretched appearance stared at Duan Lingtian, and a wisp of ridicule appeared on his face. Looks like the disciples of the 7-star sword sect are only SOSO. You actually don't dare spar with me, truly disappointing. In my opinion, all of you 7-star sword sect disciples should go back to where you came from. You're only making a fool of yourself by staying here. The number 1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. But, as he finished speaking, the mountain split sect disciple even cursed the 7-star sword sect. Right when Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold and he prepared to accept the challenge. Laughable. Zheng Song abruptly stood up, then looked at the mountain split sect disciple and sneered. Since you said the disciples of our 7-star sword sect are only SOS, then how about I battle you again? Although they were both at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage, Zheng Song had already taken half a step into the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. There were very few 4th level nascent soul stage martial artists that were a match for him. The mountain split sect disciple's face sank when he saw Zheng Song interfering. Zheng Song. Right at this moment, an abrupt voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. I think what this mountain split sect junior brother said is reasonable. Since we've come here today, then we must fight for the honor of the 7-star sword sect. You defeated this mountain split sect junior brother earlier and fought for the honor of our 7-star sword sect. You're worthy of respect. Now, this mountain split sect junior brother challenged Duan Lingtian by name, then we should naturally allow Duan Lingtian to ascend the stage and battle him. To protect the dignity of our 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian, what do you think of what I said? The person that spoke now was none other than Duan Lingtian. It was precisely the personal disciple of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, Huang Ji. Since half a month ago, after Linghu Jinhong gave the jade origin fruit to Duan Lingtian, Huang Ji, who'd been displeased with Duan Lingtian at every turn. Huang Ji. Zheng Song's face went gloomy, and under his extreme rage, he stretched out his hand to point at Huang Ji and said in a stern voice, Are you a disciple of our 7-star sword sect or not? Helping an outsider bully a fellow disciple. Those that don't know would think that you're a mountain split sect disciple. Huang Ji said indifferently, Zheng Song, what you said is a bit too much. I'm only stating a fact. Meng Qiu, what do you think? I agree with what Huang Ji said. Meng Qiu nodded, and when his gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian, there was an extra sense of coldness within it. Huang Ji and Meng Qiu echoed each other and pushed Duan Lingtian to the cusp of the limelight. When their words entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, it caused Duan Lingtian's face to sink slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of a cold smile. He was extremely clear about what these two people had in mind. It was none other than wanting him to make a fool of himself under the gazes of everyone present. Early on the way to the demonic Lotus Blade sect, he'd noticed the various hostility these two people had towards him. Chapter 383. In the past, although Duan Lingtian noticed Huang Ji and Meng Qiu's various jealousy and hatred towards him, he didn't really care. As the saying goes, a mediocre person that doesn't incur the jealousy of others. When someone was jealous, it undoubtedly indicated that he had some redeeming qualities. This was a good thing. But now, Huang Ji and Meng Qiu forcefully pushed him into a pit of fire in front of outsiders, and it instead caused boundless rage to arise from the bottom of his heart. You too. Huang Ji and Meng Qiu's echoes caused Zheng Song's expression to be extremely unsightly. Zheng Song had never imagined that Huang Ji and Meng Qiu would actually make things difficult for Duan Lingtian like this. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, you don't have to pay attention to them. Zheng Song looked at Duan Lingtian and persuaded. Duan Lingtian? The Mountain Split sect disciple was already beaming with joy when he heard Huang Ji and Meng Qiu. Now, when he heard what Zheng Song said to Duan Lingtian, his mocking gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. This 7-star sword sect junior brother's name isn't bad. Lingtian, towering above the heavens, truly domineering. But unfortunately, you don't live up to your name, and you're at most a coward. In my opinion, you should just change your name. You'll be called Kneeling Ling in the future, what do you think? The wretched face of the Mountain Split sect disciple revealed a ridiculing smile, and from the beginning until the end he looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking gaze. It was as if he was teasing an ant. Kneeling Ling? This name isn't bad. In next to no time, someone voiced out in agreement. Ha! Many people roared with laughter, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with ridicule and ridicule. Duan Lingtian, you wouldn't really be willing to let him change your name, right? Huang Ji looked at Duan Lingtian and mocked. Perhaps Duan Lingtian would like this name. Meng Qiu laughed extremely brilliantly. You two are the personal disciples of our 7-star sword sect's sect leader and peak master at any rate, yet you're actually helping outsiders bully your fellow disciples? You too, do you want outsiders to see our 7-star sword sect as a joke? Zheng Song looked at Huang Ji and Meng Qiu's. He was angered to the extreme. Outsiders? Huang Ji glanced indifferently at Zheng Song. Zheng Song, open your eyes wide and look carefully. Who's the one that's making a joke of our 7-star sword sect? The junior brother of the Mountain Split sect sincerely invited Duan Lingtian to spar, yet this Duan Lingtian actually didn't even have the courage to accept the challenge. He's truly thrown away the face of our 7-star sword sect. Duan Yen, T Duan Tian, S, Teet, this, T Duan Tian's Lingen. Est Dun Ling. Duan of Duan Lingtis. Was Duan Ling undefeatable legend. When Duan Lingtian was in the 7-star sword sect, he rarely suffered a loss in front of others. Especially the few times he ascended the life and death arena, he'd killed his opponents swiftly like a bolt of lightning, and his imposing manner shot into the sky, causing his name to spread throughout the 7-star sword sect. In the 7-star sword sect, many bored 7-star sword sect disciples crowned Duan Lingtian with the title of undefeatable legend. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was an undefeatable legend. Undefeatable legend? Meng Qiu's voice wasn't soft, and it allowed the Mountain Split sect disciple with a wretched appearance to hear it clearly. For a time, the Mountain Split sect disciple looked at Duan Lingtian and couldn't help but start laughing, and in the end, he even held his stomach and laughed loudly. I can't anymore, my stomach hurts from laughing. It hurts to death. Duan Lingtian, a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, from the beginning until the end, I seem to have never refused your arranged battle, right? The bullshit you just spouted was pretty smooth. Are you trying to show your lowly existence? Duan Lingtian was fine when he didn't speak, but once he did, every single word struck the heart. It caused the Mountain Split sect disciple with a wretched appearance to be angered to the point his face flushed red, and he almost roared. "Kid, I'll kill you." Instantly, 600 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above the Mountain Split sect disciple, and they accumulated strength while waiting to be deployed. 4th level nascent soul stage. Kill me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and he had a carefree expression. Want to kill me? That will depend on if you have the ability. The spectators felt their scalps go numb when they saw Duan Lingtian still daring to provoke the Mountain Split sect disciple like this when facing him. This 7-star sword sect disciple is actually infuriating the Mountain Split sect disciple. Is he courting death? It was originally impossible for him to be a match for this Mountain Split sect disciple, and now he's further infuriating the Mountain Split sect disciple is truly an unwise action. He's probably going to suffer today. The spectating disciples of the various sects seem to have already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being completely crushed by the Mountain Split sect disciple. Right when the Mountain Split sect disciple roared and the origin energy on his body skyrocketed as he prepared to attack. The little fellows seemed to be rather happy playing around. A dignified and warm voice accompanied by a wave of footsteps sounded out from outside the martial competition courtyard. Instantly. Sect leader. Within the pergola where the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples resided, besides the saber young master, Long Yun, who didn't move, the gazes of the other 3 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples lit up as they stood up and bowed. The sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect? Duan Lingtian glanced over. Right at this moment, a robust figure walked into the martial competition courtyard with large strides. This was a curly-bearded man that wore a red robe. He had a pair of tiger-like brows that emitted a dignified aura, and the pair of eyes beneath his tiger-like brows flickered with a sheen of wisdom that was extremely different from his outer appearance. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader wasn't simple. This was a scheming person, and he was absolutely not someone an ordinary boorish fellow could compare to. Weren't we the same when we participated in the martial competition of the 5 great sects all those years ago? The seniors haven't arrived, yet we've already started sparring. Another middle-aged man slowly walked in. This middle-aged man was dressed like a scholar, and the space between his brows was extremely modest. Sect leader. The 4 Snow Moon sect disciples bowed respectfully to the middle-aged scholar. The identity of the middle-aged scholar was obvious. The Snow Moon sect's leader. I remember that I participated in the martial competition of the outer great sects with sect leader Linghu that day. At that time, sect leader Linghu had an awe-inspiring presence with his sword, and he caused all of us disciples of the 4 great sects to be invincible. Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance that was impossible to find once thrown into the crowd walked in shoulder to shoulder with Linghu Jinhong. Sect leader. Including the Mountain Split sect disciple that was in confrontation with Duan Lingtian, the other 3 Mountain Split sect disciples bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was precisely the sect leader of the Mountain Split sect. It's all in the past. Linghu Jinhong smiled indifferently, then he separated from the Mountain Split sect's leader and each of them walked into an idol pergola. Sect leader. The 7-star sword sects Huang Ji, Meng Qiu, and Zheng Song bowed respectfully to Linghu Jinhong. Exactly, I was there all those years ago as well. Sect leader Linghu's elegant demeanor is indeed fascinating. A dignified middle-aged man with a robust figure followed behind Linghu Jinhong and Meng Qiu as he walked in. Sect leader. The 4 Origin Convergence sect disciples bowed respectfully. Subsequently, a sparse group of 10 people walked in with large strides. They were precisely the elders of the 5 great sections. Every sect had 2 elders that had arrived, and they sat by the side of the sect leader of their respective sect. I've heard of sect leader Linghu's elegant demeanor all those years ago. But unfortunately, I'm older than sect leader Linghu by a few years, Yet I didn't have the fortune to meet sect leader Linghu during the martial competition of our 5 great sects all those years ago. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader that sat within the pergola laughed heartily. Suddenly, the Snow Moon sect's leader's surprised gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. Chapter 384. Presently, it wasn't only the gazes of the Snow Moon sect's leader, even the gazes of the other 3 great sects were drawn by Duan Lingtian. Only because Duan Lingtian was truly too dazzling. Sect leader Linghu, this young man is also a disciple of your 7-star sword sect that's participating in the martial competition this time? The Origin Convergence sect's leader glanced at the 7-star sword sect's inner court attire on Duan Lingtian and asked Linghu Jinhong with a surprised expression. Sect leader Linghu, this disciple of your 7-star sword sect seems to only be 21 or 22 years old, right? The demonic Lotus Blade sect and Mountain Split sect's leaders looked at Linghu Jinhong as well. He's 22 this year. Linghu Jinhong lightly smiled as he nodded, and when he saw Duan Lingtian and the Mountain Split sect disciple standing in confrontation, he asked with slight bewilderment. Duan Linghu, you two intend to spar? Yes, sect leader. Duan Lingtian replied, then his gaze descended onto the Mountain Split sect disciple, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. This senior brother of the Mountain Split sect said I'm not worthy of the name Duan Lingtian, and wants to change my name to a new one. What name? Linghu Jinhong was stunned, and he vaguely felt that the atmosphere was slightly off. Let him say it himself. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the Mountain Split sect disciple, and a cold light flashed within the depths of his gaze. The Mountain Split sect disciple wasn't afraid in the slightest, and he said coldly, exactly, I want to change the name of a kid like you who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You're not worthy of the name Duan Lingtian. You'll be called Kneeling Ling in the future. Kneeling Ling? As soon as the Mountain Split sect disciple finished speaking, Linghu Jinhong's face froze, and he frowned. This Mountain Split sect disciple had gone too far. Even if he was only an outsider, when he heard the Mountain Split sect disciple's words that contained humiliation, slight rage couldn't help but arise in his heart. He could imagine that as the person involved, Duan Lingtian, the flames of rage in his heart would surely skyrocket at this moment. Zheng Fan and Gezhen, who were sitting beside Linghu Jinhong, also had somewhat ugly expressions. The Mountain Split sect's sect master frowned but didn't say anything in the end. The current 7-star sword sect wasn't the 7-star sword sect of the past any longer. Without outstanding new blood, the 7-star sword sect would sooner or later be surpassed and replaced by the 4 great sects. The trace of fear that had just risen in his heart vanished without a trace. The gazes of the sect leaders and elders of the other 3 great sects descended onto Duan Lingtian with interest. They could feel the tension in the atmosphere. If you want to help me change my name, we'll have to see if you're qualified. Duan Lingtian's expression was as calm as before, but the coldness in the depths of his eyes was almost uncontrollable and could spill out at any time. I'll soon let you know if I'm qualified or not. The Mountain Split sect disciple grinned complacently and didn't take Duan Lingtian's words seriously in the slightest. As for Duan Lingtian's current composure, it was noticed by him, and he only thought that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying himself. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and his body emitted battle intent that shot into the sky. Fight. Presently, the sect leaders of the 5 great sects had no intention of stopping the conflict between Duan Lingtian and the Mountain Split sect disciple. Today was the day of the martial competition of the 5 great sections. The content of the martial competition was for the disciples of the 5 great sects to spar with each other and compete with each other. In the end, the 3 people with the strongest strength would be determined and obtain the rewards given out by the 5 great sections. The Mountain Split sect disciple glanced at the sect leader, and when he noticed the latter nodding to him in encouragement, his gaze once again descended onto Duan Lingtian, and he laughed loudly as his eyes emitted slight viciousness. Suddenly, A grade 7 spirit saber appeared out of thin air in the mountain split sect disciple's hand, and his origin energy raged and suffused out. Instantly, 768 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above the mountain split sect disciple. Swoosh! The mountain split sect disciple's figure flashed out as if he'd transformed into a cheetah that pounced towards Duan Lingtian, and the grade 7 spirit saber in his hand seemed to have transformed into the bloody mouth of a cheetah that fiercely bit towards Duan Lingtian. The grade 7 spirit saber in the mountain split sect disciple's hand carried along the might to split mountains and split rocks. Everywhere it passed, wind slowly arose, and it seemed as if it wanted to directly slash Duan Lingtian into two. When faced with the mountain split sect disciple that approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. In an instant, Duan Lingtian moved as well. Whirlwind. Instantly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gale that moved to greet the mountain split sect disciple. Of course, he didn't execute wind force. This mountain split sect disciple didn't have the qualifications to make him utilize his greatest trump card, whoosh. At the same time that Duan Lingtian dashed out, 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air and dashed out along with him. Fourth level of the nascent soul stage. At practically the instant that Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out, a wave of surprised exclamations sounded out in the martial competition courtyard in unison. Bang! The hand of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, trembled and the teacup in his hand was crushed by him, but he seemed as if he didn't notice in the slightest as he stared blankly at the scene before him. Duan Lingtian, 4th level of the nascent soul stage? How could this be possible? If he didn't see it with his own two eyes, it would be difficult for Linghu Jinhong to believe that all this was real. What's going on? When did Duan Lingtian break through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage? Earlier, before the battle between Duan Lingtian and the mountain split sect disciple, he'd already planned in his heart that if Duan Lingtian wasn't a match for Duan Lingtian, then once Duan Lingtian's life was in danger, he would make a move at the first possible moment to save Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was the future of the 7-star sword sect. Failure was not tolerated. He's at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage as well? How could this be possible? Although he wasn't willing to believe it, when he saw Duan Lingtian charging towards him with a speed that wasn't inferior to his own, he didn't dare dally in the slightest, and the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit saber in his hand skyrocketed as it whistled down. This saber strike carried the might to split a mountain, desiring to slash Duan Lingtian into two, not holding back in the slightest. At this moment, even if he wanted to hold back, he was unable to. Duan Lingtian was a 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist like him, and if he held back, then the one to lose would surely be him. The might of your saber isn't bad, but unfortunately, you haven't mastered this saber skill. An indifferent voice sounded out from Duan Lingtian's mouth, causing the mountain split sect disciple's face to go grim, and his eyes emitted an extremely ferocious sheen as the grade 6 spirit saber in his hand fiercely descended. Die! A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer, and he even couldn't be bothered to use a grade 6 spirit sword, so he casually withdrew a grade 7 spirit sword of inferior quality. Sword drawing arts. The sword flashed out like a bolt of lightning. In terms of speed, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was much swifter than the saber in the mountain split sect disciple's hand. The sword drawing art stressed upon extreme speed. Amongst the martial skills in the world, only speed was invincible. Duan Lingtian had always firmly believed this. A sword strike that was swift to the extreme moved to intercept the saber in the mountain split sect disciple's hand. At this moment, beside the 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian, 168 ancient mammoth silhouettes had been added. Chapter 385. No one knew that all this was intentionally done by Duan Lingtian. He'd only used a grade 7 spirit sword of inferior quality that possessed an amplification similar to the grade 7 spirit saber in the possession of the Mountain Split Sect disciple. He didn't want to take advantage of the Mountain Split Sect disciple in terms of spirit weapons. He wanted to make the Mountain Split Sect disciple accept his defeat wholeheartedly and completely deter him. After experiencing 2 lifetimes, Duan Lingtian knew very well. Killing a person was easy, but wanting to make a person completely afraid of you and not dare arouse any thoughts of going against you was extremely difficult. Now, what Duan Lingtian wanted to do was the latter. He wanted to make this Mountain Split Sect disciple completely afraid of him, and the Mountain Split Sect disciple would be terrified when seeing him in the future. The saber strike that carried the might to split a mountain and the sword strike that was swift like a bolt of lightning directly collided with each other. Colliding head-on clang. An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding sounded out, accompanied by the collision of 2 vast origin energies. Instantly, the collision of origin energies affected the air, and circle after circle of ripples were formed in the air as they spread out. The dust that covered the ground swept out and suffused into the air. At this moment, besides the few people from the 7-star sword sect, everyone from the other 4 great sects, including the sect leaders and elders, couldn't help but hold their breaths. They wanted to know who would win in the end when the 2 of them collided head-on. In their hearts, they were more biased towards the Mountain Split Sect disciple. After all, the martial skills cultivated by the Mountain Split Sect disciples were usually biased towards strength. In terms of brute force, the Mountain Split Sect disciples were second to none amongst the disciples of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Supposedly, the Mountain Split Sect's founding ancestor was in existence at the 3rd Void stage, the Void Interpretation stage, that possessed monstrous strength 1,000 years ago. Relying on his supreme martial strength, he slashed a vast and continuous mountain range into 2 with a single strike of his saber. The gorge that was forcefully torn open was precisely the current location of the Mountain Split Sect. That place was originally a spirit cave that was buried by the vast mountain range, and it was discovered by the Mountain Split Sect's founding ancestor and excavated from there. It was precisely because of this that the sect passed down by that Void Interpretation stage expert was called the Mountain Split Sect. Clang! The ear-piercing sound seemed to still reverberate by the ears of everyone in the martial competition courtyard. Die, brat! The Mountain Split Sect disciple suddenly shouted, the veins on his forehead bulging, and the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit saber in his hand skyrocketed, intending to crush the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. You want me to die? Ask yourself if you have the ability to do so. Facing the raging Mountain Split Sect disciple, Duan Lingtian's face was calm, as if he didn't care at all. He was incomparably calm. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned slightly cold as the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Not good. The evil smile that appeared at the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth was coincidentally seen by the Mountain Split Sect disciple. Although he did not know why Duan Lingtian would smile like that at this moment, he subconsciously knew that he should take the initiative to back off. But if he were to retreat like this, then wouldn't others think that he was inferior to this 7-star sword sect disciple? Just as the Mountain Split Sect disciples were at a loss as to what to do, tremor force. The origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand abruptly trembled, and the frequency grew faster and faster. The terrifying tremor force gushed out from the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand and gushed into the grade 7 spirit saber in the Mountain Split Sect disciple's hand without holding back in the slightest, and it surged forward menacingly. Instantly, the Mountain Split Sect disciple's face went gloomy. He could clearly feel the tremor force that came from the sword in the hand of the 7-star sword sect disciple before him. This tremor force caused the web between his thumb and index finger to go numb, and even his internal organs and entire body seemed to tremble along with it. Let go! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian shouted out explosively. Right at this moment, the mountain split sect disciple that had his web between his thumb and index finger split open and dripped with fresh blood released the grade 7 spirit saber in his hand in a timely manner. At the instant he let go of the grade 7 spirit saber, he could feel the trembling of his body stop. At this moment, he had the pleasure of putting down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha on the spot. But before he could carefully savor this pleasure, he felt a strong wind come head-on, and it carried along the shocking might of lightning, "No!" The mountain split sect disciple only had time to shout out explosively. After Duan Lingtian used the tremor energy to make the mountain split sect disciple let go of the grade 7 spirit saber, the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand abruptly trembled and flashed directly towards the mountain split sect disciple. Spare his life. Right at this moment, the voice transmission of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. At this moment, besides the few people from the 7-star sword sect, there was probably no one that was clear-headed. The others were all dumbstruck from Duan Lingtian's shout of, "Let go" earlier. In the eyes of these people, along with the 7-star sword sect disciple's shout, the mountain split sect disciple actually really let go of the grade 7 spirit saber in his hand. To them, this scene was so bizarre and inconceivable. It was difficult for them to imagine what had happened earlier. Devil! This thought abruptly emerged in the hearts of many disciples of the 5 great sects, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with fear. Shouting out, "Let go," in shock is able to make his opponent abandon his weapon? What ability is this? It's too strange. Of course, there were also many attentive people that noticed the mountain split sect disciple's palm that was split open and dripping with blood. Whoosh! An ear-piercing howl of the wind seemed to be especially clear in the silent martial competition courtyard. Slap! At the critical moment, the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand turned from the blade to the body of the sword and fiercely slapped onto the mountain split sect disciple's body. The mountain split sect disciple was struck by this enormous force, and at the same time that his internal organs trembled, he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before fiercely falling to the ground in the end. Right at this moment, whirlwind! Duan Lingtian moved, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale, and when the mountain split sect disciple's body descended, he arrived at the place the disciple fell to before him. When he saw the mountain split sect disciple descending, Duan Lingtian swept out with his leg. Right at the intersection of the mountain split sect disciple's calf and thigh. Crack! Ah! The clear sound of bones breaking and a miserable shrill cry sounded out at practically the exact same time, and it was incomparably ear-piercing, causing everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. Bang! Finally, the mountain split sect disciple emitted shrill cries as he fell to the ground, and he just happened to kneel before Duan Lingtian. His features were warped and hideous, and he was in extreme pain. Presumptuous! Finally, the mountain split sect's leader recovered from his shock, and his face went ghastly pale as he abruptly stood up, desiring to flash towards Duan Lingtian. At practically the exact same moment, sect leader Teng. Linghu Jinhong glanced indifferently at the mountain split sect's leader. "I presume you've clearly heard what your mountain split sect disciple said to Duan Lingtian before their battle. Let the juniors deal with the matters of the juniors themselves. How about it?" The mountain split sect's leader was dumbstruck. Only now did he recall that before his mountain split sect disciple fought this abnormal 7-star sword sect disciple, his mountain split sect disciple seemed to have wantonly humiliated the 7-star sword sect disciple. Moreover, he even threatened to change the 7-star sword sect disciple's name to Ling Neil. Knowing that he was in the wrong, he could only suppress the flames of rage in his heart and sit back down. But the gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian still contained traces of frightening cold lights mixed within. Such a monstrous genius disciple had actually appeared in the 7-star sword sect. A 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist at the mere age of 22. Such natural talent was simply even more monstrous than the most outstanding 5 great young masters in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even the head of the 5 great young masters, the person with the most monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao in the last 100 years of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, seemed to be far inferior to this 7-star sword sect disciple. As he looked at this 7-star sword sect disciple, he felt envy and jealousy in his heart. Why is my mountain split sect unable to take such a monstrous disciple? What do you think now? Duan Lingtan looked down at the mountain split sect disciple that knelt before him, and his gaze was terrifyingly calm. You're kneeling on the ground now, kneeling before me. Do you still think I'm unworthy of the name Duan Lingtian? Do you still think you have the qualifications to help me change my name? Do you still think you have the qualifications to help me change my name? When Duan Lingtian's words entered into the ears of everyone in the martial competition courtyard, it caused them to sigh with emotion. Obviously, Duan Lingtian's rage came precisely from what the Mountain Split Sect disciple said earlier. The Mountain Split Sect disciple was already trying his best to endure the pain of having his bones broken, and he grit his teeth tightly as his body shivered. Now, when he heard what Duan Lingtian said, he recalled what he'd done earlier and felt ashamed in his heart. For a time, he felt his vital energy and blood surge up, and it was difficult to restrain. Pooh! In the end, the Mountain Split Sect disciple's chest rose and fell like a bellows for a while, then his face flushed red as he spat out a mouthful of blood before forcefully falling down and fainting. Duan Lingtian frowned, as he never imagined that the Mountain Split Sect disciple would be so useless. Although returning to the pergola only required a few steps, Duan Lingtian was able to feel numerous gazes that were like rain descending onto him in this few steps. Junior brother Duan Lingen, I truly never imagined that you've already broken through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage and have already caught up to me. Zheng Song invited Duan Lingtian to sit by his side and laughed excitedly. But the depths of his gaze contained slight dimness mixed within. He was 7 years older than Duan Lingtian, yet his cultivation was only comparable to the current Duan Lingtian, and it caused him to feel ashamed from the bottom of his heart, but in next to no time, he came to an understanding. This junior brother of his, Duan Lingtian, was simply a freak, and if anyone were to compare him with Duan Lingtian, then that person was simply looking for trouble. Huang Ji's expression was as unsightly could be. Earlier, he'd blindly mocked Duan Lingtian and made Duan Lingtian battle the Mountain Split Sect disciple precisely because he wanted the Mountain Split Sect disciple to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson. This Duan Lingtian has actually broken through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. However, Huang Ji never imagined that Duan Lingtian, who should only be at the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage in his eyes, would actually conceal his strength so deeply, and his cultivation had already stepped into the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. Meng Qiu sat by Huang Ji's side, and his face flickered between a livid and ashen expression. He knew that from today onwards, he could be considered to have completely walked onto the opposite side of Duan Lingtan. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. Huang Ji mocking Duan Lingtian was Huang Ji's own business. Why should he join in the fun? Chapter 386. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who'd returned to the pergola, became the center of attention as expected. A 22-year-old 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Besides the 3 higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect, the sect leaders and elders of the other 4 great sects looked at Duan Lingtian with extremely complicated gazes. In the past, they'd noticed the powerlessness of the 7-star sword sect's younger generation. They originally thought that the 7-star sword sect would fall from grace. But, unexpectedly, such a monster had actually appeared in the 7-star sword sect. This 7-star sword sect disciple has stepped into the 4th level of the nascent soul stage at the mere age of 22? Simply abnormal. Such natural talent surpasses any one of the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Exactly, even if it's the leader of the 5 great young masters, in terms of natural talent, he's far inferior to this 7-star sword sect disciple. Duan Lingtian, just like his name, he possesses the potential to soar above the heavens. That mountain split sect disciple didn't have eyes and offended him. Not only did he have his legs broken, he was angered to the point he fainted. The disciples of the various sects recovered from their shock and were all astounded. The scene before them had completely exceeded their expectations. If they didn't see it with their own two eyes, they wouldn't dare believe that all this was true. A martial artist with such monstrous natural talent had actually appeared in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there seems to have never been an existence that stepped into the fourth level of the nascent soul stage at the age of 22. The Snow Moon sect's female disciple, Lu, sighed. She felt that her natural talent in the martial Tao was extremely high, and was only inferior to the 5 great young masters in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In the past, only the 5 great young masters were able to make her accept them. But today, after witnessing the strength revealed by this 7-star sword sect disciple at such an age with her own 2 eyes, she realized that there was actually an existence that had natural talent in the martial Tao that surpassed the 5 great young masters hidden within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Such a monstrous disciple has actually appeared in the 7-star sword sect? The eyes of the saber young master, Long Yun, jumped with burning flames as he sized up Duan Lingtian with interest, and he wished for nothing more than to directly charge out and spar with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, right? I, Long Yun, will remember you. Now, it wasn't just Long Yun who remembered the name Duan Lingtian. The people present might never forget this name for the rest of their lives. A 22-year-old 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, such an achievement meant that this person was destined to be extraordinary. Sitting in the pavilion, Duan Lingtian was unmoved by all the gazes that were directed at him. His face was calm and collected. Such composure caused many people present to secretly praise him. This Duan Lingtian is not only talented in the martial Tao, but also has an extremely tenacious temperament. He's neither arrogant nor rash, neither servile nor overbearing, which is extremely rare. Sect leader Linghu, congratulations on having such a monstrous disciple in your sect. As the host, the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader was the first to recover from his shock, and he congratulated the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong. The words of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's sect leader were like a fuse that lit up the atmosphere of the scene. The sect leaders of the other 3 great sects congratulated Linghu Jinhong as well. Congratulations, sect leader Linghu. The 7-star sword sect has a successor. Everyone, you're too kind. Linghu Jinhong lightly smiled as he nodded, and he had the demeanor of a great leader and was extremely appropriate. Zheng Fan and Gezhen, the 2 peak masters of the 7-star sword sect, sat by Linghu Jinhong's side, and now they felt extremely honored. It wasn't the first time they'd followed the sect leader to observe the martial competition of the 5 great sections. But it was still the first time they could hold their heads high like this. For a moment, their gazes seemed as if they'd discussed it beforehand as they descended onto Duan Lingtian, and their faces were covered in brilliant smiles. They knew clearly in their hearts. It was all thanks to Duan Lingtian that they were able to enjoy everything they had now. Of course, there were also some people that had extremely unsightly expressions. Huang Ji, who sat in the same pavilion as Duan Lingtian, clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes emitted boundless resentment. As far as he was concerned, it was Duan Lingtian who'd seized the thing that should have belonged to him. Presently, Duan Lingtian even had the possibility of becoming the future sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. He was unwilling. He was the true personal disciple of the 7-star sword sect's leader, an existence that was going to become the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. No one can seize my position of sect leader. Duan Lingtian, you're no exception. Huang Ji's gloomy gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it seemed as if it was waiting to swallow him up. The martial competition of the 5 great sects continue. When he saw the unconscious mountain split sect disciple being carried back to the pavilion by his companions, the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, the host, abruptly spoke out. Even though his voice wasn't loud, it entered into the ears of everyone present. Besides the same rewards as before, the rewards for the top 3 in the martial competition this time. I'll personally take out a dark nascent pill as the reward for the first in the martial competition this time. Profound nascent pill. As soon as the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader finished speaking. As expected, waves of gasping sounded out within the martial competition courtyard. Profound nascent pill, grade 6 medicinal pill. It was also known as the most difficult grade 6 medicinal pill to refine. Even though the profound nascent pill was only a grade 6 medicinal pill, practically no grade 6 alchemist was able to refine it. At least, in the history of Cloud Continent, there had never been a grade 6 alchemist that was able to successfully refine the profound nascent pill. Even if a grade 5 alchemist were to refine the profound nascent pill, the success rate would be pitifully low. Not even 1%. The preciousness of the profound nascent pill could be imagined. Of course, the reason the profound nascent pill was precious wasn't only because of this. The most precious thing about the profound nascent pill was its medicinal strength. Supposedly, the natural talent of a person that consumed the profound nascent pill would increase greatly in the next half a year. During the period the medicinal strength existed, the advancement of one's cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. Cultivating for half a year was comparable to cultivating normally for a year. Profound nascent pill. At this moment, besides Duan Lingtian, who had a calm expression and seemed as if he utterly didn't hear what the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader said, the gazes of the remaining people, including the saber young master, lit up. A profound nascent pill was sufficient to allow them to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Consuming the profound nascent pill to cultivate for half a year was comparable to a year of cultivation in the past. The profound nascent pill was extremely tempting to them. Profound nascent pill? Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as flowing lights revolved within his eyes. If I didn't consume the 10,000-year stalactite milk, then perhaps this profound nascent pill would be useful to me. Now, even if I was given 100 profound nascent pills, it would be of no use in the slightest. Because my current natural talent has already reached the limit of a martial artist's natural talent in Cloud Continent. As someone that had fused with the lifetime worth of memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, Duan Lingtian naturally knew what the profound nascent pill was. The profound nascent pill was a grade 6 medicinal pill that had a huge difference between effort and return. It was impossible for a grade 6 alchemist to refine it successfully. Even if a grade 5 alchemist refined it, the success rate wouldn't exceed 1%. Even the Samsara Emperor Wu of all those years ago was only barely confident in being able to refine the profound nascent pill with 100% success rate after he became a royal grade alchemist. The refinement of the profound nascent pill was related to the grade of the pillfire. The higher the grade of the pillfire, the higher the success rate of the refinement of the profound nascent pill. Through the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, Duan Lingtian found out that those high-grade alchemists wouldn't spend a large amount of time, energy, and materials to refine the profound nascent pill that was known as one of the medicinal pills with the lowest success rate in Cloud Continent. Only because refining the profound nascent pill was completely strenuous and thankless. The materials to refine the profound nascent pill once would cost 100,000 gold. 100 times would be 10 million gold. Even if a grade 5 alchemist were to spend 10 million gold in materials, he might not be able to refine the profound nascent pill. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that the success rate of the profound nascent pill was so low that it had already reached a shocking level. During the second lifetime of Emperor Wu of Samsara, he'd once seen a stubborn grade 5 alchemist go mad for the sake of refining a profound nascent pill. It wasn't because of anything else, it was only because that grade 5 alchemist had spent 100 million gold in materials, but still wasn't able to refine even a single profound nascent pill. The profound nascent pill, in terms of its foundation, was a type of medicinal pill that had a heaven and earth difference in return. At the very least, Duan Lingtian wasn't the slightest bit interested in refining the profound nascent pill. Perhaps, only those alchemists that really don't lack money and have sufficient patience would refine the profound nascent pill. The medicinal strength of the profound nascent pill is indeed shocking. A person that consumes a profound nascent pill doesn't feel anything, but to an alchemist, it's a type of torment and torture. Duan Lingtian was deeply aware of this point. Of course, there's also an exception. Perhaps there's an extremely small number of grade 5 alchemists that have an outburst of luck and only need one try to refine the profound nascent pill. Right when this thought arose within Duan Lingtian's heart, this profound nascent pill in my hand was inadvertently refined by a grade 5 alchemist friend of mine by relying on luck, and he only consumed a single portion of materials. The words of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader entered into Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. There's really an alchemist that has an outburst of luck? Duan Lingtian was stunned. After all, even though the success rate of a grade 5 alchemist when refining a profound nascent pill was set at 1%. But if an outburst of luck occurred, then the grade 5 alchemist still had the chance to refine it in one go. If one was unlucky, then even if one refined it 1,000 times, one might not be able to refine a single profound nascent pill. That friend of the demonic Lotus Blade sect undoubtedly belonged to the former. An outburst of luck. So that's how it is. I was wondering why someone would refine a profound nascent pill. Sect Leader Long, the luck of that friend of yours is really heaven-defying. Sect Leader Long, the reason you took out this profound nascent pill as the reward for the first in the martial competition is probably because you intend to bestow it to your demonic Lotus Blade sect's saber young master, your foster son, Long Yun, right? Besides Linghu Jinhong, the sect leaders of the other 3 great sects looked at the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader as they spoke successively. Chapter 387. When the Snow Moon sect's leader heard the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, he only smiled lightly and didn't say anything. He knew his own limitations. Even though the strength of his personal disciple, Lu Yu, wasn't bad, but compared to the foster son of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Saber Young Master, there was still a gap. I was wondering, how could the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader be so kind to actually be willing to take out the profound nascent pill as the reward for the first in the martial competition? So it turns out that he only wanted to bestow it to his foster son, Saber Young Master, Long Yun. Zheng Song, who sat by Duan Lingtian's side, frowned and grunted in a low voice. Presently, it wasn't only Zheng Song who had this thought. Most of the people present had similar thoughts as well. How precious was the profound nascent pill? Duan Lingtian didn't care, but it didn't mean that the others didn't. Duan Lingtian possessed natural talent in the martial Dao that could be called the limit of martial artists in Cloud Continent, yet the others didn't. To them, if they were able to obtain the profound nascent pill, then they would be able to save half a year of time in their future cultivation. Even though it was only half a year, it was sufficient to pull open the gap between them and many people of the same generation and make them stand out amongst others. What? Senior brother Zheng Song, you're interested in the profound nascent pill? Duan Lingtian smiled as he asked. Of course I'm interested. Zheng Song hurriedly nodded as his eyes emitted a burning sheen. That profound nascent pill is a medicinal pill that's able to help a martial artist swiftly increase their cultivation. If I'm able to consume the profound nascent pill, then perhaps I only need half a year to successfully break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian nodded as an imperceptible bright light suffused his eyes. This was something that Zheng Song didn't notice. But even if he noticed it, he wouldn't be able to discern what Duan Lingtian was thinking about. In next to no time, the host, the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, announced that the martial competition would continue. Instantly, the disciples of the various sects ascended the arena one by one and challenged the disciples of the other sects, spars after spar like a raging fire. Within the perk that Duan Lingtian was at, Huang Ji's figure flashed out. He fought a battle with a 5th-level Origin Convergence sect disciple. The battle between the two was extremely intense. In terms of speed, Huang Ji was on par with him. In terms of strength, the two of them were about the same. In the end, Huangji relied on another superb sword skill to condense 7 sword lights that seemed to have transformed into 7 shooting stars that whistled out like bolts of lightning and defeated his opponent in one go. Clean and tidy. This Huangji has practiced 2 sets of sword skills? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. Huangji's 2 sets of sword skills had clearly been cultivated to perfection. Especially the sword skill he used to defeat his opponent in one move. It could be said to be superb. Duan Lingtian estimated that if his sword drawing technique encountered this sword technique, he might not have the upper hand in terms of speed. This set of sword skills completely overpowers over 99% of the mystic class high-tier sword skills. Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Huangji. This Huangji was petty, but it had to be said that he did have some ability. At the very least, until now, he had never seen anyone stronger than Huangji who had taken the stage. At this moment, 7 stars sword formula. Waves of exclamations sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. 7 stars sword formula? Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted when he heard these exclamations of exclamations. He'd heard of this sword skill. It was the 7-star sword sect guarding sword skill. Of course, it was impossible for the 7-star sword sect guarding sword skill to only be a high-grade profound rank sword skill. The 7-star sword sect guarding sword skill was a high-grade earth rank sword skill. I've long heard that the 7-star sword sect guarding sword skill, the 7-star sword technique, is the one and only high-grade earth rank sword skill in the 7-star sword sect. Moreover, this 7-star sword technique has another basic sword technique called the minor 7-star sword technique. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. This Huangji is probably cultivating the minor 7-star sword technique. The minor 7-star sword technique originated from the 7-star sword sect guarding sword skill, the 7-star sword technique, so it was naturally extraordinary. Supposedly, once a person that had cultivated the minor 7-star sword technique to perfection and broke through to the void prying stage, the person would be able to comprehend elementary sword force in a short period of time. At that time, the high-grade earth rank martial skill, the 7-star sword technique, would step into the initial stage. Sect Leader Linghu, this minor 7-star sword technique is the basic section of your 7-star sword sect guarding sword skill, the 7-star sword technique. According to my knowledge, the 7-star sword sect has a rule that the 7-star sword technique is only passed down to the successor of the 7-star sword sect leader, right? The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader looked at the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, and asked with a light smile. Exactly. Linghu Jinhong nodded. He was rather happy in his heart when he saw his personal disciple bringing honor to the 7-star sword sect. In this way, sect leader Linghu, you intend to let your disciple take over your position and become the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect? The Origin Convergence sect's leader looked at Linghu Jinhong with a spurious smile. Meanwhile, Huangji's face revealed slight complacency when he heard what the Origin Convergence sect's leader said. Right, his master passed down the minor 7-star sword technique to him, undoubtedly with the intention of passing down the sect guarding sword skill, the 7-star sword technique to him. After all, the minor 7-star sword technique he was cultivating now was the basic section of the 7-star sword technique. For a time, Huangji looked at Duan Lingtian with a complacent expression, and it was as if he was saying to Duan Lingtian, "Kid, look clearly, I'm the future sect leader of the 7-star sword sect." But he quickly noticed that from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had only glanced at him indifferently, and he didn't have the interest to spare him another glance. This caused Huangji's expression to become even gloomier. This Duan Lingtian, damn it. Right at this moment, the Mountain Split sect's leader laughed heartily and said, "Sect leader Linghu, looks like you don't plan to pass down the position of sect leader of the 7-star sword sect to Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian's natural talent, could it be that he doesn't have the qualifications to become the next sect leader of your 7-star sword sect?" Sect leader Linghu, originally, it wasn't good for an outsider like me to interfere in the matters of your 7-star sword sect. But now you're truly too unfair. As far as I'm concerned, with Duan Lingtian's natural talent, it wouldn't even take a year for him to surpass this personal disciple of yours. As the Snow Moon Sect's sect leader spoke up to hear, he withdrew his gaze from Linghu Jinhong and descended onto Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian is a disciple of my Snow Moon Sect, then I'm willing to immediately establish him as the next successor to the position of sect leader of our Snow Moon Sect, and pass down the Snow Moon Sect's sect guarding sword skill, Snow Moon Sword Technique, to him, and foster him without holding back. The words of the Snow Moon Sect's leader were like a fuse that lit up the atmosphere of the scene. Duan Lingtian, if you feel that staying in the 7-star sword sect is meaningless in the future, then my Origin Convergence sect welcomes you as well. I'm similarly willing to establish you as the next sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect and pass down my Origin Convergence sect's sect guarding martial skill, Origin Convergence Palm, to you. The Origin Convergence sect's leader wasn't willing to fall behind, and he looked at Duan Lingtian as he threw out an olive branch. Duan Lingtian, our Mountain Split sect is the same as well, will absolutely not allow you to suffer a loss. The Mountain Split sect's leader made a promise as well. The promise of the Mountain Split sect's leader just happened to be heard by the Mountain Split sect disciple that was angered to the point of fainting by Duan Lingtian and had just woken up. For a time, the face of this Mountain Split sect disciple went grim, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before fainting once more. This caused the other 3 Mountain Split sect disciples to be speechless. Ha! The Demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader laughed heartily. Since the 3 sect leaders have made their stand clear, then as the host, I naturally have to make my stand clear as well. As he spoke, the Demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, if you're willing to join my Demonic Lotus Blade sect, then I can provide you with the best cultivation environment. Not only that, you can frequently spar with my foster son, Long Yun, to improve. I can make a promise that so long as you're able to surpass my foster son, Long Yun, then I'll let you become the next successor to the sect leader of the Demonic Lotus Blade sect. The 4 sect leaders had poached a disciple of the 7-star sword sect together. They intended to poach the peerless genius, Duan Lingtian, into their own sect. This scene caused the disciples of the various sects to be stunned. Over at the 7-star sword sect's side, junior brother Duan Lingtian. Zheng Song looked at Duan Lingtian with a perturbed expression. He was really worried that Duan Lingtian would be unable to resist the temptation of the 4 great sects and turn to join one of the 4 great sections. Huang Ji's expression was extremely unsightly. He suddenly felt that he was like a clown before Duan Lingtian now. Especially the Snow Moon sect's leader, he actually trampled on his dignity and flattered Duan Lingtian, and it angered him to the point his chest felt as if it was about to explode. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Huang Ji's hatred towards Duan Lingtian had practically reached a point where it was difficult to restrain. Meng Qiu had a bitter smile on his face. He realized that the worst decision he'd made in his lifetime was to go against Duan Lingtian, and to go against Duan Lingtian. He took a deep breath and made a decision in his heart. If Duan Lingtian didn't turn to one of the other 4 great sects, then after the martial competition this time, he would surely ask Duan Lingtian for punishment and ask Duan Lingtian to forgive his previous actions. The 2 peak masters of the 7-star sword sect present, Zheng Fan and Gezhen, had extremely unsightly expressions as well. These 4 great sects are really shameless. They actually poached a disciple of the 7-star sword sect right in front of them and the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. Do they really think they don't exist? Finally, the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, made his stance clear. 4 sect leaders, since all of you know that the 7-star sword technique is the sect guarding sword skill of our 7-star sword sect, and it's only passed down to the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, then all of you ought to know that the minor 7-star sword technique can't represent the 7-star sword technique. As for the position of sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, I have a plan in my heart since long ago. So long as Duan Lingtian is willing, I can abdicate my position and allow him to become the new sect leader of my 7-star sword sect. I'm willing to stand behind him and assist him. Linghu Jinhong spoke slowly. These words were spoken with incomparable sincerity, without the slightest hypocrisy. As for the 7-star sword technique, I'll personally pass it down to him after we return to the 7-star sword sect after the martial competition ends. Linghu Jinhong looked at Duan Lingtian as he continued. Linghu Jinhong's stance caused the other 4 great sects' sect leaders to be stunned. They never imagined that Linghu Jinhong would actually have such courage. Chapter 388. Sect Leader Linghu. In the past, although my strength has always been inferior to you, I've never submitted to you. But today, I'm convinced that you're able to make such a decision. The Mountain Split Sect's leader had a serious expression as he cupped his hands and spoke to Linghu Jinhong. I finally understand now why the 7-star sword sect has always been able to firmly suppress our 4 great sects. It's the courage of the 7-star sword sect's leader. At least, the 4 of us are far from being as courageous as sect leader Linghu. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader shook his head and lightly sighed. The Snow Moon sect's leader and Origin Convergence sect's leader nodded in deep agreement. Linghu Jinhong's courage caused them to be wholeheartedly convinced. They asked themselves, even if Duan Lingtian was really willing to join their sect, they didn't have the courage to directly give up their position like Linghu Jinhong. Whoosh! Within the martial competition courtyard, the disciples of the other 4 great sects recovered from their shock and were astounded. They were shocked by Linghu Jinhong's courage as well. As expected of the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. For the sake of the 7-star sword sect's future, he doesn't care about personal gains and losses in the slightest. Yeah, with a sect leader like this, why should the 7-star sword sect worry about being unable to continue being glorious? The words of the disciples of the other 4 great sects were filled with admiration towards Linghu Jinhong. Meng Qiu recovered from his shock and couldn't help but shudder. Sect leader, he's actually willing to give up his position and pass down the position of sect leader of the 7-star sword sect to Duan Lingtian? After taking a deep breath, Meng Qiu didn't hesitate any longer and directly sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I hope you can forgive my various actions towards you earlier. I'll absolutely not go against you in the future. If you become the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, I'll surely wholeheartedly assist you. Meng Qiu, the personal disciple of the Fecta Peak's master. With Meng Qiu's natural talent, if nothing unexpected happened, becoming the next master of Fecta Peak was practically a certainty. Meng Qiu's voice transmission caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly surprised. When he thought of how Meng Qiu didn't have any deep enmity with him, and he only added fuel to the fire earlier, he nodded to Meng Qiu with a calm expression. Meng Qiu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. He knew that he had escaped a calamity. Huang Ji, who had just returned to the pavilion, was slightly stiff. The words of his master, the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Linghu Jinhong, still reverberated within his mind. 4 sect leaders, since all of you know that the 7-star sword technique is our 7-star sword sect's sect guarding sword skill, and it's only passed down to the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, then all of you ought to know that the minor 7-star sword technique doesn't represent the 7-star sword technique. As for the position of sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, I have a plan in my heart since long ago. So long as Duan Lingtian is willing, I can abdicate my position and allow him to become the new sect leader of my 7-star sword sect. I am willing to stand behind him and assist him. Huang Ji's expression was terrifyingly dark. I can't accept this. Huang Ji sat at the side of the pavilion and lowered his head. His expression had subtly turned ferocious, and his eyes shone with jealousy and viciousness. You want me to worship Duan Lingtian as sect master? I would rather die than submit to him. Huang Ji endlessly roared in his heart. As for the person involved, Duan Lingtian, his mood was slightly agitated because of what the 7-star sword sect's sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, said. Although he had no intention of becoming the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. But Linghu Jinhong's attitude still caused traces of warmth to arise from the bottom of his heart. This was a type of trust, a trust that could be entrusted with everything. After this disturbance, the martial competition of the 5 great sects continued. The disciples of the various sects entered the arena one by one to spar. Along with the red glow that filled the sky and the veil of night gradually descending, the martial competition of the 5 great sects gradually approached the end. Presently, besides the Snow Moon sect's female disciple, Lu Yu, and the demonic Lotus Blade sect's saber young master, practically all the disciples present had entered the arena without exception. Only Lu Yu and Long Yun hadn't entered the arena. And no one challenged them. The 2 of them were the people with the highest cultivation in the martial competition of the 5 great sects this time. Both of them were existences at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. The strongest amongst the others was only at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage and was far from being a match for them. Duan Lingtan, a 5th level nascent soul stage disciple of the Mountain Split sect, called out to challenge Duan Lingtian. For a time, booing sounds rose and fell without end. This caused the Mountain Split sect disciple's face to go slightly red, but he had no choice but to brace himself, only because this was the order that his master, the Mountain Split sect's leader, gave him via voice transmission. Using a cultivation at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage to challenge a 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist was indeed slightly bullying. Presently, amongst the people present, only the few people from the 7-Star Sword sect had eyes that emitted a slight sheen of hope. When he was in the 7-Star Sword sect, Duan Lingtian had repeatedly revealed his ability to defeat the strong with the weak, and he'd even once killed a 1st-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple with a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian might be able to defeat this Mountain Split sect disciple. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse being challenged by the Mountain Split sect disciple, and his feet moved to flash into the arena to stand in confrontation with the Mountain Split sect disciple. Duan Lingtun, be careful. The Mountain Split sect disciple didn't waste any time, and with a raise of his hand, a rod appeared in his hand. It was unknown what material it was made from, and flowing lights revolved around the rod. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had seen this Mountain Split sect disciple attack. He knew that the rod in the Mountain Split sect disciple's hand was a grade 7 spirit weapon. Relying on this grade 7 spirit weapon rod, he'd successively defeated a few 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artists, and he'd only lost to a 5th-level nascent soul stage disciple from the demonic Lotus Blade sect and his 7-Star Sword sect's Huangji. The strength of this Mountain Split sect disciple could be considered to be the strongest amongst the 4 Mountain Split sect disciples that were participating in the martial competition this time. Every time the grade 7 spirit rod in his hand smashed out, it seemed as if it had grown eyes, and it was impossible to guard against. Suddenly, the Mountain Split sect disciple moved, and he stepped on flowing lights that were carried out by origin energy as he flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. In the sky, 700 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Origin energy abruptly skyrocketed on the grade 7 spirit rod in his hand, and it smashed down towards Duan Lingtian in a wide-open manner, as if it carried the might of 1,000 kilograms, and it was sufficient to smash everything. In the sky, beside the 700 ancient mammoth silhouettes, another 198 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. The strength contained within this strike was comparable to the strength of 898 ancient mammoths. Instantly, the airflow in the air was affected and emitted buzzing sounds. The sound of air exploding rose and fell continuously. Bring it on. When he saw the Mountain Split sect disciple being so ferocious and directly going berserk as soon as he attacked, and a true strike of the rod smashed over, Duan Lingtian felt the blood in his entire body boil. With a raise of his hand, a narrow sword appeared in his hand. When facing a 5th-level nascent soul stage opponent, Duan Lingtian didn't dare be careless. He directly withdrew the best spirit sword in his hand. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian moved. Whirlwind. Instantly, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale as he fearlessly moved to meet the attack. As far as others were concerned, Duan Lingtian seemed to be courting death. As Duan Lingtian dashed out, 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above him, fourth level of the nascent soul stage. This was also Duan Lingtian's true cultivation. At that time, with the assistance of the 3 nascent break pills, he only spent 2 months of time to break through to the first level of the nascent soul stage. Later on, relying on his natural talent that had reached the limit and a nascent nurturing pill with a purity of over 90%, he spent another 3 months of time to successfully step into the second level of the nascent soul stage. Subsequently, he spent another 4 months of time to successfully step into the third level of the nascent soul stage. It was precisely at this time that he'd fallen into a bottleneck in his cultivation and started to shift his attention onto the high-grade Earth rank movement technique, Whirlwind, that came with the 4th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wind WRM form. Subsequently, he obtained the Jade Origin Fruit bestowed to him by the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong. With the assistance of the Jade Origin Fruit, he finally broke through the bottleneck of the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage and broke through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage in one go. Presently, when his entire strength exploded out, it was comparable to the strength of 611 ancient mammoths. In other words, when he attacked now, he still held back. He retained the strength of 611 ancient mammoths. He didn't do this because he looked down on this mountain split sect disciple, but because he felt there was utterly no need. Whoosh! Along with the origin energy flashing out of the narrow sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, another 228 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air beside the 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian. In other words, presently, the strength Duan Lingtian exerted by relying on the narrow sword in his hand was comparable to the strength of 828 ancient mammoths. Grade 6 Spirit Sword. Practically at the instant Duan Lingtian utilized the narrow sword, the pupils of everyone present couldn't help but constrict. Never had they imagined that Duan Lingtian, a mere 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, would actually possess a grade 6 spirit sword. With a quick thought, they came to an understanding. With Duan Lingtian's natural talent, it was sufficient for the 7-star sword sect to bestow a grade 6 spirit sword to him. Presently, only the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, and the 2 peak masters by his side were clear that the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand wasn't bestowed by the 7-star sword sect. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian didn't utilize the sword-drawing arts. He held the grade 6 spirit sword tightly in his hand, and it was more like he was swinging a rod before fiercely smashing it towards the grade 7 spirit rod that smashed down at the mountain split sect disciple. This scene caused everyone to be dumbstruck. This Duan Lingtian is actually not using a sword skill? He's smashing the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand like a rod? Instantly, only similar thoughts remained in the hearts of most people. They felt their scalps go numb when they saw the scene before them. Has this Duan Lingtian gone mad? Even if the narrow sword in his hand was a grade 6 spirit sword, his own cultivation was far inferior to the mountain split sect disciple. The strongest strength he exerted by relying on the grade 6 spirit sword was only comparable to the strength of 828 ancient mammoths. Whereas the strength of the grade 7 spirit rod in the hand of the mountain split sect disciple was instead comparable to the strength of 898 ancient mammoths. Chapter 389. At this moment, besides the few members of the 7-star sword sect, the members of the other 4 great sects, including the sect leaders and elders, felt that there was no suspense in this battle. The difference of the strength of 70 ancient mammoths was sufficient to cause Duan Lingtian to suffer a crushing defeat. A difference of the strength of 70 ancient mammoths? Whereas the few members of the 7-star sword sect had brilliant smiles on their faces instead, according to their knowledge. 1 year ago, when Duan Lingtian killed the first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple, Lu Shirgu, on the life and death arena on the 7-star sword sect's main peak, W Peak, the strength Lu Shirgu exerted with his full strength was even stronger than Duan Lingtian by the strength of 90 ancient mammoths. But even then, Lu Shirgu was still killed by Duan Lingtian. There's no suspense. Zheng Song's heart that was in his throat eased up, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. At that time, when Duan Lingtian killed Lu Shirgu, he was watching the battle from the side, and amongst the 7-star sword sect members present now, no one was clearer than him about the situation at that time. Duan Lingtian's method of defeating someone stronger as the weak was even able to surmount a difference of the strength of 90 ancient mammoths. Could it be that he would still be afraid of a difference of the strength of a mere 70 ancient mammoths? Satisfying. When he swung the grade 6 spirit sword and fiercely smashed it out, Duan Lingtian felt the surging hot blood and battle intent in his body had a place to vent, and he spat out a mouthful of foul air before abruptly shouting out explosively. The grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand directly used the body of the sword to fiercely smash towards the rod that the Mountain Split sect disciple smashed down. The grade 7 spirit rod in the Mountain Split sect disciple's hand smashed down, and it seemed to carry the force of 1,000 caddies. But when he saw Duan Lingtian explosively shout out and greet him as if he'd been injected with chicken blood, for some unknown reason, a trace of coldness actually arose within his heart for no reason or rhyme, but he already had no other choice now, and could only go head-on against Duan Lingtian. It's fine, it's surely fine. My strength is stronger than him by the strength of 70 ancient mammoths, and is sufficient to easily crush him. The Mountain Split sect disciple kept comforting himself. However, when he saw the confidence in Duan Lingtian's eyes, his heart could not help but waver. Why was this Duan Lingtian so confident? Could it be that he has the confidence to defeat me in a head-on battle? The Mountain Split sect disciples were truly unwilling to believe it. No. Impossible, impossible. He must be deliberately mystifying. He must be. At this critical moment, the Mountain Split sect disciple's thoughts suddenly changed, and he continued to comfort himself. He watched as the grade 7 spirit staff in his hand smashed down fiercely and was about to collide with the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that was smashing over. The Mountain Split sect disciple shouted, wanting to use this to overcome the fear and uneasiness in his heart. At the same time, the Mountain Split sect disciple didn't hold back in the slightest and completely poured into the grade 7 spirit staff in his hand. Whoosh! It was as if the staff was assisted by the gods, and it came crashing down. Awesome! Duan Lingtian swung his grade 6 spirit sword. His arm flashed out like a python swinging its tail, and he met the staff that was descending with a bang. Meanwhile, Quake energy. Instantly, the origin energy on the grade 6 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian swung up and smashed out started to intensely tremble, and the frequency grew faster and faster, before it collided with the staff that the Mountain Split sect disciple smashed down fiercely. The quake energy was raised to the limit. Quake energy at the limit. The area of effect was the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. In other words, in a head-on collision, so long as the strength of the opponent that Duan Lingtian faced didn't exceed the strength of 100 ancient mammoths, then the quake energy would be able to produce an effect that was as if the gods were assisting him. Yet now, although the staff that the Mountain Split sect disciple smashed down menacingly, it was only stronger than Duan Lingtian by the strength of 70 ancient mammoths. It just happened to be within the area of effect of the quake energy. The Mountain Split sect disciple's staff smashed down, and it carried along a might that tore through the sky as it fiercely smashed down. Duan Lingtian swung his grade 6 spirit sword, then he abandoned the blade of the sword and smashed out with the body of the sword to meet the staff that smashed down with a bang. The strength on the staff was comparable to the strength of 898 ancient mammoths. The strength on the sword was comparable to the strength of 828 ancient mammoths. The difference between the two was the strength of 70 ancient mammoths. Right at the instant when the staff and sword flashed out and were about to collide, time seemed to have stopped. Duan Lingtian is about to lose. The difference between the strength of the two of them is the strength of 70 ancient mammoths. The outcome is without suspense. Although Duan Lingtian is defeated, it's honorable. It's difficult to imagine that he's only a 22-year-old 7-star sword sect disciple. The group of people from the 4 great sects stared fixedly at the scene before them, and their thoughts spun abruptly. He's won. The 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, and the 2 peak masters beside him revealed gratified smiles. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, good job. The smile on Zheng Song's face was extremely brilliant. Meng Qiu's face revealed a smile as well. Duan Lingtian, amazing. Only Huang Ji looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was filled with fierceness and viciousness, and he had an unwilling expression. Duan Lingtian, why is it always you who's in the limelight, why? Clang! The ear-piercing sound of the staff and sword colliding resounded out in the entire martial competition courtyard. Although the people present were mentally prepared, some of the disciples with comparatively lower cultivations still couldn't help but go pale, and they felt that their eardrums were almost about to be shattered by this ear-piercing sound. Whoosh! At the instant that the grade 6 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian swung out and the grade 7 spirit staff in the mountain split sect disciples' hands smashed onto each other, the 2 origin energies collided with a bang, and the sounds of air exploding rose and fell continuously, and the turbulent airflow in the air formed circle after circle of ripples that spread out. Instantly, a gust of strong wind blew out from the collision between Duan Lingtian and the mountain split sect disciple, and it swept out in all directions. The wind blew to the point the clothes of the spectators fluttered. But not a single one of the spectators paid attention to this, because their gazes were currently on the 2 people that were colliding with each other. They wanted to know what the final outcome would be. Suddenly, "Let go!" A fierce and explosive shout entered into the ears of everyone present. Subsequently, most people noticed to their astonishment. Along with the explosive shout of the 7-star sword sect disciple, Duan Lingtian, the mountain split sect disciple followed in the footsteps of the mountain split sect disciple that was defeated in the battle with Duan Lingtian earlier. The space between his thumb and index finger was split open and dripped with fresh blood, and he directly threw away the weapon in his hand. Clang! The grade 7 spirit staff crashed onto the ground and emitted an ear-piercing sound that shook most people to the point their hearts palpitated. They didn't know what had happened. Now, probably only the person involved, the mountain split sect disciple, knew exactly what had happened. He originally thought that his strength was stronger than Duan Lingtian by the strength of 70 ancient mammoths, and he would be able to easily crush Duan Lingtian and defeat Duan Lingtian. Unexpectedly, right at the instant the grade 7 spirit staff in his hand collided with the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, he felt the origin energy on his staff being dispersed by the vibrating energy that stretched out from Duan Lingtian's sword not long after. Not only that, the terrifying vibrating energy even spread out from the grade 7 spirit staff in his hand to his hand, then it spread throughout his entire body, including his bones and internal organs. When the origin energy in his body was dispersed and the space between his thumb and index finger that held the staff was split open, he realized that if he still didn't let go, it was extremely likely that he would be directly shaken to death. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's explosive shout caused him to not dare hesitate any longer, and he hurriedly let go of the grade 7 spirit staff in his hand. Now, he was able to feel the feelings of his junior brother that was defeated by Duan Lingtian earlier. The vibrating energy that Duan Lingtian exerted was too strange. It was impossible to guard against. The grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shook as he withdrew the vibrating energy, then the body of the sword slapped out to descend onto the mountain split sect disciple that was close by. The mountain split sect disciple didn't even have the time to circulate the origin energy in his body that was shaken to the point of being blasted flying by Duan Lingtian's sword, and he flew out like an arrow that left the bowstring before fiercely crashing onto the ground with a bang. "Thank you for letting me win." This mountain split sect disciple didn't speak rudely to Duan Lingtian, so Duan Lingtian didn't continue to attack and didn't overdo it. "You're extremely strong. I wholeheartedly accept my loss." The mountain split sect disciple stood up with difficulty, then he nodded with a smile to Duan Lingtian before picking up the grade 7 spirit staff and returning to the pergola the other 3 mountain split sect disciples were at. Meanwhile, everyone present recovered from their shock, and their gazes once again descended onto Duan Lingtian as if they'd seen a ghost. A difference of the strength of 70 ancient mammoths, yet this Duan Lingtian actually won? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? The party with a weaker strength actually won in a head-on collision? It's simply like an act. No matter how the people present thought or doubted, Duan Lingtian had won in the end, won fair and square. Presently, only the few people from the 7-star sword sect seemed to not be surprised in the slightest. What exactly happened? The mountain split sect's leader even sent a voice transmission to the mountain split sect disciple that was defeated by Duan Lingtian, his personal disciple. Your strength is obviously stronger than Duan Lingtian. Why did you lose in the end? Why was the web between your thumb and index fingers split open? Why did you throw away the spirit weapon in your hand? There were too many questions in the heart of the mountain split sect's leader. The process of his personal disciple being defeated by Duan Lingtian was no different than the disciple that was defeated by Duan Lingtian earlier, if there really had to be a difference. That was the disciple that fought Duan Lingtian earlier, and his strength was equal to Duan Lingtian. Whereas this personal disciple of his had instead been defeated by Duan Lingtian by relying on the method of defeating the strong as the weak, under the circumstances that his strength was sufficient to crush Duan Lingtian. He was defeated without anyone, without any preconditions or signs. Everything happened so suddenly. At this moment, the mountain split sect's leader's mood was gloomy. He'd asked his personal disciple to challenge Duan Lingtian with the original intention of teaching Duan Lingtian a lesson. After all, Duan Lingtian had broken the legs of his mountain split sect disciple, and although that little bit of injury could be healed with a grade 7 gold injury pill, it still caused the mountain split sect to lose face unexpectedly. Now, they hadn't gotten back the face they'd lost, and they'd lost face once more. Moreover, he possessed a grade 6 spirit weapon as well. The rod strike that the mountain split sect disciple smashed down contained a strength comparable to the strength of 898 ancient mammoths. Whereas once I exert my full strength, it's comparable to the strength of 1,100 ancient mammoths. Unless he's able to surmount a gap of almost 300 ancient mammoths, otherwise, it's impossible for him to be a match for me. The saber young master, Long Yun, thought in his heart. Within the pergola that the demonic lotus blade sect disciple was at, a figure flashed out and stood on the flat ground. Huang Ji, it's our turn. As soon as this demonic lotus blade sect disciple appeared, he looked at Huang Ji, who was within the pergola that the 7-star sword sect disciple was at, and his gaze was solemn as if he was looking at his lifelong enemy. Huang Ji's figure flashed out of the pergola to stand in confrontation with the demonic lotus blade sect disciple. Duan Lingtian looked at the scene before him with a calm gaze. Based on the spars from before, Huang Ji and this demonic lotus blade sect disciple ought to be the strongest amongst the disciples of the various sects present, besides the demonic lotus blade sect's saber young master, Long Yun, and the snow moon sect's Lu Yu. Of course, it didn't include him. Suddenly, Huang Ji and the demonic lotus blade sect disciple attacked at the same time. Swish, 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 swish. Huang Ji attacked. Sword images that covered the sky swept out horizontally and vertically, and they carried along strands of terrifying baleful chi as they enveloped the demonic lotus blade sect disciple. The demonic lotus blade sect disciple wasn't afraid in the slightest. The spirit saber in his hand flashed out, and he was able to perfectly block the sword in Huang Ji's hand every single time. The figures of the two ceaselessly intersected. Saber lights and sword images swept out horizontally and vertically in the sky, causing others to be dazzled. Unlike the 2 times Duan Lingtian had fought head-on and decided the outcome with a single move, the battle between Huang Ji and the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple was instead a battle of equal strength. For a time, they were equally matched and locked in battle. Minor 7-star sword technique. In the end, Huang Ji finally executed his greatest trump card, and it was precisely the basic sword skill of the 7-star sword sect's guarding sword skill, the 7-star sword technique, the minor 7-star sword technique. When the minor 7-star sword technique appeared, 7 sword lights that were like shooting stars flashed out. The demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple was directly defeated by Huang Ji. The 7-star sword sect's 7-star sword technique really deserves its reputation. The minor 7-star sword technique is only the basic sword technique of the 7-star sword technique, yet its might is already so terrifying. It's difficult to imagine how terrifying the might of the true 7-star sword technique would be if it was utilized. The demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple had a slight lingering fear in his heart, and as he finished speaking, he heaved a sigh of relief and glanced deeply at Huang Ji before smiling. Huang Ji, it's truly a pity. You probably have no fate with the true 7-star sword technique in the future. Ha! As he finished speaking, the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple couldn't help but start laughing loudly. His gaze imperceptibly descended onto Duan Lingtian, and he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian before returning to the pergola that the other demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples were at. Huang Ji's body abruptly trembled. The words of the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple was like sprinkling salt on his wounds, and it caused the hatred in his heart to rise to the limit. Duan Lingyan. Huang Ji returned to the pergola, and his eyes were suffused with gloominess as they swept past Duan Lingyan. Duan Lingtian glanced coldly and indifferently back at Huang Ji, and then he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Huang Ji. The secret competition between Huang Ji and Duan Lingtian was noticed by the sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, and he laughed heartily. Martial nephew Huang Ji's strength is indeed extraordinary. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian today, martial nephew Huang Ji would surely be the third in the martial competition this time. Exactly, with the ability Duan Lingtian used to defeat sect leader Teng's personal disciple earlier, I'm afraid there isn't a 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artist present that's a match for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian being ranked 3rd in the martial competition this time is what everyone expects. The Origin Convergence sect's sect leader nodded in agreement, as he wished for the world to be in chaos. Of course, if martial nephew Huang Ji isn't convinced of Duan Lingtian, you can issue a challenge to Duan Lingtian and compete for the 3rd in the martial competition. The Mountain Split sect's sect leader joined in as well. There's no need. I'm inferior to him. Huang Ji's slightly low voice revealed traces of coldness. The frowned brows of the 7-star sword sect's sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, eased up slightly when he saw Huang Ji's attitude. He was really worried that Huang Ji would really challenge Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, this personal disciple of his was absolutely not a match for Duan Lingtian. Even if Huang Ji challenged Duan Lingtian, he would only be asking for humiliation, and he would even become the laughingstock of the other sects. The 7-star sword sect couldn't afford to lose face like this. Huang Ji's attitude at the critical moment caused him to be extremely satisfied. As far as he was concerned, no matter if it was Huang Ji being ranked 3rd or Duan Lingtian being ranked 3rd, there was no difference. After all, both of them were disciples of the 7-star sword sect. No matter who seized the 3rd in the martial competition, they would be bringing honor to the 7-star sword sect. Since martial nephew Huang Ji admits that he's inferior to Duan Lingtian, then the 3rd in the martial competition this time is Duan Lingtian. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's sect leader spoke in a timely manner. Huang Ji's body lightly trembled, and his expression was extremely gloomy. In his heart, he hated Duan Lingtian to the limit. Suddenly, Huang Ji heard a voice transmission, and he shuddered before raising his head to look towards the distance. That place was precisely where the Origin Convergence sect's sect leader was. Huang Ji frowned, and his expression was savage as he struggled for a moment. then nodded to the Origin Convergence sect's sect leader in the end, and the gloominess on his face dispersed greatly. Duanlingen, there will be a day when I trample you beneath my feet. Huang Ji looked at Duanlington, and traces of a ruthless sheen were emitted from his eyes. Duanlingtian's brows raised when he heard the demonic Lotus Blade sect's sect leader, and he said indifferently, "Sect leader Long, isn't it slightly rash for you to make me the third in the martial competition this time so quickly?" Duanlingtian's voice wasn't loud, yet it still clearly entered into the ears of everyone present. It reverberated like thunder in their ears. What does Duanlingtian mean by this? Could it be that he wants to challenge the Snow Moon sect's Lu Yu and the demonic Lotus Blade sect's Saber Young Master, Long Yun? Does this Duanlingtian really think that he can challenge a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist just because he defeated a 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artist by relying on a grade 6 spirit sword? If it's really like this, then he's too arrogant. Young and arrogant. The disciples of the various sects discussed animatedly. The brows of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's sect leader raised when he saw his words being questioned by Duanlington, and he glanced indifferently at Duanlington. Well, could it be that you want to fight the personal disciple of sect leader Shui, Lu Yu, and seize the second in the martial competition? Sect leader Shui was precisely the sect leader of the Snow Moon sect. Presently, the words of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's sect leader had obviously made his foster son, the Saber Young Master, Long Yun, the first in the martial competition. Perhaps, in his heart, he didn't think that Duanlingtian had the courage to challenge Long Yun. Duanlingtian shook his head. Second in the martial competition? He wasn't interested. Chapter 391. No. Duanlingtian's reply caused the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader to be unable to refrain from being stunned, and he frowned. Then what do you mean? My target is the first in the martial competition. Duanlingtian spoke slowly, and he seemed as if he wouldn't stop until he shocked everyone to death. Whoosh. As soon as Duanlingtian finished speaking, the scene went deathly silent. In the next moment, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. This Duanlingtian is mad, he's really mad. He wants to compete for the first in the martial competition? Does he really think that Saber Young Master is dead? Too arrogant. In my entire life, it's still the first time I've seen such an arrogant person. Moreover, it's not an ordinary arrogance, it's simply boundlessly arrogance. For a time, the entire martial competition courtyard was completely in an uproar because of what Duanlingtian said. Presently, not only the disciples of the 4 great sects, even the elders of the 4 great sects couldn't help but shake their heads, as they felt that Duanlingtian was too young and arrogant and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Although in their eyes, Duanlingtian's method of defeating someone stronger as the weak could be said to be strange. But Duanlingtian being able to defeat a 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artist had already caused them to be extremely shocked. Now, Duanlingtian actually still wanted to challenge a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist? Arrogant. Too arrogant. This Duanlingtian was too arrogant. Duanlingtian, don't act rashly. Duanlingtian, the third in the martial competition, is already not bad. In the next martial competition of the 5 great sects 3 years from now, you'll surely be able to obtain the glory of the first in the martial competition. Duanlingen, in another 3 years, it'll be extremely easy for you to obtain the first in the martial competition without the slightest suspense. 3 voice transmissions entered into Duanlingtian's ears at almost the exact same time. Duanlingtian was able to discern it. The 3 voice transmissions were precisely sent to his ears by the 7-Star Sword sect's sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, and the other 2 peak masters. Obviously, Linghu Jinhong's group of 3 didn't think he would be able to obtain first place in the martial competition of the 5 great sects today. Sect Master, Peak Master Zheng Fan, Peak Master Kujin. Don't worry, I'm confident. Duanlingtian's voice transmission transmitted into the ears of Linghu Jinhong and the others. The 3 of them were dumbfounded. At this moment, They could clearly feel the strong confidence contained in Duan Lingtian's words. However, where did Duan Lingtian get his confidence from? The three of them looked at each other. In the end, they reached a consensus and chose to believe in Duan Lingtian. The rise of Duan Lingtian in the Seven-Star Sword sect was a legend, a miracle. Subconsciously, they also hoped that Duan Lingtian could create another miracle this time. Zheng Song had similar thoughts as them. Junior brother Duan Lingtian isn't the type of person that talks big. Since he announced that he wants to seize first place in the martial competition, I presume he has some confidence. Zheng Song thought to himself. The additional reward for the first place in the martial competition is a profound nascent pill. If it's really obtained by junior brother Duan Lingtian, then the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader would probably be angered to the point of spitting blood, right? When he thought up to here, Zheng Song couldn't help but laugh in his heart. This Duan Lingtian wants to seize first place in the martial competition? Huang Ji coldly swept Duan Lingtian with his gaze, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of disdain. Let me see how you lose face. Ha! The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words earlier, and now that he'd recovered from his shock, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Duan Lingtian, looks like you're extremely confident of your own strength. However, confidence is a good thing, but if you're too confident, then it's arrogance. Don't worry, sect leader Long. Although I, Duan Lingtian, am untalented, I'm still able to distinguish between confidence and arrogance. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently with a carefree expression on his face. He didn't take the questioning of the members of the various sects to heart in the slightest. Because he knew. Now, even if he spoke extravagantly, it was useless. Only facts would be able to make these people shut their mouths, and make these people stop questioning him. I'm afraid those closely involved can't see clearly. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Who do you intend to challenge?" Duan Lingtian's gaze first descended onto the Snow Moon sect's Lu Yu, then he looked at the demonic Lotus Blade sect's saber young master, Long Yun, and said indifferently, "I'll challenge whoever is stronger between the two of them. As for the other person, I'm not interested in challenging him." Duan Lingtian started closing his eyes to rest after he finished speaking. His meaning was extremely clear. Let Lu Yu and Long Yun fight first, and he'll challenge whoever wins. The person that loses didn't have the qualifications for him to issue a challenge. Arrogant. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, many people couldn't help but grin and curse. Sect leader Linghu, looks like this disciple of your Seven-Star Sword sect is extremely confident of his strength. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader looked at the Seven-Star Sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, and his tone contained slight ridicule mixed within. I wonder what sect leader Linghu thinks of the actions of this disciple of your Seven-Star Sword sect? Do you think he really possesses strength, or is he deliberately mystifying himself? Linghu Jinhong said indifferently, "I believe him. I believe him." A short sentence was sufficient to display Linghu Jinhong's unconditional trust towards Duan Lingtian. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader's face froze when he heard this. Never had he imagined that Linghu Jinhong would actually trust a kid so much. Duan Lingtian, I admit that your natural talent is extremely strong. But if you want to defeat me with a cultivation at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage, then don't even think about it. At the same time that the Snow Moon sect's Lu Yu spoke indifferently, her figure flashed out of the pergola as if transforming into a gust of wind to stand on the spacious flat ground. Saber young master. Lu Yu's gaze descended onto the saber young master, Long Yun. The Thousand Shadow Saber technique was an extremely renowned high-grade profound rank martial skill in the Snow Moon sect. It stressed upon combining origin energy with the spirit saber to transform into saber silhouettes that covered the sky and formed a saber net that was like a heaven-encompassing net, causing one's opponent to have nowhere to escape and be directly annihilated. You only have this little ability? Right at the instant Lu Yu dashed out and executed the Thousand Shadow Saber technique, The voice of Saber Young Master, Long Yun, sounded out, and within his calm voice was slight disdain. He seemed as if he didn't take the ability Lu Yu executed seriously in the slightest. You only have this little ability? This little ability is sufficient to kill you. Lu Yu flew into a rage from embarrassment as she shouted out explosively, and the saber silhouettes that covered the sky transformed into a heaven-encompassing net as they struck out in rage towards Saber Young Master. Is that so? Saber Young Master's calm voice appeared once more, and at the same time, he stood on the spot without moving like a mountain. Clang. The sheathed spirit saber in Saber Young Master's embrace was instantly unsheathed, and his origin energy raged as it skyrocketed. The saber light flashed out and pulled out a string of narrow and long afterimages as it moved to intercept the saber net formed by Lu Yu's saber silhouettes that covered the sky that approached menacingly. Instantly, 1,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air above Saber Young Master. The spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand is a grade 6 spirit saber as well. Many spectators couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Subsequently, the people present noticed that when the grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand moved to intercept the saber silhouettes that covered the sky executed by Lu Yu, the saber actually had an additional strange aura, right at this instant. Whoosh! Chapter 392. Subsequently, in the sky above Saber Young Master, another 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes actually appeared at the side of the 1,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes. These 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes would sometimes become over 50, sometimes become over 60, and even over 70. They seemed to be extremely unstable. In the sky, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled as the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form constantly fluctuated and were extremely unstable. Saber Force Seed. Instantly, some of the elders of the various sects couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Right when most of the people in the martial competition courtyard were astounded. Saber Force Seed? Duan Lingtian, who'd always been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian noticed that when the grade 6 spirit saber in Long Yun's hand flashed out, there was a strand of strange aura suffused within it, and it swept towards the saber net that was formed from the saber silhouettes that covered the sky that Lu Yu executed. The grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand seemed as if it had eyes as it flashed directly towards the side of the saber net. It seemed as if it was able to see through the location of Lu Yu's true saber strike. In the next moment, clang, the sound of iron colliding sounded out, and it was extremely ear-piercing. Two vast origin energies collided, causing the airflow to flow in reverse as shapeless ripples spread out, and it seemed as if a gale that swept out in all directions had been raised in the martial competition courtyard. Bang! The energy contained within the grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand completely crushed the energy contained within the grade 6 spirit saber in Lu Yu's hand, and it crushed Lu Yu. The grade 6 spirit saber in Lu Yu's hand was directly swept flying. Clang! The sound of the grade 6 spirit saber falling to the ground was clearly audible. It really is a saber force seed. Duan Lingtan looked at the extremely unstable few tens of ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Saber Young Master, and he had a surprised expression. The strength Saber Young Master's saber force seed had always fluctuated between the strength of over 50 ancient mammoths to the strength of over 80 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian was able to discern. This was indeed the seed of force. Just like the wind force seed he had comprehended after his epiphany. If it wasn't for the high-grade Earth rank movement technique, Whirlwind, that came along with the fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wind WRM form, it would be impossible for the wind force seed Duan Lingtian comprehended to transform into a true wind force. According to the Iron Law of Cloud Continent. Normally speaking, only void-prying stage martial artists that had overcome the 6-9 heavenly tribulation were able to comprehend force. The Nine Dragons War Sovereign art was created by Samsara Emperor Wu after 2 lifetimes, breaking this iron law. It allowed Duan Lingtian to comprehend wind force by relying on whirlwind when he was at the nascent soul stage, of course. Only Duan Lingtian, who had cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, could do this. If he only gave the high-grade Earth rank movement technique, whirlwind, to other nascent soul stage martial artists to cultivate, it would be impossible for them to comprehend wind force. Only because the other nascent soul stage martial artists didn't cultivate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique and were unable to display the true profundity of whirlwind to other nascent soul stage martial artists, whirlwind was no different from other Earth rank martial skills. Only when they truly stepped into the void prying stage would they be able to cultivate whirlwind and comprehend force. Just like this saber young master, although his saber force seed can still grow, its limit is only comparable to the strength of over 100 ancient mammoths. At that time, it would be unable to increase any further. Only when he truly breaks through to the void prying stage would he be able to transform his saber force seed into a true saber force. Duan Lingtian was extremely clear of this. The other martial artists were different from him after all. He was a person that had cultivated the super cultivation method that could be said to be heaven-defying, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, whereas the other martial artists didn't have the same accumulation as him. So, it was impossible for the other martial artists to comprehend true force at the nascent soul stage. However, this saber young master was able to comprehend a saber force seed at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. His comprehension ability is indeed shocking. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, Saber Young Master had already swept out a leg without hesitation, kicking Lu Yu, who didn't have a grade 6 spirit saber to rely on flying, and he didn't have the slightest intention of showing mercy to the fairer sex. Perhaps, in the eyes of Saber Young Master, who was infatuated with the martial Tao, there wasn't much of a difference between men and women. Bang! Lu Yu fiercely collided with the pillar of a pergola, and her body shook as she repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Her countenance was ghastly pale, and the eyes she looked at Saber Young Master with revealed shock. Saber Force Seed. This Saber Young Master had actually comprehended a Saber Force Seed. A person that was able to comprehend a Force Seed at the nascent soul stage was undoubtedly someone with extraordinary comprehension ability in the martial Tao. Once such an existence stepped into the void prying stage, it was even to the extent that he would be able to comprehend true force in a short period of time. I've lost. Lu Yu had a face full of disappointment. Sect leader Long, this foster son of yours is really extraordinary. He actually comprehended a saber force seed at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. His future accomplishments are limitless. The Origin Convergence sect's leader was moved, and he looked at the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader with a face full of envy. Saber Young Master's comprehension ability is shocking. He was able to comprehend a Saber Force seed at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, and before he steps into the void prying stage, he'll surely be able to allow the Saber Force seed to grow to the limit. In the future, once Saber Young Master steps into the void prying stage, he'll surely be able to comprehend elementary Saber Force in a short period of time. The Mountain Split sect's leader's eyes contained envy mixed within, and he sighed with emotion at the luck of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader. Saber Young Master seems to think extremely highly of this Duan Lingtian. Could it be that Saber Young Master has noticed something? Saber Young Master surely thinks so highly of Duan Lingtian because of Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Tao. I think so as well. Saber Young Master's natural talent is indeed inferior to Duan Lingtian. In another few years, Saber Young Master might really not be a match for Duan Lingtian. As for now, Duan Lingtian is far inferior to Saber Young Master. Exactly. Saber Young Master is a 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist that has comprehended a Saber Force seed. Saber Young Master's Saber Force seed contains the strength of over 50 ancient mammoths. Saber Young Master's strength can be said to be invincible beneath the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. The disciples of the various sects didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtian, and all of them had reverence when they spoke of Saber Young Master. Saber Young Master was the idol and model in the eyes of their generation. He was an existence that was far beyond their reach. Junior brother Duan Lingtian. Zheng Song clenched his fist tightly and was slightly worried. Since Saber Young Master executed the Saber Force seed, his trust towards Duan Lingtian couldn't help but waver slightly. Influence, to him, was too far away. Normally speaking, it was an existence that only void stage experts were able to come into contact with. Duan Lingtian, let me see how a 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist like you goes against Saber Young Master who has comprehended a Saber Force seed. Huang Ji had an expression of taking pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune, as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being defeated by Saber Young Master. Duan Lingtian, I hope you can create another miracle. Chapter 393. Presently, Meng Qiu had discarded his prejudice towards Duan Lingtian, so he naturally hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Saber Young Master and bring honor to the 7-star sword sect. It was imaginable. Today, once Duan Lingtian was victorious in the battle between Saber Young Master and Duan Lingtian would surely become a legend of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. A 7-star sword sect disciple that was only 22 years old would defeat one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation, Saber Young Master. How inconceivable and shocking would this be? As he thought up to here, Meng Qiu had an expression of anticipation, anticipating that Duan Lingtian would be able to create another miracle. As far as he was concerned, presently, Duan Lingtian was already bound together with the 7-star sword sect, and they shared glory together. If Duan Lingtian won as a 7-star sword sect disciple, he would be able to bask in the glory. Duan Lingtian. When Saber Young Master confronted Duan Lingtian, he had a serious expression, as if he'd taken Duan Lingtian to be his greatest enemy. After all, even when Saber Young Master faced the Snow Moon Sect's Lu Yu earlier, he wasn't so serious. From the beginning until the end of the battle between him and Lu Yu, he utterly didn't take Lu Yu seriously. When he said he'd defeat Lu Yu within 3 breaths of time, it didn't exceed 3 breaths of time, clean and efficient. Saber Young Master, I've heard a lot about you. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded to Saber Young Master, and he had a carefree expression. Although Saber Young Master's reputation spread far and wide, it didn't bring any pressure to him. The martial competition courtyard was deathly silent. The gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Lingtian and Saber Young Master, and they stared fixedly at them, deeply afraid of missing the slightest detail. Duan Ling, let me see exactly what ability you have to actually make Saber Young Master think so highly of you, and actually say you're stronger than me. The Snow Moon Sect's female disciple, Lu Yu, returned to the pergola. Her injuries had recovered greatly after consuming a medicinal pill, and her eyes focused as she stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I hope you use your full strength in battle with me. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Saber Young Master reminded him. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. This Saber Young Master is rather interesting. Although he's arrogant, he doesn't seem to be a brainless person. The Saber Young Master nodded. With a grave expression, he chose to gain the initiative by striking first. As a Saber Young seemed to want Duan Lingtian's, and he seemed to want to suppress Lingtian before Master was to be to suppress to Duan Tian before Master's Lingtian could Lingtian could react. Master. In Master Duan Tian's, in Lingtian to, and to Master. Everywhere the Saber Young Master passed, the sound of air exploding rose and fell continuously, and it was incomparably ear-piercing. When Saber Young Master flashed over to meet him head-on, Duan Lingtian felt as if a piercingly cold strong wind was sweeping towards him. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's expression became serious. In the next moment, bang! Instantly, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's legs skyrocketed, and 611 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed in the sky above him, the strength of 611 ancient mammoths. Obviously, Duan Lingtian had exploded out with all the strength in his body. But this little bit of strength was too inferior when compared to Saber Young Master. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an evil smile. In the next moment, strands of strange aura suddenly leaped about within the origin energy on his legs. In the sky, the strength of another 200 ancient mammoths appeared beside the 611 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian moved, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale, and at the instant the grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand left its sheath, he moved aside. In terms of speed, it was even faster than Saber Young Master. The grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand had just left its sheath and hadn't even had the time to attack when he noticed Duan Lingtian had vanished before his eyes, and his face instantly went grim as he passed by Duan Lingtian and changed positions. He turned around and continued to confront Duan Lingtian, who flashed behind him. Duan Ling, that's Saber Young Master, looked at the origin energy that raged on Duan Lingtian's legs, and he was able to perceive that it contained strands of strange aura. He was extremely familiar with this aura force. Not only that, he was able to perceive that Duan Lingtian's force was far stronger than his saber force seed. When Duan Lingtian dodged Saber Young Master's head on attack earlier, he seemed to have utilized the strength of over 800 ancient mammoths. Could it be that he's a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist as well? Impossible. He's only 22 years old. How could a 22-year-old 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist be possible? The disciples of the various sects looked at Duan Lingtian with dumbstruck expressions. The terrifying speed that Duan Lingtian revealed earlier was actually even above Saber Young Master, and it caused them to feel their scalps go numb. What sort of freak was this Duan Lingtian? Bang, 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 bang. Right at this moment, a wave of sounds of teacups being crushed abruptly sounded out. It was the sect leaders and elders of the 5 great sects that were present, and they looked at Duan Lingtian with astonishment, and the hands that held the teacups unconsciously exerted strength and directly crushed the teacups. Wind Force Seed? No, that isn't a Wind Force Seed. That's Wind Force, True Force. Drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth and adding on 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes is elementary wind force. A nascent soul stage martial artist comprehending elementary wind force? Is it possible? No matter if it's possible or not, what this Duan Lingtian executed is indeed elementary wind force. Although I'm not willing to believe it as well. However, he has indeed broken common sense. The sect leaders and elders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Snow Moon sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Mountain Split sect all went grim as they discussed animatedly. A nascent soul stage martial artist comprehending true force, it had completely exceeded their imagination. Elementary wind force. Duan Lingtian actually comprehended elementary wind force? He seems to be only a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. In the pergola that the 7-star sword sect's leader and the 2 peak masters were at, the Fekta Peak's peak master, Kujin, had an astonished expression, and he stared blankly as he felt the strange aura contained within the raging origin energy on Duan Lingtian's leg. That was the wind force, the true force. It wasn't a force seed. This little fellow really scares me to death. The Mizar Peak's peak master, Zheng Fan, was absent-minded for a moment before recovering from his shock, and he shook his head with a bitter smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Although he'd realized since long ago that Duan Lingtian was extraordinary, but he'd never imagined that Duan Lingtian was able to comprehend elementary wind force at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. It completely broke common sense. According to common sense, only martial artists at the void prying stage or above were able to comprehend true force. Although nascent soul stage martial artists with good comprehension ability were able to come into contact with force, but it was only a force seed and not true force. Earlier, the Saber Young Master Long Yun and the Snow Moon sects Lu Yu had already caused them to feel shocked when they executed the Saber Force seed. Comprehending a Saber Force seed at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, his future was limitless. Yet now, Duan Ling Tian had directly exerted his true force. Most importantly, he was only a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist comprehending true force? The 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jin Hong, was usually steady, but at this moment, his body imperceptibly trembled, and his eyes contained waves of excitement mixed within. Duan Lingtun had really given him a pleasant surprise. This pleasant surprise was too great. Great to the point he felt as if he was dreaming. But everything before his eyes told him that he wasn't dreaming, and all of this was real. The heavens bless my 7-star sword sect. The heavens bless my 7-star sword sect. Linghu Jin Hong's mood completely surged, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. The real force? As expected, the discussions of the higher-ups of the 5 great sects entered into the ears of the disciples of the various sections. For a time, swoosh, 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 the gazes of the disciples of the various sects descended onto Duan Ling Tian at the same time. This Duan Ling Tian has comprehended true force? Moreover, it's wind force? Wind force is the force of nature, and it's different from weapon force like sword force, saber force, and rod force. The latter can only be used to attack. The former can be used to attack and increase speed, and it can be said to possess both attack and speed. The force of nature is much more difficult to comprehend than weapon force. Even if this Duan Ling Tian has only comprehended a wind force seed, it's sufficient to cause shock. But he directly comprehended true wind force. Although it's only elementary wind force, it's still comparable to the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Isn't true force something that only martial artists at the void prying stage and above are able to comprehend? This Duan Ling Tian is only a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. How could he possibly comprehend true force? This Duan Ling Tian can't be deduced using common sense. In my opinion, he's a freak, a super freak. The disciples of the various sects discussed animatedly. The saying that Duan Ling Tian was a super freak obtained the approval of everyone. Duan Ling Tian naturally heard these discussions, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a bitter smile. It was true that no matter where he went, he was unable to escape the title of freak. Junior brother Duan Lingtun, I knew you would surely not lose. A brilliant smile hung on Zheng Song's face. Chapter 394. Wind Force. The Snow Moon sect's female disciple, Lu Yu, stared blankly at Duan Ling Tian and was slightly absent-minded. Earlier, when the Saber Young Master, Long Yun, said she was inferior to Duan Ling Tian, she was unconvinced and thought it was impossible for a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist to compare to her, but now, the wind force that Duan Ling Tian executed was like fiercely slapping her on the face. How could this be possible? A 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist has comprehended true force? Lu Yu felt her head become slightly dizzy, and she ceaselessly shook her head, unwilling to believe that all this was true. So what if he's comprehended wind force? He's only a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, and his speed isn't much faster than a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Moreover, the strength of this wind force can't be amplified by a spirit weapon. In next to no time, Lu Yu, who'd thought this through, shuddered and returned to her senses, and the gaze she shot at Duan Lingtan contained slight unwillingness mixed within. In the arena. Elementary wind force? Interesting. A wisp of a smile appeared on the face of the Saber Young Master, and origin energy flickered and raged on the grade 6 spirit saber in his hand. In the sky, 1,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, accumulating strength and waiting to be deployed. Saber Young Master's eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, as if he was a hunter that had locked onto his prey. He was prepared to make a move at any moment. Duan Lingtian's face was still carefree, and with a shake of his hand, a narrow sword appeared in his hand. It was precisely the grade 6 spirit sword that Zhang Shouyong gave him that day. Along with the origin energy on the grade 6 spirit sword skyrocketing, 800 plus ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Lingtian. This was the strongest strength that Duan Lingtian's strength could display through the amplification of the grade 6 spirit sword. Saber Young Master's figure moved, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew over, and the grade 6 spirit saber that was enveloped by origin energy transformed into a saber light that was swift to the extreme as it whistled over. Duan Lingtian moved. Like a shadow. On Duan Lingtian's legs, Yuan power surged, and a strange aura once again pervaded the air. In an instant, Duan Lingtian barely avoided Saber Young Master's slash. The saber in Saber Young Master's hand flashed out like a falling meteor, and the dazzling saber light condensed from origin energy whistled out. After Duan Lingtian dodged it, the saber didn't lose momentum as it flashed towards the enormous rock at the side of the martial competition courtyard. In an instant, Puchi, the saber light cut through the boulder as if it was cutting tofu. In the next moment, the huge rock shook and broke into two pieces with a pa sound, rolling away. After Duan Lingtian dodged Saber Young Master's saber strike that contained the strength of over 1,100 ancient mammoths, he swiftly turned around, and his figure shook as he shot straight towards Saber Young Master. Within the essence energy on the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, traces of a strange aura jumped about. Wind force. In an instant, 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 800-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian. Sword-drawing arts. The sword struck out like a bolt of lightning, directly pointing towards Saber Young Master and following him like a shadow. This sword strike contained the strength of over 1,000 ancient mammoths. Less than 1,100. After all, Duan Lingtian's wind force couldn't be amplified by a grade 6 spirit sword. A grade 6 spirit sword was only able to amplify Duan Lingtian's basic strength, which was the strength of 611 ancient mammoths. However, the speed of this sword strike of Duan Lingtian's was much swifter than the grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand. After all, this was a sword strike that contained elementary wind force. Wind, in the first place, focused on speed. Coupled with the speed of the sword-drawing arts, there was probably no one below the 7th level of the nascent soul stage that could attack faster than Duan Lingtian. The speed of his movement technique was swift, and the speed of his attack was swift. This was Duan Lingtian's current advantage. Saber Young Master's face sank when his saber strike missed, and he executed a profound movement technique to flash towards the distance, not daring to stop. At the instant he moved, Duan Lingtian hadn't even struck out. The sword strike in Duan Lingtian's hand that was swift to the extreme carried along swift wind force as it flashed out, and the airflow in the air trembled as it emitted a wave of light sword howls as it pointed towards Saber Young Master. Amongst the people present, only the higher-ups of the 5 great sects were able to see through Duan Lingtian's sword strike. None of the disciples of the 5 great sects were able to clearly see the trajectory of Duan Lingtian's sword strike, too swift. Although the spectating disciples of the 5 great sects were staring fixedly at the scene before them, they were utterly unable to catch sight of the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that flashed out. Swish! A clear sound abruptly sounded out. Although Saber Young Master had dodged Duan Lingtian's sword strike that was swift to the extreme in time, a tuft of his long hair was still cut off by Duan Lingtian's sword strike, and it fluttered about before fluttering to the ground. What a swift sword strike! The eyes of the Mountain Split Sect's leader lit up as he spoke with extreme surprise. Duan Ling, take this strike of mine. On the battlefield, after Saber Young Master dodged Duan Lingtian's swift sword strike as if he'd predicted the future, his legs shook as he borrowed the force of the strike to turn around. Swoosh! He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain as he pounced towards Duan Lingtian. On the grade 6 spirit saber in his hand, there was an additional strange aura within the origin energy that raged on it. At the same time, another 70-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 1,100 mammoth silhouettes above Saber Young Master, Saber 4 Seed. The grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand was swift to the limit, and his origin energy raged as numerous saber lights condensed into form before finally converging into a demonic lotus. This demonic lotus was formed from the combination of 99 saber lights. It hadn't even approached Duan Lingtian when the demonic lotus had already whistled out and enveloped Duan Lingtian's entire body within it. Little demonic lotus saber technique. The basic sword technique of the demonic lotus blade sects, sect guarding saber technique, demonic lotus blade technique. It was a saber martial skill of the same level as the minor 7-star sword technique. Duan Lingtian's expression became serious when facing the saber martial skill executed by Saber Young Master. He was able to clearly sense it. The speed of the grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand became even swifter, and it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the speed of his sword when he relied on the sword-drawing arts. Not only that, Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force noticed danger at the first possible moment. Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate. His legs shook as the strength in his entire body exploded out, and wind force suffused out as he flashed towards the distance. He intended to dodge the demonic lotus that was formed from the combination of saber lights executed by Saber Young Master. This demonic lotus was extremely dangerous. However, even though Duan Lingtian had temporarily dodged this demonic lotus seemed as if it had eyes and didn't know exhaustion as it followed closely behind him like a shadow. Not only that, Duan Lingtian even noticed that the speed of this demonic lotus was becoming swifter and swifter. I can't continue like this. With its gradually increasing speed, it won't be long before it can catch up to me. Duan Lingtian never imagined that Saber Young Master still had such a formidable trump card. This saber martial skill was truly strange. It was actually like a gangrene attached to the bone that followed him. The demonic lotus blade technique isn't so easy to dodge. In the distant pergola, the corners of the demonic lotus blade sect's leader's mouth curled into a smile when he saw the scene before him. At the same time, he looked at the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong. Sect leader Linghu, your 7-star sword sect's Duan Lingtian comprehending wind force with a cultivation at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage is truly shocking. But he's only a 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist after all. Today, I'm afraid he'll lose at the hands of my foster son. Sect leader Long, the outcome hasn't been decided yet. Linghu Jinhong had a calm expression that didn't have the slightest fluctuation of emotion as he spoke indifferently. What? Sect leader Linghu, you wouldn't be thinking that this Duan Lingtian has the ability to break through my demonic lotus blade sect's little demonic lotus blade technique, right? The demonic lotus blade sect's leader grunted indifferently, and his gaze once again descended onto the battlefield. With just a glance, the complacent smile that had just appeared on his face completely froze. He saw that the speed Duan Lingtian dashed out had increased slightly, and he'd pulled far away from the demonic lotus. How could this be possible? The demonic lotus blade sect's leader noticed that when Duan Lingtian suddenly sped up to dodge, the 811 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above him actually didn't change in the slightest. Instantly, he had an expression of disbelief. How could this Duan Lingtian's strength possibly not change? His speed had obviously increased by an entire level in a short period of time. How could the demonic lotus blade sect's leader know that besides his strength and wind force, Duan Lingtian was also able to utilize the unfathomable quake energy? Presently, Duan Lingtian's feet were stepping on the quake energy to the limit, and it was equivalent to having the strength of 100 ancient mammoths pushing him to execute his movement technique. At this moment, Duan Lingtian didn't hold back any longer and utilized all his abilities, and he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that left the area enveloped by the demonic lotus. Chapter 395. Still want to dodge a second time? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth unnoticeably curled into a wisp of an evil smile when he saw Saber Young Master dodge once again, and the grade 6 spirit sword that flashed out in his hand spun and adjusted its direction. Whirlwind. Instantly, wind blew beneath Duan Lingtian's feet as he executed all his abilities. Strength of the fleshly body, origin energy, wind force, quake energy, whoosh. Duan Lingtian's figure was swift like the wind, swift like lightning, and he vanished before the eyes of the disciples of the various sects in practically an instant. So fast! The Snow Moon sect's female disciple, Lu Yu, stared blankly at the scene before her. Presently, amongst the spectating disciples of the various sects, her cultivation was the most profound. Amongst the disciples of the various sects present, only she was able to faintly catch a trace of the trajectory of Duan Lingtian's figure flashing. But it was only a trace. The speed of this Duan Lingtian is absolutely not spurred on by the strength of 800+ ancient mammoths. An ordinary martial artist would only be able to possess such a swift speed by spurring on the strength of almost 1,000 ancient mammoths. The Snow Moon sect's sect leader turned pale with fright as he looked at the scene before him with disbelief. Where the heck did this Duan Lingtian come from? The expression of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's sect leader was slightly unsightly, and traces of a bad premonition arose within his heart. In terms of speed, his adopted son, Saber Young Master, Long Yun, was far inferior to this Duan Lingtian. In terms of strength, even though his adopted son was superior, the speed of this Duan Lingtian firmly suppressed his adopted son. Most importantly, he recalled an extremely terrifying thing. During the battle between this Duan Lingtian and the personal disciple of the Mountain Split sect's sect leader earlier, he'd once defeated the personal disciple with a strength that was weaker than the personal disciple by 70 ancient mammoths. He remembered it clearly. At that time, Duan Lingtian didn't utilize wind force. Otherwise, no matter if it was strength or speed, the personal disciple of the Mountain Split sect's master would be completely crushed by Duan Lingtian, without the slightest ability to retaliate. But even if Duan Lingtian didn't use wind force, that Mountain Split sect's sect master's personal disciple was still defeated. There was no suspense. Duan Lingtian. Unlike the shock of the higher-ups of the 4 great sects, the faces of the 3 higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect bloomed with brilliant smiles. Duan Lingtian had given them a huge surprise. Their original intention was to allow Duan Lingtian to seize first place in the martial competition 3 years from now and bring honor to the 7-star sword sect. However, they had underestimated Duan Lingtian. Based on Duan Lingtian's current abilities, there was no need to wait for 3 years before he could claim first place in today's martial competition. On the field, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gale that followed behind the Saber Young Master, Long Yun, like a shadow. In terms of speed, Saber Young Master was unable to catch up to him. Saber Young Master, decide the outcome with a single move. As Duan Lingtian pursued, he spoke indifferently, and his voice wasn't loud, yet it spread to every corner of the martial competition courtyard. Saber Young Master dashed ahead, and Duan Lingtian's speed caused coldness to arise from the bottom of his heart. He knew clearly in his heart. Duan Lingtian's speed completely surpassed his, and was equivalent to being in an invincible position. Looks like my intuition wasn't wrong. This Duan Lingtian is indeed extremely strong. Saber Young Master's thoughts spun abruptly. Origin energy revolved on the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, and wind force suffused it. Instantly, the origin energy that contained wind force on the grade 6 spirit sword started to lightly tremble, and the frequency became faster and faster, swift to the limit. Quake energy at the limit. Saber Young Master was the first person today that was able to make Duan Lingtian attack with his full strength. Instantly, 1,043 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above Duan Lingtian. Amongst them, Duan Lingtian's basic strength was comparable to the strength of 611 ancient mammoths. When he attacked with a grade 6 spirit sword, it amplified the strength of 232 ancient mammoths. Elementary wind force was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian didn't hold back in the slightest in this sword strike. It caused Duan Lingtian to feel the blood in his entire body boil. This feeling caused him to feel as if he'd returned to that period of time in his previous life where he was covered in blood. How hot-blooded! How surging with passion! It's been a long time. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he spoke silently. The grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand flashed out, and the demonic lotus that was formed carried the might to annihilate everything as it swept towards Duan Lingtian, and its speed grew faster and faster in the sky above Saber Young Master. The energy of heaven and earth roiled as the ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form constantly rose and fell between 1,150 over and 1,180 over, and it was extremely unstable. It was even to the extent that there would occasionally be a moment when Saber Young Master's Saber Force seed would be temporarily annihilated, and it wouldn't provide any strength to Saber Young Master. At that moment, Saber Young Master's strength was fixed at the strength of 1,100 ancient mammoths. I only have the confidence to defeat Saber Young Master in one go at the instant the Saber Force seed on the saber in Saber Young Master's hand is annihilated. Otherwise, even if I use the quake energy to the limit, it would be useless. When he saw the grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand striking out and the demonic lotus formed from 99 saber lights was close at hand, Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly. Now, even if he used all his ability, the strength contained within the grade 6 spirit sword was only comparable to the strength of 1,043 ancient mammoths, whereas Saber Young Master, so long as the Saber Force seed appeared on the grade 6 spirit saber, then no matter how small the fluctuation was, it would still be comparable to the strength of 50+ ancient mammoths. When combined with the strength of the other 1,100 ancient mammoths, it exceeded the strength of 1,150 ancient mammoths. In this way, Saber Young Master would escape the greatest range of effect of Duan Lingtian's quake energy. After all, even if Duan Lingtian's quake energy was pushed to the limit, its range of effect would only be within the strength of 100 ancient mammoths, so, if Duan Lingtian wanted to suppress Saber Young Master, then he could only seize the moment the Saber Force seed on Saber Young Master's grade 6 spirit saber was annihilated. The Saber Force seed wasn't a true Saber Force. Even the owner of the Saber Force seed, Saber Young Master, was unable to control the fluctuation of the Saber Force seed. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's brows raised, then his acute spiritual force stretched out to fuse into the demonic lotus that was right in front of him, and he monitored the changes in the Saber Force seed on the demonic lotus. Bang! The demonic lotus descended from the sky, and the sound of air exploding rose and fell continuously as it pressed down towards Duan Lingtian. When he saw the demonic lotus was right before his eyes, yet the Saber Force seed still didn't have any intention of being annihilated, Duan Lingtian's feet blew with wind as he abruptly flashed backwards. As expected, this action of Duan Lingtian's caused a wave of booing in the martial competition courtyard. This Duan Lingtian proposed to decide the outcome with a single move, yet he retreated at the critical moment. He's truly slapping his own face. The disciples of the various sects couldn't help but ridicule. But in the next moment, the ridiculing smiles on their faces froze. My chance has come. At the same time that Duan Lingtian flashed backwards, his spiritual force had always been monitoring the changes in the Saber Force seed on the demonic lotus. At the instant he retreated, he noticed that the Saber Force seed had instantly been annihilated. Yet right at this moment he moved. Whirlwind. Sword drawing arts. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian had only just retreated when he fiercely attacked. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale as he moved to greet the demonic lotus that enveloped and descended, swish. His sword was like a bolt of lightning that flashed before vanishing, and it seemed to have transformed into a ferocious beast that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it fiercely bit towards the demonic lotus. Before the saber force seed that was annihilated on the demonic lotus had the time to rise once more, the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was sent into the demonic lotus, and it suddenly trembled. Instantly, the extreme tremor energy strangled out. Amongst the 99 saber lights on the demonic lotus, 98 were instantly dispersed, and the remaining saber light was precisely the grade 6 spirit saber of the saber young master. Along with the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand sweeping out, the grade 6 spirit saber of the saber young master fell to the ground. Whirlwind. Having succeeded with a single strike, Duan Lingtian seized the opportunity to pursue and attack, and his body transformed into a gale as he flashed directly towards the saber young master, who had an astounded and disbelieving expression. She swung the grade 6 spirit sword and slapped the body of the sword onto the saber young master's chest. Bang! Chapter 396. Saber young master flew out like an arrow that left the bowstring, and he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before staggering to the ground and almost falling down. Although he didn't fall to the ground, Saber young master's face was still ghastly pale. "I've lost." Saber young master took a deep breath, then withdrew a medicinal pill and consumed it. Then his origin energy coiled around his body as he digested the medicinal strength. After he recovered slightly, Saber young master looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. "I'll look for you again. Once I step into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, I'll personally come to the 7-star sword sect to defeat you and wash away the humiliation I suffered today." As soon as he finished speaking, Saber young master flew out and picked up his grade 6 spirit saber. Then he seemed to have transformed into the wind and vanished from the martial competition courtyard. Although Saber young master had lost, he wasn't discouraged. He threatened that he would defeat Duan Lingtian in the future and wash away the humiliation he suffered. This Saber young master is much more pleasing to the eye than that Zither young master. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Saber young master had obtained his respect. Duan Lingtian sighed slightly when he recalled the scene from before. If it wasn't for him having the assistance of his acute spiritual force, it would be difficult for him to seize the instant when the saber force seed on Saber young master spirit saber was annihilated. If it wasn't for this, it would be impossible for him to defeat Saber young master in a head-on collision. Along with Saber young master leaving, the group of people in the martial competition courtyard finally recovered from their shock. The first to recover from their shock were the sect leaders and elders of the various sects. The sect leaders and elders of the Snow Moon sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Mountain Split sect had all chosen to remain silent. But their gazes seemed as if they'd discussed it beforehand, and their gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's brows frowned slightly. At the same time, his eardrums vibrated as he'd received 3 voice transmissions. "Duan Lingen, if you're willing to join my Snow Moon sect, I can similarly step down and assist you to become the new sect leader of the Snow Moon sect." Duan Lingtian could tell that this was the voice of the sect leader of the Snow Moon sect. "Duan Lingtian, so long as you join my Origin Convergence sect, I'm willing to give up my position and allow you to become the new sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect. Moreover, I'm willing to allow the strongest guardian elder in the sect to take you as his personal disciple so that you'll be able to grow better." This was the voice of the Gui Yuan sect leader. "Duan Lingtian, switch over to my Mountain Split sect? As long as it's something you want, as long as it's within the scope of my Mountain Split sect's ability, my Mountain Split sect can give it to you. Including the position of sect master, including the cultivation environment, including..." This was the voice of the Mountain Split sect's sect master. At the same time, the 3 sect leaders extended an olive branch to Duan Lingtian. This caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned. He could not help but admit that the conditions offered by the 3 sect leaders were quite attractive. Especially when the Mountain Split sect's sect master said that he could satisfy all his conditions within the scope of the Mountain Split sect's power. This also meant that once he switched over to the Mountain Split sect, he would be able to obtain unimaginable benefits. "Sect leaders, I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian used the same voice transmission to send it into the ears of the 3 sect leaders. This caused the 3 sect leaders to be stunned, and they glanced at each other as they never imagined that the other party would have the same thoughts as them. Duan Lingtian. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader returned to his senses, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with an extremely complicated gaze. This Duan Lingtian had actually defeated his foster son, Long Yun, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation, the Saber Young Master. If Duan Lingtian was a 7-star sword sect disciple that was older than Long Yun, then it would be fine. But this Duan Lingtian was only 22 years old. Defeating the 26-year-old Saber Young Master, Long Yun, at the age of 22. He didn't doubt in the slightest that once this matter was spread out, it would surely cause an extremely great stir in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. My target is the first in the martial competition. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader couldn't help but recall what Duan Lingtian said earlier. At that time, he didn't take Duan Lingtian's words seriously and only thought that Duan Lingtian was young and arrogant. But now, Duan Lingtian had used facts to prove it. He had the strength to seize the first in the martial competition, and he'd really seized the first in the martial competition. This Duan Lingtian seized the first in the martial competition? The elders of the 4 great sects were all dumbstruck. Duan Lingtian, defeating the 26-year-old Saber Young Master at the age of 22. Today's battle is sufficient to make him renowned throughout the world. Defeating a figure amongst the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation at the mere age of 22. This Duan Lingtian will surely surpass the 5 great young masters in the future. With his natural talent and ability, it'll be sufficient to sweep through the 5 great young masters in a few years. He'll only be 25 or 26 in a few years. Freak. The disciples of the various sects returned to their senses one by one and discussed animatedly. The gazes they looked at Duan Lingtian with were filled with reverence. As they spoke, they didn't dare underestimate Duan Lingtian any longer. At this moment, they seemed to have already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian sweeping through the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom a few years from now. This young man that was filled with miracles from head to toe caused them to be wholeheartedly convinced. It actually defeated Saber Young Master head-on. The Snow Moon sect's female disciple, Lu Yu, had a dumbstruck expression as she stared blankly at Duan Lingtian. Presently, this young man that she'd looked down upon in the slightest earlier seemed to have transformed into a lofty and enormous mountain in her eyes, a lofty and enormous mountain that was difficult to surmount. It caused a feeling of powerlessness to arise from the bottom of her heart. In terms of strength, I'm inferior to Saber Young Master. In terms of insight, I'm far inferior. When she recalled what Saber Young Master said earlier and recalled her disdain and unwillingness towards Duan Lingtian, Lu Yu felt ashamed and wished for nothing more than to dig a hole and hide in it. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, well done. Zheng Song laughed heartily with an excited expression. Junior brother Duan Lingtian had succeeded. He defeated one of the 5 great young masters, Saber Young Master, and seized the first in the martial competition of the 5 great sects. This junior brother that had always created miracles time and time again had created another miracle. Duan Lingtian. Meng Qiu looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes contained slight rejoicing mixed within. He suddenly realized how correct it was for him to bury the hatchet with Duan Lingtian in time. A monstrous genius like Duan Lingtian could only be a friend and not an enemy. No. Impossible. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? Huang Ji's face was ghastly pale, his body lightly trembled, and his eyes were filled with a sheen of disbelief. How could this Duan Lingtian possibly defeat Saber Young Master? He's only 22 years old. He's only 22 years old. He recalled that when he was 22 years old, he was only at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. Huang Ji's heart instantly seemed to have sunk into a bottomless abyss. Even if he was unwilling to admit it, compared to Duan Lingtian, he was indeed trash. So long as Duan Lingtian is in the 7-star sword sect, then there won't be a day where I, Huang Ji, can make a name for myself. I'm unwilling. I'm the true personal disciple of the 7-star sword sect's leader. I'm the true future sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. Huang Ji's heart was ceaselessly warping to the limit. Since there was a jade, why was there a jade? This was the portrayal of Huang Ji's heart at this moment. The 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, lost his composure and laughed loudly. It was heartfelt laughter that came from the bottom of his heart, and he felt proud and elated. In these past few years, it was the first time he was so happy. Jing Fan and Kuzhen laughed as well. The gazes of the three converged onto the distant young figure that didn't move like a mountain. It was precisely this young man that had obtained the glory of first place in the martial competition for the 7-star sword sect, Duan Lingtian. As they looked at the young man before them, they seemed to have seen the boundless dawn of the 7-star sword sect's future. With him present, why would the 7-star sword sect worry about not being able to continue being glorious? Duan Lingtian, who'd become the center of attention, now looked at Linghu Jinhong and lightly nodded with a smile, then said via voice transmission, "Sect leader, the jade origin fruit you gave me wasn't wasted in the end." Duan Lingtian, thank you. Linghu Jinhong's voice transmission was filled with sincerity. He was sincerely grateful to Duan Lingtian. Today, at the same time that Duan Lingtian had obtained the first place in the martial competition, and at the same time that he'd seized the glory that the 7-star sword sect hadn't obtained for a long time, he'd also announced to the various sects the 7-star sword sect's unique position in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The 7-star sword sect would forever be the #1 sect. Subsequently, the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, who was the host, distributed the rewards for the top 3. The rewards for the top 3 were none other than some nascent nurturing pills and a small amount of grade 6 great recovery pills. Although the value of the nascent nurturing pills was extraordinary, it was useless to the current Duan Lingtian. The purity of these nascent nurturing pills was too low. It was far inferior to the nascent nurturing pills that he refined himself that had a purity of over 90%. Grade 6 great recovery pills aren't bad. Duan Lingtian counted the 10 grade 6 great recovery pills he obtained from obtaining the first place in the martial competition, and he nodded with satisfaction. In the end, he withdrew a medicinal pill that flickered with azure energy and emitted a strand of profound aura from the spatial ring the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader gave him. Instantly. Profound nascent pill. The disciples of the various sects in the martial competition courtyard stared fixedly at the pill in Duan Lingtian's hand, and all of them had burning expressions. This is the legendary profound nascent pill? It should be. As expected of a medicinal pill of legend, it doesn't look like an ordinary grade 6 medicinal pill at all. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader is really suffering in silence this time. He originally intended to leave this profound nascent pill for his foster son, Saber Young Master, but who knew that a Duan Lingtian would appear out of nowhere and seize it away by Duan Lingtian. The discussions of the disciples of the various sects entered into the ears of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, and it caused his body to tremble imperceptibly. But he still maintained a composed smile on his face. As the host, he couldn't lose his bearing. Even if his heart was bleeding, if he knew earlier that this would be the outcome, he would absolutely not put on an act and take out the profound nascent pill as the reward for the first place in the martial competition. This profound nascent pill was a medicinal pill he'd obtained for his foster son. If this Duan Lingtian consumes the profound nascent pill, then perhaps he'll be able to directly break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage half a year later. Chapter 397. Right when the attention of everyone had descended onto the profound nascent pill in Duan Lingtian's hand. Senior brother Zheng Song. Duan Lingtian suddenly turned around to look at Zheng Song, who was by his side. This caused Zheng Song to be shocked. Junior brother Duan Lingnan, what's the matter? Senior brother Zheng Song, didn't you want this profound nascent pill? Now that I've obtained it, I'll give it to you. Duan Lingtian passed the profound nascent pill in his hand to Zheng Song and lightly smiled. It was as if what he gave wasn't the legendary profound nascent pill, but an extremely ordinary medicinal pill. Zheng Song was shocked and was unable to react for a moment. Duan Lingtian wants to give the profound nascent pill away? Has he gone mad? This profound nascent pill is a miraculous medicinal pill that's able to increase a martial artist's natural talent within half a year and allow a martial artist's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. It can only be chanced upon by luck. He actually wants to give it away? Madman! This Duan Lingtian is really a madman. With his natural talent, he'll surely be able to break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage after consuming this profound nascent pill. The world of a madman isn't something we can understand. For a time, the disciples of the various sects shook their heads and sighed. Duan Lingtian's current actions were truly unbelievable. The profound nascent pill was a medicinal pill of legend that had a price but no market, and could only be chanced upon by luck. Now, Duan Lingtian actually wanted to give it away? Presently, even the higher-ups of the 5 great sects had dumbstruck expressions. Especially the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, the corners of his mouth twitched. This Duan Lingtian wouldn't be intentionally provoking him, right? Junior brother Duan Lingkan, this profound nascent pill is too precious, I can't accept it. Although the gaze Zheng Song shot at the profound nascent pill in Duan Lingtian's hand was filled with burning desire, he still shook his head and refused Duan Lingtian's good intentions. In his opinion, in Duan Lingtian's hands, the effect of this nascent soul pellet would be far greater than the effect it would have in his hands. If Duan Lingtian were to consume this profound nascent pill, he would surely be able to break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage within half a year. At that time, Duan Lingtian would become even stronger. Senior brother Zheng Song, if you don't accept it, then I'll throw it away. Duan Lingtian frowned. This profound nascent pill could be considered as a precious treasure to an ordinary martial artist, but to him, it was no different from a lowly blade of grass. His talent had reached its limit after consuming enough 10,000-year stalactite milk. Even if a person with extreme talent were to consume this nascent soul pill, it would not be of any help. The profound nascent pill was only useful for martial artists whose talent had not reached the limit. Duanling, don't be rash. The 3 higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect were anxious, and felt that Duan Lingtian was recklessly wasting God's given gifts. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian being a meritorious servant of the 7-star sword sect and the future of the 7-star sword sect, they would have the heart to strangle Duan Lingtian to death. That was a profound nascent pill. A medicinal pill that could be called a precious treasure to a nascent soul stage martial artist. Its degree of preciousness was not the slightest bit inferior to a spirit fruit. This Duan Lingtian actually wanted to throw it away? Besides the 3 higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect, most of the people wished for nothing more than to strangle Duan Lingtian to death. Is this Duan Lingtian intentionally infuriating us? He actually said he wants to throw away the profound nascent pill. Too infuriating. The disciples of the various sects gnashed their teeth. Meng Qiu, who sat in the same pergola, looked at Zheng Song with an envious expression. If Zheng Song were to consume the profound nascent pill, then his cultivation would surpass him in half a year. Right when the attention of everyone had descended onto the profound nascent pill in Duan Lingtian's hand. Senior brother Zheng Song. Duan Lingtian abruptly shouted out explosively, and it was extremely sudden. Zheng Song shuddered when he heard Duan Lingtian's explosive shout, and he unconsciously opened his mouth to reply. Right at this instant, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the profound nascent pill transformed into a flowing light that directly shot into Zheng Song's mouth. Zheng Song closed his mouth, and the medicinal strength of the profound nascent pill instantly dissolved in his mouth and fused into his body. Zheng Song was dumbstruck. He ate the profound nascent pill? All of this came too suddenly, and it was slightly unexpected to him. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, Zheng Song had a bitter smile on his face, as he never imagined that Duan Lingtian would suddenly launch a sneak attack and forcefully throw the profound nascent pill into his mouth. The martial competition courtyard was deathly silent. Duan Lingtian's actions shocked the other people present as well. Duan Lingtian really gave the profound nascent pill away? This 7-star sword sect disciple's luck is too good, right? If Duan Lingtian threw that profound nascent pill into my mouth, how good would that be? Stop dreaming. This 7-star sword sect disciple surely has an extremely good relationship with Duan Lingtian, otherwise, Duan Lingtian wouldn't give the profound nascent pill to him. Numerous gazes of envy and jealousy descended onto Zheng Song in unison, causing Zheng Song to have a bitter smile on his face, and he was slightly restless in his seat. The 3 higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect frowned, and at almost the exact same time, they sent voice transmissions into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, you're too rash. That profound nascent pill is sufficient to allow you to step into the 5th level of the nascent soul stage in a short period of time. How can you just give it away like this? Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was the voice of the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong. Duan Lingtian, what do you want me to say to you? That kid's natural talent is limited. Even if he consumed the profound nascent pill, his improvement would surely not be as great as yours. What a reckless waste of God's given gifts. This was the voice of the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Song's father, Zheng Fan. Duan Lingtian, you're muddle-headed. If you consumed that profound nascent pill, it wouldn't be long before you'd be able to break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, why are you like this? What my father and I owe you is much more than what you owe us. Today, you giving the profound nascent pill to me has instead caused me to owe you even more. In the distance, Zheng Fan sighed as well. It was exactly as his son, Zheng Song, had said. What they, father and son, owed Duan Lingtian was truly too much, and they were unable to repay it. The martial competition of the 5 great sects had come to an end. The 7-star sword sect disciple Duan Lingtian had seized the honor of first in the martial competition of the 5 great sects. Seizing the honor of first in the martial competition of the 5 great sects at the age of 22, Duan Lingtian has created an unprecedented record. I'm afraid it will be difficult for future generations to break this record. The Snow Moon sect's leader sighed, and his gaze that contained a sheen of envy and jealousy descended onto the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong. Now, he realized as well. It was practically impossible to poach Duan Lingtian from the 7-star sword sect and make Duan Lingtian join the Snow Moon sect. Earlier, what Duan Lingtian said to Zheng Song undoubtedly indicated that Duan Lingtian was a person that knew how to repay kindness. A person like this would absolutely not be ungrateful and betray the sect. This was something the Snow Moon sect's leader was sure of. Through the reminder of the Snow Moon sect's leader, the people present all came to their senses. Yeah, Duan Lingtian has created a shocking record, participating in the martial competition of the 5 great sects at the age of 22 and seizing the honor of first in the martial competition. It can be said to be unprecedented. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed. Numerous gazes that were filled with reverence converged over from all directions and descended onto him. Chapter 398. The curtains to the martial competition of the 5 great sects that was held once every 3 years had come to an end. Sect leader Long, farewell. The higher-ups of the 4 great sects, including the 7-star sword sect, bid their farewells to the host, the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader. Subsequently, the higher-ups of the 4 great sects brought along their disciples to leave the martial competition courtyard and the inner gorge of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. After a short moment, an enormous flying beast descended from the sky. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian heard the ear-piercing howls of the wind coming from the horizon and thought that Elder Peng had arrived. Only when he raised his head to look over did he notice that it was a white crane that was the size of a small mountain that had descended from the sky. The white crane was completely snow-white, and its eyes revolved with bright lights. Obviously, it was a formidable demon beast. Although the speed of the white crane was inferior to the 7-star sword sect's rock, Elder Peng, it wasn't much slower. In the blink of an eye, it descended onto the ground and descended before the group of Snow Moon sect members. Farewell, sect leaders. The Snow Moon sect's leader led the Snow Moon sect's elders and disciples to ascend the back of the white crane, then cupped his hands and bid farewell to Linghu Jinhong and the other 2 sect leaders. Sect leader Shui, take care. Linghu Jinhong lightly nodded and lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian noticed. From the beginning until the end, the gaze of the Snow Moon sect's female disciple, Lu Yu, didn't leave his side on the white crane, causing him to feel a wave of disgust. He thought in his heart and thought smugly in his heart. This woman wouldn't have taken a fancy to me, right? I'm not interested in her. Duan Lingtian, once I break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, I'll look for you to battle. Suddenly, a wave of voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. It was Lu Yu's voice. I'm happy to accompany you. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently and didn't take Lu Yu's words to heart. Wait until Lu Yu breaks through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage? At that time, he'd probably have already broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Relying on his acute spiritual force, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly sense it. Lu Yu had only broken through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage not long ago. With Lu Yu's natural talent, it would at least require 1 or 2 years of time to break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. At that time, the gap between him and Lu Yu would only grow bigger and bigger. It was impossible for Lu Yu to catch up to him. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's vision blurred, and he only felt a wave of white light flash past. The demon beast, White Crane, had already carried the group of people from Snow Moon sect up into the sky and disappeared into the clouds and mist. Sect leader, could it be that the White Crane from before is the same as Elder Peng and is a sect guardian revered elder of the Snow Moon sect? Duan Lingtian curiously asked Linghu Jinhong. Linghu Jinhong nodded. However, that's not an ordinary White Crane. It's a demon beast, the Ascendant Cloud Crane. It's the Snow Moon sect's mountain guardian demon beast. In terms of strength, he isn't much weaker than Elder Peng. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Right at this moment, a loud sound came from the horizon, and a black streak of light swept across the horizon, heading straight for the ground. A gigantic black eagle appeared. This enormous eagle was completely pitch black. Its wings flickered with a sheen that was like ink. Its pair of sharp claws grabbed onto the ground and were steady like Mount Tai, and its pair of incomparably sharp eyes flickered with a fierce light. When Duan Lingtian had just looked at the enormous eagle, he noticed that the enormous eagle had noticed his gaze at the first possible moment, and its sharp eyes were suffused with a cold light as they met his gaze. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt his back go cold, and he hurriedly withdrew his gaze, not daring to meet the enormous eagle's gaze again. After a short moment, the group of people from the Mountain Split sect ascended the back of the enormous eagle under the lead of the Mountain Split sect's sect leader. Duan Lingtian, if you're free in the future, you can come to my Mountain Split sect as a guest. My Mountain Split sect will surely treat you as an honored guest. The Mountain Split sect's sect leader looked at Duan Lingtian and his face bloomed with a brilliant smile. Of course. Duan Lingtian was able to feel that the words of the Mountain Split sect's sect leader came from the bottom of his heart and didn't have the slightest hypocrisy. Duan Lingtian felt admiration from the bottom of his heart towards the Mountain Split sect's sect leader's bearing. After all, in the martial competition of the 5 great sects today, he'd successively defeated 2 Mountain Split sect disciples, and one of them even had his legs broken by him. Sect leader Linghu, sect leader Lu, farewell. The Mountain Split Sects sect leader looked at Linghu Jinhong and the Origin Convergence sects sect leader. Take care, sect leader Teng. Linghu Jinhong and the Origin Convergence sects sect leader replied. The enormous Black Eagle's figure moved, carrying the group of people from the Mountain Split sect as it charged into the sky, transforming into a black bolt of lightning that entered into the horizon and vanished. So fast! Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He noticed that the speed of this enormous Black Eagle was even slightly faster than the Snow Moon Sect's Cloudsoar Crane. That's the Mountain Split Sects sect guarding Demon Beast, Lightning Eagle, and its strength isn't inferior to Elder Peng. Linghu Jinhong's voice sounded out in a timely manner, and it contained slight seriousness mixed within. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly as he searched the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and he would be able to find some records related to lightning eagles. The lightning eagle was an extremely terrifying demon beast that possessed both attack and speed. Supposedly, some lightning eagles with extraordinary natural talent even had the chance to break through to the void interpretation stage when they matured to the limit. Of course, a lightning eagle like this was extremely rare. Right at this moment, two ear-piercing howls of the wind whistled down from the horizon, and their speed was so swift that Duan Lingtian wasn't able to catch a glimpse of them in the slightest. When he raised his head, he hadn't even seen anything when he felt two strong winds sweep over, enveloping the members of the Seven Star Sword sect and Origin Convergence sect that were present, and it caused the clothes on everyone to flutter. Bang! Bang! Meanwhile, two enormous figures descended onto the ground one after the other. The figure that descended first was enormous like a small mountain, and it descended nearby Duan Lingtian's group. Elder Peng! Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up. The figure that appeared before him now was precisely the Seven Star Sword sect's revered elder, the Grand Rock. On the side of the Origin Convergence sects group, an enormous figure descended as well, and its speed was slightly slower than Elder Peng. This was a vulture that was completely green in color. It had a ferocious and ugly appearance. At this moment, it was glaring at old Peng with a pair of eyes that refused to admit defeat, and it was continuously waving its ferocious and terrifying head. It seemed to be expressing something. When faced with the vulture's provocation, Elder Peng only glanced indifferently at it and didn't pay any further attention to it, and he had the bearing of an expert. This caused the vulture to be slightly enraged from embarrassment, yet it seemed to be extremely afraid of Elder Peng and didn't dare flare up. That's the Origin Convergence sect's sect guarding Demon Beast, the Azure Feather Vulture. It was taught a lesson by Elder Peng many years ago, and it has always held a grudge in its heart. But after so many years, its strength is still firmly suppressed by Elder Peng. Linghu Jinhong's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian to come to a sudden understanding. So that's how it is. No wonder when this vulture saw Elder Peng, it was as if it saw its life and death enemy. So it turns out that there was such a past between them. Let's go! Under Linghu Jinhong's lead, Duan Lingtian and the others ascended the back of the rock that was as wide as the ground. Duan Lingtian followed at the back. When he ascended the rock, he instead noticed that Linghu Jinhong's personal disciple, Huang Ji, was still standing on the spot without any movement. Not only that, Duan Lingtian quickly noticed that under the lead of the Origin Convergence sect's sect leader, the group of people from the Origin Convergence sect walked over. What's going on? While Duan Lingtian was still puzzled, the group of people from the Origin Convergence sect had already converged with Huang Ji. Sect leader Lu, what's going on? Meanwhile, Linghu Jinhong and the others noticed that something was wrong. Linghu Jinhong looked at the Origin Convergence sect's sect leader and frowned. Speak. The Origin Convergence sect's sect leader didn't reply to Linghu Jinhong, and instead looked at Huang Ji who was by his side as he spoke indifferently. Linghu Jinhong's brows knit together even more when he saw this scene. In the next moment, a scene that exceeded Duan Lingtian's expectations occurred. Thump. Huang Ji knelt on the ground before Linghu Jinhong, then he lowered his head and took a deep breath before saying with a deep voice, Master, forgive this disciple for being unable to follow by your side in the future. Master, please forgive me. Huang Ji's words contained an exceedingly firm resolution mixed within. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. This Huang Ji wants to break away from the relationship of master and disciple with the sect leader and betray the sect? The expressions of Linghu Jinhong and the other members of the Seven-Star Sword sect went grim. Even the sharp eyes of the rock beneath their feet were suffused with cold lights as it stared at Huang Ji, and a terrifying aura swept out to envelop Huang Ji, pressuring him to the point his face flushed red and his body trembled as he shivered. Right at this moment, a formidable aura stretched out from the body of the Origin Convergence sect's sect leader, and it rivaled the aura of the rock. This caused Huang Ji's expression to recover slightly. Huang Ji! The expression of Ku Zhen, who stood by Linghu Jinhong's side, was exceedingly gloomy, and the gaze he stared at Huang Ji was filled with coldness. Don't forget who gave you all this in these past few years. Where did your cultivation come from? Now, you actually want to betray the sect leader? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? As he finished speaking, Ku Zhen's tone contained dense killing intent mixed within, and it seemed as if it was about to swallow Huang Ji. Huang Ji's body trembled, yet he didn't speak. Peak Master Ku Zhen's words are wrong. As the saying goes, a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. Since Huang Ji doesn't want to continue staying by sect leader Linghu's side and doesn't want to continue staying in the Seven-Star Sword sect, then he naturally has his own thoughts. One of the Origin Convergence sect elders looked at Ku Zhen and shook his head. Ku Zhen grunted coldly, and his voice contained dense coldness mixed within. You make it sound so easy. Let me ask you, if a personal disciple that you fostered by yourself wanted to join our Seven-Star Sword sect now, what would you do? Could it be that you'd be willing to send him to our Seven-Star Sword sect? So long as he can have a better future by going to the Seven-Star Sword sect, I won't stop him. The Origin Convergence sect elder wasn't willing to show weakness, and he spoke frankly. What a better future! Finally, Linghu Jinhong spoke out, and his voice was clear and contained frightening rage mixed within. Huang Ji, have you thought it through? Linghu Jinhong's gaze descended onto Huang Ji, who knelt on the ground, and his calm gaze contained coldness and indifference as he said with a low voice, I'll give you a chance. If you've really decided to betray me, your master, and betray the Seven-Star Sword sect. Chapter 399. Outside the inner gorge of the demonic Lotus Flower Gorge, the atmosphere had completely frozen. Suddenly, bang, 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 Huang Ji bent down and kowtowed 3 times on the ground. After he kowtowed 3 times, Huang Ji looked at Linghu Jinhong and said in a low voice, Sect leader Linghu, these 3 kowtows can be considered as me repaying your kindness of fostering me all these years. From today onwards, I, Huang Ji, have nothing to do with you and the Seven-Star Sword sect. They had nothing to do with each other. Huang Ji's voice caused the atmosphere to become even stranger. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Ji calmly, his eyes cold. Huang Ji's betrayal was beyond his expectations. Although Huang Ji's betrayal did not have much to do with him, he still held Huang Ji's actions in contempt. In his opinion, every little bit of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. The kindness that the Seven-Star Sword sect's sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, gave to Huang Ji was higher than the sky and deeper than the sea, yet it was abandoned by Huang Ji with a few words. This Huang Ji was simply a complete and utter ingrate. As soon as Huang Ji finished speaking, other than Linghu Jinhong, who hadn't declared his position for the time being, the expressions of Zheng Fan, his son, Ku Zhen, and his master and disciple all changed greatly. Zheng Song and Meng Qiu looked at Huang Ji, their eyes filled with disgust. They'd been in the Seven-Star Sword sect longer than Duan Lingtian, so they naturally knew how much the sect leader usually took care of this personal disciple, Huang Ji. Now, Huang Ji wanted to betray the sect leader, betray the Seven-Star Sword sect. The sect leader fostered you into a talent, the 7-star sword sect fostered you into a talent. This is how you repay the sect leader and the 7-star sword sect? Zheng Fan's face was gloomy like water, and the pair of eyes he looked at Huang Ji with flickered with terrifying anger. There was a trace of killing intent in his anger. Duan Lingtian frowned. It wasn't the first day he'd met the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, but it was still the first time he'd seen Zheng Fan get angry. His anger could set the prairie ablaze. Everything you have was given to you by the sect leader, by the 7-star sword sect. You can betray the sect leader and the 7-star sword sect if you want. The origin energy on Kuzhen's body raged and roared, causing his robes to flutter. Above the void, 2 huge illusory figures gradually condensed and took shape. They wriggled downwards, ready to strike at any moment. 2 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The symbol of a first-level void initiation stage martial artist. This cultivation of yours that came from the sect leader and the 7-star sword sect can be taken away no matter what. Kuzhen bellowed. In an instant, the aura of a void initiation stage expert wreaked havoc in the air, causing one to shudder. Suddenly, Kuzhen took a step forward and a terrifying aura swept out. Together with Elder Peng's aura, they shattered the Guiyuan clan patriarch's aura and enveloped Huang Ji. Huang Ji's face instantly turned pale. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Master, save me." Duan Lingtian noticed that when Huang Ji looked at the sect leader of the Guiyuan sect for help, he actually addressed the sect leader of the Guiyuan sect as master. It was obvious that he had already reached an agreement with the Guiyuan sect leader and intended to join the Guiyuan sect. Humph! A Guiyuan sect elder grunted coldly and took a step forward to cooperate with the sect leader of the Guiyuan sect to block Elder Peng and Kuzhen's aura. "Thank you, master." "Thank you, elder." Huang Ji panicked, and he looked at the Origin Returning Sect's leader as he tried to salvage the situation. The Origin Returning Sect's leader glanced indifferently at Huang Ji. "Huang Ji, not to mention I don't believe these empty words, even you yourself probably wouldn't believe them. Today, if it wasn't for me saying that I'd take you as my personal disciple and make you the next sect leader of the Origin Returning Sect, would you betray Linghu Jin Hong, betray the 7-star sword sect, and join my Origin Returning Sect?" Huang Ji laughed embarrassedly. Right, the reason he chose to betray was precisely because of the promise the Origin Returning Sect's leader made in the martial competition courtyard earlier. At that time, when he saw Duan Lingtian rising in strength, his master had even declared that he wanted to make Duan Lingtian the next 7-star sword sect's leader. He was unwilling to accept this in his heart. The promise of the Origin Returning Sect's leader allowed him to once again see the light of hope. "Duan Lingtian, it was you who forced me. One day, I'll let you know that I'm not inferior to that Duan Lingtian." Huang Ji's eyes emitted traces of ruthlessness as he looked at the direction the rock left towards. Half a month later, Duan Lingtian stood on the back of the rock and saw the outline of the 7-star sword sect's 7 great sword peaks from afar. "We've returned." Zheng Song stood by Duan Lingtian's side, and he was slightly excited as he looked at the direction the 7 great sword peaks were at. To Zheng Song, the 7-star sword sect was his home. It was difficult to give up. "Yeah, we've returned." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. All along the way, the atmosphere was slightly heavy, and it caused Duan Lingtian to have an extremely oppressive feeling. And all this originated from Huang Ji's betrayal. When they were about to enter the area of the 7-star sword sect, Duan Lingtian suddenly lowered his head to look at the rock beneath his feet, and he sent a voice transmission to Huang Ji. The rock nodded. Of course, besides Duan Lingtian, no one else saw this scene. Suddenly, the rock that carried Duan Lingtian's group turned around abruptly, and it didn't head up Dubhe Peak, but instead swooped down and flashed towards the foot of Dubhe Peak. "Elder Peng." The actions of the rock caused Linghu Jin Hong, who'd been silent all along, to be shocked. Zheng Fan and Kuzhen seemed as if they were facing a great enemy. They only thought that the rock had noticed something. Jing Song and Meng Qiu's expressions became serious as well. What are all of you doing? I only asked Elder Peng to bring me to see a friend. Duan Lingtian was completely speechless when he saw this scene. Their reactions were too big, right? Duan Lingtian's words caused them to heave a sigh of relief. Ku Zhen laughed bitterly. Duan Lingdan, who has such great face to make you go see him as soon as you return? Linghu Jinhong and the others looked curiously at Duan Lingtian as well. All of you will know in a moment. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, keeping them in suspense. Right at this moment, the rock swooped down and alarmed the few Seven-Star Sword sect disciples that were guarding the entrance to the Seven-Star Sword sect. What fierce beast is that? It doesn't look like a fierce beast. It looks like a demon beast. Look, there's someone standing on it. Isn't that the sect leader? There's also Peak Master Zheng Fan, Peak Master Ku Zhen, and Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Under the reverent gazes of the few Seven-Star Sword sect disciples, the rock descended and descended into the horse pen at the side of the entrance. The empty space at the center of the horse pen couldn't be considered to be spacious, and now that the rock had descended, it caused the horse pen to become even narrower. The descent of the rock alarmed the few Seven-Star Sword sect disciples that acted as coachmen in the horse pen. What's that? The few Seven-Star Sword sect disciples walked over with curious expressions. Sect leader! A Seven-Star Sword sect disciple with sharp eyes recognized Linghu Jinhong and exclaimed with a humble and respectful expression. The remaining few people recovered from their shock and bowed respectfully. Linghu Jinhong, the sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword sect, normally made an appearance. However, 1 year ago, because of the death of the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, Linghu Jinhong had appeared on the peak of Dupi Peak, and he'd appeared before the eyes of the numerous Seven-Star Sword sect disciples. The Seven-Star Sword sect disciple that recognized Linghu Jinhong was present at that time. Senior Brother Duan Lingtan. In next to no time, he recognized Duan Lingtian and bowed respectfully. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian? Meanwhile, a pleasantly surprised voice sounded out from within the horse pen. Duan Lingtian was able to see it. Chapter 400. MOU Long time no see. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to the person that came over. The Seven-Star Sword sect disciple before him that was of similar age to him was precisely the MOU that helped him take care of the Fergana horse that day. After MOU greeted Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but be dumbstruck when he saw the rock. When had he ever seen such an enormous flying beast? He could imagine that once this flying beast spread its wings, it was simply comparable to the clouds that hung down from the sky, and it was extremely shocking. Duan Ling, he's the friend you're looking for? Meanwhile, Linghu Jinhong, who stood on the back of the rock, sized MOU up with interest as he asked. You are? MOU looked at Linghu Jinhong with a bewildered expression, as he obviously didn't recognize Linghu Jinhong. Duan Lingtian was just about to introduce him. Senior Brother MOU, this is the sect leader. A Seven-Star Sword sect disciple couldn't help but speak to MOU in a low voice. Sect leader? MOU was stunned, then he reacted to the situation with a terrified expression as he said respectfully, MOU greets the sect leader. Linghu Jinhong shook his head and smiled when he saw MOU's terrified appearance, and the haze on his face dispersed greatly. Duan Lingtian's gaze had always been on MOU. When his acute spiritual force stretched out, combined with the lifetime experience of Emperor Wu of Samsara, he clearly sensed MOU's current cultivation at the first possible moment, 6th level of the origin core stage. MOU, you've broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be shocked. MOU's improvement is too great, right? He remembered that 2 years ago, before he left the Seven-Star Sword sect and headed to Solitary Peak, MOU was only at the 1st level of the origin core stage when he saw him for the first time. 1 year ago, when he returned from Solitary Peak, MOU breaking through to the 3rd level of the origin core stage caused him to be shocked. Now, another year had passed, and MOU had actually directly broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. Hee. MOU rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment when he saw Duan Lingtian discern his cultivation. 6th level of the Origin Core stage? Duan Lingtian's words attracted Linghu Jinhong's attention. For a moment he also seriously sized up MOU. This 7-star sword sect disciple that looks to be around the same age as Duan Lingtian is a 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist? He remembered. Even that Huang Ji that betrayed him and the 7-star sword sect was only at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage when he was 22 years old. In other words, a 7-star sword sect disciple that was similar in age to Duan Lingtian had a natural talent that far surpassed Huang Ji. Another monster. Zheng Song and Meng Qiu looked at each other and saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. You're really at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage? Zheng Fan looked at MOU and could not help but ask. A 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist at the age of 22, even he was shocked. Duan Lingtian was a freak who couldn't be judged by common sense. After all, there were very few of them, 6th level of the Origin Core stage at the age of 22. Purely in terms of natural talent, he can be compared with 1 or 2 of the 5 great young masters. Ku Zhen stared at MOU with a burning gaze, as if he wanted to see through MOU. MOU, exert your strength and let the sect leader and the 2 peak masters take a look. Duan Lingtian discerned the doubt in Zheng Fan and Ku Zhen's words, and he looked at MOU and smiled encouragingly. MOU nodded. He obeyed Duan Lingtian. In an instant, in the sky above MOU, the energy of heaven and earth roiled as 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and revealed MOU's cultivation. Now, he personally thanked Duan Lingtian in front of so many people. The 7-star sword sect's sect leader personally thanked Duan Lingtian, and it could be said to be heavy like Mount Tai. At this moment, Zheng Fan and Gazhen looked at each other and couldn't help but be moved. Of course, they were able to feel the joy contained within the sect leader's tone. It was heartfelt gratitude. Duan Lingtian, what riddle are you playing with the sect leader? Meng Qiu asked with a bewildered expression. Zheng Song had a curious expression as well, and was unable to react for a time. Ku Zhen raised his hand and slapped the back of Meng Qiu's head, then scolded with a smile. Kid, you didn't even notice? Duan Lingtian is looking for a personal disciple for the sect leader. This little fellow isn't bad. If what he said earlier is true, then his natural talent is absolutely not inferior to any one of the 5 great young masters. Even if all that isn't true, his natural talent and character far surpass Huang Ji. Zheng Fan nodded in deep agreement. Now, Meng Qiu and Zheng Song could be considered to have completely understood. As for MOU, he was muddled since long ago. Duan Lingtian is looking for a personal disciple for the sect leader. Duan Lingtian is looking for a personal disciple for the sect leader. Ku Zhen's words ceaselessly reverberated within his mind. Looking for a personal disciple for the sect leader. Chapter 401. I originally thought that his natural talent ought to be on par with Huang Ji, so I had such a thought. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at MOU as he spoke. I never imagined that he had such a past. In this way, his natural talent isn't just on par with Huang Ji, it simply completely surpasses Huang Ji and leaves Huang Ji far behind. Today, after finding out about MOU's past, at the same time that Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion in his heart, he couldn't help but be shocked. MOU, who grew up in such a difficult environment, was actually able to pass the 7-star sword sect's outer court disciple test and enter the 7-star sword sect to become a disciple of the 7-star sword sect. The height of MOU's natural talent in the martial Dao could be seen. If I didn't consume the 10,000-year stalactite milk, my natural talent would probably be inferior to Mou. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. All along the way, he'd mainly relied on the lifetime worth of memories and methods of Samsara Emperor Wu. Although his natural talent wasn't bad, but if it wasn't for everything that Samsara Emperor Wu left behind for him, it would be impossible for him to grow so quickly. Mou's natural talent was real natural talent. A person that didn't have any medicinal pills to assist in his cultivation was able to enter the 7-Star Sword sect and become a member of the 7-Star Sword sect. In terms of natural talent, although it couldn't compare to the current him, it could still be considered to be extremely high. Perhaps, it was just as the peak master of Fecta Peak, Kuzhen, had said earlier, Mou's natural talent wasn't inferior to any one of the 5 great young masters. Suddenly, Linghu Jinhong's gaze burned as he looked at Mou and slowly asked, "Are you willing to take me as your master?" A wisp of a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw this scene. Although Linghu Jinhong had intentionally suppressed his emotions when he spoke calmly, but relying on his acute spiritual force, he was still able to sense the excitement in Linghu Jinhong's heart at the first possible moment. Obviously, Linghu Jinhong was extremely satisfied with Mou. As soon as Linghu Jinhong finished speaking, the 7-Star Sword sect outer court disciples that were in charge of looking after the stables looked at Mou with envious expressions. They knew clearly in their hearts, after today, this senior brother Mou who was even younger than them would soar into the sky. However, the person in question was completely dumbstruck. It was as if he didn't dare believe all this was real. "Mou." Duan Lingtian kicked Mou. Only then did Mou come back to his senses. He looked at Linghu Jinhong and replied excitedly, "Yes, I'm willing." To Mou, all of this had happened too suddenly. It gave him the feeling of a pie falling from the sky. Could I, Linghu Jinhong, didn't think that I, Linghu Jinhong, had just lost a direct disciple, and now the heavens have bestowed another one to me. From today onwards, you, Mou, are my, Linghu Jinhong's direct disciple, and also my last disciple. I will do my best to nurture you. Linghu Jinhong laughed heartily and was incomparably candid. The haze that arose on his face because of Huang Ji's betrayal completely vanished. Congratulations, sect leader. Duan Lingtian was the first to congratulate Linghu Jinhong. Congratulations, sect leader. Zheng Fan and his son, as well as Kuzhen and his master, all 4 of them also congratulated Linghu Jinhong. The few 7-Star Sword sect disciples that were in charge of looking after the stable hurriedly congratulated Linghu Jinhong and Mou. Presently, when they looked at Mou, their faces were filled with humility. They knew clearly in their hearts. Only now did they recall that with Duan Lingtian's cultivation, if he continued to stay in the 7-Star Sword sect and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it would indeed be bearing him. The reason that Huang Ji betrayed the sect leader and betrayed our 7-Star Sword sect is most probably because the sect leader revealed those words of wanting junior brother Duan Lingtian to become the next sect leader of the 7-Star Sword sect during the martial competition of the 5 great sections. Zheng Song grunted coldly, and when he mentioned the traitor, Huang Ji, a strand of cold light flashed within his eyes as he said in a low voice. If he knew that junior brother Duan Lingtian utterly didn't have the intention of encroaching on the position of sect leader, I wonder what expression he would have. If he knew, he'd probably be angered to the point of spitting blood. Meng Qiu couldn't help but laugh. A traitor, there's nothing to discuss. Zheng Fan and Kuzhen glared at Zheng Song and Meng Qiu, then they glanced meaningfully at Linghu Jinhong. Obviously, they were warning them not to expose the sect leader's scars. The 2 of them laughed embarrassedly and didn't dare say anything further. "It's fine, I've gotten over it." Linghu Jinhong noticed the small actions of Zheng Fan and Meng Qiu, and he shook his head and smiled. "I feel fortunate now." Fortunately, Huang Ji left the 7-Star Sword sect. Otherwise, it's difficult for me to imagine what the 7-Star Sword sect would become if it fell into his hands. This time, I can be considered to have profited from misfortune and taken you as my personal disciple. As he finished speaking, Linghu Jinhong looked at Mou, and he was pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at him. In terms of character and natural talent, Mou far surpassed Huang Ji. Fortunately, Duan Lingtan possessed exceptional insight, otherwise, this disciple of yours would be covered in dust for who knows how long. Zheng Fan lightly smiled. Indeed. Kuzhen expressed deep agreement. Yeah, it's all thanks to Duan Lingtian this time. Duan Ling and I, Linghu Jinhong, will remember this favor of yours. Linghu Jinhong looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke sincerely. Sect leader, you're joking? This is only a small matter to me, I only moved my lips. Duan Lingtian shook his head and didn't have the slightest intention of taking credit. It's a small matter to you, but it's a big matter to me. Taking you as my personal disciple allowed me to think things through. Perhaps I was wrong from the beginning for a person like Huang Ji, and I utterly shouldn't have taken the effort to foster him. Linghu Jinhong sighed, and as he finished speaking, he was slightly unable to take it to heart. The personal disciple he'd wholeheartedly fostered for many years had become an ingrate in the end and had turned to another sect. Although he'd gotten over it, there was still a thorn in his heart in the end. As the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time, but not his heart. Sect leader, you don't have to blame yourself. Duan Lingtian consoled. Linghu Jinhong nodded and didn't say anything further, and his eyes were suffused with cold lights as he looked towards the east. That direction was precisely the direction of the Origin Convergence sect. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that Mou had looked over, and his eyes contained traces of question mixed within, as if Mou wanted to ask him something, yet didn't speak for a long time, as if Mou was afraid of violating some taboo. Mou was only at the 6th level of the Origin core stage now, and was unable to condense his Origin energy into voice. Duan Lingtian used a voice transmission to tell Mou the sequence of events that had occurred. When Mou found out about everything related to Huang Ji, his face was filled with rage, and his eyes emitted killing intent as he looked at Linghu Jinhong and said solemnly, Master, there'll come a day when I'll personally kill Huang Ji and clean up the sect. Linghu Jinhong nodded, and his face revealed a heartfelt smile. Master believes that you're able to accomplish it. After a short moment, the Grand Rock descended onto the empty space outside W Peak's W Hall. Duan Lingtian's group left the back of the Grand Rock that was spacious like flat ground. Elder Peng, sorry for the trouble. Linghu Jinhong lightly bowed to the Grand Rock. The Grand Rock had been in the 7-star sword sect for even longer than the 2 guardian elders, and although it was a demon beast, it was taken as a senior by Linghu Jin. The Grand Rock nodded, then flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Before leaving, its pair of fierce and deep eyes glanced at Duan Lingtian before fleeing into the clouds and mist and vanishing. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to the sect leader and the others before directly leaving. He went to Alcade Hall. Duan Lingtan. Within Alcade Hall, the Peak Master of Alcade Peak, Xianxia's eyes lit up when she saw Duan Lingtian, and she asked with slight curiosity. What were the results of the martial competition this time? Did the sect leader's personal disciple, Huang Ji, seize the top 3 of the martial competition? Chapter 402. Huang Ji. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown when he heard Xianxia mention Huang Ji, and his expression was slightly unsightly. What's wrong? Xianxia asked, puzzled. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he slowly recounted the sequence of events that had transpired. Duan Lingtian had just finished speaking when Xianxia's expression completely changed. A powerful aura rose up from Xianxia's body, and it seemed to have transformed into a flood or a ferocious beast that swept out in all directions. Although it didn't cause any pressure to Duan Lingtian, it still caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly moved. He was able to clearly sense it. At this moment, The aura that rose up from Xianxia's body was actually much stronger than Kajin's aura. It wasn't weaker than Elder Peng. Huangji! Xianxia slowly spoke, and her voice contained a trace of terrifying coldness mixed within. Kerr should be cultivating in her room, go in and wait for her to wake up. After speaking to Duan Lingtian, Xianxia's figure flashed out, transforming into a flowing light that vanished from Arcade Hall, vanishing before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian understood that Xianxia had surely gone to look for the sect leader. It wasn't the first time that Duan Lingtian had come to Arcade Hall, and he quickly found Kerr's room and walked in. After entering, he was able to see Kerr sitting cross-legged on the bed cultivating. This little girl is really hard-working. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he looked at Kerr, who was completely immersed in cultivation. Right at this moment, swoosh, Duan Lingtian only heard a whistling sound out by his ear, and in the next moment, his shoulders slightly sank down. Squeak, squeak. Subsequently, a wave of hurried cries sounded out by his ear. The cries were slightly light, and it was obviously being intentionally suppressed, as if it was deeply afraid that it would disturb Kerr, who was immersed in cultivation. Little Gold, what's wrong? Duan Lingtian noticed that something was wrong and turned around to leave the room. Then he grabbed the little gold mouse on his shoulder and asked curiously. Creak, creak. The little gold mouse's green eyes flickered as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Her small head continuously nodded as if she was expressing something. Duan Lingtian frowned. In the end, his spiritual energy couldn't help but go invisible and descend onto the little gold mouse. When Duan Lingtian sensed the changes in the origin energy within the little gold mouse's body, his face couldn't help but go grim. You've broken through to the void prying stage? The little gold mouse nodded, and her jade green eyes contained slight anxiousness mixed within. You sensed the 6-9 heavenly tribulation? Duan Lingtian seemed to have realized something. His eyes narrowed as he asked in astonishment. The little gold mouse nodded again. Go! Duan Lingtian didn't dare dally, and he grabbed onto the little gold mouse as he flashed out of Arcade Hall and descended onto the flat ground outside Arcade Hall. This won't do. You can't overcome the 6-9 heavenly tribulation here. Once the 6-9 heavenly tribulation descends here, not only will Arcade Hall be destroyed, even the spirit point will be destroyed. We're going to the primeval forest. Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse in his hand and asked, Can you fly now? The little gold mouse nodded, then it left Duan Lingtian's hand and floated in midair as it waved its 4 limbs like a human as it pointed towards the east, then pointed towards the west. It was as if it was an idiot for directions. No wonder I was wondering why you didn't directly leave to overcome the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. So it turns out that you don't know the way at all. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding when he saw this scene. You can't compare to Little Black and Little White in this aspect. Duan Lingtian said. Squeak, squeak. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the little gold mouse became restless. Obviously, it was extremely dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian's words, and it shook its little head to vent the dissatisfaction in its heart. You're still unconvinced, little fellow? Duan Lingtian was amused. Squeak, squeak. When he saw the little gold mouse crying out in panic again, Duan Lingtian didn't continue teasing it. How about this? You take me to fly, and I'll help you show the way. As Duan Lingtian spoke up to hear, he glanced at the little gold mouse's body that was the size of an infant's fist, and he had an expression of disdain. But, can this small body of yours take me to fly? Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse hurriedly nodded. Under Duan Lingtian's astounded gaze, the little gold mouse's body trembled and actually started to swell up. In the end, it seemed to have transformed into a 3-meter-tall hill, a hairy hill. Duan Lingtian was surprised for a moment, then without hesitation his body and mind flashed onto the little gold mouse's back, and he felt a stretch of softness where his feet landed. Duan Lingtian directly sat down. Comfortable. It's much better than the sofas of my previous life. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse's voice became even more anxious. All right, let's go. Over there. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and pointed towards the primeval forest as he spoke. Instantly, the little gold mouse moved. A golden light flashed past and vanished outside Arcade Hall. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head as he sat on the little gold mouse's back and was brought along to fly out by the little gold mouse. Everyone said that he was as timid as a mouse, and it really wasn't false in the slightest. Even the descendant of a jade-eyed heavenly mouse like the little gold mouse wasn't an exception. If it was any other void-prying stage demon beast, then after it sensed the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, it would probably look for a place to overcome the tribulation at the first possible moment. This little gold mouse, however, didn't dare wander about by itself, as if it was worried that it would get lost or encounter some sort of danger. It's that forest. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's gaze passed through the clouds and mist to see the vast and boundless forest in the distance. It was precisely the primeval forest. Although he'd long since known that the primeval forest occupied a vast and boundless area, when Duan Lingtian really looked down from the sky, he still couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Too large. No wonder he was able to spend such a long time circling around a place near the inner area that day. Bang! Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's eardrums trembled as he heard a clap of thunder enter his ears. Instantly, his face went ghastly pale as he shouted in a low voice. "Little gold, go down. Quickly go down." Right when the little gold mouse swooped down, Duan Lingtian raised his head and was able to clearly see it. The clouds and mist in the horizon roiled and instantly formed circle after circle of ripple-like ripples before twisting into a vortex. Subsequently, all the clouds and mist were reversed by the vortex and gathered together, forming a dense mass of dark clouds that ceaselessly surged. Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp and was able to clearly see it. At the center of the vortex, within the dark clouds, a strand of violet lightning was leaping about. The appearance of the violet lightning and the leaping frequency became faster and faster, causing one to be alarmed. "Quick, quick!" Duan Lingtian urged the little gold mouse. As someone who'd fused with the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, Duan Lingtian naturally knew what was going to happen next. 6-9 heavenly tribulation. In Cloud Continent, no matter if it was a human or a beast, once they broke through to the void-prying stage, they would draw down the 6-9 heavenly tribulation within a short period of time. The 6-9 heavenly tribulation could be said to be a test the heavens gave to new void stage martial artists and demon beasts. Normally, there wouldn't be any danger. Of course, this was only towards first-level void-prying stage martial artists or demon beasts that were about to overcome the tribulation. When one was overcoming the tribulation, no one was allowed to be present within a radius of 100 meters. Otherwise, 2 bolts of tribulation lightning would descend at the same time. One was aimed at the person undergoing the tribulation, and the other was aimed at another person. The other person was like Duan Lingtian now. The 6-9 heavenly tribulation would take him as a person that wanted to help little gold overcome the tribulation with the intention of challenging the might of the heavens. The little gold mouse swooped down with an exceedingly swift speed, and Duan Lingtian was able to see the ground ceaselessly approaching. Just a bit more. Just a bit more. Duan Lingtian looked at the ground. So long as the height was suitable, he would jump down at the first possible moment. To him, the current little gold mouse was no different than a god of plague, and if he continued to stay within a radius of 100 meters of the little gold mouse, then he would absolutely be courting death. The little gold mouse wasn't afraid of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, but to him, it was an existence that was difficult to go against. According to the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, even if it was the first bolt of tribulation lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, the weakest bolt of tribulation lightning, it was still sufficient to compare to the full force strike of a half-step void stage martial artist. A half-step void stage martial artist was an existence that surpassed the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. The strength of a half-step void stage martial artist was comparable to the strength of 1,500 ancient mammoths. It was far from something Duan Lingtian was able to go against now. Rumble! Waves of oppressive sounds of thunder sounded out from the horizon, and every time it entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, it would cause Duan Lingtian's face to go grim, and he ceaselessly urged the little gold mouse. Little gold, quickly, quickly. Once the 6-9 heavenly tribulation descended, he would still be within a radius of 100 meters of the little gold mouse. 2 bolts of tribulation lightning would descend from the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. One of them was aimed at the little gold mouse, and the other was aimed at him. Chapter 403. Bang. Duan Lingtian finally landed on the ground, and he used his origin energy, wind force, and quake energy to offset most of the force. But even then, he still felt a wave of intense pain come from his leg, and the bones in his legs showed signs of breaking. So painful. Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and he didn't hesitate in the slightest to take out and swallow a grade 6 Great Recovery pill. Then he circulated his origin energy to dissolve the medicinal strength and recover his injuries. At the same time, he exerted strength with his legs once again, and his origin energy skyrocketed as he flashed out. Whirlwind. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale that flashed towards the distance, and he tried his best to avoid the little gold mouse that was a god of calamity, rumble. The sound of thunder that sounded out from the horizon was extremely ear-piercing, and it caused Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was facing a great enemy. If it was at any other time, Duan Lingtian would only need a short moment to flash out a distance of 100 meters, but now. Close. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart burned with anxiety, because he knew that he was racing against time now, seizing every second. Bang. Instantly, a dazzling light enveloped the earth, and it caused Duan Lingtian's entire body to stop on the spot as if he was struck by lightning. It's still too late. A bitter smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face, and he sighed as he raised his head to look at the lightning tribulation that had split into 2 in the horizon. The so-called lightning tribulation was actually a bolt of lightning. But this bolt of lightning wasn't an ordinary bolt of lightning. Just like the first bolt of lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, it was a bolt of lightning that was as thick as an infant's arm, and it carried along the terrifying might of nature, causing it to be extremely shocking. Swoosh, swoosh. One bolt of lightning that split into 2 flashed towards the little gold mouse, and the other flashed towards Duan Lingtian. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse's anxious cry entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian noticed the little gold mouse looking at him, seeming to intend to come over and help him. Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and he said in panic, "Little gold, don't come over, I can deal with it." What a joke! If the little gold mouse were to come over, then even though it would be able to withstand 2 bolts of tribulation lightning by itself, this was only the first bolt of tribulation lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, and it was also the weakest bolt, and its speed was also the slowest. The first lightning tribulation was more like a test. 2 existences at the void-prying stage and above, it was no different from scratching an itch. The most troublesome part was the second lightning tribulation. That was the truly terrifying lightning tribulation. If the little gold mouse were to come over now, then even if it was able to help Duan Lingtian resist the first bolt of lightning, it would undoubtedly shorten the distance between it and Duan Lingtian. At that time, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to be 100 meters away from the little gold mouse again before the appearance of the second bolt of tribulation lightning. Once the second lightning tribulation descended, Duan Lingtian would definitely die. As for now, when he saw the little gold mouse not taking any action, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Whirlwind. When he saw the first bolt of tribulation lightning right before his eyes, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out, as if transforming into a gale that flashed towards the distance. He'd finally left the area 100 meters away from where the little gold mouse was. Duan Lingtian didn't even have the time to heave a sigh of relief. The bolt of lightning that was thick like an infant's arm that descended from the horizon had already blasted straight towards Duan Lingtian, and it illuminated half the heavens and the earth, causing Duan Lingtian to be dazzled. This sort of feeling was as if he was directly struck by a flash from his previous life. Bang! The bolt of lightning that was thick like an infant's arm whistled down, and it seemed to have transformed into a terrifying demon beast that opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow Duan Lingtian into its stomach. Duan Lingtian moved. His origin energy flashed to fuse into the spatial ring in his hand, and it lightly trembled. Blaze inscription. In practically an instant, a strand of crimson-red flowing light suddenly gushed out from the spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's hand, and it emitted an extremely scorching aura. Swish! The crimson-red flowing light tore through the sky as if it had transformed into a crimson-red bolt of lightning, and after it flashed out, it expanded. Instantly, it transformed into a condensed flame that was thick like an infant's arm, and it moved to greet the bolt of lightning that was thick like an infant's arm. Bang! The flame and lightning collided with a bang, causing the air to shake and the airflow to move rhythmically, and it transformed into circle after circle of ripples that swept out. The strong wind that was formed from the pressure of the terrifying airflow directly pushed Duan Lingtian flying far away. The ground that Duan Lingtian was at earlier was covered in a scene of desolation, and it was extremely dilapidated. Even though Duan Lingtian was in a slightly sorry state, his face revealed the joy of surviving a calamity. "I've succeeded." He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw that after the flame and lightning collided in the sky, both of them had vanished at the same time. Early on, when he hadn't descended to the ground, he'd already prepared for the worst. He received the first bolt of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. Of course, he didn't use his own strength to receive it, but used the strength of an inscription to receive it. Whereas the inscription that was capable of receiving this bolt of lightning was precisely the strongest inscription in Duan Lingtian's possession, the Blaze inscription, and it was said to be able to annihilate a half-step void stage expert. I never imagined that the Blaze inscription would be of use here. At the same time that Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, he felt slight pity. After all, the Blaze inscription was a trump card in his possession, a trump card that was capable of annihilating a half-step void stage expert. Never mind, I can be considered to have escaped death today. If I didn't have the Blaze inscription, I'd die for sure. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian got over it. Little gold. His gaze then descended onto the little gold mouse in the distance. Presently, the first bolt of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation had descended onto the little gold mouse as well. Now, there weren't any obvious changes on the body of this infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse, but its jade-green eyes had a trace of change. If it wasn't for him carefully sizing it up, Duan Lingtian wouldn't have noticed it. In the depths of Little Gold's jade-green eyes, there seemed to be a trace of violet lightning that was difficult to notice mixed within. Duan Lingtian was sure. The past Little Gold was absolutely not like this. Could it be that it's because Little Gold swallowed that bolt of lightning? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall the scene from before, and he felt a wave of fear. Opening its mouth and swallowing the strongest bolt of lightning in the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. Probably only this little fellow was capable of doing something like this. Little Gold, how did you swallow that lightning tribulation? Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse and asked curiously. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse only cared about crying out as it ceaselessly shook its little head. Duan Lingtian was utterly unable to discern the meaning it wanted to express, and he laughed bitterly. But unfortunately, in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there isn't much information about jade-eyed heavenly mice. I only know that jade-eyed heavenly mice are existences capable of becoming demon emperors. Suddenly, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face froze. Only because a light voice transmission sounded out in his ears. Bad person? Bad? The voice belonged to a woman, and it was slightly immature, as if a little girl was learning to speak. Duan Lingtian looked around as his spiritual force swept out, yet he didn't notice anyone nearby. But, bad person? You're a bad person, the voice sounded out once more. Chapter 404. According to the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu. Amongst the demon beasts, existences at the first void prying stage possessed intelligence that wasn't inferior to humans. Existences at the second void initiation stage were able to condense their origin energy into sound and communicate with humans. Existences at the third void transformation stage were able to speak the human language and directly communicate with humans. Existences at the fourth void transformation stage were able to take the form of a human. Demon beasts that cultivated to this level had already broken away from the category of beasts and were called demons. Besides their essence, demons were no different from humans in other aspects. If there was really a difference, that was that demons were far stronger than most humans. After all, existences that were able to be called demons were existences at the fourth void transformation stage or above. What sort of concept was the void transformation stage? After all, even in the entire Dark Han dynasty, there wasn't an existence at the void transformation stage or above. Little Gold, aren't you a void prying stage demon beast? How could you? Duan Lingtian quickly confirmed that it was indeed the little gold mouse that was speaking to him via sound transmission, causing him to be astounded. Logically speaking, only demon beasts at the void initiation stage or above were able to use sound transmission to communicate with humans. For example, Elder Peng. The little gold mouse was only a demon beast that had just stepped into the void prying stage. This me. Bad guy. Bad guy. The pleasing voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears once more, and it sounded immature like the voice of a little girl. Bad guy? Duan Lingtian heard it clearly this time, and he was speechless. When did I become a bad guy? Could it be that in the little gold mouse's eyes, I'm a bad guy? Little Gold, I'm not a bad guy. Duan Lingtian nodded the little gold mouse's little head as he spoke in all seriousness. But the little gold mouse paid no attention to him and continued to speak via sound transmission. Bad guy. You're a bad guy. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Can't we have a proper conversation? Duan Lingtian held the little gold mouse as his gaze descended into the distance. The place the little gold mouse overcame the tribulation earlier was covered in desolation, and not a single intact place could be seen. This was the periphery of the primeval forest. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned. He faintly sensed that there were a few people approaching. They should have discovered the commotion here. Roland. Duan Lingtian's figure flickered, plunging into the depths of the primeval forest, evading those people. He wasn't afraid of those people, as they were only Origin Core Stage martial artists and were probably 7-star sword sect disciples. He didn't want to create unnecessary trouble. Bad guy, bad guy. The little gold mouse's voice transmissions continued to enter Duan Lingtian's ears, and it became more and more skilled. Xiao Jin, how many times have I told you, I'm not a bad person? Duan Lingtian glared at him and said, if you call me a bad guy again, I'll leave you here and abandon you. He, the little gold mouse's pleasing voice sounded out. Bad guy, if you dare to abandon me, then Big Sister Kerr will be unhappy. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at the little gold mouse. Up to you, call me whatever you like. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's words contained slight helplessness. Let's go in and take a look. Duan Lingtian glanced at the inner area of the primeval forest, and under the urging of his curiosity, he brought along the little gold mouse to find his way over. They encountered many fierce beasts on the way, and all of them were directly killed by the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse was a first-level void-prying stage demon beast now, and those demon beasts below the void-prying stage didn't have the slightest strength to fight back before it. Squeak, squeak. Accompanying the little gold mouse's complacent cry was its voice transmission that sounded out into Duan Lingtian's ears. Bad guy, I'm formidable, right? Not bad. But you ought to not be as formidable as Little Black and Little White. Duan Lingtian nodded and spoke slowly. Unexpectedly, Duan Lingtian's words caused the little gold mouse to completely explode. Who said that? How could the two of them be more formidable than me? At that time, the two of them weren't a match for me even when they attacked together. Now that I've already evolved into a demon beast, they're even less of a match for me. Duan Lingtian disapproved when he heard the little gold mouse. Little Black and Little White had their own fortuitous encounters. This was different from Little Gold. Moreover, the mysterious young woman that Little Black and Little White followed by Han Shuanai was obviously not an ordinary person, and they presumably would be able to obtain many benefits by following her. Now, they'd probably already evolved into demon beasts. Once they return, I'll surely beat them to the ground. I'm surely stronger than them, as I'm their big sister. The little gold mouse's voice transmission that sounded out into Duan Lingtian's ears was filled with confidence. Big sister? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched, and he stretched out his hand to tap the little gold mouse's head. Who taught you that? When I went to Alcade Peak with Big Sister Kerr, I heard someone say this, the little gold mouse said. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Looks like the little gold mouse has been led astray by that group of female hoodlums from Alcade Peak. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, that group of Alcade Peak female disciples that were like wolves and tigers were no different than female hoodlums. He couldn't have peace every time he went there. Fortunately, he'd learned to be smart now, and when he went to look for Li Fei, he'd always use his movement technique to travel at full speed, causing the group of Alcade Peak disciples to be utterly unable to notice him. Even if they noticed him, they wouldn't be able to recognize him. Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse along and continued deeper into the primeval forest. The fierce beasts they encountered became stronger and stronger. There was no lack of half-step void stage fierce beasts amongst them. However, even half-step void stage fierce beasts were nothing before the little gold mouse. Bad guy, refine a spirit weapon for me. Duan Lingtian's eardrums trembled slightly as he heard the little gold mouse's voice transmission. Instantly, Duan Lingtian had a strange expression. You want a spirit weapon? What spirit weapon do you want? Let me think. The little gold mouse shook her cute little head and pondered. After a short moment, she said excitedly, refine a spirit sword for me. I see that Big Sister Kerr frequently practices the sword. It's rather beautiful. Spirit sword. Duan Lingtian was stunned. A strange scene couldn't help but appear in his mind. In the scene, the little gold mouse's limbs were locked onto the spirit sword, then she dragged the spirit sword and swung it out, directly killing a fierce beast. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and shivered. If this mischievous little fellow was given a spirit sword, then wouldn't it be even more lawless? However, Duan Lingtian didn't refuse the little gold mouse's request. What kind of spirit sword do you want? Do you want the same as the one we use, or should I refine a small one that's suitable for you? Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse and asked. The smaller, the better. The little gold mouse's eyes lit up, and she sent a voice transmission into Duan Lingtian's ears as she muttered. I don't like to become bigger. I'm too fat, so ugly. It's still better now, slender, beautiful and cute. Those big sisters on Alcade Peak all praise me when they see me. If I were to become bigger, it would surely frighten them. Duan Lingtian was baffled by the little gold mouse's words. However, he didn't mind. After all, the little gold mouse had just learned how to condense her origin energy into sound, and it was already very good that she was able to communicate normally with him. However, he roughly understood the little gold mouse's words. It was none other than the little gold mouse feeling that a spirit sword that was too big, and she had to enlarge her body to be able to use it. Moreover, she didn't like to enlarge her body. This little fellow is so smug. Duan Lingtian shook his head, then he looked at the fluffy and chubby little gold mouse in his hand and said to himself, I really can't tell how it's slender. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't dare say these words out loud. This little fellow was a void-prying stage demon beast now. If it were to really fly into a rage out of humiliation and directly enlarge itself, then wouldn't he be directly slapped into mush with a single slap? Alright, then I'll specially refine a spirit sword for you. Duan Lingtian nodded and agreed. The little gold mouse's eyes lit up, and she ceaselessly slapped her front limbs together as she said excitedly via voice transmission. Good. Baddie, you're really good. I'll start refining right now, stand on guard for me. If there's a fierce beast that approaches within a 100-meter radius of me, directly kill it. Duan Lingtian said to the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse nodded like a chick pecking for rice when she heard this. The little gold mouse's figure flashed to flash onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and her jade-green eyes flickered with a fierce light as she sized up the surroundings. I'll surely slap anyone that dares disturb Baddie from helping me refine a spirit sword into mush. The little gold mouse's voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and her tender voice that was like a little girl's had traces of ferocity mixed within. This caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless. Is this really a little female mouse? Duan Lingtian shook his head and discarded all distracting thoughts. Then he withdrew a pile of materials and started to refine the weapon. A strand of green-colored flames lit up at the center of Duan Lingtian's palm, grade 6 weapon flame. After Duan Lingtian broke through to the nascent soul stage, he was able to directly condense a grade 6 weapon flame with his origin energy by relying on the lifetime worth of experience and ability of Samsara Emperor Wu. It could be said that he was an experienced grade 6 weapons craftsman now. A grade 6 spirit weapon was easily within his grasp. After breaking through to the nascent soul stage, I've been busy improving my cultivation and comprehending wind force, so I haven't had the time to refine a grade 6 spirit sword for myself, Kerr, and little Fei. I'll refine a grade 6 spirit sword for this little fellow first. After I return, I'll refine another 3 grade 6 spirit swords. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and made a decision. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian calmed down and officially started to refine the weapon. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The profound method of weapon refinement was easily accomplished in Duan Lingtian's hands. Combined with the various weapon refinement materials, they fused into the grade 6 weapon flame and transformed into puddles of liquid. Duan Lingtian's gaze was extremely concentrated. He turned a deaf ear to the things in the outside world. At this moment, only the weapon flame and a pile of materials for weapon refinement remained in his world. Although the materials couldn't be considered to be much, Duan Lingtian still needed to purify them over and over again. The grade 6 spirit sword refined for the little gold mouse was many times more difficult to refine than an ordinary grade 6 spirit sword. The smaller the spirit sword, the more energy it required to refine it. When Duan Lingtian was concentrating on refining the grade 6 spirit sword, the little gold mouse had left Duan Lingtian's shoulder many times and flashed out. Whereas in an area of 100 meters around Duan Lingtian, many fierce beast corpses quickly lay on the ground. Chapter 405. The little gold mouse was originally the descendant of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse, and her bloodline was pure. Now that she'd evolved into a demon beast, she seemed to have the bearing of suppressing an ordinary first-level void-prying stage demon beast. 2 hours of time quickly passed. When Duan Lingtian withdrew his mind that was immersed in weapon refinement, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the scene 100 meters away from him. 100 meters away, blood flowed into a river. The corpses of fierce beasts were piled up into a mountain. Baddie, is my spirit sword finished refining? The little gold mouse lay lazily on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and she muttered via voice transmission. So boring. There aren't any fierce beasts that have come over since half an hour ago, and I can't leave you to go look for them. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard the little gold mouse. Even if a fierce beast approached, so long as it wasn't a brainless beast, Then when it saw so many corpses of its own kind, it would probably be terrified to the point of running away. Deliver itself to you to be killed? This little gold mouse was simply a violent person. Take it. Duan Lingtian passed a grade 6 spirit sword that was the length of a pinky finger to the little gold mouse. This grade 6 spirit sword's outer appearance was no different than an ordinary spirit sword, and its greatest characteristic was that it was small, using the words of his previous life. This was a pocket-sized spirit sword. The little gold mouse's jade green eyes were suffused with a bright light as she pounced over, and her chubby little claws grabbed onto the grade 6 spirit sword, and she was extremely excited. In the blink of an eye, the little gold mouse dashed out and headed towards the primeval forest. Batty, come quickly! The little gold mouse's excited voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and he knew that the little gold mouse had surely gone to look for other fierce beasts and demon beasts to test her sword. The fierce beasts and demon beasts that are targeted by her are going to suffer misfortune. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he executed whirlwind to follow up to the little gold mouse, and he silently mourned in his heart for the fierce beasts and demon beasts that were about to die at the hands of the little gold mouse. It was also because the little gold mouse had intentionally slowed down. Otherwise, with Duan Lingtian's speed, he wouldn't be able to catch up to her. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the front. The little gold mouse stood in midair and stopped her figure that was flying out. Her claws held the grade 6 spirit sword, and her jade green eyes flickered with an excited sheen as she stared ahead. At this time, Duan Lingtian also caught up. Duan Lingtian looked ahead. There was a ferocious beast that was glaring at the little gold mouse with its bloody mouth wide open, and it emitted waves of fishy smell. Half-step virtual realm. Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual power and immediately sensed the strength of this great beast. Half-step void stage. Not to mention a little gold mouse that possessed a grade 6 spirit sword. Even a little gold mouse that didn't possess a grade 6 spirit sword was sufficient to annihilate it. Roar! The half-step illusory realm ferocious beast let out 2 roars. It seemed to have realized that little metal wasn't simple, and a trace of fear appeared in its sharp eyes. Flee! Duan Lingtian saw this half-step void stage ferocious beast actually turn around and flee, like a mouse that had encountered a cat. But how could it possibly flee before the brutal little gold mouse? The little gold mouse transformed into a golden light that flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived before the half-step void stage ferocious beast. Roar! Right when the half-step void stage ferocious beast roared. Squeak! The little gold mouse wasn't willing to fall behind, and its sharp voice suppressed the ferocious beast. At the same time, origin energy raged on the pocket-sized grade 6 spirit sword in its hand, and it flickered with a terrifying sheen. Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse cried out excitedly as the grade 6 spirit sword in its hand swung out, and it seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards the half-step void stage ferocious beast. Instantly, the energy of heaven and earth shook in the sky. Above the little gold mouse, 2,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and dashed out along with the little gold mouse. Swish! The little gold mouse's figure flashed out, and the howling of the wind and the howling of the sword sounded out at almost the exact same time. Duan Lingtian only felt a flash before his eyes, and the half-step void stage ferocious beast was killed by the little gold mouse with a single strike of its sword. It crashed onto the ground, and its dazzling and resplendent blood dyed the ground red. The grade 6 spirit sword Duan Lingtian refined for the little gold mouse was able to provide an entire 40% amplification of strength. Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse returned to Duan Lingtian's side, and its jade green eyes were mixed with excitement. Amazing! Amazing! The little gold mouse's excited voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Now, when he heard this slightly immature voice, traces of coldness arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. Instead, this little gold mouse was simply a violent maniac. Continue! Continue! Duan Lingtian had just put away the remains and inner core of the half-step void stage demon beast when he heard the little gold mouse's voice again. The little gold mouse led the way ahead and continued deeper into the primeval forest. This little fellow has really gotten addicted to playing. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly, and when he followed up, his expression became slightly serious. Because he knew that if he continued walking deeper in, he might be able to encounter a demon beast. The weakest demon beast was at the first level of the void prying stage, and its strength was similar to the little gold mouse. However, the little gold mouse now had a grade 6 spirit sword to rely on, so long as she didn't encounter a demon beast at the second level of the void prying stage or above, she ought to not have too much pressure. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse encountered a first-level void prying stage demon beast. It was exactly as Duan Lingtian had thought. The first-level void prying stage demon beast was utterly unable to block a single strike of the little gold mouse's sword. "All right, little gold, don't go deeper in." When he saw the little gold mouse kill a few first-level void prying stage demon beasts and still want to head deeper into the primeval forest, Duan Lingtian secretly wiped off his cold sweat. This little fellow is really like a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. Perhaps she'd heard the seriousness in Duan Lingtian's tone, but although the little gold mouse was unwilling, she still obediently stopped moving, then flashed out to descend onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder. "Scoundrel, this spirit sword is really useful." The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. "Can you not call me a scoundrel?" Duan Lingnan was slightly helpless, as the little gold mouse's way of addressing him was awkward no matter how he heard it. "No." The little gold mouse's voice was resolute and decisive, and there was no room for discussion. "If you call me a scoundrel again, then I won't help you improve the grade of the spirit sword in your hand in the future." Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at the little gold mouse. His eyes flickered with a crafty sheen, and he had an appearance of, "I'll surely eat you up." "What benefits are there from improving the grade of a spirit sword?" The little gold mouse's words caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless, as it felt that this little fellow utterly didn't know the difference between the various grades of spirit weapons. Along with Duan Lingtian's patient explanation, the little gold mouse came to a sudden understanding, and her jade-green eyes were suffused with a pitiful sheen. "But you're obviously a scoundrel. Why don't you let me shout?" "How am I scoundrel?" Duan Lingtian was speechless. The little gold mouse stared at Duan Lingtian as she slowly said via voice transmission, "In the past, you even helped those two little snakes bully me. You still dare say you're not a scoundrel?" Duan Lingtian was astounded. Only now did he recall that there seemed to be such a thing. At that time, he'd just bought the little gold mouse at the auction in Black Wind City. However, he'd seen people that held grudges, but he'd really never seen one that held grudges like this. Duan Lingtian had never imagined that a small matter from that time would be remembered by the little gold mouse for so long. "Then I won't help them bully you in the future, all right?" Duan Lingtian glared at the little gold mouse as he silently said in his heart, "Perhaps when little black and little white return, they'll be able to beat little gold to the ground without my help. Then what should I call you?" When he heard the little gold mouse's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian knew that it had compromised, and he said with a light smile, "Since you call Kerr Big Sister Kerr, then call me Big Brother Lingtian. How about it? Big Brother Lingtian." Although the little gold mouse was mischievous, it still had the heart of a child after all. After it witnessed the might of the spirit sword, it was filled with reliance towards the spirit sword. Under the temptation of the high-grade spirit sword promised by Duan Lingtian, it didn't have the slightest ability to resist and chose to compromise. "All right, we should return. Your big sister Kerr should now." Duan Lingtian hadn't finished speaking when his face went pale. His acute spiritual force that he stretched out faintly noticed a terrifying aura. That was the aura of a second-level void-prying stage demon beast. "Let's go." Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate in the slightest. Wind blew beneath his feet as he executed whirlwind with all his ability, and it was as if he'd transformed into a gale that flashed out. His target was the outer area of the primeval forest. Right when Duan Lingtan dashed out, an ear-piercing howl of the wind sounded out, and an enormous figure forcefully blocked Duan Lingtian's path. "Big brother Lingtian, it's here." The little gold mouse's voice transmission sounded out in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but lower his head and roll his eyes at the little gold mouse. "I see it." Oh. Presently, what stood before Duan Lingtian was an enormous wolf. Chapter 406. Squeak Squeak. The little gold mouse provoked the second-level void-prying stage enormous wolf as she raised the grade 6 spirit sword. At this moment, origin energy suffused and raged on the grade 6 spirit sword. If one looked carefully, one would be able to notice that within the raging origin energy, strands of violet-colored lightning that was difficult to notice seemed to be mixed within. The violet-colored lightning coiled around the origin energy and emitted strands of strange aura. Suddenly, squeak! The little gold mouse let out a sharp cry as her figure shook, seeming to have transformed into an arrow that left the bow as it flashed towards the enormous wolf. Oh! The enormous wolf was instantly enraged from being provoked by a tiny thing, and it roared furiously as it pounced towards the little gold mouse. The origin energy on its sharp claws skyrocketed and flickered with frightening cold lights as it enveloped the little gold mouse. 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above the enormous wolf, and they dashed out with a vast impetus. "Watch out!" Duan Lingtian's face went grim when he saw this scene, and he couldn't help but warn the little gold mouse. Right at this moment, bang! A muffled sound of thunder suddenly exploded out. In the next moment, the airflow in the air flashed, and it was the little gold mouse that had barely avoided the enormous wolf's attack and dodged to the side. Within the origin energy that suffused the little gold mouse's body, strands of violet-colored lightning that was difficult to notice seemed to have appeared, and it emitted strands of strange aura. Lightning force. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. Earlier, when he saw the 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared out of thin air after the little gold mouse exerted her strength, he guessed that it might be the energy of force. Now, he could practically confirm it. The little gold mouse had indeed comprehended force. Moreover, it wasn't the type of elementary force, but half-step advanced force. Precisely speaking, it was half-step advanced lightning force. Lightning force was similar to Duan Lingtian's wind force and Zhang Shouyang's earth force. They all belonged to the force of nature, and they could assist in attack and speed. It possessed both offense and defense. For example, when the little gold mouse avoided the enormous wolf's attack earlier, she'd stepped on half-step advanced lightning force and relied on the recoil of the lightning explosion to combine with her strength to dodge to the side in time. There was a flash in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. All he saw was a flash of white light. Then he heard an ear-piercing sword whistle. In the air, the airflow was separated. Almost at the same time, a sorrowful roar was heard. Only now did Duan Lingtian notice that at the instant he dodged the enormous wolf's attack, the little gold mouse had stared at the enormous wolf's throat and pierced through it with her sword. This sword strike of the little gold mouse was comparable to the strength of 3,300 ancient mammoths. The speed of the sword was so swift that it was difficult for the second-level void-prying stage enormous wolf demon beast that only possessed the strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths to reach it. Of course, the most important thing was that the giant wolf didn't react in time. Otherwise, even if he couldn't dodge the strike, he would still be able to deviate from his throat and wouldn't suffer the little gold mouse's lethal strike and be killed directly. Boom! The giant wolf's huge body, which was in mid-air, fell to the ground with a loud crash, followed by a pillar of blood. It was completely silent. Second-level void-prying stage demon beast, dead. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse was exceedingly excited when it saw the enormous wolf being killed, and it arrived before Duan Lingtan before twisting its chubby little butt. Big brother Ling Tian, I'm formidable, right? The little gold mouse's voice transmission didn't lack the intention of asking for credit. Formidable. Formidable. Duan Lingtian's gaze still stared blankly at the enormous wolf that had fallen to the ground, and he felt as if he was dreaming. A second-level void-prying stage demon beast was killed by Little Gold just like that? This dog is stupid to death. The little gold mouse's voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner, causing the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth to be unable to refrain from twitching. This little gold mouse actually said that this second-level void-prying stage enormous wolf demon beast was a dog? Duan Lingtian shook his head and put away the enormous wolf's inner core. Then he brought along the little gold mouse to walk out of the primeval forest. Big brother Ling Tian, refine a spatial ring for me. The little gold mouse's small eyes flickered with a pitiful sheen as it looked at Duan Ling Tian with anticipation. Yes, I'll refine one for you when we get back. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly stiffly, then he asked the little gold mouse to enlarge before carrying him to fly towards Migres Peak, intending to directly return to the stalactite cave. On the way. Little Gold, when did you comprehend half-step advanced lightning force? Duan Lingtian sat on the little gold mouse's fluffy back as he asked in bewilderment. When he recalled the scene from before, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. The little gold mouse had actually comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. Hee. The little gold mouse's voice transmission contained slight complacency mixed within. This is the natural talent of our jade-eyed heavenly mouse clan. After we evolve into demon beasts, we're able to rely on the last bolt of lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation to comprehend elementary lightning force. But my situation seems to be slightly different. I actually directly comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. Duan Lingtian had a bitter smile on his face when he heard the little gold mouse. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse was worthy of being called a top demon beast in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. It was actually able to rely on the 6-9 heavenly tribulation to comprehend force. It was shocking. But Duan Lingtian's attention quickly moved onto the second half of what the little gold mouse said. Ordinary jade-eyed heavenly mice relied on the 6-9 heavenly tribulation to comprehend elementary lightning force, but the little gold mouse had instead comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. Could this be related to the 10,000-year stalactite milk the little gold mouse consumed? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. In next to no time, the little gold mouse brought Duan Lingtian to the side of the peak of Migres Peak, and she stood in the air beside the crooked tree. Big brother Ling Tian, that person from before seemed to have aroused killing intent towards you. Do you want me to help you kill him? The little gold mouse's tender voice that was like a little girl's sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and traces of excitement was mixed within her tender voice. It was as if killing someone was something that was extremely tempting to her. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly in his heart. This little gold mouse was truly a little devil. I want to kill him as well. But this place isn't convenient. Duan Lingtian stopped the little gold mouse. If the little gold mouse were to make a move here, it would truly draw too much attention. If that Zhao Lin didn't have any background, then so be it. With his current status in the eyes of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, killing Zhao Lin was nothing. But the problem was, there was still a guardian elder behind Zhao Lin. A guardian elder's status in the 7-star sword sect was equivalent to the sect leader. It was even to the extent that because of the guardian elder's seniority, even the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, had to respectfully call him martial uncle. It was imaginable. Today, once Little Gold made a move and killed Zhao Lin, he would surely draw an extremely great amount of trouble. At that time, even if the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, wanted to protect him, he would probably be powerless. Yes, then I'll wait for a convenient time to kill him. Little Gold's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears once again. The slightly tender voice of a little girl sounded to be pure and innocent, but the content caused Duan Lingtian to feel a wave of fear. Fortunately, this little fellow is a friend and not an enemy. Duan Lingtian shook his head and slightly rejoiced in his heart. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian slowly walked onto the chain bridge that led to Dubby Peak. Chapter 407. The crowd of Migres Peak disciples respectfully and reverently sent Duan Lingtian off with their gazes. They only returned to their senses when Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before their eyes. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell. I truly never imagined that senior brother Duan Lingtian would actually defeat the demonic Lotus Blade sect's Saber Young Master and seize the first in the 5 great sects martial competition. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is too terrifying. In the past, I felt that his natural talent wasn't inferior to the first-rate figures of the 5 great young masters. I never imagined that he would directly defeat one of the 5 great young masters, Saber Young Master. Our 7-star sword sect disciples didn't even enter the top 3 in the last 2 martial competitions. This time, he directly seized the first. Senior brother Duan Lingtian has really brought honor to our 7-star sword sect. As expected of my idol, he possesses such accomplishments at the mere age of 22. After a few more years, sweeping through the other 4 of the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation would be nothing difficult. With senior brother Duan Lingtian's current momentum, he might not have no hope of winning the arranged battle with Zither Young Master 1 year from now. As the crowd of Migres Peak disciples discussed, they led the topic to the agreement between Duan Lingtian and Zither Young Master. 1 year ago, Duan Lingtian and Zither Young Master made a 2-year agreement. This matter had long since spread throughout the entire 7-star sword sect. At that time, they didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtian. After all, although Duan Lingtian's natural talent wasn't bad and wasn't inferior to Zither Young Master, but as far as they were concerned at that time, if Duan Lingtian was only given 2 years of time, it would be extremely difficult for him to surpass Zither Young Master. But now, after they found out that Duan Lingtian's cultivation had already broken through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage and had defeated one of the 5 great young masters, Saber Young Master, to seize the first in the 5 great sects martial competition, they saw hope. I believe that 1 year from now, senior brother Duan Lingtian will surely be able to defeat Zither Young Master and create another miracle. All the Migres Peak disciples were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. Only Zhao Lin, who was in a corner of the trading hall, had a gloomy expression on his face. He seemed to be out of tune with everything around him. 4th level of the nascent soul stage elementary wind force? I can't let this Duan Lingtian continue to grow. I must find a chance. I must find a chance to kill him and seize the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing. Zhao Lin's expression was hideous and terrifying, and his eyes emitted a frightening fierce light. If he's given a few more years, wouldn't it be possible for him to break through to the void-prying stage, catch up to me, and surpass me? Thinking of this, Zhao Lin's heart burned with anxiety. He couldn't wait to chase after Duan Lingtian and kill him. In the end, his reason prevailed over his impulse. Presently, Duan Lingtian has seized the first in the martial competition of the 5 great sects and seized a long-lost glory for the 7-star sword sect. The sect leader surely thinks highly of him. If he wanted to kill him, he had to do it secretly. Otherwise, even grandfather wouldn't be able to protect me. Zhao Lin knew clearly in his heart that although his grandfather was a guardian elder of the 7-star sword sect, he couldn't do as he pleased. If he were to kill a meritorious member of the 7-star sword sect, the sect leader and the other guardian elder wouldn't let him off. Duan Lingtian, I'll surely find a chance. Zhao Lin's eyes emitted a luster of greed and ferocity. As for Duan Lingtian, he naturally didn't know what Zhao Lin was thinking. Or perhaps, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Duan Lingtian arrived at Arcade Hall once more and noticed that Kerr had already awoken from her cultivation. When Duan Lingtian saw Kerr once more, he couldn't help but be stunned, as he kept having the feeling that Kerr seemed to have some sort of change. When his spiritual force stretched out, he noticed the problem at the first possible moment. Kerr, you have broken through to the second level of the nascent soul stage? Duan Lingtian had a surprised expression. Kerr lightly smiled as she nodded, then asked, "Young master, when did you return? Right, little gold has gone missing. Did she go look for you?" As she finished speaking, Kerr's beautiful brows frowned slightly, and slight worry was mixed between her brows. "I just returned today and came over at noon. You just happened to be cultivating. As for little gold, she's here." Duan Lingtian raised his hand and pulled out the little gold mouse that was hiding within his sleeve. "Little gold, you weren't mischievous, right?" Kerr extended her delicate hand and lightly rubbed the little gold mouse's head as she asked with a light smile. The little gold mouse hurriedly shook her head. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw the smile on Kerr's face freeze, and she had an astonished expression. Duan Lingtian was able to guess that the little gold mouse had surely communicated with Kerr via voice transmission, and it had frightened Kerr. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. Kerr's beautiful face was dumbstruck for a short moment before she spoke with slight disbelief. "Little gold, you're able to communicate with me via voice transmission now?" "Yeah, big sister Kerr, after I broke through to the void prying stage and overcame the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, I was able to communicate with you human martial artists via voice transmission. Hee, it's all thanks to Big Brother Ling Tian bringing me to overcome the tribulation, otherwise I wouldn't be able to find the way." This time, the little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian and Kerr. "You still have the nerve to say that you're truly as timid as a mouse." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. "I've always been a mouse, a jade-eyed heavenly mouse." The little gold mouse spoke via voice transmission as a matter of course, then she paused for a moment before continuing. "There are too many existences at the void prying stage and above in the 7-star sword sect. If it wasn't for my strength being inferior to them and being worried about being noticed by them, I'd surely dare to go look for a place to overcome the tribulation myself." As she finished speaking, the little gold mouse defended herself. Duan Lingtian and Kerr glanced at each other when they heard the little gold mouse, and they couldn't refrain from laughing. "This little fellow even knows how to clear her name? Young master, what was the outcome of the martial competition you participated in at the demonic Lotus Blade sect? I heard from Master that the 7-star sword sect has already successively missed the top 3 of the martial competition." Kerr asked curiously. This time, our 7-star sword sect disciples seized the first in the martial competition. When Duan Lingtian heard Kerr ask this, he knew that she still didn't know of the news that gave rise to much discussion outside, and he smiled mysteriously. "First in the martial competition?" Kerr was stunned, then asked curiously. "Young master, could it be that the sect leader's personal disciple, Huang Ji, seized the first in the martial competition for the 7-star sword sect?" Kerr wasn't too clear about Duan Lingtian's current strength. She only knew that her young master's strength was stronger than her, and she'd never asked about the specifics. As far as she was concerned, although her young master's natural talent was extraordinary, he was still young after all. Even if he went to participate in the martial competition of the 5 great sects, she presumed he wouldn't be able to obtain any rankings. "Huang Ji." Duan Lingtian shook his head. When he thought of the scene of Huang Ji betraying the sect leader and the 7-star sword sect, his face couldn't help but slightly sink. That Huang Ji was an ungrateful person, he was simply an ingrate. Huang Ji's actions were infuriating. "Young master, what's wrong?" Kerr noticed that Duan Lingtian's expression wasn't right, and her beautiful face went slightly pale as she asked timidly. "Did Kerr say something wrong?" As she finished speaking, Kerr had tears that were on the verge of dripping. Kerr was incomparably strong in front of others, but in front of Duan Lingtian, she was tender like water, and her entire body seemed as if it was made of water. As far as she was concerned, Duan Lingtian was her everything and everything. Every single action of Duan Lingtian was related to her emotions at all times. "I'm fine." Ker's delicate and pitiful appearance caused Duan Lingtian's heart to ache slightly. Duan Lingtian extended his hand to hold Ker's hand, then squeezed Ker's palm as he said with a light smile, "Silly girl, I only thought of that ingrate, it's unrelated to you." Ingrate? A wisp of bewilderment appeared on Ker's beautiful face when she heard this. "It's that Huang Ji." Duan Lingtian spoke of Huang Ji's actions one by one. After Ker finished listening, her beautiful face seemed to be covered in a thin layer of ice. This Huang Ji has truly gone too far. The sect leader fostered him into a genius, yet he actually repaid the sect leader like this? Now, the sect leader is surely very pained, right? Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded and sighed. Putting yourself in the sect leader's shoes, it's not difficult to feel the sect leader's current feelings. Alright, let's not talk about this. Ker nodded, then blinked her beautiful eyes as the thin layer of ice on her face melted, and she stared fixedly at Duan Lingnan. "Young master, it was you who seized first place in the 5 Great Sects martial competition for the 7-star sword sect, right? Why do you think so?" Duan Lingtan was stunned, as he never expected that Ker would suddenly say this. Could it be that the little gold mouse secretly told her? For a moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the little gold mouse. He still remembered. Earlier, when he brought the little gold mouse over from Migres Peak, there was a group of Migres Peak disciples that surrounded him and congratulated him for seizing first place in the 5 Great Sects martial competition. Presumably, this little fellow heard it as well. The little gold mouse hurriedly shook her head when she saw Duan Lingtian looking over, then said via voice transmission, "I didn't say that. Young master, I guessed." When she saw Duan Lingtian questioning the little gold mouse and the little gold mouse having an innocent expression, Ker couldn't refrain from bursting into laughter, and her smile was like a flower. It caused Duan Lingtian to be dumbstruck for a moment. "Young master, you're really formidable." Ker noticed Duan Lingtian's burning gaze, and her beautiful face was covered in a rosy red glow that covered the sky, as if blood would drip out. "Ker, young master's true strength is yet to come." Duan Lingtian blinked his eyes at Ker and had a mischievous smile on his face, then he stretched out his hand to carry Ker up by the waist and walked towards the room. At the same time, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and threw the little gold mouse in his hand flying. "Little gold, go play at the side. If you dare disturb us, then I'll throw you to the sect leader tomorrow and ask him to stew you and make a pot of nourishing soup." Bang! She watched as Duan Lingtian carried Ker into the room and closed the door. The little gold mouse stood in midair, and her jade-green eyes flickered with traces of anger. "Big brother Lingtian is bad, he's bullying me." Although she was angry, the little gold mouse really didn't dare disturb Duan Lingtian, and her figure flashed out to descend onto the pavilion in Arcade Hall before staring blankly. Right at this moment, a graceful and luxurious figure appeared within the pavilion, and it was a beautiful woman. "Little Gold, why are you here?" Chapter 408. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse stretched out her claw to point towards a room in the distance when she heard the beautiful woman, and her jade-green eyes were filled with rage. Flowing lights spun within the beautiful woman's beautiful eyes when she heard this, and she seemed to have guessed something as she smiled. Duan Lingtian and Ker were like sweet dew after a long drought, and they lingered together until deep into the night before leaving the room. After leaving the room, the two of them arrived at the pavilion. At the first possible moment, they saw the beautiful woman that was playing with the little gold mouse. "Master." Ker bowed respectfully, and her beautiful face was flushed red, causing her to be extremely cute. "Peak Master." Duan Lingtan followed to greet, and his face wasn't red nor was he out of breath, and he didn't forget to wink at Ker, causing Ker to be embarrassed to the point of wishing for nothing more than to dig a hole to hide in. The beautiful woman was precisely the Peak Master of Arcade Peak, Xianxia. Xianxia lightly smiled and nodded to Ker, Then her gaze descended onto Duan Lingtan and she sighed lightly. Duan Lingtan, I truly never imagined that you'd actually seize first place in the 5 Great Sects martial competition for the 7-star sword sect. Our 7-star sword sect hasn't seized first place in the 5 Great Sects martial competition for a very long time. As she spoke up to hear, Xianxia slightly reminisced. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he'd heard the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, mention this. The last time the 7-star sword sect seized first place in the 5 Great Sects martial competition was almost 20 years ago. At that time, the person that seized first place in the martial competition for the 7-star sword sect was the peak master of Alcade Peak, Xianxia. In next to no time, Xianxia changed the topic. The 2-year agreement between you and Zither Young Master will arrive 1 year from now. I've discussed it with the sect leader, and since your current strength isn't inferior to a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, I'll let you go out and gain experience. Gain experience? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Xianxia nodded and said slowly, I presume you've heard since long ago that our 7-star sword sect has many properties all over the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Besides some external affairs elders, most of the people that are in charge of managing these properties are inner court disciples above the age of 30. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had heard of this before. Xianxia continued, after my discussion with the sect master, we've decided to let you go to the ancient city of Everlast. Ancient city of everlasting wasteland? Hearing Xianxia's words, Duan Lingtian could not help being stunned. He was not unfamiliar with the ancient city of everlasting desolation. 2 years ago, when he and Li Fei left the 7-star sword sect and headed to the solitary peak, they'd gone to the ancient city of Everlast. Later on, he met Zhang Shouyong and his wife in the ancient city of Everlast. Our 7-star sword sect has properties in the ancient city of Everlast? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. Xianxia nodded. Our 7-star sword sect doesn't have any businesses in the ancient city of Everlast. However, the 2 external affairs elders and some inner court disciples of our 7-star sword sect in the ancient city of Everlast are instead guarding the ancient river trading company. Protect the Chamber of Commerce? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, as he never imagined that the 7-star sword sect was related to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Merchant Association. Presumably, the 7-star sword sect's inner court disciples guarding the ancient river trading company ought to be able to obtain a certain amount of protection fees. This was something that Duan Lingtian could confirm. When are we leaving? Duan Lingtian asked. Tomorrow. Xianxia said, you can go look for the sect master at noon tomorrow. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Kerr before bidding farewell to Xianxia and leaving Alcade Hall. After returning to the stalactite cave, he cultivated for an entire night. At dawn the next day, he went to Alcade Peak to look for Li Fei and told her that he would be leaving for a period of time. Duan Lingtian didn't bring along Kerr and Li Fei when he left this time. According to the words of Alcade Peak's master, Xianxia, and Elder Bai, the ancient city of Everlast was too chaotic. Coupled with Duan Lingtian going there to gain experience this time and not to play, if the 2 girls were to follow by Duan Lingtian's side, then perhaps it would affect Duan Lingtian. Outside Dubby Hall on the 7-star sword sect's main peak, Dubby Peak, a black figure flashed into the sky and shot high up into the sky before disappearing into the clouds and mist. At the same time, high up in the sky, a young man wearing the attire of an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect was standing on an enormous hawk as he tore through the sky with an extremely swift speed. With this first-level nascent soul stage fierce beast, Sunhawk, as my mount, it'll take at most a month to arrive at the ancient city of Everlast. The gaze of the young man with slanted brows and starry eyes that were exceedingly handsome pierced through the clouds and mist to descend into the distance as he muttered to himself. It was precisely Duan Lingtian who just left the 7-star sword sect. Presently, Duan Lingtian was standing on the Sunhawk as he soared through the sky. Although the Sunhawk's speed couldn't compare to Elder Peng, it still far surpassed a Fergana horse. This Sun Hawk was entrusted to Elder Peng by the Seven-Star Sword Sect's sect leader to help Duan Lingtian capture it. It wasn't that Elder Peng was stingy, but the stronger a bird-type fierce beast was, the harder it was to tame. Just this first-level nascent soul stage Sun Hawk, Duan Lingtian relied on his entire strength to spend an entire 3 hours before completely taming it. Suddenly, squeak squeak, a wave of cries sounded out from within Duan Lingtian's sleeve. In next to no time, a golden furry little head stuck out, and it blinked its jade-green eyes as it looked at Duan Lingtian. It was precisely the little gold mouse that had always been by Kerr's side, the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Big brother Lingtian, this mixed-haired bird's speed is too slow. Duan Lingtian's eardrums slightly trembled as the little gold mouse's tender voice sounded out. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at the little gold mouse. You're really comparing it to you? Don't you think about how high its cultivation is and how high your cultivation is? How about you become big and carry me to the ancient city of Everlast? In this way, we'll be able to rush over in at most a few days. I don't want to become big. I'm ugly to death. I'm fat to death. I'm ugly to death. The little gold mouse's voice transmissions sounded out without end. It caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless. His gaze descended onto the little gold mouse's chubby body, then he shook his head and sighed. This little fellow really thinks highly of itself. Could it be that it thinks it's not fat now? Because they were hurrying along at high altitudes all along the way, they didn't encounter any trouble. 1 month later, the speed of the sun eagle beneath Duan Lingtian's feet slowed down, then it swooped down and flew at a low altitude. Meanwhile, the clouds and mist before his eyes had completely dispersed, and a simple and ancient city appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. In the distance, the ancient city was like an enormous beast that was hibernating within the desert, and it opened its bloody mouth to ceaselessly swallow the merchants and pedestrians in the desert. Ancient city of Everlast. Duan Lingtian had a feeling as if it was a lifetime ago when he arrived at the ancient city of Everlast once again. When he came to the ancient city of Everlast the last time, he was only passing by, and his main destination was still the solitary peak. His destination this time was the ancient city of Everlast. Outside the ancient city of Everlast, many people rode flying beasts to come here. If it was only because of this, Duan Lingtian wouldn't attract any attention. However, most of the people that were near Duan Lingtian couldn't help but repeatedly glance at Duan Lingtian. The gazes of these people descended onto the clothes Duan Lingtian wore. The Seven-Star Sword Sect's inner court attire was undoubtedly a signboard. This young man looks to be a little over 20 and is absolutely not over 23. He's actually already a Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciple? According to my knowledge, the lowest requirement to become a Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciple is the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. Besides that, because the Seven-Star Sword Sect's inner court disciple test is strict, only people that have stepped into the 8th level of the Nascent Soul stage are able to pass the inner court disciple test with 100% certainty and become a Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciple. In the younger generation of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, there's no successor, and the one with the strongest natural talent seems to be the personal disciple of the Seven-Star Sword Sect's sect leader, Huang Ji. But even if it's that Huang Ji, he's only an outer court disciple at such an age. Looks like this young man ought to have faked a Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciple attire to pass himself off as a Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciple, wanting to pass himself off as a Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciple. Probably. Many people that saw Duan Lingtian discussed animatedly. Based on their words, they didn't think that Duan Lingtian was really an inner court disciple of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. Duan Lingtian was truly too young. Duan Lingtian naturally heard these discussions, and he didn't care as he rode on the Sun Eagle to descend outside the ancient city of Everlast. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he leaped down, then he looked at the Sun Eagle and whistled. Instantly, the Sun Eagle seemed to have obtained some sort of instruction, and it flapped its wings to conceal itself within the clouds and mist, vanishing without a trace. Only when the Sun Eagle's figure vanished before his eyes did Duan Lingtian's gaze move to descend onto the ancient city of Everlast. He walked out in large strides, intending to enter the ancient city of Everlast. Right at this moment, a cold shout stopped Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned and turned around.